Sue had been a gamer for as long as he could remember. Stuck in a hospital for most of his childhood with absolutely nothing to do, video games became his entire world. Lying there on that sterile bed, arms stretched toward the ceiling clutching his phone. His brow was furrowed in absolute focus, his lips pressed into a thin, determined line, his whole world shrinking to the battle on the screen. Then, the inevitable notification flashed defeat. Sue let out a frustrated curse. Scowling, he muttered, "Why is this AI so unbelievably stupid?" He couldn't wrap his head around why it would choose to heal the wrong player, but then he recalled the old saying about how you can get sick of anything if you do it for long enough. Tossing the device aside, the main character just shrugged, with a smirk. He told himself he didn't care. Lately, games just didn't hit the same. Whether it was an MMORPG or an FPS, it didn't matter what genre he picked. Every new title that was released felt like a complete rehash of the last. The stories and world building were just lazy copies of what came before. While scrolling through a gaming forum, Sue saw a post asking if anyone else felt like every new game was just a clone of an older one. Plenty of users chimed in, complaining about it. The consensus was that PC gaming had been a dumpster fire for years. They all suggested switching to a console, but even then, others jumped into the conversation. One user sadly admitted he had a massive backlog, but nothing he actually wanted to play, begging for recommendations. Some offered genuine suggestions, others just cracked jokes. And Sue thought to himself, the developers just weren't putting any real effort into these titles anymore. Bored, he scanned his laptop screen, wondering if there was anything remotely unique out there. And that's when he stumbled upon it. While browsing through game reviews, an article caught his eye. The writer was warning people away from a game called Dungeon in Stone. Apparently, unlike every modern game out there, this one forced the player to do 100% of the work themselves. The negative review only made the protagonist more curious to check it out. He launched the game, titled Dungeon in Stone. It was an indie roguelike with 2D pixel graphics, a style that had fallen out of fashion ages ago. As he explored the main menu, Sue felt a pang of disappointment. The entire game was only in English, which he usually avoided. Still, it was free to play. He figured he'd give it a shot. The first screen prompted him to choose a character, offering options like human, dwarf, fairy, barbarian, a furry, and an unknown class. Seeing the massive list of classes, and not expecting to get hooked, Sue just picked one at random. He landed on Barbarian. When the game finally started, he found himself looking at a classic top-down camera view, something he hadn't seen in a very long time. After playing for a bit, he started to get the hang of it, resting his cheek on his hand. He had to admit something to himself. The graphics weren't half bad. Before he knew it, he was completely sucked in, not even realizing that the afternoon sun had long since faded into twilight. His brow was knitted in focus. His lips pressed tight as he stared intently at the screen. When he finally tore his eyes away, he glanced at his watch and was horrified. He flinched, wondering, has it really been that long? The game had its hooks in him deep, staring seriously at the monitor. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. He had to admit, this was actually pretty fun. The game Dungeon in Stone had a few key features that were both brilliant and absolutely sadistic. For starters, NPCs were critical. If a key character died, your entire run was reset. At first, Sue was just enjoying the challenge, but soon, he became completely obsessed. In the middle of a tense fight, he couldn't stop himself from screaming in frustration when his healer failed to cast a spell at the last second. "Damn it!" he yelled, grabbing his laptop in a fit of rage. He was scowling when a nurse poked her head in. "Please try to keep it down," she said sternly. "This is a hospital." Sue pulled off his headphones, calmly looked at her, and apologized. The moment she left, the headphones went back on, his face a mask of concentration. Staring at the laptop screen, he made a mental map, trap, 3 squares up, 4 to the left, and 1 down. With renewed stubbornness, he dove back in, determined to beat it. The truly infuriating part was the complete lack of a guide, not in Korean, and not even in English. After scouring the internet, Sue came to a harsh realization. If he wanted to beat this game, he was going to have to do it entirely on his own. That game became his constant companion, his obsession. He played it through his hospital stay, through university, through his graduation, through countless job interviews, and even after landing a corporate gig, he played on the commute to work and back home, constantly diving into the dungeon in the stone. Yet, no matter what, he just kept dying, over and over again. Every time his character fell, he'd let out a string of curses. But after 9 long years, a triumphant smirk finally crossed his face. He'd done it. He had reached the final boss room. His brow was furrowed, his cheeks flushed with pure adrenaline as he leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. His eyes were fixed on the screen, which showed the entrance to a location called the Abyss Gate. He threw his hands up in victory, shouting to an empty room. "You see that, you bastards, do you see it?" he roared. "Who else has ever made it this far?" He thought back on all the days and sleepless nights he'd poured into this. 9 years, he yelled, hot tears starting to stream from his shut eyes. I spent the best years of my life on this stupid game. He clenched his fists, and that's when he noticed a new notification on the screen. A simple question. Do you wish to enter the boss room? Hell yeah, I do, he screamed. The system then flashed a warning. You may never return. Do you still wish to proceed? The protagonist agreed without hesitation. He was a bit taken aback, though that sounds a little ominous, he thought. He figured it was just for dramatic effect, since this was the final boss. And a wide grin spread across his face as he stood up. Leaning in, he stared intently at the screen, ready for the final battle. It was way too late to back down now. He confirmed his choice, and the loading screen appeared. While waiting, Sue leaned back, lacing his hands behind his head. He had to be realistic. He probably wouldn't win on the first attempt. I need to gather as much info as possible. He strategized. I wonder what its attack patterns and attributes are going to be. He figured it had to be some kind of ultimate, overpowered foe. With a smirk, he mused. But what if I could actually one-shot the boss? He brought a hand to his chin, closing his eyes to think, but was snapped out of his trance when he realized the game had finished loading. It took him a second to process what he was seeing. Just as he pieced together what had occurred, a system alert popped up, declaring he'd reached the abyss and the tutorial was over. Sue's brow furrowed. That was a tutorial, he muttered in disbelief, before suddenly leaping from his chair. He grabbed the monitor, stammering for it to stop. His scowl deepened. Is this Korean? He was sure the game was only available in English, and he gritted his teeth, annoyed at how long it took him to master all the game's terms. A new notification flashed. User verification complete. The next second, the computer screen erupted in a blinding glare. The protagonist froze, staring at it. What is this? He stuttered as a brilliant beam of light shot out. It lanced from the computer, piercing his body with a searing sensation. He doubled over, screaming as he clutched his head in agony. Even though the light was blinding, he painfully forced one eye open, shielding his face with his hand. What the hell is going on? He thought, jaw clenched tight. His body began to disintegrate into glowing particles that streamed back into the machine. In a matter of moments, the light retreated fully into the monitor, leaving the room completely empty. Sue himself had vanished, losing consciousness. When he came to sometime later, he heard a voice congratulating warriors. What is this? He wondered, his eyes barely cracking open. Unsure who was shouting, he saw a man with his arms raised, proclaiming that today the warriors would leave this sacred ground. The protagonist blinked again, his vision finally sharpening. Meanwhile, the leader's booming voice declared that the people gathered before him were about to become true warriors. Sue was utterly baffled, finding himself in an impossible situation. Flaming torches illuminated the area instead of light bulbs, and he was surrounded on all sides by muscular barbarians. Before him, a strange man bellowed out a speech. Choose your weapons wisely, the man ordered. The protagonist mentally repeated the phrase. What is this guy talking about? He'd never heard the language before, yet he understood every word. How did he even get here? He decided he had to calm down. Stroking his chin, he thought, okay, if this is the intro to some incredibly complex game, what's my first move? He analyzed his options. He concluded he needed to understand the situation and gather information. As he flexed his hand, he noted his body felt normal. But before that thought could finish, a look of pure surprise crossed his face. Staring at his palm, he saw it was rough, his arms rippling with muscle and tattoos. His body moved with an unfamiliar grace, frowning in confusion. He wondered what had happened to him. Was this really his body? He was abruptly jolted from his thoughts when a name was called. Approach! Sue silently cursed as the man summoned Karak, third son of Vaughn. Karag stepped toward the chieftain and scanned the weapons laid out before him. He eventually picked one up, a wide grin spreading across his face as he hoisted it high. The man grinned back and praised his decision. An excellent choice Karag has chosen, a two-handed axe, he announced. He is now a true warrior. Then he called out, Einar, daughter of Finland, it is your turn. Sue frowned. This felt strangely familiar. This was a ceremony where the young chose their weapons. While he was lost in thought, Einar picked a sword and the next warrior to be called. The chieftain selected a spear. The leader noted it was the perfect weapon for such an intelligent man. The protagonist was realizing that these People were being officially recognized as warriors. The chief, standing next to another barbarian who had also chosen his weapon, proclaimed, "May the blessing of Ronos be with you all." It finally clicked. Sue's eyes widened. "I'm sure of it now," he thought. "This is dungeon. And stone." He remembered this scene perfectly. It was the starting quest for the barbarian. He bowed his head slightly. This is exactly how the game began. The very class he had just been playing. He couldn't grasp how this was possible. But before he could... The man beside him whispered in a shaky voice, "This can't be." His face was slick with a nervous sweat. His body trembled, and his frown was one of utter despair. "This is dungeon and stone," he muttered. Sue frowned, observing him closely as cursed. "Why am I here, assessing his condition, the protagonist?" Noticed his twitching eyes and terrified expression, which set him apart from the other barbarians, pressing his lips together. Sue watched him and realized, "I'm not the only one who ended up in the game. Is from my world, too." Suddenly, an angry voice boomed. "Who?" Opened his mouth. The protagonist flinched, then saw that the chieftain was now standing right beside him, and staring them down grimly. When did he get so close? Sue wondered in terror. The chieftain's gaze landed on him. "Was it you?" "I said nothing," the protagonist shouted instantly, while inwardly cursing. "This is all because of that idiot, was frozen in fear, unable to comprehend the situation. As the man began to speak, simply looked back at him, sputtering apologies. Shifting his gaze, the chieftain declared, "It was you," blurted out. "Is it true? Is this dungeon in stone?" He started to ask for something more, but the words died in his throat. The chieftain swung his weapon, and with a single blow, lopped off Ohm's head. Staring in shock at the headless body, Sue thought, "What is going on?" But as the chief's attention snapped to him, he straightened up, forcing himself to be calm. He fought to ignore the warm spray of Ohm's blood on his face. He knew any show of emotion would get him killed instantly. He remained perfectly still. At last, the chief announced, son of Kadwa, was possessed by an evil spirit. Turning his back on the protagonist, he sheathed his weapon. He drew the attention of the other young warriors and commanded them to forget everything the demon had said, proposing they continue the ceremony. Sue processed what had just happened, breaking it down into several key points. The first point was that the people who had been transported, intruders in this game, were branded as evil spirits. The second point was that being discovered meant instant death. And the third point, Son's head could very well be a trophy on the ground by now. The conclusion was simple: he had to stay hidden. There was just one problem, and as he mulled it over, he overheard the chieftain summoning the next barbarian serum, the fourth son of Tenich. A few barbarians stepped up, while others waited their turn as the chieftain methodically called warrior after warrior. Sue frantically thought to himself that he didn't even know his own name. As another initiate was called, he cursed the game internally, figuring it could have at least given him a name to work with. Is there a status window or something, he wondered? His life was on the line. Blind guessing was not an option. Meanwhile, the warriors kept approaching the chief, one by one. Sue knew the odds were terrible, but seeing no alternative, he made a plan. He would start moving 2 seconds after his name was called. His fists clenched, palms slick with sweat. Realizing another evil spirit might have the same idea, he knew he had to rely on pure luck. "Bjorn, son of Yandel, you're next," the chieftain boomed. The moment Sue heard it, he started counting in his head. 1, 2. The other warriors were completely still. 2 full seconds had passed and nobody had budged. He took a hesitant step forward. That had to be his name. He focused, his brow furrowed. Though his confidence was already starting to waver, he could only hope he was right. "Come forward," the chieftain repeated, calling his name again. Finally, the chieftain spoke. "Young warrior," he said with a wave of his hand. "Choose your weapon." Bjorn was ecstatic, silently repeating his new name. "That's my name," he exclaimed internally. With a sigh of relief, he clenched his fist. It was time for his second crucial decision. Barbarians traded magical aptitude for overwhelming physical strength, and the protagonist planned to build himself as a close-quarters brawler. His first piece of equipment would define that path. He held out his palm, and the chieftain's eyes narrowed, surprised by his choice. Bjorn had selected only a shield. He stared intently at his chosen item, positive that this was the best possible move. Despite the peculiar choice, the chieftain announced, "You have now become a true warrior." Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Synchronization complete. Back in the empty room where Sue used to live, a message appeared on the still active computer. Total item level 24. Character information and daily logs recorded. Transmission to administrator complete. The system logged Bjorn's data level 1, 25 strength, 35 spirit, 1 skill, and an item level of 24, for a total combat power of 67. Bjorn, meanwhile, was recalling his past attempts with the Barbarian class. The first time, he'd picked a greatsword because it looked awesome, and he'd died almost immediately. Frowning in frustration, he remembered thinking, did I seriously just die again? He couldn't figure out what weapon to pick to survive even a little while. He'd tried a two-handed axe, a massive hammer, a chain, so many weapons and combinations, but he could never unlock the class's potential, dying over and over again. He realized you couldn't consistently beat the game when you were always on the brink of death. But one day, a thought struck him. He focused on the shield. Does a barbarian really have to be an attacker? It was a class with high durability and power. Sure, he couldn't compete with a dwarf in terms of raw defense, but the foundation for a solid tank was definitely there. At the time, he'd stroked his chin thoughtfully, not entirely sold on the idea. It would mean completely redesigning his entire fighting style, which was a huge pain. And yet, he hated to waste all the time he'd already sunk into the class. So, he switched his tactics. After one fight, a powerful explosion rocked the battlefield, and once the dust cleared, a colossal monster lay defeated before him. He was stunned. What just happened? He asked himself in shock. He knew it was incredibly effective. He had created a broken build that just steamrolled everything. It was the only logical choice to make now, and he knew he wouldn't regret it. A short time later, a voice commanded, "Open the gates!" A bridge lowered over the moat, and the barbarians watched with bated breath. Those who had completed the ceremony were to head directly into the labyrinth. Bjorn felt a twinge of concern as he recalled their destination, the labyrinth city of Rapon. The chieftain stood before them and gave the command. Go, your destiny awaits you in that place. With a collective roar, the barbarians charged forward, and Bjorn ran along with them. He decided to follow their lead for now, but couldn't help but wonder if they even knew the way. After some time, one of the warriors shouted for everyone to halt, pointing out that they were lost. They all realized that Karak, the third son of Vannon, had been leading them down the wrong path. You're not fit to be a leader, they yelled, demanding he take responsibility for his failure. Bjorn scowled in annoyance. Is this a joke? He thought. How were the others any better when they had all just blindly followed him? With his head bowed in shame, Karak asked for quiet, promising to give up his position as leader. He stepped aside, and in his place stood Einar. I will lead now, she shouted, confidently tapping her chest with her palm. As Finland's second daughter, she was known by many as the Wise. They were all certain she would guide them correctly. She offered a confident smirk while Karak glared at her, muttering her name with displeasure. But after a while, she too admitted defeat with a frustrated frown. I think we're lost. Bjorn was floored that she couldn't find the way either, and the other barbarians were just as stunned. How is that possible? They shouted indignantly. They were running out of time to reach the labyrinth, and loudly declared that Einar was also unworthy of leadership, head hanging low. She sadly turned her back to the group, as the barbarians began to argue over who should be next. Tan's second son, Jean, one suggested, but others disagreed, and soon everyone was shouting out their own preferred candidates. Stroking his chin, Bjorn wondered if they were all complete idiots, and knew that at this rate, they would never find the labyrinth. He couldn't risk drawing attention to himself, so he approached Einar, who was still looking at the ground, and put his hand on her shoulder to get her attention. She looked up, confused, asking if he was also there to blame her, but he just scowled, telling her that wasn't it. He explained that he knew how to get to the labyrinth, then brought a finger to his lips to signal she should stay quiet. Einar stared at him, stunned. Are you serious? She whispered. How do we find it? In response, he simply pointed off to the side. The protagonist told her to follow the group of people, and at that very moment, another team of warriors glared at the barbarians with utter contempt, and a girl on their team complained about how disgusting it was to have stumbled upon a pack of barbarians. The knight with her called them brainless savages, wondering why they were wandering around armed in the middle of the night. Einar's face lit up. I get it now, she said, offering to give it a try. She approached the other barbarians and announced she'd located the labyrinth. Instantly, their faces broke into wide, admiring smiles as they asked if she was telling the truth. They all agreed she was incredibly wise. Bjorn watched them with a look of pure disdain, certain their skulls were completely empty. Einar ordered everyone to follow her, and they marched on until they came upon a brightly glowing portal. They had found the labyrinth, staring into the sacred battle portal. Bjorn cursed under his breath. It was the real deal. He pressed his lips into a firm line, wondering if entering was the right choice. He figured he could probably slip away from the group without anyone noticing. After all, not even counting the fact that he'd spent most of his life confined to a hospital bed, he was just a regular guy who had never even been in a fistfight. How could he possibly defeat monsters in the labyrinth? He frowned, sweat trickling down his face from the mental strain. Was there another way to pay the tax? He let out an annoyed curse about those damn taxes. It was one of the most idiotic parts of this dungeon city. Every citizen over 20 years old had to pay a tax, or they would be executed. While there were many ways to earn cash, the most straightforward was entering the labyrinth to hunt monsters. Getting a job at a tavern was another option, but the problem was that the protagonist was a barbarian, and barbarians were forbidden from working because everyone else viewed them as nothing but savages. They claimed a barbarian would just break everything and that such clumsy workers would only be a hindrance. In the game, barbarians couldn't get normal jobs, and it was the only class that received a decent weapon right from the start. If not for that, Bjorn wouldn't be forced into fighting monsters. He lowered his head. As he mulled this over, someone announced that there were only 10 minutes left before the portal closed. The main character realized his biggest issue was that the labyrinth only opened once a month. If he didn't enter now, he'd have to find some other way to survive here. What would happen if he couldn't find a job? That was a hard-coded limitation of the game. He had no clue what he would do in a week once the rations from the chieftain ran out. He clenched his jaw. Even if he managed to hold out for a month, he would be in a terrible state. If he was going to go into the labyrinth, it had to be now. And yet, his legs wouldn't budge. He closed his eyes, accepting that this wasn't a game. His actual life was on the line. Suddenly, someone shouted his name and clapped a hand firmly on his shoulder. It was Anar, her gaze intense. Bjorn turned to her, addressing her as the third daughter, but she corrected him immediately. "I'm the second daughter, not the third," she stated, warning him that everyone else was already inside and only they remained. She insisted he needed to hurry before the gate shut. The man at the entrance warned that there were 5 minutes left, and the protagonist noticed the portal had already started to shrink. Several more people rushed inside. "You go first," he told her. "I'll follow right behind you." She agreed with a focused frown, but before entering, she turned to him to get his attention. "Thank you for your help," she said with a smile. Bjorn told her it was nothing, but she didn't leave. Instead, she admitted she had a question, asking how she could become as wise as he was. She had never encountered an intelligent barbarian before, and now she aspired to be like him, imagining the typical brainless barbarians. He thought to himself that she'd need to be reborn. Instead, he decided to give her a simple answer. Closing his eyes, he raised a finger didactically and advised her. "Think before you act." "I get it," she cried out, thanking him for the guidance. "I'll repay you if we make it out of the labyrinth. I promise," she declared. She smiled brightly, her eyes closed as she clenched her fist with determination. Bjorn, however, frowned, latching onto her words if they got out. He remembered that in the game, barbarians were utterly fearless, and the ones here certainly appeared that way. He looked at Einar with a grave expression and asked, "Are you afraid of death?" She froze for a moment before asking what was wrong with that. She admitted that she was, of course, scared to die. "But I was born a warrior," she declared with a smile. "I'll die if I don't fight." She then asked if Bjorn felt the same. He lowered his head and conceded that she was right. He finally understood that the other barbarians were just like him, fighting, because they had no other choice. If they didn't slay monsters, they couldn't survive in this city. Einar's voice pulled him from his thoughts as she started running toward the labyrinth, suggesting they meet up again on their return. The protagonist realized the barbarians were learning to overcome their fear, and he thought they were amazing. He raised his shield and exclaimed, "I'm a barbarian too!" Upon hearing there was only 1 minute left until the portal closed, he kicked off the ground and sprinted forward with a grin. He admitted to himself that he was terrified, but he still charged ahead, certain that he had to do this because he had no other option. The man near the gate yelled that the labyrinth was almost closed, and as he ran, Bjorn knew he possessed not just a strong body, but also the invaluable knowledge he'd acquired from playing thousands of characters. Some guy tried to warn him off, shouting that the labyrinth was a death trap, but he just blew past him, certain of his own ability to survive. That confidence wavered as a system alert flashed in his vision. "You have entered the crystal cave. Floor 1. The only sound was a single drop of water echoing in the pitch black. I crashed onto the floor. Gritting my teeth, I scanned my surroundings, my mind racing. Where the hell am I wondered. A wave of disorientation hitting me. A master of the game, Dungeons and Stone. A realization struck me if I could merge this barbarian's raw strength with my expert knowledge of the game's systems. That was the theory. Anyway, now, staring into an abyss of absolute nothingness, he could only curse his own arrogance with a frustrated sigh. Why was he completely unarmed? He imagined the other barbarians from the game, bristling with swords, axes, and all kinds of weaponry. In the game, the first level was lined with glowing crystals, making torches totally unnecessary. Bjorn stroked his chin, deep in thought. Wait a second, he muttered to himself, a chilling possibility dawning on him. Could this be a darkness zone? It was an extremely rare area, hidden in the farthest reaches of the labyrinth's first floor, a place with absolutely no light source. You can't be serious. This is my starting point, he thought. He knew that in reality, anything was possible. Since the spawn locations were completely random, it was technically possible to start here, even though it never happened in the game. He decided he had to try something. He shouted the commands. Status window equipment, character info inventory skills journal. But his calls yielded nothing, just echoes in the empty space. A wave of angry frustration washed over him. Nothing was working, just as he had feared. He realized everything was unfolding exactly as he'd dreaded. He pressed a hand against the cold wall and started walking. Standing still was just waiting to die. He had to keep moving, so he focused on forcing himself forward, one careful step at a time. Was he going too slow? He considered crawling to pick up the pace, but immediately realized that would make him an easy target for a trap. He suddenly froze mid-thought. Just as the idea crossed his mind, he felt a warm spray of blood hit the air. A scream tore from his lungs as he collapsed to one knee. His leg caught in the jaws of a goblin trap. The trap's steel fangs bit deep into his calf as he gasped for breath. A system notification confirmed his fate. You have been caught in a goblin trap. He clenched his jaw, sweat dripping down his face. Pain pulsed through him. But Bjorn forced himself to endure it, to quiet his ragged breathing. He knew he couldn't afford to make any more noise. Goblins were notorious for setting traps all over the level, and they would be listening. He struggled to get his breathing under control. He raised his shield, certain that the owner of the trap had to be lurking somewhere nearby. He strained his eyes, peering into the darkness, but couldn't sense anything. Did I get lucky? Is no one actually here? He wondered. He immediately chided himself, screaming internally. That's the most dangerous thought you can have right now. He gritted his teeth, knowing that things would get infinitely worse if he didn't resolve this immediately. Where there's a trap, there's always a trap maker. There had to be a goblin nearby. If the monster heard him and realized he was caught, it was game over. As he hung his head, contemplating his next move, a goblin was already creeping toward him, concealed by the deep shadows and stone ledges. A wicked grin spread across the monster's face as it watched the protagonist. He instantly understood its plan. The goblin was just hiding in the dark, waiting for him to wear himself out. That was why making a sound was forbidden. It was the cruel logic of Dungeon and Stone. Sighing, Bjorn focused on the most critical problem. He put his hands on the trap and saw it was slick with a paralyzing poison. Damn it all, he cursed. Why did barbarians start with these useless sandals instead of proper boots? But what was the point of complaining now? He ordered himself to stop whining and get a move on. Clenching his jaw, he ignored the sweat pouring down his body. It was better to get this over with quickly, before the real fight began. With an agonizing wrench, he finally pulled his leg free. Blood gushed from the wounds left by the sharp teeth. Bjorn could already feel the poison spreading, a chilling numbness creeping up his right leg. The toxin seemed to wash away his fear. However, as he settled into a battle stance, I know you're hiding out there, he yelled into the darkness. Come on out. He decided it was better to face it head on, but all he heard was silence. Why is it so quiet? He growled, his anger rising. Show yourself, you coward, he bellowed, calling it out. Bjorn wondered if he was just imagining things. Maybe there were no goblins around after all. Fine, even if I'm being an idiot, he muttered. Give me a sign, I'll come to you myself. He was determined to be the idiot who survived. Your mother was a goblin, your father was a goblin, and all your brothers were goblins too. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness. The bleeding wouldn't stop. He realized this was bad. A person's mind gets hazy when they lose too much blood. He wondered if this was it. It felt like he'd been drinking. Staggering forward and leaving a trail of blood, he continued his tirade. And you, he slurred. You're a goblin too. A noise from behind made him freeze. The protagonist scowled as he heard the distinct sound of footsteps. It was finally on the move. He spun around. "What's the matter? Don't like me talking about your family?" he taunted. The footsteps had appeared from behind him. He figured it had been waiting for him to move past its hiding spot. He still couldn't see the monster, but he knew it was there. Bjorn decided he had to act fast. He pushed forward, and the goblin shadowed him. Hearing the footsteps again, the protagonist whirled around, shoving his shield out in front of him. The monster stopped dead in its tracks. Bjorn realized the goblin was just toying with him, keeping its distance. When he stopped, the monster stopped too. He scowled in frustration. The goblin was enjoying the sight of its bleeding prey. It wanted him to hear its laughter, to feel the terror, and to die a slow, painful death. A wicked grin spread across its face in the dark. Bjorn mentally cursed its cunning. The goblin wasn't even trying to hide its presence anymore. In that moment, the protagonist knew what he had to do. He had to change his plan. He bolted forward, but suddenly stumbled, crying out as he fell first to his knees, then flat on the ground. He screamed in pain again. He knew, mentally, that the goblin's prey had fallen just as it wished. The monster hesitated, watching Bjorn's collapse. It let out a low growl. He mentally urged it on, telling the monster to just come at him already. The goblin let out another shriek, and in the next instant, Bjorn's hand brushed against a small stone. A stone smacked him in the head. He couldn't help but crack a wry smile. The little monster was testing him, seeing if he was still breathing. Another rock followed, then another. "Heh, clever little bastard," Bjorn muttered, impressed. "Smarter than half the barbarians I've known." A low, guttural rumble started up from the creature's throat, and a chill ran down his spine. It was getting closer. The goblin crept right up to him, its clawed hand reaching out. But then, something shifted. Bjorn's brow furrowed in suspicion. The goblin's eyes shot wide open at the change. That was all the opening Bjorn needed. He exploded upward, his fist a blur, roaring as he swung at the foul creature. But the beast was quick, leaping aside with a sickening grin. Bjorn scowled. His reach was too short. Then, a strange sensation. His body wasn't his own anymore. It moved on pure instinct, his arm lashing out in another devastating strike that sent chips of rock and dust flying. The goblin let out a furious snarl. Bjorn could feel it every twitch, every shift of the monster's weight. He clenched his fist. "I'm stronger," he bellowed, a thought flashing through his mind. "This body." It was nothing like the frail shell that had rotted away in a hospital bed for half a lifetime. He channeled that rage into another thunderous punch, slamming it right into the goblin. "This thing is the prey here," the protagonist roared. He was in the body of a barbarian, and he would use it. Another blow connected, drawing a spray of dark blood from the creature. The goblin's blood splattered across the stone floor as Bjorn unleashed a primal scream, his assault becoming a furious storm of fists. The creature could only whimper as he pressed the attack. He hammered away with brutal efficiency, waiting for the life to drain from its eyes. The goblin was helpless, clasping his hands together, his face a mask of grim determination. He raised his arms for the finishing strike. With a final grunt of effort, he brought them crashing down. More blood arced through the air. And then, a system notification. A notification declared the goblin defeated, granting him 1 experience point. Bjorn stared at the mangled corpse, momentarily frozen as he watched the ice monster begin to dissolve into sparks of light. Sweat poured down his face as he suddenly froze in shock, realizing that the creature's body vanished, just like in a video game, where the corpse had been. A single, glowing stone now rested. Bjorn instantly knew what it was the currency of this place. The dungeon's spoils. He snatched the stone from the ground, holding it up to the faint light to get a better look. An assessment popped into his mind, a 9th tier magic crystal. Its value barely enough for a loaf of bread. A bitter smirk crossed his lips. All that for a damn piece of bread. Suddenly, his legs gave out. It all came flooding back to him. Labyrinths, monsters that vanished upon death, and left items behind. The city beyond these walls, with its familiar landmarks and mix of different races, there was no doubt. This was the world of the game he knew. But this was something more. Forcing himself back to his feet, Bjorn made a silent vow. He would not, could not, mistake this game for anything but reality. He leaned against the cold stone wall, stumbling deeper into the labyrinth, a crimson trail marking his path. Then, the system chimed in again. Repeated notifications warned him of the bleeding status effect. Bjorn was on his hands and knees now, breathing in ragged gasps, his face a mask of desperation. When the system announced his bleeding status yet again, he snapped. Shut up, he growled. I get it, I'm crawling around like a damn dog. With a broken leg. Beads of sweat dripped from his face with the sheer effort, but he forced himself to keep dragging his body forward. Forgetting about human dignity seemed like a pretty good idea right about now. It was certainly tempting. He stopped trying to use his mangled leg, and the pain lessened, allowing him to move faster. Besides, staying low to the ground was tempting because he was no longer stepping into traps. He kept crawling, only to have his hand brush against a trigger mechanism. Damn it, he cursed, realizing he'd found another one. Now his entire body was screaming in agony, but survival was all that mattered. He had to keep moving. And still, the system relentlessly reminded him that he was affected by the bleeding debuff. A glance at his leg confirmed it was a mess. Bjorn's heart pounded. The bleeding wasn't stopping. He realized this was no longer a joke. He decided he needed to find help. He needed help. Now. Each breath was a struggle as he dragged himself onward, his body drenched in sweat. But he wouldn't give up. The protagonist clung to the thought that if he just kept going in one direction, he'd eventually escape this darkness. He crawled on, his mind wandering to Ohm. He wondered absently what had become of him. The memory flashed, vivid and sickening, the chieftain's blade slicing through his neck. Did I really die, he wondered? Or did I just wake up in a real body? The system's reminder about his bleeding pulled him back. In moments like this, he was starting to understand why people wanted to believe in gods. But he was forced to shove those thoughts aside for a moment, even as the system, after several more automated repetitions, finally warned that his health points were running out. Less than 5% remained. The character could die if he was not cured. Hearing that, Bjorn grimly acknowledged it. In a moment of sheer despair, he wanted something to hope for, just like in his current situation. He kept dragging himself forward when he noticed a subtle shift. The oppressive darkness around him was starting to recede. He realized he was moving in the right direction. It was getting brighter. He was sure this had to be it. He assumed the entire first level couldn't possibly be immersed in darkness. He decided he had to reach the light zone. He crawled onward, trying to focus his blurry vision. He figured that in the light, there would be several people who could help him. But suddenly, a figure exactly like him appeared in his path. Grinning, this copy said that Bjorn looked ridiculous. He raised his head, staring at the double in amazement. He heard it ask why others would help a dying barbarian. He wasn't some kind of beauty, and besides, he didn't have brains either. He was just an ordinary savage, only slightly stronger than other people. The protagonist assumed he was going crazy. Grinning weakly, he called his copy a smartass, noting that it was him, yet it claimed he had no brains. He asked if he really shouldn't move anywhere now. Bjorn was still sure he needed to do something, but he mentally noted he was starting to hallucinate. As he rose, the copy said the protagonist would run. Into monsters, not people, Bjorn countered, noting that he could see better here. His personality was splitting, mixing, and splitting again. He was sure that he would definitely go crazy if he lost any more blood. He grinned desperately, deciding that he needed to survive at all costs. But another part of him asked how he was going to survive. That same part suggested he look at himself. But Bjorn still wanted to survive. He mentally begged for a chance. Just as he was hoping someone would appear, a cynical voice in his head mocked him, calling him a pathetic loser for thinking he wasn't about to die. That same voice urged him to just give up, insisting it would be the easier way out. But the hero fiercely silenced that part of himself, vowing he would never surrender. He finally spotted a glimmer of light, a surge of hope, but a system notification flashed, warning him that his health was critical, with less than 4% remaining. Bjorn gasped for air, forcing himself to crawl forward. Since he couldn't speak, he screamed for help in his mind, and suddenly, he saw them. A party of adventurers was just ahead. When one of them turned and locked eyes with him, the hero's heart jumped. He recognized them. It was Parson who spoke up, getting Draw's attention. He gestured with his chin and said, "Look over there. Some barbarian is bleeding out." Draw squinted, asking him to repeat that. As they spoke, another system alert chimed health was now below 3%. With the bleeding effect still active, his life force dwindled even further. Soon it was less than 2%. Bjorn's breathing was shallow, but then a new system message appeared, announcing that for fulfilling the condition of dropping below 2% health, he would receive a bonus stat point. Draw, now crouching beside him, observed that he was just a rookie. Bjorn mentally shot back. I know that, you moron! And desperately pleaded for help in his thoughts. Draw grew suspicious. How did a newbie like you get this far ahead of us? He questioned, as the rest of the party stared down at the hero. Bjorn mustered all his remaining energy to ask for aid, but when only a gurgle escaped his lips, he cursed his own powerlessness. Unable to form a single word, he tried again, mentally screaming at Draw to stop staring and just help him already. Draw was quiet for a moment. His eyes narrowed, as he sized him up. Then, a slow grin spread across his face. He called over his shoulder, Hey, you're a priestess, aren't you? How about helping this guy out? Bjorn was stunned. A priestess in their party, that had to mean she was a high-level player. A wave of relief washed over him. It felt like a miracle. He thought he was finally saved. But then Urin flatly stated, I refuse. The hero was dumbfounded. Draw's grin only widened as he asked, Is that so? Bjorn couldn't believe it. Draw, realizing this was a dead end, turned his attention to another party member. Parson, he called out. Toss me a potion? Parson's face soured. That's for emergencies, he argued. What if we get into trouble and run out of holy power? But Draw was insistent. You have plenty of them, he countered. I'll pay you back once we're back in town. Parson grumbled under his breath, still hesitating, but finally, with a groan of frustration, he relented and tossed a vial over. Draw caught it, uncorking it with a smirk. This is gonna sting a little, he warned Bjorn. Bjorn couldn't care less about the pain. He just wanted Draw to hurry up. As soon as the lid was off, Draw poured the contents of the vial onto the hero's leg. Steam hissed violently from the wound as a system message confirmed. Health rapidly regenerating due to a medium potion's effect. The next instant, Bjorn's eyes flew open. What is happening? He thought, before a raw scream tore from his throat. His mind was consumed by a single thought, agonizing pain. It felt as though his very bones were dissolving in acid. Now he understood why the game forbade using potions during a fight. The agony was completely overwhelming. He fought to catch his breath after the scream, while Draw casually tossed the empty flask aside. A few moments later, when the potion's effects were complete, Bjorn's leg was fully healed. He slowly got to his feet, amazed he was still alive after giving up all hope. Glad you survived, Draw said, holding up a hand to stop him. Now, why don't you explain how a newcomer managed to get here ahead of our party? Do you know a secret route? Bjorn instantly understood why Draw had helped him. There's no such thing as a free lunch, he thought bitterly. Out loud, he confessed. I don't know any passages. I just appeared here right after entering the labyrinth. Draw stroked his chin, lost in thought. Frowning, he asked, Are you telling the truth? He vaguely recalled hearing that unstable dimensional portals could sometimes drop people into the deep zone, but the odds were so slim it was said to happen only once every 100 years. Bjorn clenched his jaw, furious. He couldn't believe it. This party had a priestess, which meant they were at least mid-level. Yet he, on his very first attempt, had encountered a phenomenon that they had only heard stories about. Draw finally turned to leave with his team. Well, that's an interesting story. Thanks, he said dismissively. Bjorn froze, lowering his gaze to avoid eye contact with the adventurers. Then Draw called out, Don't worry about paying for the potion. Those words made the hero look up in shock. In the labyrinth, time was money, and for them to have wasted any of it on him was nothing short of a miracle. He watched the retreating party disappear, then picked up his sword. He told himself he should just be thankful he made it out alive. But as he stood there, a wave of humiliation washed over him. Meanwhile, the adventurers, lighting their way with magic, followed the bloody trail Bjorn had left behind. Parson smirked. That kid sure was lucky, he remarked. Draw just grunted. Lucky? He almost died the second he got here. He fell for a simple goblin trap. Parson scoffed. People like that don't survive long. He was lucky to run into us. The woman on the team chimed in with a smile. More like he was lucky Draw helped him. And not you. You're such a cheapskate. You wouldn't have even shared a single potion. Parson sneered. There are tons of idiots like him out there. Am I supposed to waste my potions? On every last one of them. He turned to Urin. You agree, right? The priestess just looked away sadly without answering. The other woman, holding out a hand to shield her, stepped forward indignantly. Do you really think everyone is as heartless as you, Parson? She shot back. If it wasn't for the temple's rules, Urin would have helped him, Parson retorted sarcastically. Oh, really? Are you so sure about that? This world is full of cold people, he added. But the woman wasn't backing down. Leaning closer to Parson, she said, Maybe you should learn a thing or two from Draw. Parson snapped back. You mean how he tried to squeeze a secret route out of a dying man? See, you did the right thing, doctor, the girl shouted. Barbarians don't take charity. Draft just laughed sheepishly, scratching his cheek. She's really laying on the praise, he thought, after they'd walked a bit further. He sighed. So, when do we finally reach the start of this blood trail? It felt like it was stretching on forever. The girl replied, judging by how far Bjorn had to crawl, he wasn't so lucky. She then asked, Isn't that right? Parson grumbled. We should be there soon. Suddenly, Draft pointed off to the side. We should cut through here, not follow the blood. It'll be faster this way, he explained. R remarked, Having a guide is incredibly convenient. Draft has the entire map of the first level memorized, the other girl added. Most guides can only give you a general direction. Is that really true? Ina asked, impressed. After a while longer, Draft finally stopped, scanning the area. We're the first to arrive, he thought. So all that rushing paid off. They stood before a large stone slab. As Draft approached and placed his palm on its surface, a shimmering portal materialized behind it. With a smile, he announced, The gateway to the second level is open. Let's move, he urged his team. But just before stepping through, the girl glanced aside, her eyes catching something in the portal's glow. Everyone, wait, she called out. The team froze, turning to see what was wrong. She pointed a trembling finger toward the ground. Next to a trap lay a pool of blood and a single sandal. Isn't that Bjorn's shoe? She asked. The mage raised a hand. Looks like it. He gathered a ball of magical energy and sent it flying down the blood trail they had abandoned. The rest of the team could only stare, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. The mage turned to Draft. Hey, how far is it to the spot where we first ran into him? If we hadn't taken that shortcut, Draft calculated. The distance is about 15 kilometers. The mage frowned, then let out a dark laugh. That guy crawled that entire distance, in total darkness. What a monster. After a moment of silence, Parson suddenly spoke up. That main character? He's insane. The girl looked at him, confused. Parson, she asked. He stood there, frowning, lost in thought. Could I have crawled for hours like that? At first, he hadn't processed it, but now the memory came rushing back, the man extending a hand toward them, holding something. He remembered how the hero's hand trembled as he opened his palm, revealing a magic crystal. He crawled all that way and never let go of. The one item he had to trade. Parson finally understood. It's because he had nothing else left. Aloud, he said, I take back what I said. He looked at Draft. What was that barbarian's name again? He recalled his own thoughts about Bjorn just being a lucky rookie, but now he knew better. Psychos like that don't just roll over and die. He pictured the man's desperate face during the monster fight. He wouldn't just give in to death. Sometime later, a system notification alerted Bjorn. You have defeated the goblin. Well, he thought. After that little dance with death, things are certainly different now. He took down a few more goblins, and upon spotting the next one, he yelled, Crushing blow! He slammed his shield into the goblin's jaw with all his might, making it shriek in agony. He kept running, into more of them. As he smashed another one, he noted that they just kept coming and coming. The first time, he was a nervous wreck. But now that he could see clearly, the goblins were no challenge at all. The floor was littered with randomly placed traps. Bjorn carefully stepped around them, thinking, These goblins are like cockroaches. You'd think they could at least cover their traps with a little dirt. One of the monsters leaped from behind cover, screaming as it tried to ambush him. Too predictable. Bjorn thought, their attack patterns and ambush spots are obvious. He spun around instantly, smashing it with his shield. Pathetic, he yelled. You missed. Blood sprayed from the creature as it was sent flying. As he watched it fall, Bjorn realized there was just one problem. He clenched his jaw and cursed under his breath. He was starving. The tribal chieftain had given them some rations, and remembering this, the hero glanced down at the small pouch on his belt. But when he untied it, he saw the bottom had been sliced open. Most of his food was gone. Damn it, he growled in horror. He guessed that crawling across the rough ground hadn't been the best idea. Out of 7 days' worth of rations, 5 days' worth had been lost. He pulled out a piece of bread and bit into it savagely. I'll have to make this last. He sank to the floor, setting his shield aside, and frowned as he tossed the last crumb into his mouth. Why does this stale bread taste so good? He could feel the sweetness as it dissolved. After chewing for a moment, he was suddenly hit with a powerful thirst. He looked around. Now, where am I supposed to find water? Great, he thought with disgust. One problem after another. He remembered that the game, Dungeon in Stone, had a hunger system, but it always worked within the labyrinth. He never had to carry water. Eating was enough. But this wasn't a game. Sighing, Bjorn mused that the game was hard enough, but reality was a complete disaster. He got up and started searching. This is just a world that follows game-like rules. As he walked, he realized something. If they don't give you water, it must mean you can find a source somewhere inside the labyrinth. After wandering a little further, he heard it, the sound he was desperate for. I knew it. He thought triumphantly, recognizing the unmistakable sound of running water. He pushed forward and saw a knight squatting by a small spring. He was surprised to see another person. The knight was screwing the cap on a bottle he'd just filled. He frowned as he looked up at Bjorn, but said nothing. This is the first person I've met here, Bjorn thought, besides Draf's party. But neither of them spoke a word. After securing his water, the knight simply stood up and walked away, leaving Bjorn by the spring. He remembered the unspoken rule, don't bother other adventurers unless absolutely necessary. With that, he kept moving. He spread the stones he'd collected out before him, counting a total of 44. He'd gathered quite a haul, and now he knew it was a genuine miracle he hadn't died back there. But a new issue had cropped up. He was dead tired after hunting so many goblins. It had been worth it, but he was getting incredibly sleepy, letting out a yawn so huge it brought tears to his eyes. There were 2 ways to rest inside the labyrinth. The first was to just risk it and hope for the best while you slept. The second was finding people who would stand guard. Bjorn opted for the second approach. He spotted 2 adventurers and offered to join them, but his harsh and threatening appearance made them recoil in fear. They stammered an apology, claiming their party was full before turning and bolting. The protagonist just stood there, startled. He watched them flee with a desperate frown. Other adventurers gave him the same excuse, that their group was already full, and the next team Bjorn found looked disgusted. They sneered that they didn't need a barbarian, complaining that he reeked of blood. Eventually, he gave up trying and just froze, asking himself who would have thought every single person would reject him. He clenched his jaw, scowled, and silently cursed them all. He wasn't looking for a permanent party, just a group to safely spend the night with. Suddenly, he heard someone call his name and he even flinched in surprise. Turning, he saw a man named Hans with a friendly smile, holding out his hand and asking if he was looking for a knight companion. Bjorn's brow furrowed as he asked the man to repeat himself, wondering who this Hans guy even was. Hans explained that he looked like a reliable barbarian, which made him think they could take turns sleeping. It finally clicked for Bjorn, who mentally yelled that he could have just said that from the start. In the end, he admitted he was looking for a knight companion, remembering the phrase was an in-game term. Hans smiled, relieved. That's great, he said, suggesting they help each other out as he offered a handshake. Bjorn thought to himself that in the game, these arrangements felt like a casual sleepover with friends, but in real life, it sounded kind of creepy. He pushed the thought aside, stated his name, and returned the handshake. As they shook, Hans decided that he would just call him by his first name. He added that while a group of 3 was better, they would just waste energy if they went looking for another person. So he proposed the 2 of them just spend the night together. Seeing his expression, Bjorn asked himself, why is this happening? He pressed his lips together, noting how weird it sounded. Maybe it was just the way Hans talked. Finally breaking the handshake, he agreed. Hans was thrilled, suggesting they play rock, paper, scissors to see who would take the first watch. And that's how they settled on spending the night, together in the labyrinth. Thinking about it, Bjorn cursed inwardly. It still sounded way too strange. When they played, Hans won, so he got to sleep first, though he made sure to ask if Bjorn was okay with that. The protagonist didn't argue, just grumbled to himself that he knew he'd lose, figuring that luck was clearly not on his side. Hans handed him a watch and told him to take it, explaining what it was before pointing a finger at the dial. He asked Bjorn to wake him up when the shorthand reached that specific spot. The protagonist guessed he assumed barbarians didn't know how to tell time. But Hans interrupted his thoughts, asking if he understood. He looked ready to explain it again, but Bjorn just said he got it. Internally, he noted that Hans was already getting on his nerves. He realized everyone must think barbarians are idiots and took a closer look at the watch, realizing it was quite expensive. This was nothing but a headache so far, but he figured he could eventually use this prejudice against barbarians to his own benefit. Soon, Hans was lying on the ground, looking completely at ease. Bjorn wondered if all experienced adventurers were this casual. He then wondered if Hans would let him borrow his sleeping bag if he asked. There wasn't a goblin or another adventurer in sight, so the protagonist was bored out of his mind, but he figured it was for the best. Still, looking at the watch, he yawned and wished for time to move faster. At last, when the hand hit the mark, Bjorn woke Hans up, telling him it was time. Hans opened his eyes, sat up, and scratched the back of his head, asking if anything unusual happened. The protagonist reported that it was all clear. Hans thanked him, said it was his turn to sleep, and promised to wake him in 2 hours. Bjorn agreed with a weary look, but mentally, he knew he wasn't going to sleep a wink. He returned the watch, and Hans was relieved he didn't break it, offering a smile, watching him. The protagonist wondered how anyone could trust someone they just met. He lay down on the ground and decided he would snore like a savage who'd had a long day. Closing his eyes, he began to fake it, hoping that Hans wouldn't catch on. He cracked an eye open for a moment before closing it again, continuing his loud snoring. Hans quietly mumbled that barbarians are a very strange race. Hearing his words, the protagonist was pleased, knowing his act was working. He thought that Hans was easy to read because he believed all barbarians were simpletons. Turning over onto his side, Bjorn mentally sneered. "That's right, I'm just a dumb barbarian, sleeping like a log." Opening his eyes slightly, he kept snoring, thinking he was completely vulnerable. "Come on, Hans," he thought. "Show me your real intentions. Hurry up." However, after some time passed, he found himself sitting on a stone, having given up and deciding to just guard the sleeping man. He glared angrily at Hans, noticing he hadn't done anything for 2 entire hours. He wondered if maybe he should have just slept for a bit. He watched the sleeping Hans, and then reminded himself not to let his guard down around strangers. He resolved not to sleep until he was certain he could trust Hans. He was so exhausted he could die, but sleep just wouldn't come. After a moment, a voice shouted his name, and Bjorn's eyes snapped open, staring straight ahead. Hans was standing over him with a smile. The protagonist insisted he wasn't asleep, but Hans just advised him to at least wipe away his drool. Looking away awkwardly, Bjorn apologized. Hans, still smiling, told him not to worry about it, adding that they were lucky nothing had happened. Because of that, he decided not to chew him out. Bjorn frowned, weary, but thanked Hans and offered to take the watch a bit longer if he needed. Hans waved it off, saying everything was fine and pointing out how tired the protagonist looked. Since it was his turn anyway, he told him to lie down, and Bjorn thanked him. He took the opportunity to rest, his mind drifting back to when he first met Hans. The man had seemed so kind, even being the first to speak to him when he was struggling. On top of that, he didn't even scold him for falling asleep on duty. As he mulled it over, the protagonist recalled Hans's words about them being lucky. Because nothing bad happened while he was asleep, everything was fine. He'd refused to punish him for his mistake. But in the game, Bjorn knew so well, things never worked out like that. He lay down anyway, thinking to himself that people this kind simply didn't exist. Suddenly, a loud crack shattered the silence, and his eyes flew open. He saw Hans standing over him, wearing that same smile and asking if he was awake. He told him to get a little more sleep, then raised a bloody hammer high above his head. Bjorn's face twisted in confusion. The next instant, the weapon came crashing down, causing the protagonist's eyes to widen in shock. He rolled desperately to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. The impact sent a cloud of dust and rock fragments into the air as Bjorn scrambled to his feet. He leaped back, bringing his shield up and planting his feet on the ground. Hans stared back in complete surprise, shocked that he had managed to dodge. The protagonist glared at him, his face a mask of cold fury. Noticing the raw anger in his eyes, Hans begged him to wait and listen. Bjorn was furious that he would even try to justify himself now. Cursing internally, he charged forward as Hans, despite the situation, tried to get him to stop. As he kept running, the protagonist snarled, "How stupid do you think barbarians are?" Clenching his jaw, he slammed his shield upward. The impact launched Hans into the air as blood sprayed from his mouth. He coughed, frowning, while Bjorn dug his feet deeper into the ground to maintain his stance. After hitting the ground, Hans trembled, pressing a palm against the protagonist's shield just to stay upright. He begged him to stop, promising he would explain everything. Bjorn observed that, unlike the goblins, he hadn't died from a single hit. That meant he'd have to strike again. Pressing his lips into a thin line, he slammed his shield forward once more, using a crushing blow and cursing Hans as he did. Hans flew sideways, hitting the ground with a hard thud and a scream. His entire body was shaking, but he still tried to get back on his feet. He was breathing in ragged gasps as Bjorn stalked toward him, his expression furious. Hans stuttered out an apology and, through tears, begged for his life. His face was a mangled mess as he held out a palm. Bjorn's frown deepened as he demanded to know why. Hans explained that he only wanted to knock him unconscious. That way, he could take the magic crystals for himself. The protagonist couldn't believe it. Was Hans really trying to kill a man for a few measly crystals? He continued his pathetic excuses, admitting he also planned to take Bjorn's shield. Since the gear of newbie barbarians was high quality and sold easily, he looked at it desperately. The protagonist asked if that was really all there was to it. A twisted, happy smile spread across Hans's face as he shouted that it was. He hopefully asked if Bjorn would let him go now, but Bjorn simply swung his leg back, not planning on it. He could feel the man was still hiding something. He drove another powerful kick into Hans, sending a spray of blood into the air as the man cried out in pain, pinning him to the ground with his foot. The protagonist decided to ask one last time and ordered Hans to start talking. As Hans cried out in agony, Bjorn thought about how killing another adventurer in Dungeon and Stone was a serious crime. He was certain there had to be another reason. Finally, Hans grabbed at the leg, crushing his chest, trying to relieve the pressure. He screamed that it was all because of Bjorn's heart. The protagonist asked what he meant, and Hans explained that a barbarian's heart sold for a fortune. He admitted he'd heard some people used it as an ingredient for powerful new magic. He pictured a heart hovering over glowing circles, crackling with energy, and just like that, Bjorn understood everything. In Hans's eyes, he was no different from a goblin difficult to hunt, but the potential profit made it worth the risk, and the reward was huge. Without taking his foot off Hans's body, the protagonist asked why he hadn't attacked the first time he fell asleep. Hans confessed that he'd wanted to get some rest himself. Bjorn realized it wasn't caution, but cold pragmatism. He had decided to use the protagonist to the very last. Hans trembled, looking at him with a sliver of hope, ignoring the blood and sweat pouring down his face. He asked if it was true that Bjorn would forgive him now that he'd told him everything. Bjorn froze, staring silently, before a slow smirk spread across his face. "Forgive you?" he asked. He pointed out that he would meet plenty of others just like Hans, and warned that they would all say the exact same thing. Hans looked at him desperately, terrified by his words. The protagonist asked if he honestly believed he would forgive people like him every single time. He glared down, at him menacingly, and Hans screamed that of course he wouldn't, insisting that he himself wasn't like the others. But Bjorn, instead of responding, simply raised the hand holding his shield and prepared to strike. Hans screamed in desperation, promising he would give him everything he had. He rambled that he didn't have much on him, but he could give him more once they got back to the city. The protagonist's grip on his shield tightened. Hans continued to beg, asking for just one more chance and promising he wouldn't regret it. However, despite his pleas, Bjorn simply brought his arm down. Blood sprayed into the air. A little while later, he reflected that only a single day had passed since he came to this world. He looked at the blood beginning to pool from Hans's body, and at his hand, which had fallen lifelessly to the ground. For a long moment, he stood there, frozen in place. He dropped his shield onto Hans' still form, assuming the man was dead. A moment later, the system chimed. The first kill condition had been fulfilled. As a reward, Bjorn received an extra 1 point to his spirit stat. 2 days had now passed since his arrival in this world, and the system updated his status. He had equipped the shoulder pads, boosting his item level by 13 points. On top of that, he'd put on the backpack, which expanded his inventory. The hammer he now wielded also increased his item level by another 30 points. With the shield in one hand and the hammer in the other, Bjorn pushed deeper into the labyrinth. The backpack settled on his shoulders, his brow furrowed in focus. He was no longer a complete savage. Now, he drank from a flask when thirsty, checked a compass for direction, and consulted a clock to track the time. He could even patch up his wounds with potions and bandages. The irony wasn't lost on him. Only after killing a man did he finally start living like one. As he continued his trek through the dungeon, the system adjusted his character information, adding the new points he'd earned. When a goblin appeared, the hero swung his new weapon, obliterating the monster in a single, devastating strike. The hammer vaporized goblins with just one hit. He briefly wondered if he should have picked a weapon instead of the shield from the start. But then again, he never knew he could fight this well. He sighed, staring at the blood-soaked hammer, and wondered if this was just his barbarian nature taking over. It was like his body moved on its own during combat. His thoughts were cut short as 2 armed goblins suddenly ambushed him from the side. Bjorn tightened his grip on his axe, thinking that ever since the second day, goblins had started showing up in pairs. Thanks to the new weapon, his combat prowess had skyrocketed. The goblins charged with sneers on their faces, eager for fresh prey. But with an effortless swing, he sent both monsters flying backward. His movements were becoming more refined. He took advantage of their disorientation, finishing them off with a few more crushing blows. He dropped to one knee in a spreading pool of blood, waiting for the goblin corpses to fade away. Sweat dripped down his face. He was nearing his limit. The battles had been relentless since the encounter with Hans, and he knew he was about to collapse from exhaustion. He had to sleep. He figured it was better to risk it alone than with a companion he couldn't trust, so he slumped against a nearby wall. Leaning back, he closed his eyes and sighed. The goblin's earlier wound throbbed, a constant threat, but his sheer fatigue was the real killer. He couldn't get any real rest. His eyes snapped open. He let out a curse. The moment he'd drifted off, more goblins had appeared. He glared at the fresh wave of enemies. With a furious scowl, he roared that it hadn't even been 10 minutes. Cursing the monsters, he swung his hammer with everything he had left. The goblins shrieked in terror as the protagonist's strike landed with enough force to kick up a massive cloud of dust. He leaned back against the wall again. They were all dead. He closed his eyes, begging silently for the monsters to just stop spawning and let him get a little bit of sleep. Sometime later, a system notification flared in his mind. The character was attacked by a goblin in his sleep. Bjorn's eyes shot open. A goblin was growling in satisfaction as it drove a blade deep into his chest. He hadn't heard a thing. He snarled, enraged. "Get off me!" he bellowed, smashing a powerful blow straight into the goblin's face. The creature went flying. Its companion's eyes widened in sheer terror. The monster's body sailed past its partner at an incredible speed. The hero stared down the remaining goblin. "You're next," he growled. It whimpered in fear at his menacing glare, turned and bolted. Bjorn let it go. "Yeah, you better run," he muttered. He didn't have the energy to chase it anyway. He grunted in pain as blood poured from his new wound. If he'd been a little shorter, that goblin would have stabbed him right in the throat. He hadn't even sensed its approach. He needed to rest properly. But first, the wound. He pulled out a potion, twisted off the cap, and poured the liquid directly into the gash. He clenched his jaw and shut his eyes. Why did a healing potion hurt worse than the knife that caused the injury? It had been 14 hours since the incident with Hans. By now, everyone was looking for knight companions. But Bjorn couldn't bring himself to trust anyone, not when a barbarian's heart was such a prize. His eyes narrowed. Maybe, just maybe, he could find another barbarian, a brother he could trust. He decided it was worth a shot. After searching for a while, he ran into a group that hailed him with a smile. "Looking for some knight companions," they asked. "Humans," he thought with disgust. He frowned as another team, also all human, approached him. One of the men noticed his weary state. "You look beat. Want to join us?" Another pair of adventurers chimed in. "You'd make 3 of us. It's always safer sleeping with a barbarian." Bjorn's anger flared again. Everyone he met was making the same offer. He scowled, sighed, and flatly refused them. "No, I'm looking for other barbarians." He was drenched in blood, wearing a single sandal, and knew he must look like a monster. One of the men who had offered help stared at him, surprised. "You're really looking for other barbarians? You might have some trouble with that." Bjorn's brow furrowed in confusion. "Why?" he asked. The man explained that even newly initiated barbarians were leveling up at an insane pace. "There are probably less than 100 of them left on the entire first floor," he said. The protagonist sighed, his lips pressed into a thin line. He knew it was true. With a body this strong, it was strange for any barbarian to linger on the first floor for so long. The man smiled and started to walk away. "May Rappia favor you," he called out. Bjorn gave a small thanks. Was searching for other barbarians really pointless? He had to be realistic. He just needed a knight companion, not necessarily one of his kind. The only rule was that it couldn't be a human. With that thought, he continued walking. I decided my next companion should be non-human, something closer to a barbarian. Maybe an elf, since they always keep their promises. Or even a dwarf, they were the most. Similar to my own kind. Honestly, anything would do, as long as it wasn't another human. Most other races had their own unique traits, making them less likely to backstab someone who looked like them. Lost in thought, I let my feet carry me deeper into the caves. After wandering for another hour, I finally spotted her. It was Owen, a lone traveler, sitting with her head down, knees pulled tightly to her chest as she stared blankly into the darkness. I froze, my attention locked on her. The sound must have startled her, because she finally looked up, her body jolting in surprise before her face hardened into a frown. A flicker of relief went through me. I'd found someone. Owen, however, just stared back with a hint of terror in her eyes as a system notification chimed in my head. Wounded elf discovered. Drawing her attention? I asked, "Are you alone?" Owen's eyes widened in horror. Her lips pressed into a thin, determined line as she snatched her bow from the ground, ready for a fight. I could see she was on edge, but I couldn't blame her. Any injured person would be terrified if a mountain of a barbarian suddenly appeared before them. I tilted my head, my brow furrowed, and that's when I saw it, an arrow shaft protruding from her stomach. Blood stained the fabric of her clothes around the wound. This wasn't the clumsy work of goblins, keeping my face a stony mask. I asked, "Was it humans who did this to you?" She tried to rise to her feet but couldn't hold her balance, stumbling back to her knees. Then, clasping her hands together in a desperate plea, she begged me to forgive her as tears of pure despair welled in her eyes. I just stared, completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. "Please," Owen begged. "Just let me go this one time. I have a little brother at home with no one else to look after him." A frown creased my face. Where did they find such a pathetic elf? The elves in the game were always so cold and aloof. At first glance, this one seemed no different. But if I'd known she had such a fragile personality, I wouldn't have been so direct. I knelt, bringing myself down to her level, and decided to try a smile to clear up this whole misunderstanding. Owen looked at me, flinching in sheer terror as I lowered myself. Then I smiled and said, "Don't worry." Her eyes shot wide open. I added, "I'm not going to kill you. Yet." That was the wrong thing to say. In her eyes, I must have looked like a monster. I could almost hear her thoughts. "He's a deceiver." Trembling, she squeezed her eyes shut as tears streamed down her cheeks. Stammering, she whimpered, "I understand. You're a barbarian. But is this really necessary?" She pleaded again. "Please, just this once. Let me go." Beads of sweat formed on my forehead from the sheer stress. I clenched my jaw. What in the world did the barbarians do to everyone else? It seemed every single word I said just terrified her more. Someone must have completely destroyed our reputation. Shrugging off my pack, I pulled out a few items and tossed them to her. "You'd better treat that wound," I said flatly. "We can talk after." She looked at me, stunned, then glanced down at the items I'd given her. "Are these rich leaves?" she asked in disbelief. "And you have a bandage too." Hearing her, I finally realized what they were. Rich leaves. I'd never used them myself, always afraid they might be some kind of poison. Still baffled, she asked, "Why are you giving these to me? Do you really need a reason to help someone who's hurt?" I shot back. Of course, I had my own reasons, but I kept those to myself. Out loud, I promised, "I'll keep watch. Just focus on patching yourself up." She froze for a moment without a word. My mind was already racing. She could be my companion for the night. I know it sounds bad, but for her, it wasn't a terrible deal. She was injured, exhausted, and beautiful, which made her a target. Right now, she was in a much worse position than I was. A few minutes later, she announced, "I'm finished," and set aside the leftover leaves and the blood-soaked bandage. I was surprised at how fast she worked. Her hands were incredibly nimble. I took stock of her condition. She seemed less guarded now. It was time for a proper introduction. "My name is Bjorn," I said, my gaze serious. She seemed a little flustered and looked away, hesitating for a moment before finally telling me her name. I sat down on the ground across from her and asked bluntly, "Why were you so afraid of me?" Owen explained. "Because I am an elf, and you are a barbarian." I let out a short, humorless laugh. "And what does that have to do with anything? Elves and barbarians. We're usually hostile to each other," she said. I grunted. I suppose that's true. But in my head, I thought, this is interesting. It's the first time hearing about any hostility. In the game, our two races had a perfectly normal relationship. A flicker of fear crossed her face again. She quickly tried to backtrack, explaining, "The war ended 10 years ago. I don't hold anything against barbarians. That's why I don't want to fight." She lowered her head. I paused. 10 years. Has it really been that long? I didn't know how much time had passed since the era of the game, but I decided to worry about that later. First, I had to reassure her. "I don't hold anything against you either," I said. A small, hopeful smile graced her lips. "Really?" she asked, her eyes shining. I ignored the question and got straight to the point. "Would you like to be my night companion?" She blinked in confusion. I clarified. "I'm exhausted, and I'm sure you are too. How about we join forces for one night?" Owen frowned, thinking it over. She must have recalled something, because she said, "I have heard that barbarians value their military honor above all else." Placing her palms together, she looked me dead in the eye and asked, "Can you swear on your military honor that you will not bring me harm?" "Do I really need to swear?" I asked. Owen flinched and waved her hands frantically, promising, "I will also swear on the name of my tribe." I couldn't care less about military honor, but I could see it might be useful here. I finally agreed. "Fine, but let's clarify one thing first." Relieved, she asked, "What is it?" My eyes narrowed slightly. "You keep addressing me so formally, calling me Mr." He insisted that wasn't necessary, asking her to call him by his first name. He silently noted that, while he was a different story, she was only 20 years old. Distracting himself from that line of thought, he pressed a fist to his chest, closed his eyes, and swore on his military honor. Owen followed suit, folding her palms together, closing her eyes, and bowing her head slightly, swearing on the name of her tribe that she would not attack her companion in the night. Bjorn repeated the oath at the same time. Once they finished, he felt a wave of relief, glad he could finally get some rest. After that, he announced he would sleep first, suggesting Owen would feel more at ease that way. She bashfully replied that it was not necessary, but if he insisted, she wouldn't mind taking the first watch. Bjorn handed his timepiece to her, telling her to take it and warning her to be careful because it was expensive. Owen stared at the watch, surprised, and promised she would be cautious while the protagonist settled himself on the ground. He sighed, annoyed, and grumbled to himself. Who would have thought getting a normal night's sleep would be this difficult? He decided to hold out for about 10 minutes just in case. But before he could even complete the thought, he was fast asleep. Sometime later, his eyes snapped open when she called his name. Sitting up, he asked what time it was. She announced that 2 hours had passed, and the protagonist asked himself resentfully, "When did I even manage to fall asleep?" He realized he didn't even have to pretend to snore. Is this some kind of magical blanket and backpack combo? He wondered. He figured if Hans had lent him this set, he would have slept straight through his own death. In that case, he decided it would be better to give it all to Owen. Handing her the items, he told her to take them, cover herself with the blanket, and put the backpack under her head. Owen looked at him in surprise and seemed about to object, but instead, she simply hugged the blanket to herself, looking slightly embarrassed. She gave Bjorn a grateful look, and as she lay down, she said she wouldn't refuse his offer and thanked him. Almost immediately, she closed her eyes and drifted off. The protagonist saw that she was asleep before her head even touched the backpack. He sighed, thinking that she was completely exhausted, figuring her day had been just as rough as his. Leaning against the wall, he noted that he'd only been here for 3 days, but it already felt like 5. He was almost glad his head was filled with these useless thoughts, which for a short while kept him distracted. But then an interesting question popped into his head. What happened to him back in the old world? He guessed he could have been put on a wanted list, but dismissed the idea, unable to imagine who would even come looking for him. Ultimately, he decided it was better not to think about it. Even if there was a way to return, he couldn't do it now. If he kept dwelling on such thoughts, he would lose his will to fight. After a few more hours of restless sleep, it was time to move. Bjorn checked his watch and saw 10 minutes were left. He looked at the sleeping elf, a sudden curiosity striking him. He wondered if he should ask her to come with him. He reasoned that an elf in the party would definitely be an asset, but he also realized he'd have to share the loot with her. Then again, since the 3rd day, the goblins had started appearing in packs. He could handle 3 or 4 by himself. Clasping his hands together, he rested them on his chin, deep in thought. What was better, a peaceful night's sleep or more magic crystals? Suddenly, he was pulled from his thoughts, noticing 2 adventurers off, to the side. One of them stopped abruptly, leaned toward his comrade with a frown, and asked if that was really Weween. His friend, also whispering, noted that it seemed so, since the bow and arrows were hers. They approached Bjorn, speaking louder as they greeted him and asked about his relationship with Erwin. Without answering, his face grew serious as he raised his shield defensively. After a tense pause, he finally said that they were knight companions, as they could clearly see. The guy frowned, remarking that a barbarian and an elf cooperating was unexpected. He then asked how much longer Owen would be asleep. The protagonist glared at him furiously, declaring that he wasn't going to answer him. The adventurer's forehead trembled with a mix of horror and anger. Then, one of them smirked, saying he understood everything. Turning around, he suggested to his comrade that they leave. Bjorn watched them go with a scowl, a bad feeling settling in his gut. Those adventurers were clearly looking for Owen. Once they were gone, he touched her with his palm, saying her name to wake her. She'd just started pulling the blanket over herself, asking him to let her sleep for 5 more minutes. The protagonist froze in shock, frowning in disbelief. He thought to himself, did they really come all this way for her? And she's just going to keep sleeping? He tried to wake her again, telling her to get up, but she only mumbled something incoherent. It was then that the protagonist suddenly realized she was faking it, hiding her face under the blanket. Owen was only pretending she hadn't woken up, while her whole body was covered in a nervous sweat. Suddenly, her eyes shot open as Bjorn grabbed her by the shoulders and lifted her up. Owen screamed in surprise. Leaning in, the protagonist demanded to know why she was pretending. She looked embarrassed, but finally admitted that if she stood up, he would leave her. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes, and she covered her mouth with her hand. Bjorn was surprised, thinking, was she really worried about this? He remembered they weren't full-fledged allies, but had only agreed to cooperate for one night. It was a relationship where they protected each other for a few hours. This meant that the moment Owen opened her eyes, their agreement would be over. Without answering her, he let her go and began to gather his things. He threw his backpack over his shoulders and grabbed his shield. With a sigh, he asked what those two people had wanted from her. She picked up her weapon from the ground and, slightly flustered, exclaimed that she had no idea what those adventurers wanted from her. Bjorn wasn't about to give in and pressed, asking if they knew each other. Owen guessed that those adventurers might be from the same clan as the people who attempted to hurt her. She saw they wore the same emblem on their gear and recalled them calling their group the Crystal Union. The protagonist cursed inwardly. This wasn't just some small party of adventurers, but a massive guild. He knew it was best to keep his distance from Owen, but he hesitated. She was only 20 and had a look of pure terror on her face. With a heavy sigh, he finally suggested they figure it out. As they walked, Owen stared at him, shocked, but quickly snapped out of it and started to follow. She then asked if he was genuinely going to help her. Bjorn laid out his terms first. He'd hear all the details. Then he'd make a decision. But for now, they would stick together to avoid wasting any more time. Owen beamed happily at him and accepted his conditions. She started to explain that she'd met the men on her first day in the labyrinth, and they'd become her travel companions. Recounting the incident, she mentioned waking for a moment and sensing something was terribly wrong. She had spotted a man hovering over her. He smirked and asked if she was awake. He then slid the tip of his tongue from his mouth and told her to go back to sleep. Owen explained she only discovered later that this man was a high-ranking member of the clan that ran a racket on the first floor. She had barely managed to flee, but the Alliance's members kept pursuing her, which is how she had sustained her injuries. Bjorn frowned, confused, not grasping how they had tracked her down. Owen guessed they were probably using communication stones to stay coordinated, and the protagonist repeated the item's name. In his thoughts, surprised, he noted that such a thing had never existed in the game. He asked her for a more detailed explanation, and she described them. Communication stones were mystical artifacts that allowed people to send messages to one another. These items had a radius of roughly 300 meters, and Bjorn understood that this was basically a fantasy version of a walkie-talkie. After analyzing the whole mess, he saw that Owen had no escape route. Her enemies were numerous, and they were also linked by a magical device. This meant that if he abandoned her, she would undoubtedly be captured. Staring at her intently, he asked if she had actually done anything to them. He couldn't figure out why they were hunting her with such determination, and she seemed to hesitate. Seeing her pause, Bjorn figured the adventurers were just trying to get rid of a witness. But Owen lowered her head and confessed it wasn't just that. With an awkward smile, she started waving her hand, clarifying that she had flailed her knife around a bit during her initial escape. And something had happened. At last, she admitted to striking the man in a particular spot. The protagonist's eyes went wide as he stared at her, completely stunned, before asking what spot. Owen looked mortified and, without giving a direct answer, asked if Bjorn could guess. She squeezed her eyes shut and gave a sheepish smile, implying that she had severed one of his body parts entirely in that area, explaining that no potion would ever be able to reattach it. Bjorn stared at her, horrified, as sweat dripped down his brow, cursing her internally. He shouted in his mind that these guys would now hunt her for the rest of her days. He couldn't believe she was smiling, but chalked it up to karma. Awkwardly, she scratched her head with one hand and offered a weak apology to the protagonist. He pressed his lips together firmly. Suddenly, Owen's expression soured, her eyes widening as she gave him a serious warning that they had a tail, telling him not to glance back. Bjorn froze at her words. She focused for a moment, then announced the gap between them was about 150 meters. He noted that at that range, was normally impossible to detect anyone, but he didn't doubt her, assuming it must be one of her innate skills. He warned that they had to increase their speed and asked if she could manage it. She replied that for the time being, she could. And sure enough, she picked up the pace. Bjorn, seeing the blood-soaked bandages, knew the wound could only be getting worse. But Owen didn't utter a single complaint. He realized she had some real grit. They continued their dash through the labyrinth, and after some time passed, Bjorn asked about the distance between them. Owen reported that their position hadn't changed, and the protagonist ground his teeth. He knew they had sped up but still couldn't shake their pursuers, which meant their enemies must have already contacted their allies up ahead. The situation was growing more dangerous. He understood they'd have to eliminate their pursuers if he wanted to help. Now he had to choose his next move. There was no going back, and he knew it, so he decided to weigh his options carefully. He asked himself what the risks were, and what he stood to gain. He was pulled from his thoughts by Owen, who called his name with a slight stutter. He glanced in her direction, seeing the fear in her eyes. Bjorn concluded he needed more information and asked her what her strengths were. Owen declared she was great at washing and cleaning, though she admitted her cooking skills were lacking. The protagonist asked in frustration what on earth she was talking about. He clarified that he was asking about her combat skills, and she, laughing nervously, realized his meaning. She claimed to be a skilled archer who had also learned fire attribute spirit magic. Bjorn observed that she was a capable elven archer with an exceptionally rare attribute and then asked if she had ever taken a life. Owen flinched at his question and tightened her grip on her. Weapon? She confessed that she never had, but then added with a determined look that she was prepared to do so. The protagonist understood completely and asked if she wanted to form a party with him. Owen was dumbfounded, gaping at him in shock. He clarified that they would work together until they left the labyrinth, and the loot split would be 92s, 10 in his favor, adding that he wouldn't accept any negotiations. Owen's brow furrowed in deep thought before she shouted that she agreed. Bjorn, pleased, then asked how far their pursuers were. She informed him that they were now 100 meters behind them. The protagonist grew angry because their rivals were gaining on them even at a full sprint. He saw there was no point in running any further, stopping dead in his tracks. He informed Owen that the plan was changing and ordered her to summon a spirit. She promised she would, and immediately followed his command. The creature materialized in the air beside her. The protagonist, now running again, thought to himself, who would have imagined he'd willingly dive back into the darkness? They veered into a section of the dungeon that lacked any illuminating crystals. Assessing the situation, Owen noted that their enemies were closing in fast. Bjorn commanded her to dismiss. At his command, she began the summoning. Instantly, darkness consumed the corridor, and a shadowy figure materialized. Bjorn watched closely. He shouldn't be able to see a thing. Yet the figure plunged into the gloom and stopped just short of them. He must have some way of tracking his target. Bjorn realized. He subtly caught Erwin's eye. She furrowed her brow in concentration, and after a moment's pause, Bjorn gave the order. Shoot. She raised her bow. She nocked an arrow, drew the string taut, took aim, and let it fly. The shaft tore through Saren's skull, punching clean through. Saren barely had time to scream before his body collapsed, a spray of red misting the air. Owen froze, her lips pressed into a thin line, trying to mask her emotions as Bjorn praised her. Hesitation is deadly, he said, placing a hand on her shoulder. Just then, a crackling sound erupted from the magic stone that Saren was still clutching. Bjorn knelt beside the body, listening intently to the device. As the signal cleared, he could make out the voice of another man. The voice on the other end was yelling Saren's name, demanding a reply. After getting only silence, the man cursed, enraged by the lack of response. Memory was of chasing Owen and Bjorn. A voice then boomed out, addressing anyone within earshot. Bjorn frowned, listening wearily to the announcement. The man broadcasting the message declared a general assembly in the Goblin Zone. A little while later, Bjorn, having dropped, crossed his arms, wondering. So his name was Sardine? He had hoped to find some decent loot, but Saren's gear was a disappointment. The haul was meager: a large pouch of crystals, 2 daggers, a single potion from his belt, and the very clothes he was wearing. Shortly after, Rowan returned. She approached him, explaining she had changed outfits. This feels odd, she commented. Bjorn saw she was now dressed in a practical leather top and bottom. It was a huge step up from her previous rags. Looking closer, he noticed that it wasn't just the clothes that were different. Her entire aura had shifted, becoming stronger. Owen glanced away, avoiding his eyes, but he got her attention. Show me how this communication stone works, he asked. Leaning closer, she recalled. There should be a button on it you can press. Bjorn spotted the button on the stone, but before he could act, the device crackled to life again. The same voice repeated that sardine. The one tracking Rowan was unresponsive. He added that Rowan was last seen in the Goblin Zone, accompanied by a barbarian wielding a hammer and shield. "The reward is 10,000 gold coins," the man declared. Erwin's eyes shot wide with terror, her trembling hand flying to her mouth. She looked at Bjorn for help. She was too shocked to speak. He stood up. "Don't worry about it," he said, then ordered, "Summon your spirit. It looks like we're going to have to navigate the edge of darkness." Rowan, her eyes already welling with tears, tried to compose herself as he started walking. "We're heading for the portal to the second floor," he announced. Rowan, having just summoned her spirit, asked in disbelief, "What did you just say? You're actually going to the second floor?" He confirmed it out loud, though he internally grumbled about her overly formal tone. They began moving down the slope, focusing carefully to keep their footing. "Do you even know how different the first and second floors are?" she asked. "I'm aware," he replied. "But we'll be fine as long as we don't wander too far from the entrance." He then added, "Besides, we make a pretty good team." She gave him a confused look, and he thought to himself, "It's true. A melee tank and a ranged archer. See? It's a perfect combination." Now that they were a party, the first floor would be a cakewalk. Rowan looked down uncertainly. "But this is our first time in the labyrinth. Can we really go straight to the second floor?" To her, it felt like escaping goblins by leaping into an orc's den. Before Bjorn could answer, the communication stone crackled again with an angry voice. "Has anyone found them yet? Whoever finds her first gets the gold, and gets to have some fun with her," the voice added. Hearing this, she gasped in horror, trembling with renewed fear. She looked to Bjorn for reassurance. "Don't be afraid," he promised. "I'm not going to abandon you." Suddenly, another voice came over the stone. This time, a different person spoke up. "Sounds like a good deal. What if she resists? Can we take an arm or a leg?" The first man warned him. "Just make sure you don't damage any of the vital parts, if you get my meaning." The second man laughed, and Owen grew even more terrified. "Let's go to the second floor," she pleaded. Perfect, Bjorn thought. Now I won't even have to convince her. He was always willing to help someone in need, as long as it didn't harm him. He agreed with her proposal, mentally noting that he saw two benefits here. First, the satisfaction of doing a good deed. Second, the opportunity to get rid of some vile scum. For him, there was no reason not to help. As they continued on, Rowan asked if he knew the way to the second floor. He didn't have a specific route, but he was confident. "We'll find it if we just head north." The dungeon levels were designed so that if you followed the edge of darkness, you would eventually find a portal. The darkness always led to the upper floors. But before Bjorn could dwell on it, Rowan winced and told him to stop, pointing out a goblin trap just ahead. Bjorn was shocked he'd missed it. How did I not see that? He hadn't encountered a single one on his way in. He figured monsters must use traps less frequently in well-lit areas. He slapped his forehead in frustration. Cursing his own carelessness, he frowned. Rowan, however, smiled eagerly. "I'll take care of it, you just rest up." "Don't use the spirit," the protagonist advised. "We need to conserve our strength." But she was already rushing forward, ready for a fight. She glanced back at Bjorn and said, "I can handle this. No problem," even though she was obviously a nervous wreck. "Doesn't look like no problem to me," he thought. As Rowan ran toward the trap, she wondered how Bjorn always knew exactly what she was about to do. Just then, two goblins leaped out from their cover. With a piercing scream, monsters leaped down on her, weapons raised to attack. Alerted by their cries, Owen dove to the side just in time, narrowly avoiding the ambush. In one fluid motion, she knelt, drew her bowstring, and loosed an arrow, felling one of the goblins. Its companion shrieked but didn't falter, charging forward over its fallen comrade to continue the assault. It swiped with its claws. But Erwin deftly sidestepped the attack and instantly repositioned herself behind the goblin. She drew her bow again, took aim, and fired, eliminating this goblin as well. Soon, the monster's bodies dematerialized. Erwin paused to catch her breath, then shot a happy smile at Bjorn and asked what he thought of her performance. He praised her, saying she did a fantastic job and her aim was what you'd expect from an elf. Her smile grew even wider at his words. Bjorn privately acknowledged she was far more agile and skilled than he had anticipated. After Erwin gathered the magic crystals, she handed them to him, asking if their 9-to-1 split was still the arrangement. She grinned confidently as Bjorn accepted the crystals. Then she recalled that her younger brother had been begging her to buy him some things, and she asked if she might earn a bonus if she kept up her performance. After a moment, Bjorn confirmed that was fair, encouraging her to keep trying. Erwin promised she would, a weary frown on her face, making him wonder if she was mocking him. Suddenly, the communication stone buzzed to life with another message. It announced that the bounty for Erwin had been increased to 20,000, and she was to be captured dead or alive. All the joy drained from Erwin's face at the news, but the protagonist reassured her that no one would be able to find them in the darkness. Besides, he'd noticed their pursuers were completely disorganized. A little later, one of the other party members announced that he was heading off to hunt razor wolves and asked if anyone wanted a break to join him. Bjorn pointed this out to Erwin, noting that most of these people weren't even interested in catching her. Still, he thought to himself, something felt wrong. Everything was going far too smoothly. He knew from experience that whenever his luck was this good, disaster was just around the corner. Before he could even finish the thought, Erwin suddenly let out a frightened gasp, getting Bjorn's attention. She pointed towards a group of monsters barely visible in the distance, shouting that they were ghouls. The protagonist's jaw dropped. Where on earth did they come from? On the first floor, different monsters appeared depending on which zone you were in, and ghouls were supposed to spawn in the south. He wondered if they'd truly strayed that far while escaping their pursuers. Erwin asked if she should engage the monsters. Bjorn recalled the peculiar experience system from the Dungeon and Stone game and told her they would fight together. The catch was that you only gained experience for the first kill of any given monster type, so adventurers had to hunt a wide variety of creatures to level up. He realized this was a stroke of luck and said he would take on the creatures up close, while she handled the ones at a distance. As he moved forward, he considered that if these monsters behaved like they did in the game, they wouldn't attack until he got too close. Abruptly, the ghouls noticed him and charged, and Bjorn was glad that their behavior mirrored the game. He slammed his shield into the nearest one, taunting it. "Where do you think you're going in such a rush?" The ghoul growled angrily as Bjorn swung his hammer, noting that ghouls were both stronger and faster than goblins. Almost instantly, his hammer landed with a powerful crunch, sending blood spraying. Even so, ghouls were still only rank 9 monsters with predictable movements, one of. The monster snarled and tried to attack the protagonist from behind, but he didn't even flinch. Erwin seized the opening and fired her arrow, finishing the monster for him. For a seasoned pair like them, a fight like this was child's play. Pleased with her shot, Erwin smiled, enthusiastically. Defeating the ghouls gave them additional experience points, and they continued their journey north until they arrived at their destination on the 3rd day. After traveling a bit more, Erwin suddenly got Bjorn's attention, pointing to a smear of blood on the ground. She knelt to examine her surroundings, remarking that it didn't look like goblin blood. She also pointed out a piece of bread lying nearby. The protagonist winced as she spoke, and she added that the trail of blood led exactly where they were headed. Bjorn was stunned, and noticing the blood himself, he mentally exclaimed, "This can't be." Frowning, he wondered if his worst fear was actually happening. They followed the trail of blood cautiously until they reached a trap, next to which lay a tattered shoe. The protagonist froze, staring at it, and realized that this was his starting point in the labyrinth, which turned out to be right beside the portal to the 2nd floor. Tearing his eyes from the trap, he looked at the shimmering portal. He remembered desperately crawling, only to meet those adventurers. "Is this some kind of sick joke?" Bjorn growled irritably. He cursed and unable to contain his rage. He slammed his hammer into the ground with all his strength. Frightened by his sudden outburst, Erwin jumped back and apologized. Confused by his anger, he screamed internally. The portal was 10 meters away from me. How could I have possibly missed it? He chalked it up to his terrible luck and clenched his jaw. Realizing this whole ordeal could drive someone mad, crying and shaking, Erwin asked if she had done something wrong. Seeing her state, Bjorn asked her what was the matter, assuring her she wasn't to blame for anything. He told her not to worry, and she mentally pieced it all together, the blood, the bread, the shoe, and his violent reaction, and finally, it clicked. Lowering her head, she understood that he must have gone through something terrible here. He was amazed that she had grasped the situation so easily. Closing her eyes and clasping her hands, Erwin offered a gentle smile, guessing that someone important to the protagonist had died in this place. She added that she was sure that person was now in heaven. Hearing her words, the protagonist was stunned. He never imagined she would understand him so completely. She grasped what had happened, but that didn't make it right. Shaking it off, he focused, his brow furrowed as he asked, "Are you ready?" A faint smile appeared on her face as she admitted, "I'm a little scared," but quickly added, "But with you here, Bjorn, I know I won't get lost." He mentally sighed. She had a terrible habit of stating the obvious. He pushed the thought aside and simply motioned toward the portal. "Let's go." As they stepped through, Bjorn figured this would be easy. A system voice echoed, "Moving to the Goblin Forest, second floor." But upon arrival, Bjorn and Rowan found themselves plummeting through the air. He grunted in frustration. This was definitely not part of the plan. Just before they hit, Rowan managed to twist in the air and land perfectly on her feet. The protagonist wasn't so lucky. Yelling, he crashed onto his back, the sheer force of the impact forcing a spurt of blood from his mouth. "Bjorn!" Rowan cried, rushing to his side. "Are you all right?" He scowled, noting to himself that he'd always wondered what it would feel like to pass through a world portal. It felt like being chewed up and spit out by a giant toad. But even though the experience was far from pleasant, he grunted out, "I'm fine." Rowan smiled sheepishly, confessing, "That was a bit of a shock. I've never fallen out of a portal like that, and none of the other girls ever mentioned it happening." Bjorn noted that she still managed a perfect landing, feeling a twinge of envy for the agility that barbarians so desperately lacked. They agreed to scout the area first. Sitting up, the protagonist scanned his surroundings. It looked like the northern region of the Goblin Forest's second floor. The portal behind them would serve as an escape route back to the first floor at any time, and he couldn't sense anyone within a 50-meter radius. While he was analyzing the situation under the dim starlight, Rowan was looking around with her mouth agape in wonder. Bjorn decided there was no sense in waiting for sunrise, because they were trapped inside a labyrinth. Her voice pulled him from his thoughts. "Is this really the second floor? I've never heard of a place like this." He guessed Rowan's friends must have gone to a different second floor. "The first floor has 4 portals," he explained. "Each leads to a different zone. To the north, the Goblin Forest. To the east, a beast lair. To the west, the lands of the dead. And to the south, the Darkstone Mountains." As Bjorn listed them, he pictured the monsters native to each area. Rowan's confident smile returned. "Oh, I remember," she exclaimed, raising her hand. "And every one of those zones leads to the 3rd floor, correct?" As the protagonist got to his feet, he confirmed she was right. Rowan's expression grew serious. "So what do we do?" Bjorn asked if she knew how to get back. "From the labyrinth to the city." She frowned, putting a hand to her chin thoughtfully. "Doesn't the labyrinth just kick you out when it closes?" Bjorn confirmed her theory, adding that on the 1st floor it happens after 168 hours, and on the 2nd, after 240 hours. He pictured adventurers being unceremoniously ejected from the portal. "The labyrinth spits everyone out when time is up," he explained. He figured the Crystal Union wouldn't dare come here since they lacked any semblance of teamwork. "So," he declared, "we'll stay on the 2nd floor for the entire 168 hours and wait for the 1st floor to close. That's our exit." However, he had no intention of just sitting by the portal for that long. They decided to explore a bit. Turning, the protagonist started walking and called over his shoulder, "Follow me." Smiling, she fell into step. After they'd walked for a while, Rowan remarked that being in a forest again made her feel nostalgic, even though she knew there were only monsters around. Closing her eyes, she smiled. "It feels just like an elven home." Suddenly, she moved to the side, pointing ahead. "There's a trap there. Try to keep up with me." He did as she said. A few feet later, she pointed to another spot. "Another trap here." The protagonist frowned, admitting, "I can't see a thing." Grinning, Rowan picked up a small stone. "The trap is hidden under the leaves. Watch this." She tossed the stone, and the moment it landed, the device snapped shut with a loud crash. Bjorn saw that she was right. Was this some kind of elven detection skill looking at him confidently? Rowan asked, "So, what do you think mentally?" The protagonist noted how useful she could be, but he paused for a moment before replying out loud. "You throw stones well." He decided against praising her properly. Rowan faltered, her eyes widening as she asked, "Is that really it?" The protagonist added. "From now on, you're responsible for finding traps. Don't get excited over such a simple task." He then added, "I already consider you an experienced adventurer." Hearing this, Rowan froze in delight, slightly flustered. Her mouth fell open in amazement before she smiled, covering her lips with her hand. "Okay," she chirped, happily repeating his words. "An experienced adventurer." The protagonist watched her with a hint of irritation, noticing how simple she was to manipulate. Soon, they continued on their way. Suddenly, Rowan observed that something fell off. There were traps, but no goblins could be felt nearby. Bjorn mentally agreed. The presence of a trap on the 2nd floor didn't guarantee a guard was nearby. It was more of a regional feature than a specific defense. "Stop chattering," he ordered. "Concentrate and move." She agreed and took the lead, Bjorn recalled that in the game, this place was also called the Goblin Forest. In addition to hidden traps, goblins appeared here in groups of a little more than 10, sometimes with the mutant archers or warriors among them. The farther one traveled from the portal, the more goblins you'd find, not to mention high-level monsters. But that didn't concern them, since their plan was to stay close to the portal. The protagonist decided they should first deal with the traps in the immediate area, and then slowly expand their patrol zone. This would ensure a safe retreat to the portal in case of danger. He agreed, and they widened their search area, knocking down traps with stones. He knew it would be a huge problem if they accidentally triggered one. As they gathered the disabled traps into a pile, Rowan, smiling brightly, asked if she had done a good job. Bjorn praised her, calling her an experienced adventurer. Her eyes widened in surprise, but then her expression turned deadly. Serious as she announced a goblin pack was nearby, her voice dropped to a whisper, and Bjorn lowered his as he asked how many there were. Rowan answered honestly that she couldn't be sure, but there were definitely more than 10 of them. Crouching down, she placed her palm on the ground and closed her eyes to concentrate. After analyzing the vibrations, she determined the monsters were about 50 meters away. She guessed the goblins hadn't noticed them yet and asked what their plan was. Bjorn confirmed they would fight and asked how close she could get without being detected. Rowan stated she could get within 30 meters. Understanding the situation, the protagonist explained that they would proceed as planned. Rowan agreed and moved forward, using the trees for cover. Watching her, the protagonist was amazed at how she could move across the grass without making a sound, assuming it must be a unique elven skill. After hiding behind another bush, Rowan spotted the group of goblins and waved to get Bjorn's attention. He nodded, his face a mask of concentration, as Rowan drew her bow, aimed, and fired an arrow toward the monsters. The very next moment, the protagonist dug his feet into the ground, ready to charge, and wondered if Rowan had hit her mark. The goblins were too far away for him to hear anything. As he started sprinting, he caught up to Rowan and told her to stay behind him. While preparing her next shot, she agreed. Bjorn closed in on the monsters, who were now rushing to attack, while Rowan, in contrast, moved to a better vantage point. The protagonist clenched his jaw, his brow furrowed, thinking that the second floor was on a whole different level from the first. The enemies here were 3 times more numerous and far more dangerous, despite being goblins. To make matters worse, there were mutants among them. Bjorn should have been afraid, but he felt nothing of the sort. In fact, he was bewildered to find his mouth agape as the warrior's heart he had received began to thrum with excitement. Swinging his hammer and holding his shield high, he roared the name of the city of Sparta. At that instant, the distance between him and the goblins vanished. With intense focus, Bjorn delivered the first strike, sending a monster flying to the side. He quickly scanned the battlefield, noticing 2 more monsters approaching from different directions. He shoved one away with his shield, screaming, and then smashed the second monster with his hammer. With a furious snarl, he finished off the other goblin he had knocked to the ground. Suddenly, he flinched, managing to dodge a monster's dagger at the last possible second. Taking advantage of his distraction, it had lunged. Bjorn cried out, stumbling back from the sudden movement. He knew how close he'd come. His head would have been sent flying if he'd reacted even a fraction of a second slower. He cursed under his breath. Seeing the goblins gave him no time to recover. He braced for battle again, thinking that while they looked like ordinary goblins, a group of more than 5 was a serious problem. Injuries would be unavoidable. As Bjorn charged back into the fray, he corrected himself, realizing that would only be true if he were alone. However, Rowan was providing support, shooting down any goblins that tried to attack from behind or got too close. She sighed, her brow furrowed in concentration. The protagonist saw her arrow strike true and knew she had secured a good position. Deciding it was time to end this, he began taunting his opponents. He ordered them to come at him and prepared for the next wave. When he defeated the goblin warrior, he gained 1 extra experience point after. Calculating that he'd earned 11 magic crystals from that first group, he realized it was an incredible reward compared to the first floor, where he'd only managed to collect around 44 crystals in an entire day. He would have loved to salvage the monster's armor or weapons, but they all vanished, along with the goblin bodies. After collecting a few crystals, he handed them to Rowan, telling her to take them. He explained that although the crystals were rank 9, the ones obtained from warriors were more valuable, so he wanted her to have some. Rowan smiled enthusiastically, thanking him for giving her 2 stones. Bjorn quickly brushed it off, suggesting they keep moving. She agreed, and he admitted to himself he couldn't wait to see how much he'd earned after a full day. Once they were outside the 3-kilometer radius, goblins began appearing every 5 minutes. As he analyzed the next group of monsters that appeared, Bjorn noticed they had an archer this time. But suddenly, The archer's body began to dissolve into mist, and Rowan was completely surprised, exclaiming that the monster was disappearing. The protagonist identified it as camouflage magic, advising Rowan to focus. She listened, pulling back the bowstring of her weapon, her face tight with concentration. The archer complicated things, and Bjorn knew it, but he wasn't able to dwell on it for long as the growling goblins charged. As the protagonist delivered the first blow, he felt certain that they wouldn't lose. He continued the fight, striking with both his shield and hammer. But while he was distracted, a hidden archer in the bushes took aim from behind him, drawing its bowstring taut. Bjorn knew that in this body, he just needed to pay attention to survive, feeling something amiss. He turned sharply and narrowed his eyes, spotting an arrow flying his way, clenching his jaw. He dodged as the arrow flew past him, and he remarked that he was skilled enough to avoid a goblin's arrow. The archer flinched, stunned that the protagonist had managed to evade its shot. Bjorn scowled in anger, gripping his hammer tighter in his palm. The goblin's eyes widened in horror as it looked at him, but before the monster could react, the protagonist closed the distance and struck with his hammer with such force that the monster was sent flying. For defeating the goblin archer, he received 1 experience point. His guard, for a moment, suggested they take a rest after finishing off another mob of goblins. Sighing in relief, Owen immediately collapsed to the ground. She closed her eyes and asked wearily how long they'd been fighting. Bjorn quickly calculated it had been about 15 hours, and, slumping to the ground beside Owen, he told her to get some sleep first. Her face brightened as she looked at him, asking if he was serious. She wondered what would happen to the backpack and blanket. He promised she could have them now. Shrugging the pack from his shoulders, they set their weapons aside, propping them against a tree. As he watched Owen fall asleep, Bjorn figured she must be completely drained. He'd never heard her make those kinds of sounds while sleeping before. Then again, maybe she just finally felt safe. Shaking off the thought, he glanced up, reminding himself that they had been hunting for 15 hours straight. They'd earned more than they could have dreamed of back on the first floor. But the deeper they ventured, the more frequently they ran into other adventurers. These parties weren't just bigger, often more than 3 people, but they were also composed of various races. Bjorn pictured these mixed teams in his mind. He noted how they always moved past in silence, but the mere sight of them wore on his patience. Other adventurers were far more dangerous than any goblin, a fact that was especially true now that he had someone to protect. His gaze drifted to Owen as he quietly added to himself that the biggest problem was her stunning beauty. At this, Owen's eyes shot open, wide awake. She turned to Bjorn and asked shyly if she was really beautiful. "Go back to sleep, now," he commanded, groaning inwardly. "A moment ago, you were snoring," as Owen closed her eyes. She promised she would. Watching her carefree attitude, Bjorn wondered what her deal was. He was certain elves weren't supposed to act like this. On the 4th day, as they engaged the next wave of goblins, he shouted for them to attack from his side first, and Owen readily agreed. On the 5th day, their routine continued: fight, rest, repeat. After 6 days had passed, they crossed paths with another group of adventurers. And finally, on the 7th day, Bjorn announced it was time to leave the labyrinth. Owen stood beside him, slumped over from sheer exhaustion. As Bjorn noted the time, it was already 13 p.m. That meant they had 2.5 hours until the first floor entrance closed. Owen closed her eyes, confessing how exhausted she was, and that she wanted to collapse into bed the moment they got back. He agreed completely and told her it was time to move out. And Owen agreed. Better to be early than late, he added mentally. All of a sudden, Owen spotted a trap up ahead and warned him to be careful. Bjorn assumed another goblin mob had spawned. Owen then spotted a group of them at the 1 o'clock position, 70 meters out. She quickly deduced their composition: 8 normal goblins, 2 archers, and 2 warriors. She looked at him, assuming they would engage, and Bjorn confirmed it, suggesting they move on the monsters. She gave a decisive nod of agreement, and they closed the distance without being detected, allowing Owen to eliminate one of the goblins with a perfect shot. The other creatures were stunned when they saw the arrow, but before they could get their bearings, Bjorn was already upon them. The goblins froze in terror, staring at him. With a battle cry, he charged. The goblins flinched, defensively raising their weapons as Bjorn landed the first devastating blow with his hammer. He trusted Owen to handle the archers, so he focused on the warriors first. He rained down blow after blow, sending goblins flying with each impact. After countless fights like this, he'd practically mastered this kind of combat. He pictured himself standing calmly, eyes closed, while around him, a multitude of arms struck out. He was like a 1,000-armed, 1,000-eyed Avalokitsvara. And Owen, he noted, was also growing accustomed to battle, knowing precisely who to shoot and when. As if to prove his point, she took down a goblin that had leaped up to ambush Bjorn from behind. Even though Owen had said their endgame were 2 archers, not a single arrow had been fired his way. A small smile touched his lips as he understood why. At the same time, the bodies of the goblins began to fade away. Our goblin clearing time has gotten way shorter, he thought, then praised Owen for her excellent work. She gave an embarrassed laugh, closing her eyes. He then asked her to speak up next time she took care of the archers so that he wouldn't have to worry about them. With a sigh, she apologized, admitting she hadn't been certain she'd killed the second goblin archer. That's when Bjorn realized what had happened. Unconfirmed intel could be more dangerous than no intel at all. Yet, despite his correction, Owen was still smiling, and the protagonist found himself smiling too. Wiping a finger under his nose, he remarked that she had grown a lot in the past few days, realizing he was genuinely proud of her. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto the last goblin as it vanished. Owen caught his attention, exclaiming that something cool was there. She pointed excitedly toward the spot. Bjorn winced when he saw it was a goblin archer's essence. Cursing under his breath, he frowned, wondering why this, of all things, had dropped. An essence was a key component of the skill system in Dungeon & Stone. It could grant either passive or active skills depending on its type. You were limited to absorbing only 1 essence per level, but it could bestow an ability that provided a massive advantage, which was why adventurers valued them far more than any other treasure. There was, however, a limit on how many one could absorb, and the skills granted varied wildly depending on the monster. Bjorn remembered playing the game, his face a mask of deep concentration, because a character's entire build hinged on which essence they absorbed. The drop rate for an essence was practically 0. He never expected to actually see one here. Owen was stunned, realizing what it was, but he didn't respond to her unspoken question, a sudden worry creeping in that their luck was running too good. A knot of dread formed in his stomach. As sweat trickled down his face, Owen asked, "If you absorb this, will you turn into a goblin?" Bjorn hesitated. The odds of that happening were astronomically low, but he still answered Owen's question, explaining that she would only inherit one of the goblin's skills. He figured the stalker from the first floor must have absorbed a razor wolf's essence to track them by smell. Thinking of this, he asked if Erin wanted the core. She paused, admitting she wasn't particularly interested. But if he didn't need it, she wanted it. She jabbed a finger at her own chest, a determined scowl on her face. Bjorn figured she had lost all sense of shame, but he didn't really care. He already had his eyes on a specific essence, and he knew he couldn't afford to waste money absorbing essences at random. Besides, a goblin archer's essence was practically useless for a barbarian. Finally, he told Rowan that she could have it, but only if she agreed to one thing. He brought up their deal from the first floor, but before he could finish, a voice barked out behind him. He whirled around to see a party of adventurers, weapons drawn. "Don't move," one of them ordered, his jaw tight. He jabbed a finger in their direction. "What do you think you're doing?" Bjorn let out a low chuckle. Rowan just scowled, asking what the hell the guy was on about. She shot back that they were just hunting. Of course, it couldn't be that simple. Bjorn thought, putting his hands firmly on Rowan's shoulders. He commanded, "Don't say a word to them." She gasped in surprise, but before another sound could escape her lips, he shoved her straight toward the essence. She let out a scream as her body made contact, and a brilliant flash of light exploded through the cavern. "The key!" Lead adventurer cursed, throwing a hand up to shield his eyes from the blinding glare. "Did she just absorb it?" he snarled. He demanded to know what Bjorn had done, shouting that the essence was theirs. But his words died in his throat as he stared, frozen, at Rowan, now bathed in an aura of pure magic. When the light finally subsided, Rowan stumbled toward Bjorn. "Thank you," she managed. He put a hand on her shoulder to steady her. He'd expected as much. Vultures like these always flocked to the first sign of an essence. But now there was nothing to be done about it. Rowan had already claimed it. The man's face twisted in disappointment. Bjorn then addressed the adventurers directly. "Come on," he challenged. "If you want to fight..." They were outnumbered, so he knew he had to go on the offensive. The adventurers glared back, and Bjorn could see they were underestimating him. Good. That meant they'd be reckless. He tightened his grip on his hammer, holding it ready. He was ready for a fight, and he made sure they knew it. "Either attack now, or run away if you're too scared," he bellowed. After a tense moment, they charged. Bjorn immediately ordered Rowan, "Head for the portal and don't look back." She nodded, then glanced at him with worry. "Are they those 4 adventurers?" Gone now. Do you think they'll chase us all the way to the first floor? Bjorn recalled the adventurer's parting threat, a promise that he would remember this. We might run into them again, even if they're not chasing us, he replied. Rowan looked at him, completely puzzled, asking what he meant. He explained that a party of 4 was more than enough to handle the second floor, yet they were positioned right by the entrance. That could only mean they were planning to head back to the city through the first floor's exit just like them. Rowan's eyes lit up in understanding. You're incredibly smart, Bjorn. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she glanced to the side. Goblins, she warned. A whole pack of them, about 50 meters out, the Barbarian, decided they should try to avoid them. But Rowan quickly shut that down. We can't. They're charging straight at us. Bjorn gritted his teeth in confusion. How? Goblins usually never spotted them first, not with Rowan's detection skills. He wondered if it was just a coincidence before spinning on his heel. Change of direction, now, he yelled. A surprised Rowan turned to follow, but she suddenly froze. An arrow was streaking right for her. Before the sharpened tip could find its mark, Bjorn yanked her violently to the side. Rowan screamed, in shock. That shot was too precise for a goblin. He realized instantly. Flustered and on the verge of tears from the shock, Rowan stammered that she could have dodged it herself, but Bjorn wasn't listening. It's them, he said grimly. Those guys from before. Rowan shrieked as the realization hit him those adventurers had led the goblins right to them and were now waiting in ambush. Their plan was to let the monsters wear them down first. Scowling, Bjorn yelled, We fight! He urged Rowan to use her new power. What power, she asked, confused. He clarified. The power from the essence. Every essence has its own unique specialization, and you absorbed a goblin archer's in the game. An essence like that would boost stats and grant both passive and active skills. The passive skill is Poison Arrow, which adds poison damage to your attacks. The active skill is called Thief's Step, and it grants the user a camouflage ability. Rowan protested that she had no idea how to use those skills, but Bjorn pointed out, You're already using one. Her jaw dropped as she looked down, noticing her own body was becoming faint, almost transparent, as a light mist swirled around her. The active skill, Thief's Step, had engaged. Bjorn was even a little surprised. It activated on intent alone. He wondered, so I don't even need to tell her the command. Rowan stared at herself, amazed that the skill had actually worked. Bjorn shoved his backpack into her arms. Take this, he commanded. He was going to take on the goblins alone. While you locate their crossbowmen, alone, she cried out. Bjorn, isn't that too dangerous? He cut her off, warning that they didn't have any time. He ordered her to stay hidden and wait for the right moment to take out the crossbowmen. You'll get one shot. Until then, he commanded, do not do anything. With that, he charged forward. Rowan called after him. Wait, what's the signal? He didn't answer, simply continuing his run before skidding to a halt. This was far enough. The goblins were swarming him from the left, their weapons raised as the barbarian charged, to meet them. He noticed those adventurers still hadn't revealed themselves. He realized their plan they would only appear after he had dealt with the goblins. Gritting his teeth, he swung his hammer, sending a spray of blood into the air. He moved with brutal efficiency, knocking goblins aside, and mentally calculating their numbers over 10 opponents, with 2 of them being warriors. Despite his mind racing with tactics, he didn't miss a single blow. He then noticed the lack of arrows flying his way, which meant the archer wasn't among them. However, before he could finish that thought, at that exact moment, an arrow shot toward him, and he threw up his shield, cursing inwardly. If the archer was still active, it meant he would have to fend off arrows too. As his focus shifted, he grimaced. A goblin had used the opening to leap onto his back. A searing pain followed as a dagger plunged into his side. With a furious roar, Bjorn violently spun, flinging the creature off as he parried the other goblins. He had to remember the crossbowmen hiding somewhere out there, and now he was fighting without Erwin's support. He pressed on, but the wounds were starting to pile up. Each new gash drew a soft grunt of surprise from him. After landing another crushing blow, he paused, gasping for air as he watched the goblin's body dissolve into particles. The situation was escalating. His eyes widened as 2 arrows flew at him from different directions at once, one from the goblin, the other from the crossbowman. Bjorn knew he couldn't possibly block both. He had to prioritize. He braced his shield against the heavier crossbow bolt, absorbing the impact as the other arrow, fired by the goblin, sank into his elbow. Seeing the blackish tint, the protagonist swore. It was poisoned. Now he couldn't even move his hand. With only one good arm, it came down to his shield or his hammer. Defense 1. He tossed the hammer aside, ripped the arrow from the wound, and gripped his shield. His injured arm trembled uncontrollably, but Bjorn ignored it. The real threat wasn't these pests, it was the adventurers. He gritted his teeth, knowing the hammer would kill faster, but it wouldn't stop. The crossbow bolts. He went back to the fight, bashing goblins away with his shield. He swung it again, scowling in frustration. Just how many more of these monsters were there? A wave of killing intent washed over them, and with a unified shriek, the creatures turned and fled. Bjorn watched them go with a heavy sigh. There was no sense in giving chase. He needed a moment to recover. From their hiding spot, the adventurers were shocked that he had actually handled the entire horde by himself. Their leader smirked, admitting he hadn't expected this outcome at all. In his mind, it was quite a surprise. Pointing his blade forward, he stepped out of the shadows. Bjorn scoffed. "I knew you were there." He scanned the enemies before him. He noted the crossbowman wasn't with them. "Of course, it was us," the leader sneered. "Now where's Erwin?" The protagonist didn't grace that with an answer, instead telling the man, "Just attack." The adventurer chuckled. "Spoken like a true barbarian, you're still full of fight, even after taking on that mob. But you're bleeding all over the place. Tell me where Erwin is, and maybe I'll let you go." "Let me go," Bjorn repeated the words, a dark smile on his face. Did this adventurer seriously think he was that naive? Seeing him laugh, the adventurer called him a madman. "Fine, we'll beat it out of you, then ask questions. Don't let your guard down. Men," he commanded.
"Treat this like you're fighting a giant. Now, go!" At his order, the warriors charged. Bjorn planted his feet, shield held ready. He clenched his jaw, his wounded arm hanging limply at his side. His left arm was barely responding. He wondered if Erwin had located the crossbowman yet. He needed to send a signal, something from this world that would definitely grab her attention. He knew exactly what to do. With a grunt of pure effort, he forced his injured arm up and clenched his hand into a fist.
He extended his middle finger skyward and smirked. The adventurers faltered, confused by what Bjorn was doing. As he held the gesture, he wondered if Erwin would even see it. He couldn't hear a thing from her position, but since he had no other choice, he'd just have to trust her. He charged forward, aiming to smash through the adventurers in front of him. The leader of the group stared in disbelief, barely managing to get his sword up in time to block Bjorn's sudden attack. Leading with his shield, the protagonist slammed into the man with all his force. With a strained roar, he yelled, "Elias!" trying to bait him into action. Elias swung his sword, pushing him back, but Bjorn blocked the blow, though he was forced to sidestep. He mentally noted that Elias was powerful, but retreat wasn't an option. He lunged in again, swinging his shield, deciding that he needed to keep Elias busy to create an opening for Erwin. But his opponent dodged the blow, and while Bjorn was focused on him, another adventurer leaped from behind, raising his weapon high for an overhead strike. Bjorn didn't see him, his mind hopefully wondering, did she really get the crossbowman? Suddenly, he caught a flicker of movement, an arrow streaking toward them at incredible speed. All the adventurers froze, their faces turning grim, as they too saw the projectile. Watching its path, Bjorn wondered if this was from their man or from Erwin. The moment the arrow was about to strike the leader, a comrade managed to block it with his shield at the last second. That sealed it. It was definitely Erwin. The knight yelled to his men to focus on the main target while he handled the sniper, deflecting another arrow that was aimed at Elias. The knight grinned. "Where do you think you're going?" he called Bjorn out, knowing he'd have to protect his allies from the arrows. That brief distraction was all they needed. The adventurers swarmed him from every angle, and the main character's heart sank, realizing he couldn't handle all of them at once. He started defending against the flurry of blows from one attacker, thinking that he would
need a different approach. Seeing that he couldn't use his shield, Elias circled behind him, swung his sword, and brought it down in a powerful arc. Bjorn took the hit directly on his already mangled arm. He knew he'd have to make a sacrifice. He bent over slightly as he felt the blade cut deep, knowing
he couldn't use his left arm anyway. He noted that it would be a fair trade if he could take the red-haired adventurer down with him. Elias froze in shock. The adventurer never saw it coming. Bjorn slammed his shield into the man's side with incredible force, sending him flying as blood sprayed from his lips.
A tooth spun through the air. "Monster!" he shrieked. But Bjorn, his face a mask of cold fury, was already turning to face his next opponent. As the adventurer swung his sword, Bjorn dodged fluidly. The blade plunged harmlessly into the earth. Leaping back to create distance, the protagonist raised his
shield into a defensive posture. Elias frowned, thrown off by the sudden shift in tactics. A moment later, another attack, a fireball, roared toward him. As it flew, the knight protecting Elias yelled, "Concentrate, I will block it." Elias paused for a fraction of a second. The knight let out a roar, gritting his teeth as flames clung stubbornly to his shield. Bjorn noticed and mentally smirked. That knight earned that one, he thought. Did he really think he could just tank everything? Just then, he and Elias charged each other again. As they clashed, the knight threw his burning shield to the ground, cursing as he tried to smother the magical flames. Meanwhile, Bjorn had a realization about Owen. She isn't just an archer, she's a spirit user. With the knight completely distracted, Owen seized the opening and let an arrow fly. It struck the man squarely in the shoulder. He screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground and clutching the wound. As Elias rushed Bjorn, swinging his sword, the blade clanged against Bjorn's shield. The leader of their party, watching from a distance, began breathing heavily as he realized just how much trouble they were in. He leaped to his feet and started sprinting. "I'll deal with the archer," he shouted to his comrades. Bjorn cursed under his breath. "Damn it, he's going after Owen." He absorbed another heavy blow on his shield. "Just surrender," Elias advised. But the protagonist had already made his choice.
He had to put his faith in Owen. Planting his feet firmly, he launched himself forward with explosive power, causing Elias to freeze in disbelief. With a frown of pure shock on his face, Elias watched as Bjorn, at the very last second, angled his shield to deliver a brutal strike with its narrow edge.
But Elias managed to lean back, and the shield's edge missed him, connecting instead with the knight behind him. Blood arced through the air as the knight screamed and was sent flying. "You bastard!" Elias cursed, clenching his jaw as he swung his sword. Bjorn dodged the wild attack. "Looks like you're all alone now," he warned. Sweat was already pouring down his face. "This guy is strong," he admitted mentally. Why would someone with his skill join such a pathetic group? In his mind, it was the single greatest mistake of Elias's life. The two warriors began trading blows again. Bjorn was growing frustrated with being constantly on the defensive. He realized Elias was just trying to stall for time until his red-haired companion returned. That's not going to happen, he thought, deciding to feign an attack. He swung his shield toward Elias, who flinched back. Then, in a completely unexpected move, Bjorn decided he would throw it.
Caught completely by surprise, Elias couldn't dodge. He screamed as the heavy shield slammed into him, staggering him. Before he could recover, the protagonist was on him. Bjorn grabbed him by the collar, lifting him off his feet. Panting heavily, he stared at him with grim intensity. "Now," he growled, "we do something different."
He jerked his arm, hoisting Elias higher until his throat was exposed. Bjorn opened his mouth. "Do you really think I would die so easily?" He snapped his jaws shut, biting down hard on Elias's throat. "Die!" he commanded. Blood erupted as Bjorn tossed the lifeless body aside.
Panting, he wiped some of the blood from his face before narrowing his eyes, looking down on his fallen enemies with disdain. Owen quickly ran up to him. "Bjorn!" she called out in concern. "Are you okay?" Tears welled in her eyes and streamed down her cheeks. Looking at her, Bjorn assumed she had also succeeded.
"Your wounds are so bad," she cried. "Drink this potion." He frowned in confusion. "Drink it really. The effect is stronger than applying it," Owen explained. Then, noticing his condition, she urged him on. "You're poisoned, hurry," and handed him the flask. Bjorn didn't protest. He downed the potion, tossed the empty flask away, and sank to the ground, closing his eyes. His insides felt like they were boiling. A searing heat spread through him, and pain flared in every nerve. A faint magical aura surrounded his body as sweat beaded on his forehead. He clenched his jaw to keep from screaming. His skin began to burn and itch intensely. Owen watched him with a determined look. "He made it," she murmured. The protagonist asked, "What time is it?" Owen glanced at her watch. 10 minutes have passed," she replied. Bjorn frowned, doing the math. "That leaves 40 minutes. Till the first floor closes. We don't even have time to rest." He then told Owen, "Take off your clothes." She became incredibly embarrassed. She let out a surprised gasp, her eyes widening. She was shocked he would say that so suddenly, but assumed he must have a reason and began to unbutton her shirt. Turning slightly away from the protagonist, she fumbled with the buttons. Seeing this, he stood up and clarified. "Not your clothes? Take them off the adventurers' bodies." Understanding finally dawned on her. Bjorn calculated again. They had less than 40 minutes.
"Forget it," he said abruptly. "There's no time. We need to grab their equipment, magic crystals, and backpacks. Now." "In that case, I'll get the things from one of the adventurers and the crossbowmen." Owen decided. Bjorn agreed. "Act faster," he told her. Owen returned when there were less than 5 minutes left, carrying all the necessary gear. Sometime later, with less than 27 minutes left. Erwin and Bjorn were running. They sprinted in the right direction, loaded down with the extra equipment. They were still running when the timer showed 13 minutes and 37 seconds. Even when there were less than 9 minutes remaining, they still hadn't reached their destination. They continued to run, finally, with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. They spotted the portal and felt a surge of relief. With only 50 seconds left before the floor closed, the protagonist warned, "We go in immediately."
At 48 seconds, they reached the portal and ran inside. With 40 seconds to spare, they were transported. They reappeared on the first floor. Owen managed to land gracefully on her feet, but Bjorn stumbled and fell, his coordination shot. Bowen closed her eyes and smiled happily. "That was fun," Erwin cheered, throwing her hands up as Bjorn scowled. Realizing the maze had ejected them once again, he just didn't get it. How did Erwin manage to stick the landing perfectly every single time? Her beaming smile broke his train of thought as she exclaimed, "You were incredible," Bjorn had to agree. "You did great, too," he admitted, his brow furrowed. 30 seconds left. "We cut that way too close." Suddenly, Erwin's eyes widened as she remembered something. "The essence," she gasped. "The what?" Bjorn asked, completely lost. She reminded him. "You were about to tell me something right before we got ambushed." "Oh, right," Bjorn realized. "But we're out of time. We can talk after we get out." The countdown hit 10 seconds. Damn it, what was the name of that tavern? He thought, scratching his head in frustration while Erwin watched him with a look of surprise.
8 seconds remained. Bjorn clenched his jaw, squeezing his eyes shut as he desperately tried to recall the name. Erwin started to look worried, seeing his distress. At 4 seconds, it finally hit him.
"The Black Whale Tavern," he yelled. "Meet me there?"
Erwin's face lit up with a happy smile as she agreed.
As the last second ticked away, a system voice announced, "The labyrinth is now closing." A brilliant light erupted, enveloping both Erwin and Bjorn. "Characters will now be teleported to Ronya," the system added. The labyrinth dissolved around them, and as the blinding light finally faded, the protagonist found himself back in the city. He stood frozen for a moment, his jaw tightening as he scanned his surroundings. Not surprising, he mused. All adventurers get dumped in the same spot. Even so, he was taken aback by the sheer number of people. A massive crowd of adventurers was milling about. Squinting slightly, Bjorn recalled that time flowed differently inside the labyrinth compared to the city. It didn't matter if you spent days in there. You would always reappear in the city at noon the next day, which meant everyone had to reset their clocks.
He pulled out the watch he had acquired to adjust the time to match the city's, but was interrupted when someone suddenly shouted his name. The shout drew attention. It was Karak, shouldering his way through the other adventurers with a focused frown, his hand raised high. Seeing him, Bjorn struggled to remember.
What was his name again? He vaguely remembered the first letter. As Karak finally reached him, he took a guess. Karak. The man grinned and clapped his hand in a firm shake. Before the protagonist could say more, another man came closer, exclaiming, "Karak, glad to see you made it back in one piece." "You too," he replied. As more barbarians gathered around them, they all started chatting, even pointing out that Farman, son of Nareen, was there. One of the barbarians asked Karak how his run through the labyrinth had gone, standing slightly apart. Bjorn noticed Karak was clearly very popular. The group continued their boisterous conversation. One of them laughed, boasting, "Those razor-maned wolves were nothing to me." Another clapped him on the back, adding, "We never doubted your skill with an axe for a second." Bjorn frowned, confused by the whole reunion scene. Where did all these barbarians even come from? He wondered. Just then, one of them jumped up and challenged Karak. "How about a duel of courage?" "A brilliant idea," another shouted, deciding he would demonstrate his warrior's pride. The other barbarians began to cheer him on.
"I bet he's got the most crystals," someone yelled, noticing Bjorn standing by himself. They called out, "Hey, are you coming?" He nodded and said he was on his way. They soon arrived at a special establishment where a clerk was busy counting crystals and sorting them into bags. She announced a total for one of the warriors.
"This warrior has 24,476 crystals. And this one has 41,048. The barbarians were astounded. They were blown away when they heard Karak had over 40,000 crystals. As he collected his reward with a confident smile, another barbarian exclaimed that it was incredible. "Karak is definitely the strongest warrior here," he declared. In the meantime, Bjorn approached the counter and placed his bags on it. "Are these bags all full of crystals?" the clerk asked. The protagonist confirmed they were. Frowning in concentration, the girl said, "All right, I'll count them now." Her hands moved in a blur, deftly emptying the bags and using a special set of scales for a more accurate tally.
Even Bjorn was impressed. He let out a small gasp, amazed at her speed. A short while later, she announced that she was finished, stating that the protagonist's total was
182,183 crystals. She efficiently repacked the crystals and set the bags on the table. Bjorn looked at his loot with mild surprise. The moment the other barbarians heard the number, they swarmed him, asking in disbelief. Did she really say 180,000? Karak leaned in, clapping a hand on the protagonist's shoulder. 180,000? That has to be a new record. Hold on, one of the barbarians suddenly yelled. He didn't just get crystals, he also got that hammer. And the boots, and a new backpack. They couldn't fathom how it was possible, their gazes filled with envy as they looked him over. He simply sighed in irritation. He pressed his lips into a thin line. The barbarians quickly began to shout that he was clearly the greatest warrior, chanting his name over and over. Bjorn understood their excitement. He guessed he was probably the first barbarian to ever enter the labyrinth practically empty-handed, and return looking like a civilized man. A wry grin spread across his face. He raised the hammer he was clutching and shouted, "That's right, I'm the best." The barbarians continued to roar his name, starting to toss him in the air. He just smiled smugly, crossing his arms over his chest as he chuckled to himself. Not bad at all, he thought. A tense employee, sweating from the commotion, warned them. You can't make this much noise in here. The barbarians immediately began to apologize. When he asked them to lower the volume, they agreed, but their cheers could still be heard on the street. People passing by wondered what all the noise was about. Someone grumbled unhappily, realizing it was the barbarians again, but nobody else did a thing. Sometime later, the barbarians spilled out onto the street. While some of them stood off to the side, the rest sat down on the steps to clean their equipment. Whether they were gearing up or just browsing, Bjorn figured it was smarter to hang back with the other barbarians for now, since he was out of the loop on local customs. He decided to wait for the rest of his group when a sudden grin spread across his face. He'd spotted her off to the side, standing with the other elves. She was beaming, chatting excitedly, telling them she'd finally figured out how to command the spirit. T asked if she was serious. She recalled hearing that fire spirits were the most rebellious of all. Listening in, Bjorn understood that these were the kinds of people Irina usually socialized with. Meanwhile, he was surrounded by savages. A pang of envy hit him as he tried to tune out the barbarians yawning, dozing off, or just shouting at each other right next to him. Just then, he saw Irina glance his way. Perfect! In a low voice, he mouthed, "Tonight!" and she nodded in agreement. But Tuya, noticing her friend was no longer paying attention, immediately broke up their moment. She eyed Bjorn suspiciously and demanded to know if Irina knew him. Not at all, Irina blurted out. At the same time, Karak saw Bjorn was distracted and came over. He shoved him on the shoulder. What are you staring at? Karak squinted, shading his eyes. You actually know that elf? Of course not, Bjorn shot back. Karak grunted. Figured. The clan's top warrior wouldn't be caught dead hanging around with those cowardly, long-eared elves. Tuya's face hardened with contempt as she glared at Karak's. Bjorn cursed under his breath. The elves were on edge, and the barbarians looked ready for a brawl. He thought to himself that these brutes had absolutely no idea when to keep their mouths shut. It was enough to drive him insane. Were he and Irina destined to be some kind of tragic Romeo and Juliet? Finally, the last of the barbarians trickled out of the building.
Everyone's here, Bjorn announced. Let's get going. Krax grinned eagerly and agreed. Bjorn knew there was no chance for him and Irina to speak in this tense atmosphere. They would just have to wait for the cover of darkness. The barbarians started moving through the streets.
They were heading for their destination when the sound of a child's voice pulled Bjorn from his thoughts. A man was squatting down, wrapping his little boy in a tight hug. His eyes closed as tears of joy streamed down his face. I missed you, the child whispered. The father choked out. I missed you too. He then asked his son how he'd been managing alone. Bjorn vaguely remembered a similar scene from the game. Looking around, he saw more reunions. Two brothers embraced, one overjoyed at the other's safe return. Other families were crying and smiling, overwhelmed with relief to see their loved ones were alive. The air was thick with the joy of reunion, but a darker emotion lingered just beneath it. He saw a woman rush toward Waran. Where is my husband? She pleaded, her voice cracking with desperation. Tears filled her eyes as she clutched at Waran's tunic, who could only shut his eyes tight. He clenched his jaw and managed a quiet apology. Nearby, a mother collapsed to her knees, screaming Pel's name in anguish, while her young daughter stood beside her. The girl asked in a small, confused voice, Where's my brother? Despair and agony hung heavy in the air. One adventurer fell to his knees, crying out that it was all his fault. A woman from his party tried to console him, insisting there was nothing they could have done. Bjorn had run the Dungeon of Stone countless times in the game. But hearing the raw screams and the desperate questions from every direction, he felt his fists tighten as he forced himself to walk forward with the other barbarians. Seeing the faces that were once just 2D graphics on a screen, now living and breathing in front of him, was an incredibly jarring experience. A while later, the barbarians had taken over a bar. They raised their mugs high, roaring at each other to chug their drinks before tipping the alcohol down their throats. Karax, not content with one, was dual-wielding mugs. After slamming the empty tankards down, the barbarians roared for another round. Bjorn sat there, thoroughly unimpressed. Had they all lost their minds? The only reason he'd even come along was to make sure he didn't miss something crucial. But as he watched the barbarians carry on like lunatics, he clenched his jaw in frustration. This wasn't some important ritual. They were just here to get hammered. Realizing he was completely wasting his time, he stood up. "I've got to go," he said. Karax's face soured. "You're seriously bailing on us," he grumbled. His outburst caught the attention of the other barbarians, who all turned to look. One of the women chimed in. "The man of the hour is leaving already," the others murmured in confusion, and Bjorn inwardly groaned. Did they actually think he was the main event? He hoped they wouldn't try to make him stay. But to his surprise, they didn't put up a fight. They just told him to do as he pleased. They wished him good luck and fair travels. Without a word, Bjorn turned and walked out of the bar, heading back into the streets. He glanced over as a group of children ran past, shouting for their friends to wait up. The city felt so peaceful. There were no monsters lurking in the shadows, no one looking to cause him harm. He overheard snippets of normal conversation all around him, a couple deciding on dinner, friends planning to grab a drink. A woman mentioning her husband had also been in the labyrinth. Law and order ruled this place. And for the first time in a while, Bjorn felt he could let his guard down. He stopped by a clothing shop. He thought that here, even if he stumbled and fell, he could pick himself back up without worry. If he was lucky, someone might even offer him a hand. He bought a new shirt, feeling the clean fabric in his palm as he walked toward an inn down the street. He reflected that this world was definitely different. It was a far more savage place than the 21st century he knew. Still, it had its comforts. He found his room. Number 35. He stepped into the shower and cranked the hot water, letting the steam fill the small space. This city was serene. Bjorn mused that a person could build a nice life here. After scrubbing away all the grime, he stepped out, feeling like a new man, and collapsed onto the bed. He let out a long sigh of relief and closed his eyes. A moment later, they snapped back open. He threw a hand over his face, pressing his lips together to stifle a sob. "Who am I kidding?" he whispered, the words escaping him. "I want to go home." He said it again, this time only in his mind. "I want to go home so badly." Even if there was no one left waiting for him. The night grew darker, and soon the clock struck 9. 6 p.m. Bjorn shot up with a deep yawn, stretching so hard it brought tears to his eyes. He figured he'd left the labyrinth around noon and slept for about 5 hours. Time to head to the tavern and meet Hearn. Spotting a man on the street, he asked where the Black Whale was, but the guy just stared at him. "The Black Whale," the man repeated in surprise. "That place has been gone for 10 years. Confused, Bjorn asked him to repeat himself, not getting it. The man explained that the owner's son racked up massive gambling debts, forcing a change in both ownership and name. It was a real shame, he added, since the place used to be fantastic. Bjorn scowled. He'd known this already, which meant the game's events were ancient history. "So what's it called now?" he asked. The man paused, trying to recall the new name. "Famuse?" he finally shouted. Before long, Bjorn was standing in front of the establishment, pausing for a moment to read the sign at the entrance. This is really where the Black Whale used to be, he thought, completely baffled. The place looked nothing like it did in the game. He noted that he could at least read the local script, deciding he needed to find a library soon. As he stepped inside, someone called out a greeting. He couldn't even manage a reply. Though, as the drinkers inside started bellowing at the staff for more booze, the racket was already grating on him. Now, where is Owen? He wondered. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the noise. He turned to see Erwin waving her hand frantically, a huge smile on her face. "Over here!" she called out, trying to get his attention. He finally spotted her, noticing she was with that same woman from before. As he got closer, Tura's face soured into a dismissive frown. "It's that barbarian again," she sneered. "My name is Bjorn," he stated flatly, then asked, "And you are?" She replied that she was Owen's older sister, causing Owen to look down sadly. Bjorn sighed, He didn't realize older sister was a formal title. Her eyes narrowed in annoyance as she said, "You can call me Tia." He thought back, remembering Owen had introduced herself as Foridita. It seemed her sister had opted to use only her last name. He decided not to press the issue and simply asked why Tirsa was there. She shot to her feet, slamming a palm on the table so hard that Erwin flinched.
Erwin watched her sister sadly as Tirsa demanded, "I have a question for you. Bjorn, why did you invite this child to a tavern like this in the middle of the night?" She glared at him, her expression furious, and stood frozen, waiting for his answer.
"You summoned Owen to this dump last night," she continued. "And you have the gall to ask why I came, you thick-skinned barbarian." Owen clasped her hands, pleading silently. Tura paid her no mind. Bjorn frowned, completely lost. "What are you talking about last night?" Tura's frown deepened. "Are you really going to play dumb?" She snapped back, still perplexed. Bjorn turned and got Erwin's attention. "How long has it been since we parted ways?" he asked, lost in thought. She calculated for a moment. "About 30 hours, I think." The number echoed in his head. 30 hours, not 4? A cold sweat broke out on his face. Now he understood why he felt so damn good. Tura finally sat back down, scowling at him. Erwin, on the other hand, just smiled as Bjorn realized he had slept for more than a full day.
Owen was still smiling as she watched him. He mentally apologized to her before closing his eyes and saying it out loud. "My apologies. I haven't woken up since I left the labyrinth." Tura's jaw dropped, her face a mask of shock. Erwin looked equally amazed, staring at him in bewilderment.
Bjorn noticed Tura's stunned expression. What's with her? He wondered. Has she never seen a barbarian apologize before? After a brief pause, Tirsa admitted she hadn't expected much from him anyway. "So, why did you need her?" While Bjorn considered telling her everything, he just asked aloud, "Why do you care?" He scratched his ear casually, adding, "If you're so interested, ask her yourself." Tirsa froze, her expression darkening as she mentally cursed him. "I knew it." "Damn barbarians," she muttered, then said loud enough for him to hear. "That's rich, coming from a total newbie." The protagonist had no idea what that had to do with anything. "If you're going to keep acting like you care about Owen," he warned Tirsa, "you better drop that attitude." She got angry, spitting insults at him. They started glaring daggers at each other, while Owen, not knowing what to do, just shifted her desperate gaze from Bjorn to Tirsa, hoping to get one of them to back down. Finally, Tirsa slammed a pouch on the table. "Take it," she told him, announcing. "There are 350,000 crystals in there. It's the price for the essence Owen got," she explained. He stared at the bag, feeling like he'd seen a scene like this in some cheap drama. He could almost hear Tirsa screaming, "Take this money and leave my girl alone," but was snapped out of his thoughts when she crossed her arms over her chest. "Well, why aren't you taking the crystals?" she demanded. Frowning, she added, "I knew it. You have other motives." He didn't react to her accusation. Instead, he looked at Owen and asked, "Are you okay with this?" She thought about it for a moment. The protagonist admitted, closing his eyes. "My plan was just to form a group with you until you earned enough for the essence." Owen's eyes went wide with amazement. "That's really all you needed from me?" she asked. Bjorn confirmed it was. "We'd just split the loot in half," he explained. Owen smiled, full of admiration, but then froze. Her face fell in sharp disappointment. She sank back into her seat, closed her eyes, and apologized to him. Bjorn couldn't understand why she was refusing. It seemed to him that they were a great duo. Teresa looked at him seriously and said, "From now on, Owen goes into the labyrinth with me." "Letting her go alone on her first run was just us following tradition," she explained. "Otherwise, I never would have agreed to it." Bjorn finally understood. Owen already had a group ready to carry her to the upper floors. He thought about the troublesome nature of blood ties with a scowl. She pushed the crystals his way, telling him to take them if he understood. But Bjorn held up a hand. "Wait, 350,000 is only half the value. Of the essences, yes," Tuia confirmed. "That's the entire loot, split evenly," the protagonist countered. "We're short 280,000. "Our deal was a 9-to-1 split," he reminded her. Tuia chuckled. How could I have forgotten?" She placed another bag on the table. "There's your 280,000, Bjorn internally seethed. What is her game? He figured Tuia was messing with him on purpose. "Damn elf," he thought. "Now I get why the barbarians hate them." Finally, he declared their business finished. "You can go," he said bluntly. "Owen and I need to talk." Tuia shot back, annoyed. "What else is there to discuss?" Her words were cut short by a slight tug on her glove. Owen was awkwardly trying to get her attention, looking at her with a blush. Owen said, "I'm so grateful that you're worried, but you can leave now." She pressed her palms together in a pleading motion. "I want to thank Bjorn properly and say goodbye," she explained. Tuya watched her, thought for a moment, and then agreed, realizing she wasn't a child anymore. With that settled, she whipped her finger toward the protagonist. "You! Swear an oath!" He was taken aback, having no idea what she was talking about. "Swear you won't sleep with Owen," Tuya demanded. "And I'll leave." Owen looked completely lost. "What are you even saying?" she asked. Bjorn's mind went elsewhere. "So, just not sleep with her? Does that mean anything else is fine?" Noticing his silence, Tuya pushed him. "Swear it." He finally gave in, slapping his palm against his chest. "I swear on my honor as a warrior. Not that warrior's honor means a damn thing to me," he added silently. Owen just gave him a pitying look, which he caught just as Tuya finally relaxed. "Good. In that case, I'm off," she said, turning to leave. "Tuya," Owen called after her, and she stopped dead in her tracks, as if she'd forgotten something.
"I almost forgot," she said, looking back at the protagonist with a small smile. "Thank you for saving Owen." As she left, Owen sighed and slumped onto the table. Bjorn stared at her in confusion. She raised her head, her eyes filled with distress. "What do I do now? I've never spoken to her like that before."
"Do you think she's really not angry?" she whispered. Judging by that smile, he thought she probably was, but he told her aloud, "Don't worry about it." "Okay, I'm glad," she said, relieved. Then she blushed. "Oh, and I remembered something. I'm really grateful for your offer earlier, but," she explained, "Tuya and I made a promise to each other a long time ago, so I'm really sorry." He simply said that it was fine. "It's all good," he assured her, rubbing his chin. Then again, he thought, if a high-level elf offered to carry me through the labyrinth, I wouldn't turn her down either. As if on cue, Owen pulled out another bag. "There are 63,000 more crystals in here. I collected them from the other adventurer and the crossbowman. I already took my share," she noted. "So you don't need to worry. Also, their backpacks are at my house. And since there's a lot of stuff, I figured it would be better if we sort through everything in person tomorrow." Bjorn watched her smile, impressed. "I didn't even have to ask. She just gets it," he thought. It felt like a waste to let such a great companion go. Suddenly, Owen lowered her head. "How can I possibly thank you?" she asked. He didn't understand what she meant. "I can't just ignore all the help you gave me after refusing yours." She clarified. "Ah, so that's why Tuya made me swear that oath." He realized. She thought I'd ask for something weird as payment. He repeated her words thoughtfully. "You have to thank me." "Huh." He took a breath. "Honestly, nothing comes to mind. Do you want to eat?" She told him she wasn't hungry. "All right, I'll eat alone then." Bjorn decided. Owen paused, tapping her chin in thought, then blushed and stood up from her chair. She leaned forward. "I'd rather order a drink. I purposely didn't have a single sip yesterday." The protagonist was bewildered. "What?" Owen exclaimed. "I want to have my first return mug with you." He repeated the term, remembering it from somewhere. "Right, that's a tradition in the game." For an elf who'd spent her entire life in a monastery, her first time must be incredibly important. "Should I be happy about this?" he asked awkwardly. "You should just thank me." Owen replied. He did, and she beamed. "It's no problem at all. We supported each other in the labyrinth, so now we should share the first return drink," she declared, then looked away shyly. "I know this isn't your first time, though." "What are you talking about?" he asked, confused. "This was my first time in the labyrinth, too." Owen let out a shriek of surprise. "Seriously?" The protagonist simply reminded her. "I told you I was 20 years old." Owen was in shock. "That wasn't a joke." Bjorn grinned. "It was my first time, too," he confirmed. Soon, they ordered a feast, and Owen raised her mug with a smile. "To Bjorn, you did a fantastic job. You worked hard, too," he replied. They knocked their mugs together and drank. Before they knew it, all the food was gone. The drinks were finished, too. Owen looked at him adoringly and remarked, "You're wearing a very short shirt today." The protagonist mentally agreed. "And you're wearing a skirt," he thought, but kept quiet. He decided enough small talk had passed. It was time to get to the point. Closing his eyes, he downed the rest of his drink. Watching him, Owen was impressed by how well he drank. Bjorn wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "So?" he asked. "Is it true you still want to thank me because there is one option?" Owen adjusted her hair, her interest clearly piqued. "What is it?" Leaning closer, the protagonist whispered. "We can't do it here. The other visitors might call security."
Owen froze, completely embarrassed, as she realized what he was suggesting. Should we go to your place? She proposed. He thought about it, then decided. That's a great idea. Sometime later, after they'd arrived in his room, the protagonist asked Owen, "Could you spread that a little wider?" She sighed and obliged.
She insisted she couldn't do it, no matter how much he pushed. Bjorn was panting, sweat dripping from his brow, but he still wrenched Owen's arm back with sheer force, squeezing her eyes shut. Owen bit back tears and cried out as pain flared in her shoulder. She was certain he was about to rip her arm clean off. Damn, controlling this strength is tough, he thought, with tears carving paths down her cheeks. Owen choked out that she'd never been forced to bend like that. Are you positive? Bjorn asked her. Swearing on her mother's life, she confirmed it, and he finally relented, suggesting they take a short break.
As she got to her feet, Owen placed her palm over his quivering hand. Am I alive? Is my hand still there? She asked. Watching her, the protagonist pondered something.
He noted to himself that a 4-point increase in flexibility wasn't very apparent in reality. A little flushed, Owen scowled and asked him, "Did you really think I came here just to check my stats?" He explained that using skills within the city limits was prohibited, adding silently that he wanted to test something. He needed to see how the essence's effect differed between the game and the real world. Right, I get it, Owen snapped, clearly annoyed. As he continued his train of thought, he recalled how the game's dungeons and stones showed no mercy to their players. You only had to glance at the status window to realize that. The main categories were strength, spirit, and abilities. And under those 3 primary stats were drop-down menus containing hundreds of others. For instance, a rise in endurance let you carry heavier loads and inflict greater damage with physical strikes. Because of this, even players with identical core stats could have vastly different playstyles. Picturing 2 players, both with a strength of 50, Bjorn thought to himself. He'd poured thousands of hours into dissecting all of this. Yet even after 9 years in the game, some parameters remained a total mystery. He cursed the developers. He remembered the possession effect as one example. Then his focus shifted back to Owen, recalling she had gained a boost to that specific characteristic. Noticing his stare, Owen looked at him, surprised and then a little flustered, suggesting they find something else to do. Bjorn paid her no mind. All I know about that stat is that it's a low-tier ability on the spirit tree, he thought. Have you felt any changes since we left the labyrinth? He asked out loud. He offered suggestions, like obsessive thoughts or a lack of self-control. She tapped a finger to her chin in thought before admitting she wasn't sure. Wait, she suddenly exclaimed, remembering something. I have this weird new thing for cookies.
She explained she never cared for them before, but she'd eaten an insane amount since they got back. The protagonist's brow furrowed. I see. He wondered if possession simply amplified cravings. That would explain why its effect was so hard to pinpoint in the game. He also realized there could be new stats he'd never seen. He made a mental note to stay alert for anything similar, but his thoughts were abruptly cut short. Owen tugged at his clothes to get his attention. I want to lie down, she said. Bjorn still had a few more things to check, but he consented. All right, let's lie down, he offered. After blowing out the candle that lit their room, he was just drifting off to sleep when his eyes flew open. Stop, he told himself, remembering that T had warned them not to sleep together. He glanced at Owen, who was already asleep with her head resting on him, but figured it didn't matter. T probably had a completely different kind of sleeping together in mind. The next morning, Bjorn surveyed the weapons, clothes, and other gear laid out on the floor. Is this everything we looted? He asked, impressed by the size of their haul. We got here early for a reason, Owen pointed out. Are you planning to sell all of it? She asked. He confirmed it, saying he'd only keep a couple of items for himself. Owen's face lit up with a grin. In that case, can I have the leather suit? Bjorn agreed, telling her to consider it her cut of the profits, which she happily accepted. A short while later, the 2 of them were at a shop to offload their loot. A merchant appraised one item and offered, I'll give you $350,000 for it. Another buyer offered $180,000 for the next batch Bjorn presented. In a different shop, a man offered $250,000 for the contents of their backpack. While Bjorn handled the negotiations, Owen browsed the shop's wares with delight. After they had sold everything, the protagonist took a moment. Staring at the bags of money, he mentally calculated their earnings 1,450,000 stones. Owen stood beside him, clutching her own share. Is this real? Am I dreaming? She whispered, stunned by how much money they'd made. Bjorn's mind was still racing. He calculated that after subtracting Owen's portion, he was left with a clean 1,400,000 stones. He'd never made this much on a first run. This was a fantastic start.
Finally, he announced. All right, it's time for us to apply. Owen gasped in shock, but he couldn't understand her reaction. What's so surprising? We've done everything we needed to, he said. We can walk to the central square together, since we're headed the same way. She closed her eyes with a sigh of disappointment and agreed, admitting she had hoped to spend more time with him. As they walked, they suddenly came to a halt. A massive crowd had gathered in the square, all preparing to watch some kind of event. Owen shuddered. Why are all these people here? Looks like an execution is about to start. Bjorn guessed. One of the knights maintaining the perimeter yelled for the crowd to stand back. The condemned man was already secured in the guillotine's stocks, sobbing and trying to speak. But the gag over his mouth only allowed muffled sounds to escape. The protagonist's gaze shifted from the man to a group of other prisoners, tied and huddled on the ground beside the platform, weeping. He knew. These people hadn't committed any grave offenses like murder or assault. Their one and only crime was failing to pay their taxes. A knight shouted, "The execution will now commence." He released the rope, and as the blade fell, Bjorn thought about how Rapdonia was the last city on Earth. It had been ravaged by the witch's curse, and the labyrinth was now the only source of resources. Because of that, anyone unable to pay the tax had to be eliminated to reduce the number of mouths to feed. The guillotine's blade descended with a final, heavy thud, severing the man's head as blood erupted into the air. In the air, and a crowd clutching loaves of bread surged forward, each person yelling for the others to get out of their way, rushing toward the crimson pools spreading on the ground. They started dipping their bread in the blood and devouring it, chanting Owen's name over and over. She watched, horrified, with a hand clapped over her mouth, asking why on earth they were soaking their bread in blood. He explained it was a dark superstition. They believed the blood of the executed brought good fortune. He then asked about the first-year tax, and she told him it was 700,000 stones for non-humans. It was slightly off from the game's numbers, but close enough. Frowning, he then asked about the second year's tax. For the second year, it was even worse. It jumped to 800,000, not including the exchange commission. As she continued to stare in shock, Bjorn realized this part matched the game perfectly. The taxes climbed higher every single year, meaning there was no room to slack off. If he couldn't find a way back home or get drastically stronger, it would be his blood soaking into someone else's meal. He knew he had to accumulate as much wealth as possible to build a safety net. He pictured several key locations from the game, realizing he had to clear at least the 6th floor to escape the threat of execution and secure his survival. A short while later, he arrived at the library. He paused before entering, struck by the sheer size of the building, which had been unfinished in the game. As he finally started toward the stacks, he wondered with irritation why everyone was giving him the side-eye. He figured they'd probably never seen a barbarian who actually liked books. But then he froze, spotting Einar slumped over a table, fast asleep on an open volume. He recognized her instantly. He crept closer, studying her peaceful expression and wondering what she was doing here. With a gentle poke of his finger, he nudged her awake. Einar lifted her head, blinked at him, and asked if it was really him. Bjorn confessed he was relieved to see her in one piece, and she yelled back that she was, too, earning glares from several other patrons. Annoyed by her volume and sweating with nervous energy, he hissed for her to keep it down. She quickly apologized, exclaiming that she never imagined she'd run into her barbarian brother in a library. Bjorn tried again to shush her, but seeing it was a lost cause, he just sighed and told her to forget it. He asked what brought her here, and Einar reminded him of his own words that she needed to learn, to think before acting. That's why she had come to seek out new knowledge. Bjorn admitted that was impressive, noting that Einar was nothing like the other barbarians. She added that while navigating the labyrinth, she'd learned there were far more dangerous things to fear than just monsters. He guessed that a lot must have happened to her on her journey, remembering how the other barbarians only ever boasted about their feats. Einar, with a heavy sigh, confirmed his suspicion. That was the reason she had resolved to learn, but she found reading incredibly difficult. He wondered if that was truly her only obstacle. Standing up, Einar admitted she also planned to visit the temple to find someone who could teach her how to read and write. He asked if she was heading there immediately. She nodded, saying she'd forget if she put it off. The more Bjorn learned about the barbarians, the more he pitied their circumstances. Suddenly recalling something, Einar said she'd sworn to repay Bjorn for his advice if they made it back alive. She told him to find her at the Angry Bulling if he ever got into trouble, promising she would help him with everything she had. He agreed to her offer. He watched her leave, silently hoping she wouldn't forget that promise in a few days. A part of him felt he might need that favor sooner rather than later. A little later, gazing around the enormous library, He wondered how in the world he was supposed to find the specific book he needed. The place was absolutely gigantic. Then he spotted a girl sitting alone at a large desk. As he approached, he couldn't help but wonder if she was actually the librarian. Her head was bowed low, and he quickly realized she was asleep on the job. He cleared his throat to get her attention, and the girl slowly stirred. She looked up at him with exhausted eyes and asked what he wanted. He explained he was looking for a book and started to ask where he could find something on history. But before he could even finish his sentence, the girl cast some kind of spell. A wave of magical energy materialized in the air between her hands. The energy drifted towards him, wrapping around his body. He frowned, confused and wary, wondering if she had just used some kind of attack magic on him. However, when the magical aura faded, he felt exactly the same. Seeing his bewildered expression, the girl let out a massive yawn. She explained that he would find the book he was looking for if he just walked around. She warned him that taking books out was forbidden, so he had to read it there and put it back where he found it. Bjorn began to ask if he was supposed to just wander aimlessly, but before he got an answer, the girl had already fallen asleep again, her chin propped up on her hand. He quietly noted that she was out cold once more. He had no idea what her deal was, but as he began to walk through the library, he quickly understood how her magic functioned. After a bit of searching, he was stunned to see a single book on a shelf glowing with a faint light. He realized the girl's magic was illuminating the exact books he needed. Now it all made sense how a single person could manage such a massive library. Pulling the glowing volume from the shelf, he opened it, deciding to start there. The first title was The History of the Fallen World. Bjorn began to read. For 1,000 years, a witch's curse had rendered these lands uninhabitable. Rania was the final bastion against the catastrophe, and its ruling family had opened a portal to another dimension to save their people from dwindling resources. That place became known as the labyrinth. The ancient history of this world was nearly identical to the game's prologue. After finishing the first book, Bjorn picked up the second, a textbook titled Basic Alchemical Notes, Volume 4. This book detailed how monster magic crystals could be converted into bread, water, steel, and other materials. The hero understood almost none of it, no matter how many times he read it, but he committed it to memory just in case. The next book was called Holy War Part 3, and it detailed the origins of the hatred between the barbarians and the elves. Bjorn decided to study this one too, but he had a feeling that the fourth book would prove to be more valuable than all the others. The book was titled Malevolent Spirits of the Abyss. It explained that these so-called evil spirits were beings from another dimension that came to this world to possess people. That was technically true, he thought. The text didn't specify their motives, but Bjorn pieced together that the ruling family and the church had fought hard to stamp out this problem. Finishing the book, he let out a sigh. The bottom line was simple. He'd be fine as long as he didn't blow his cover. From the perspective of an evil spirit, this was incredibly useful intel. He then picked up the fifth book, which was about the death of the king. It detailed the passing of the first monarch, Rivian II, also known as the Immortal King, who died 150 years ago. Since the game's plot kicked off with his death, that meant 150 years had passed since the events he knew. Now Bjorn finally understood the constant differences between the game and this reality. He grabbed the next book, Notes on Dimensional Instability. He stroked his chin, staring at the cover. Is this the book Dra was talking about? He muttered to himself. He recalled Dra mentioning that what happened to him was a rare phenomenon. The book also noted that traveling through a portal just as it was collapsing could cause such instability. This whole mess might have been his own damn fault. Bjorn cursed, a wave of disgust washing over him. He decided it was better to just stop thinking about it. A sudden shudder brought him back to reality, and he saw how late it had gotten. He'd read the rest some other time. 3
Days had now passed since he'd returned from the labyrinth. Lying in bed, he frowned, deep in thought, remembering that a month in this world was 30 days long. The labyrinth opened again at midnight on the 1st, leaving him 27 days. His brow furrowed. Tomorrow, he would find
some companions. When morning arrived, a sudden noise jolted him awake. He sat up just as a firm knock came from his door, followed by a voice telling him to wake up. He wondered if it was her. Squinting, he opened the door and asked, "Erwin, what are you doing here so early?" But before he could get the words out, a fierce blast of wind hit him, making him frown and let out a surprised grunt. It was Erwin, who had just summoned a wind spirit. Her eyes closed in concentration. She explained that she had finally formed a contract and urged him to look, saying she had used the 10 spirit stones that Tersa gave her, and it had actually worked. She was thrilled to have gotten a wind spirit, as it paired perfectly with her fire magic. The protagonist squeezed his eyes shut to shield them from the gale and remarked that she was lucky. He knew spirit stones were items that let you attempt to form a contract, and the success rate was a mere 10%. The stones were also incredibly expensive. Seeing that Erwin had used 10 of them, he wondered if she came from a rich family. Finally, he said, "All right, I've seen it. You can call the spirit back now," Erwin protested, explaining that she wasn't done, showing him everything. Bjorn glanced at his now trashed room and asked irritably, "How much more of a disaster are you going to make in here?" Horrified, Erwin clasped her cheeks and apologized, promising she would clean everything up immediately. The little spirit just hovered in the air, watching the scene unfold in amazement. A while later, an exhausted Erwin sat on the bed, wiping her forehead with the back of her hand. "All done," she exclaimed, looking around. Bjorn recalled that she'd claimed to be a good cleaner, and he had to admit, she had finished surprisingly fast. "Congratulations on the contract," he said finally.
Erwin closed her eyes and smiled, thanking him. Bjorn's tone then became serious as he asked why she wasted her time coming all the way over here. He thought she had far more important things to do, like preparing for the labyrinth. Erwin looked crestfallen, admitting he was right as she lowered her head.
She explained sadly, her eyes still closed. "I wanted you to be the first one to know." He figured she was acting this way because he was her very first companion, and she felt they shared some kind of special connection. He could almost hear her calling him her first friend while telling him that she'd found a wind spirit, expecting him to ask how much stronger she was now. Bjorn knew it was usually better to keep relationships purely professional, but instead he said aloud, "I'm planning to be here for a long time, so if you ever have any problems, you can come to me." He switched into his merchant, Barbarian mode and held out his palm with a smirk, deciding that he and Erwin would be friends. "We're comrades, after all," he added, flustered. Erwin looked at him in shock, on the verge of tears. Then, a huge smile lit up her face as she happily agreed. Having more connections can only be a good thing, Bjorn thought.
There were only 26 days left before they returned to the labyrinth. It could be a long time or a short one, but he knew exactly how to use it. Soon after, he left his house and headed toward the Raging Bull Tavern, where the barbarians were staying. One of them startled and spun around at the sound of his footsteps, and the others quickly noticed him too, while some didn't recognize him. The ones who did immediately explained that he was the strongest warrior, Bjorn. Hearing his name, many began to roar that they'd heard all about him. The noise was nearly deafening, and he grimaced. "The barbarians are as loud as ever," he thought as one of them led him into the building. The man asked him what brought him there, assuming he was also looking for a good time. Without even waiting for a reply, he bellowed that it was a great idea, since the rooms here were only 300 stones a night. The protagonist was shocked when he heard that. "Why is it so cheap?" The barbarian explained that they were packing 10 people into rooms built for 5, but he promised they would find a spot. For Bjorn, that explained the low price. He turned down the man's offer, explaining, "I actually came to see Einar, Finland's 3rd daughter." The guy corrected him. "You mean the 2nd daughter?" Suddenly, Einar herself appeared in the hallway, calling out Bjorn's name in surprise, her mouth hanging slightly open. The barbarian who'd been talking to him noted that she'd shown up right on cue, since Bjorn was looking for her. As she got closer, she asked with a puzzled look, "Why were you looking for me?" Bjorn got right to it. "I have a request. I want to fight you." She assumed he wanted to do it as a form of training, and he confirmed her suspicion. "I need the practice," he explained. "When it comes to pure strength, I'm weaker." Anar noted that he might. She begged him not to bring it up once they were outside. All he had to do, she said, was head to the square. For a moment, the protagonist just stood there, staring at the brawling barbarians. He knew asking them for anything was a waste of his time. Einar declared that as long as it wasn't the crack of dawn, she was always ready for a duel. He immediately suggested they start. They soon found a clearing, and as Einar hefted a massive sword, Bjorn raised his shield and fell into a defensive posture. The other barbarians noticed. Realizing a fight was about to break out, Bjorn charged forward, thinking to himself, "I'm here to learn, but I refuse to lose." Einar swung her blade, preparing to attack, and, with a focused frown, she brought the weapon crashing down. The impact sent the protagonist stumbling backward, and he hit the ground hard. Blood streamed from his nose as he realized it was a complete and utter defeat. The barbarians erupted in cheers, hailing Anar as the superior warrior. Ignoring their shouts, she approached Bjorn and asked if he was all right. "I'm fine," he replied, thinking she was incredibly skilled. He knew better than to waste time, wiping the blood from his nose. His face hardened with determination. "Again!"
he demanded. They clashed once more, and Einar's strike sent his shield flying from his grasp. But he wasn't about to—
Quit! Again, he shouted. In the next bout, he successfully blocked a sword strike without losing his shield, over and over. He pushed her to keep the training going, honing his technique and learning to evade Einar's relentless assault. They sparred until the dead of night, when finally, on his knees, Bjorn froze, panting for air. Sweat poured from his brow as an equally exhausted Einar asked if he wanted to go on. She confessed that even she needed a break. The protagonist thought, she's a monster. He told her he was done, that it was enough for one day, and Einar agreed, noting
he'd put up a good fight. Bjorn privately added that she wasn't just any barbarian. It was doubtful she'd ever turn on him. He then asked if she intended to venture into the labyrinth by herself. She figured that was her only option, since she couldn't afford to hire a team. Bjorn saw his opening. This was the perfect opportunity. A smile spread across his face as he held out his hand. Einar, he asked, how would you like to be my teammate? She stared at his outstretched hand, stunned. Really, she asked. Bjorn confirmed it, explaining that he'd take a percentage of their earnings but would cover all the setup costs for the team. Before he could finish his pitch, Einar cut him off. Stop! Don't say another word! The protagonist cursed inwardly, wondering if his offer had offended her. He frowned, trying to explain. Just listen, I'll also pay for all the gear. But Einar interrupted him again, this time by simply shaking his hand. Bjorn froze, completely surprised, and stared down at their joined hands. Einar grinned, explaining that she wouldn't have understood his terms anyway, even if he laid them all out. In the end, she simply chose to trust him. The protagonist beamed. It's a pleasure working with you, he exclaimed, thinking how incredible it was that he finally had a companion. The next day at the Barbarian temple, the chieftain flinched upon seeing Bjorn and Einar approach. He greeted them with a wide, knowing smirk. Bjorn thought to himself that the chieftain was the main reason he never wanted to return, but he was left with no other choice. The chieftain remarked that warriors who leave rarely show their faces again, and wondered if Bjorn was following Einar's lead. He guessed Bjorn was there to learn how to read and write, but the protagonist denied it. Then why are you here? The chieftain asked, confused. Bjorn stated that he required a spirit seal, specifically an immortal seal. His brow furrowed in concentration as he thought, this is an essential skill for clearing the labyrinth. He placed a hand over his chest. Bjorn knew that every non-human race had its unique abilities. Elves, for instance, could form contracts with spirits to borrow their power, while dwarves could receive blessings from their armor, boosting its effectiveness. Beastmen could bond with ancient creatures they called spirit beasts. For barbarians, it was the spirit seal. Leaning in, the chieftain asked in a shocked whisper, how do you know about that? Bjorn's jaw tightened as he remained silent. The chief insisted that younger warriors almost never knew about such things. Bjorn was annoyed that he was being suspected once again, but it didn't bother him. He'd already visited the library and researched the spirit seal extensively. I read about it in a book, he said, recalling a passage where someone mentioned how the spirit seals were a massive advantage in the war against the elves. The chief let out a hearty laugh, slapping him on the back. You read books and found out that way? He seemed genuinely amused. Bjorn barely kept his footing, stunned by the chieftain's reaction. The chief then admitted he was incredibly proud of both Bjorn and Einar, adding that there was no issue. If a warrior requested the seal, they had no grounds to deny him. The protagonist suggested they get started immediately, but the chieftain's voice boomed over his. First, you'll need to pay 800,000 stones. He balled his hand into a fist. Can you handle that? Bjorn smirked. Of course. Einar, however, looked at him in disbelief. Are you serious? The protagonist knew that earning such a sum was a huge hurdle early in the game. At higher levels, you needed not just currency, but also exotic materials. But for now, cash was king. He produced 1 pouch of 500,000 and 3 pouches of 100,000, presenting them to the chief, taking the payment. The chief asked, how did a rookie like you earn so much? Bjorn had already prepared his lie. He would have been disappointed if the chief hadn't asked. He grinned wickedly. I got lucky and found a wounded elf, he began. I forced her into servitude, took her crystals, and even made her absorb an essence for me. Then he made her sister pay a hefty ransom. In his mind, he pictured himself as a true villain tormenting the helpless Erwin and Dia. He laughed, adding, elves are just so... The chieftain roared with laughter at the story, admitting it was the best laugh he'd had in a long, long time. He found it absolutely incredible that the newcomer had actually pulled off such a feat. Nearby barbarians bellowed in disbelief, exclaiming that he had actually thrashed the pointy ears, assuming something Like that had never been done before. They simply couldn't believe it. A grin spread across Bjorn's face as he wondered just how many other barbarians were gathered here. He was surprised by their intense hatred for elves, but he had to admit, he found it rather refreshing. Suddenly, the chieftain pressed an object into his palm, announcing it as a personal gift, and adding that Bjorn showed tremendous potential. The young warrior stared at the coins in shock, asking himself if the chieftain had seriously just handed him 200,000 stones. He was floored by the massive reward he'd received for a simple story, and he mentally shouted that this was amazing, raising his fist. He vowed to continue giving those useless elves hell on his path to becoming a legendary warrior. The barbarians roared in approval. Internally, he thought that the more time he spent with these people, the more he liked them. They had their own kind of rough charm. He smiled, broadly, unable to hide his excitement. Later, his thoughts turned to the spirit seal, which was a kind of enhancement technique. The concept behind it was to infuse the body with special ingredients, granting a person extraordinary power. The barbarians performed this ritual on newborn children when their souls were,
still pure, ensuring the soul's pathways remained visible even in adulthood, which is why every barbarian was covered in tattoos. A short while later, Bjorn sat in a dimly lit chamber, his eyes closed, as the shaman gave him a final warning, explaining that once a path was chosen, he could never select a different spirit seal.
Surrounded by flickering candles, the protagonist stated that he understood. In his mind, the advanced immortal spirit seal was the absolute foundation for a tank-class barbarian. The shaman nodded for them to begin and produced a small needle. Holding it against Bjorn's skin, the hero knew that the other seals were powerful in their own right, but for anyone playing the long game, the immortal seal was the obvious path. With a sharp jerk of his hands, the shaman pierced Bjorn's skin in several places. He shut his eyes tight, wondering if he'd have to endure this every single time. He clenched his jaw as beads of sweat broke out across his body, and he silently screamed at the intense pain. Unable to contain it, he let out a raw shout as a system notification appeared. He had unlocked the first level of the immortal seal, causing his natural regeneration to skyrocket and his physical stats to increase by 13. Sometime later, Bjorn pushed aside the tent flap, thanked the shaman, and was met with only a laugh in response. The protagonist wondered why the old man was laughing. The shaman explained it was the first time he'd ever seen a warrior offer thanks for the ritual. He walked off. Bjorn worried if he'd done something wrong. He decided it was best to leave quickly, before the shaman grew suspicious. The next morning, he headed to the market district to buy some proper equipment. His training with Einar had made one thing clear. Swords were not his strong suit. He planned to focus entirely on mastering shield techniques once he got the necessary essence. So messing around with a blade was just a waste of time. When he entered the shop, the owner greeted him. Asking what he was after, Bjorn explained that he needed a one-handed blunt weapon. After a moment, the shopkeeper pointed to a rack, declaring that it was what barbarians typically chose. Looking at the massive weapons, the protagonist thought they were certainly to the barbarian's taste, but explained he wanted something more ordinary. He mentally noted that while they had immense destructive power, such a weapon would be overkill for the monsters on the first floor. The shopkeeper then offered him a mace, asking how that one looked. Taking the weapon, Bjorn felt its balance and exclaimed that it was perfect, buying the medium-sized mace for 220,000 stones. The next moment, a system alert confirmed he had equipped medium armor, boosting his item level by 85 points. In addition, Bjorn bought a custom helmet for 170,000, since the standard ones wouldn't fit, and also purchased half armor for 360,000. Equipping the cheap helmet raised his item level by 47 points, and after putting on the hard half armor, his item level jumped by another 57 points. Once he was fully geared up, he had 50,000 stones left to his name. A long time had passed since he'd left the labyrinth, and his life had fallen into a routine. A little later, he met up with Weewin, who smiled happily and greeted him at 7 o'clock in the morning. Bjorn woke up and had breakfast with her, asking if it was a long journey for her to come here every time, but she just noted the food was cheap and amazing. After that, Bjorn spent his time in the library until 4 in the afternoon, noticing with some annoyance that the librarian was sleeping on the job again. Afterwards, he would visit a new tavern to eat, hoping to gather information he couldn't find in the library. While he ate, he carefully listened to some men at another table discussing monsters that had suddenly appeared from the other side. Noting that it sounded quite dangerous, frowning, the protagonist tuned them out and focused on his food, thinking that everything here was expensive and didn't even taste very good. For about 5 hours a day, he would go to the barbarian camp to fight, and after a week of training, He started sparring with warriors other than Einar. After beating an opponent, he'd wipe the sweat from his face and call for the next challenger. He knew it would be great to get some actual skills, but this kind of raw training was also incredibly useful for honing his combat instincts. The repeated training sharpened his reflexes, flexibility, and field of vision, and because of this, his physical characteristics were increased by 1 point. After consistent training, Bjorn even started to occasionally defeat Einar. He would help her up, thanking her for the day's fight. The other barbarians watching their battles began to call Bjorn their top warrior. Einar admitted that he had gotten much stronger, and he thought that while she was skilled, her movements had become predictable. He told her so, but it was a habit she would struggle to change. At 9 o'clock, the protagonist returned home, washed up, and met Weewin again, who offered him dinner. While drying his hair, Bjorn asked if she was tired from running around, but smiling, she insisted she wasn't at all and invited him to eat. They finished dinner around 11 o'clock, after which Weewin would return home, waving her hand goodbye. With a decisive nod, she announced, "It's time for me to go," and wished him a good night. But then she clenched her fists tightly and added, "Good luck in the labyrinth. Bjorn, can this really be happening tomorrow?" he wondered, amazed at how quickly everything had fallen into place, and wished her luck in return as an entire month flew by. Only a single day remained before the labyrinth's grand opening. The system had finished calculating the new stats for the main entrance. And at 2110, near the Investigators Guild, a group of adventurers strode into the building where Bjorn and Einar were waiting. The protagonist explained they were there for a magical item. At the reception desk, the girl looked up and asked, "A link for 2, Bjorn confirmed, and she gestured to a crystal, telling them to place their hands on it. Once they did, she saw they were N-rank investigators and calculated the fee. "That'll be 15,000 stones, she announced, and Bjorn made a mental note of the price. "That's incredibly steep for a one-time service," he thought, "but we need it." Einar, on the other hand, was furious at the cost, crying out that for that kind of cash, you could feast on tons of meat. The protagonist knew the starting locations were random, which was why the magical link was crucial. It was the only way to guarantee he and Einar would appear in the same spot. He then asked how an explorer's rank was decided. The receptionist explained it was based on the total essence contained within a person's soul. Bjorn followed up. "Does the price scale with rank?" She confirmed that it did. He was about to ask something else, but she cut him off, announcing, "Everything is set. Just remember that the connection only lasts for 24 hours. Bjorn acknowledged her. He suggested they eat first. When they arrived at the tavern, Einar trembled with a mix of awe and embarrassment as she stared at the feast laid out before them. "What is all this?" she stammered. The protagonist had splurged on the most expensive meal, offered a final indulgence for 800 stones before they braved the labyrinth. Bjorn smiled. "It's just 800 stones." Einar, practically drooling, asked if she was dreaming. "Go on, try some," he encouraged. She took a bite, chewed, and then completely froze up. A look of pure ecstasy on her face as she let out a shriek of amazement. Tears actually started streaming down her face. "This is amazing," she cried out. "What is this stuff?" It was as if she'd been sleepwalking through life and had finally decided to wake up. She vowed to work much harder to earn enough money to eat like this every day. With newfound determination, she began to wolf down the food while Bjorn wished her luck. He couldn't help but wonder what she usually ate. A while later, with only 10 minutes remaining before the labyrinth opened, they approached the main square. A crowd of other adventurers was already gathered there. The man guarding the entrance warned everyone that it wasn't time to enter yet. Bjorn hadn't paid much attention last time, but now he realized the portal was truly massive. Suddenly, his focus was pulled away by a commotion nearby. He locked onto Parton, who was ordering his group of barbarians to halt. The moment they laid eyes on the portal, the barbarians let out a collective roar.
"We made it just in time, thanks to you," they cheered, hailing him as the greatest warrior. Bjorn figured they must have just finished some kind of ceremony and wondered how they consistently managed to arrive on the dot. Parton, meanwhile, puffed out his chest and told the others, "See, I told you it's best to trust me."
Einar rubbed her nose with her finger and said, "Kinda brings back old memories." The protagonist was slightly annoyed, thinking that it had only been a month. He kept that thought to himself. At last! The guard yelled that the adventurers could now enter. The crowd surged toward the portal, and Einar was ready to dive in, telling Bjorn to follow. But he grabbed her arm, his expression stern, and said, "Wait, I need to check something." He began to explain that he had read that strange things can happen through the fractures during moments of portal instability. But Einar just cut him off, agreeing without listening. She knew she wouldn't have understood a word of it anyway, so she simply chose to trust him. However, As the countdown reached the final minute, Einar froze. Horrified, breaking out in a cold sweat, she asked, "Shouldn't we be going in by now?" The protagonist noticed the portal had shrunk dramatically, to nearly the same size as the very first time. He decided to wait for the guard to make a call. Just then, the man shouted that the portal was almost shut. Bjorn's face hardened as he yelled, "Now we have to move, now run!" Einar immediately complied, and they both bolted toward the portal. The knight tried to stop them, shouting for them to wait and warning that it was dangerous, but they slipped through just in time. As the protagonist opened his eyes, he thought to himself, "I knew it." Einar was waving her arms frantically, yelling that she couldn't see a thing. "Calm down," Bjorn said, mentally noting that they had landed in a dark zone. He was prepared this time. He pulled out a small torch and lit it. "Is this what you were talking about?" Einar asked in surprise. As she looked around, her eyes landed on a large stone. "What's that?" she asked. "It's here, just like I thought." Bjorn mentally confirmed. "It's a monument," he explained aloud. "With it, we can open a portal straight to the second floor." He intended to get there immediately, a sly grin on his face. Every player worth their salt knows how to exploit the game's bugs. He thought. He stretched out his hand, touched the stone, and a radiant energy began to pulse from it, solidifying into a new portal. Einar's mouth fell open, her eyes wide with shock. Bjorn just grinned and offered for her to go first, because he was the first to open the portal. He received 2 bonus experience points, and a system message informed him that his character had leveled up, increasing his maximum essence by 1. When they stepped onto the next floor, Einar asked in total confusion how he had managed that. They were in a place where dark muck squelched under their boots, surrounded by the ruins of stone structures. As they walked, Einar remembered the chieftain saying that it takes 3 days to reach the second floor. The protagonist said he found this method in a book, and she screamed with excitement, "That's awesome! This means we shouldn't have any problems on the second floor." Just then, they heard faint, agonizing screams. Bjorn knew this was without a doubt the land of the dead. The protagonist stopped short, which caught Einar's attention. She asked if he felt that too, then asked in confusion what was happening. He put a hand to his chest and said, "Something is rushing through my veins. It's filling my entire body." Einar gave him a thumbs up, guessing that his soul level had just gone up. "Congratulations," she said. "Soul level?" Bjorn repeated in his mind, puzzled, before it suddenly clicked. "She means my character's level." He remembered that in Dungeon and Stone, leveling up meant the mana cost for skills increased. But so did the amount of essence you could absorb. At level 2, he would be able to use 2 essences. He pictured 2 spheres of energy floating in the air around him. Einar suddenly noted that it was strange, because Bjorn's soul level had risen even though he hadn't killed any monsters yet. He assumed that he knew that being the first to breach a portal was a major achievement, a special kind of experience gained from all sorts of feats in this world. The problem was, when it came to hunting, you only got that bonus for the first time you killed a new type of monster, which made it progressively harder to level up. Portals were the key to breaking through that wall. Every new discovery inside provided a massive experience boost, making it the fastest way to power up. He smirked, a quiet sigh escaping his lips. He had to exploit this secret knowledge for all it was worth, before anyone else figured it out. His sudden intensity caught Einar's attention. He leaned in and said, "This stays between us. If anyone asks, you tell them?" "It took us 2 days to get here." She agreed with a nod, and Bjorn felt a rush of relief, trusting she wouldn't spill the secret. Still, he knew that eventually, experienced, explorers would find this place and wonder how 2 rookies beat them here. He set his jaw, deciding it was best for them to remain unseen. "Let's get moving," he urged. In his mind, other people were a far greater threat than any monster. As they pressed forward, he used a rope to tie a torch to his helmet, securing it tightly. He mentally dubbed it the Candle Barbarian mode, figuring other explorers must have used this trick for ages, but he still felt a bit silly. Einar reached out, placing her palm on his helmet, and gasped in surprise. "It's not hot." He explained that it was a magical tool designed to burn for 3 days straight. The land of the dead was filled with monsters far stronger than those in the Goblin Forest, and Bjorn pictured what horrors might await them. But he also recalled that this place had no traps, which would make things a little simpler. In other words, it was the perfect playground for 2 barbarians. Einar's sharp gasp cut through Bjorn's thoughts. He followed her gaze to see ghouls ahead, just as Aichi had warned him. He quickly counted them only 3. Since it was their first day here, the numbers were low. By the 3rd day, there would be 3 times as many. Einar, her sword already drawn,
stepped forward. Finally, some action. I was getting sick of just walking. She decided she would handle this on her own. Bjorn winced as she exploded from the ground, launching forward with a speed that made her a blur to the naked eye. With a fierce battle cry, she unleashed a flurry of strikes that completely obliterated the ghouls. She turned back and grinned. That was easy. The second floor is going to be a piece of cake. A moment later, however, her smile vanished, replaced by sheer terror as a cold sweat broke out on her face. She grabbed Bjorn's arm.
Pressing herself against him, she trembled and whispered, "What was that blood-curdling scream?" Bjorn was a little taken aback that someone so imposing could be afraid of something so trivial. "Banshees," he explained calmly. "They rarely attack first, so just try to ignore them." Realization dawned on her face. "So, we don't need to kill them?" "Isn't that dangerous?" Bjorn explained that their attacks would be useless anyway. Worse, if they struck first, they would be afflicted with a curse, and the Banshees would hunt them until they left the labyrinth. Einar turned even paler at the mention of a curse. "Okay, that would be bad," she noted. "You're a wise warrior," she said, deciding she had not made a mistake by teaming up with him. But before she could finish, a sharp rattling sound made her jump, and stuttering with fear, she threw her arms around the protagonist's neck. "What's that?" He let out a strangled cry as Einar's grip tightened so hard a fleck of blood flew from his mouth. Let go," he rasped. She pointed a shaky finger ahead. Skeletons. Sure enough, Bjorn saw the bony monsters shambling toward them. Einar, suddenly realizing what she was doing, quickly released him and stepped back. Composing herself with a cough, she promised, "I'll take care of these skeletons." As she charged, Bjorn advised, "Aim between the ribs." But before he could even finish, Einar, a confident smile on her face, unleashed a single, devastating blow that sent the skeleton's bones scattering in all directions. She turned back with a puzzled grin. "What were you saying?" "Nothing," he replied quickly. "Never mind, we just gained 1 experience point for defeating those skeletons." After that, they continued north for nearly 8 hours, encountering a wide array of monsters. Among them were ghouls twice the size of the others, as well as mutated skeleton warriors and archers. However, none of them were truly dangerous, and since it was only the first day, the monster population was still thin. Bjorn's own combat skills were sharpening. The mace felt perfect, its weight and length were an ideal match for him. Frowning in concentration, he charged and swung his weapon. It crushed skulls with a brutal efficiency that a hammer could never replicate. He brought it down on the head of another monster. When a ghoul attacked from behind, he realized that his vest-shaped armor reduced the area he needed to defend with his shield. This allowed him to fight much more aggressively. Suddenly, his concentration was broken by a skeleton that had peeked out from behind cover and loosed an arrow in his direction. Bjorn barely flinched. A steel helmet offered little protection from a crossbow, but it could easily handle a shot from a skeleton's rotten bow. He gritted his teeth as the arrow struck his helmet and simply shattered, smashing the
skeleton to pieces. Bjorn snarled. "Come back when you're stronger." He was getting better at this, and fighting beside him was Anar, who was every bit his equal. "Vela!" she roared, unleashing powerful blows that annihilated the enemies around her. The protagonist remembered that Vela was the goddess of the Barbarian ancestors. He had to admit, Einar was incredible. He stole a glance from his own fight to watch her. At first, he hadn't understood why she shouted with every attack, but soon the word began to form on his own lips. "Vela!" he roared as he crushed another monster. It was a refreshing, exhilarating feeling, so different from his tense battles within. Bjorn grinned as he stood back to back with Einar, ready for the next wave. This barbarian team was something special. For him, at least. And for defeating the Elder Ghoul, the skeleton warrior, and the skeleton archer. He received 1 additional experience point for each of the newly defeated species. Suddenly, Einar pointed to his hand. "You're wounded." He was surprised to see it himself. "It's nothing," he said. "It'll heal on its own." Einar gasped, pointing to the gash on my hand, which was already sealing itself shut, asking in awe if that was really the spiritual seal. I confirmed it was, thinking to myself how the immortal seal massively boosted natural regeneration. A wound half a centimeter deep could close in just 1 minute, not to mention the faster stamina recovery. It had hurt like hell, but the results were undeniable. Suddenly, I placed my palm against the floor and felt how dry it had become. The soil was completely different here. On top of that, the banshee's cry was much louder. I warned Einar to get ready, telling her an 8th rank monster was about to appear. A moment later, she asked in a terrified voice what those sounds were. I noted that we just had to speak of the devil.
I ordered Einar into position, warning her that it was a death demon. In the next instant, the beast materialized right before us with a low growl. I knew the labyrinth could swallow light, but I wondered how we failed to spot a monster this huge until it was practically on top of us. The demon's growl intensified, and I thought that it looked far more menacing than I had pictured. I ordered Einar to aim for its head, just as I'd taught her, since hitting anywhere else would be a waste of effort. She decided to trust my judgment and charged forward with a battle cry.
I followed right behind her. Einar landed the first strike, but the monster easily parried her attack. Seeing my chance while the beast was distracted, I moved to its rear for a sneak attack, but the creature spotted me. I cursed under my breath but swung my mace anyway.
Realizing the monster's hide was unbelievably tough, it felt like I was striking solid rock. The demon retaliated with a swipe of its own, but I managed to dodge, shouting in surprise. Not only was it tough, it was incredibly strong. I needed to draw its attention. Einar took advantage of the opening to launch her own attack, but she grimaced when her sword failed to pierce the monster's flesh. The demon spun around and swatted her, sending her flying. She coughed, but expertly drove her sword into the ground to break her fall, declaring that the creature was too powerful. I gritted my teeth.
I recalled the death demon from the game having an extremely high defense rating, but I never imagined it would be this challenging. Einar's blade had barely scratched it, and even that small wound vanished in 3 seconds. I realized it was a passive skill for body preservation. The monster then opened its maw and let out a piercing scream.
I cursed mentally, my mouth agape in shock. Einar crept closer, her voice trembling as she asked what was happening. I didn't answer her aloud, but I knew this was the monster's active skill. Moments later, skeletal hands began clawing their way up from the earth, and as the ghouls fully emerged from the ground, they began to sprint towards us. I recognized this as the ghoul summoning ability, also known as the Call of Death. A massive horde of monsters was now closing in. Taking a defensive stance, I exclaimed internally that things were about to get much more complicated. With a focused frown, I got Einar's attention, telling her to handle the ghouls first while I kept the demon distracted. Dashing past the undead minions, I confronted the main boss. The monster swung its massive paw at me, but I managed to duck underneath the blow just in time. It didn't let up, however, unleashing another attack almost immediately. I was prepared this time and caught the strike on my shield. Seeing this, the monster followed up with another blow. I yelled as I jumped aside, and the spot where the demon's attack landed exploded in a shower of dust and rock fragments. Clenching my jaw, I landed and used the handle of my mace to stop my slide. But suddenly my eyes shot wide open as I saw something hurtling towards me with incredible speed. I quickly raised my shield to defend myself as the beast began to hammer me with a barrage of strikes from all directions. Abruptly, Einar ran up, calling my name. I glanced at her as she announced that she had finished off the ghouls. The creatures she had slain were indeed fading into nothing, pushing off the ground with tremendous force. Einar promised she would help me now. She soared into the air, swinging her sword to strike the demon from behind. It sensed her approach, but it was too late. Before the beast could react, Einar delivered a devastating blow. After the attack, the monster began to turn toward her, but I roared for it. Not to get distracted, swinging my mace with all my might and calling the creature a filthy name, blood sprayed from the point of impact. But the demon didn't even turn to face me, its focus remaining entirely on Einar. I looked at the fresh wound and thought that it wasn't a bad hit. I figured it must have dealt significant damage to draw blood. I smirked. But then the monster's flattened hand swung in a sharp arc, slamming into me and throwing me aside. Blood flew from my mouth as I was sent airborne, unable to avoid the attack. I managed to land on my feet, cursing internally and wondering what just happened. My surprise was due to the fact that the demon seemed perfectly fine, looking at my own blood dripping onto the ground. I wiped my face with my fist and grinned. That was a hit. That would have pulverized a goblin. Yet the demon had already healed. I looked closely and saw the wound I inflicted was already closing. I realized I was attacking too slowly. I couldn't outpace its regeneration. I had no idea what to do in this situation. Should I give up on this demon and go back to hunting 9th rank monsters? Suddenly, the demon staggered, confused. Einar had wrapped her arms around its leg and was starting to lift it, throwing it off balance. I was stunned by her actions as she screamed with effort, tightening her grip on the monster's leg. I smiled, realizing she was trying to topple it. Leaping back to my feet, I thought it was a fantastic idea. I rushed the demon and smashed my mace into its other leg. The monster shrieked as it started to fall, and I urged it to go down. Einar accelerated its fall by heaving the monster's leg upward, and the demon crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Realizing its predicament, the demon began to shriek, unable to get up. I laughed, and stepping closer to the downed beast, I grinned and taunted, asking if it couldn't get up on its own. Einar came to stand beside me. He shot back a predatory grin of his own. The demon was off balance, and Bjorn could feel a thrill of anticipation seeing their opening. Seizing the chance. Bjorn started wailing on it. He closed his eyes, a blissful smile spreading across his face, thinking it felt just like kicking rice cakes during a school trip. Einar, who was also landing blows, wore the same ecstatic expression. Bjorn thought to himself that this was strangely therapeutic, maybe even healing that old childhood trauma of making his partner burst into tears. He was still smiling as he exclaimed, "This is a blast!" Einar admitted she was having fun too, as blood sprayed into the air with every impact. They didn't let up for a second. This, Bjorn thought, is how barbarians are meant to hunt. A short while later, the system notification appeared. It announced that they had defeated the death demon, increasing their experience by 2 points. As the demon's corpse finally vanished, Einar asked him a question. She wanted him to check out the large magic crystal they had received from the kill. Bjorn explained that the crystal was only worth about 100 normal crystals. Einar frowned, asking if he was serious. She was shocked that a single death demon was only valued at 100 crystals, and the protagonist calculated that with the ghouls, their total would only be 300. The reward was insultingly small, and Bjorn wasn't about to argue the point. They were risking their necks out here, after all. Einar ducked her head slightly and suddenly asked Bjorn how much that bread from the tavern had cost. He was surprised for a moment, then assumed she meant the cream pie. He told her it was about 300 stones. Looking in his direction, Einar's face lit up with a smile as she realized that meant she could eat one of those pies for every death demon they killed. Bjorn found it a peculiar way to measure wealth. Einar, now beaming with enthusiasm, ran ahead, raised her hand, and declared there was no time to rest. She urged them to get back to hunting, especially since they were on an 8-2 split. Watching her, he frowned for a moment before breaking into a grin. He agreed with her suggestion and decided to follow, noting that hunting with barbarians wasn't so bad, considering how passive Owlin tended to be. At that very moment, Owlin, who was trekking through the labyrinth with a companion, lowered her head and confessed that a wave of sadness had just washed over her. After that, Bjorn and Einar focused solely on hunting death demons. As soon as they spotted one of the creatures, they would grab it by the legs and slam it to the ground, their faces set in intense concentration. Bjorn realized that if they pummeled the monster's head like a rice cake, it died quickly. They smirked happily as they destroyed the death demons, one after another. They had taken down around 70 monsters this way. At the start of the game, the drop rate for essence in dungeons was incredibly low, so most people had to make do with whatever they could scrounge up. When darkness fell, Bjorn and Einar decided they'd done enough for one day, and while Einar went to sleep, Bjorn sat on guard, gazing at the sky. He figured it was a good strategy to hunt death demons since they dropped an essence with excellent synergy for his seal. There was also a useful passive skill to be gained. This time, however, nothing dropped, and Bjorn thought to himself that he would need that essence very soon. The following day, death demons started showing up in pairs, but Einar and Bjorn had already perfected their method for dealing with them. As the protagonist shoved the tears of the goddess into his mouth, he delivered a powerful uppercut to Kamir's jaw with his fist, mentally roaring at him to swallow it. The glass vessel shattered from the force of the blow inside Kamir's mouth, after which a brilliant, magical light began to pour out from between the vampire's lips. A system notification chimed, announcing that Grace was appearing at the place of destruction. The blinding energy of the light was overwhelming. A wave of pure, bright light began to expand, consuming all the space surrounding Kamir, and the system window pinged once more, stating that under the influence of Grace, the vampire Duke Kamir's resistances were instantly sealed, amplifying all damage he received as he lay helpless on the ground. He stared forward in shock, blood erupting from his mouth, as a system window announced that the immense impact had upgraded his stun to full paralysis. "Bjorn, get away from here," Raven screamed. And just as she yelled, a system notification appeared. It declared that Raven was casting a 6th rank spell, Sunspot Sphere. A blindingly powerful mass of fire materialized above her head, turning the night into day. Leaning heavily on her staff with an exhausted look, she struggled to catch her breath. "You'll get caught in the blast if you stay there," she warned. And with that, the Sunspot Sphere shot towards the paralyzed Kamir and Bjorn on the ground. Watching the massive fireball hurtle towards him, the protagonist cursed himself for not running sooner. A moment later, a cataclysmic explosion of fire erupted, and a system notification flashed. The character has been caught in the sphere's effect and is now stunned. Then, several more messages popped up. One announced that Vampire Duke Kamir had activated pain sharing. The spell's effect instantly spread, and Hakuro, Anar and Tarjin were all slammed with the stunned status, collapsing with guttural groans.
Sweat poured down the protagonist's face as he stared ahead, his bite a canvas of mangled flesh. Every inch of him was covered in scars, cuts, and deep bruises. He gasped for air, wondering in disbelief. Did we actually do it?
Gazing up at the dark sky, he questioned the sudden silence. Is it really over? Is that bastard finally dead? With a grunt, he rolled onto his side, his trembling hands pushing against the floor as he tried to force himself up, asking aloud. Is everyone really knocked out? I have too little to go on. I don't understand, he muttered. But then his vision twisted, his eyes widening in horrified disbelief at the sight before him. Standing right in front of him was Khmer's charred corpse, skinless, with shredded arms, mangled legs, and scorched wings. A gaping hole in its chest revealed shattered ribs. How is he still alive? The main character whispered in terror. A system window popped up. Skill Eternal Life has been activated. Regeneration is increased in proportion to lost health. Khmer's bloodshot eyes stared blankly, his tongue lolling from his mouth. In an instant, the skin on his chest began to regenerate, knitting itself back together. Khmer was being kept alive by a passive skill source of darkness, prevented his death so long as his heart remained intact. Watching the tendons and muscles weave themselves back together on the vampire duke's body, the protagonist realized with dread that the monster was healing. He cursed the ridiculously overpowered skill. Bjorn dug his fingers into the dirt, pain shooting through him, knowing that if he didn't act now, Khmer would fully recover in seconds. Glancing back, he saw his comrades lying unconscious. He wasn't sure what happened, but he guessed they were all out cold. It was up to him to finish this. Most of his own clothes and gear had been incinerated by Raven's massive attack. Limping, Bjorn lunged at Khmer around and gasped for breath, feeling the last of his strength draining away. Bjorn looked closer, seeing the problem. The body was a wreck, but the heart was perfectly fine. He raised his trembling, clenched fists, asking himself, did he manage to shield it with his hands? Just die, you monster! The protagonist roared, slamming his fists into Khmer's chest.
An idea suddenly struck him. Pressing his palms flat against the vampire's regenerating torso, Bjorn uttered a single command. Flesh explosion! An instant later, Khmer's chest blew apart in a massive spray of blood that showered the area.
The main character's face contorted in agony as his own palms began to sizzle from the chemical blowback. Damn it, that hurts, he thought, but he knew he had to endure it to survive. With a crazed look in his eyes, Bjorn screamed the words again. Flesh explosion! This time, he shoved his hands deep inside Khmer's chest cavity. His eyes were wild, pupils bloodshot. Every instinct screamed at him that he was pushing past his absolute limit, but he kept chanting, Flesh explosion! He felt he was close, that the vampire's end was just moments away. The ground around him was now a pool of thick, crimson blood as the protagonist relentlessly tore the vampire's body apart from the inside. A new system message appeared. Warning, be careful. Health points have dropped below 1%. But he knew that stopping now was also a death sentence. Forcing his hands deeper into the screaming vampire's chest, Bjorn continued to detonate the creature's flesh. Another alert flashed. Health points have reached 0% aid countdown initiated. He ignored it, tirelessly casting Flesh Explosion again and again. What little remained inside the vampire duke's chest cavity continued to spray outwards. He knew he couldn't stop. A new notification appeared. Losing 3 spirit points per second. 43 out of 46 remaining. His face was a mask of madness, blood streaming down his body. He kept repeating the words, Flesh Explosion, knowing his fate was sealed if he hesitated for even a second. The spirit point notification updated, 37 out of 46. A second later, it read 34. Clots of blood flew everywhere. Moments later, his spirit points had plummeted to just 16 out of 46. The main character was now sitting atop what was left of Khmer's body, staring blankly at the gory mess before him, his hands buried deep inside. His hands were gone, replaced by nothing but charred stumps. The horrifying realization slammed into him as he collapsed, pressing his body against Khmer's. He knew it was all or nothing, and triggered Flesh Explosion one last time. In that instant, an unbelievably brilliant light erupted in the space between them. A system notification flashed before Bjorn's eyes, announcing that he had slain the vampire Duke Khmer, earning an increase of 5 experience points. Bjorn scowled. So the bastard finally died. He thought, my struggle wasn't for nothing. By then, his spirit points were at 13, then 10, out of a possible 46. The subsequent system message stated that the P bonus for defeating an advanced mutant had increased his experience by 1. while the bonus for felling a keeper added another 3 points. The character's level had also increased. "I've grown stronger," he mused. But in this game, leveling up doesn't heal you. Which was the one thing he had been banking on from the start. A new notification appeared. Soul power increased by 10, and maximum essence increased by 1. At that moment, Bjorn could only focus on a single fact. The drop rate for a keeper's essence was a mere 33%. The hero lay motionless in a pool of his own blood as another system window materialized, informing him that the vampire guardian's essence was penetrating his very soul. A blinding light began to radiate from the center of Bjorn's chest as his passive skill, the source of darkness, activated, preventing his death so long as his heart remained intact. Simultaneously, the eternal life skill kicked in, dramatically accelerating his regeneration. His health points were restored to over 1%. A system alert chimed, announcing that the countdown had been interrupted and that he had earned an achievement called Survive the Countdown, which permanently boosted his spirit by 10 units. The system window displaying his characteristics showed his level had increased by 1. His strength, formerly at 199.957, had surged. His spirit climbed by 10 points from 105.3, and his skills leaped by 129.4 from 152.4, Bjorn's item level. However, dropped from 114 to 104, but his overall combat level, which was previously 485.3, skyrocketed by 2011.1. He now possessed 2 absorbed essences, a 7th rank corpse golem, and a newly acquired 5th rank vampire guardian. Sometime after, the hero's eyes snapped open as he began to desperately draw breath. He greedily dragged air into his starved lungs. Einar, who had his head resting on her lap, smiled down at him. "You're awake?" she asked. He stared blankly ahead. "I actually survived," he wondered, before turning to Einar. "Where are the others?" he asked. "They left 3 days ago," she answered. "But what's more important right now is if you're okay. I was so worried. You've been unconscious for 4 days. His eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Stunned, he scrambled to his feet and began to pace.
4 days. He thought frantically. That meant he'd already been inside the labyrinth for a whole week. He stopped dead in his tracks. He examined his hands, clenching and unclenching his fists. He felt no different, and couldn't find a single injury on his body.
His eyes shot wide in confusion as he looked down at himself. "Einar?" he asked. "Where are my pants?" From behind him, she answered. "They were so torn up I had to rip them off." Bjorn was speechless as Einar gave him a wide grin and a huge thumbs up, shouting, "Nothing to be embarrassed about, I know you're a great warrior." Bjorn began to shake with pure mortification as sweat dripped down his face. "Einar, please, just stop," he begged internally. Shortly after, he changed the subject. "Einar, what happened while I was out?" she replied. "I think it was called a new item. She said the dwarf took that, and the sorceress took the rift stone." "If I manage to live," he reasoned, "the essence must have dropped from the enemy." He realized this meant they had successfully acquired all 3 guardian items. He looked away thoughtfully, his hand resting on his chin. Einar suddenly shouted, "We were supposed to roll dice for the rift stone." She fumed, recounting how Raven had continued to object and insist otherwise. A memory of Raven clutching a pouch flashed in her mind, declaring it was only fair to cover her expenses with it. Then there was Hakuro, smiling with a hand on his head, telling them to sort it out themselves since he had barely done anything. Anar explained to Bjorn that Hakuro didn't think it was a big deal, but Raven kept arguing until the sorceress said something peculiar to her. Raven's words were something along the lines of, "He already got the best prize, so he won't complain about not getting the rift stone." Anar quoted Raven's words exactly, stressing that was precisely what she'd said. A look of surprise crossed the hero's face. "It seems Raven was the only one who realized I absorbed the vampire essence," he thought, looking ahead. After a moment, he began to reason that when you consider the cost of the corpse golem essence and the potion she had used on him, she had indeed suffered consecutive losses, so he couldn't really regret the distribution. Einar, with an irritated look and her arms crossed, grumbled. She gathered her things, went right through the portal, and didn't even wait for you. Einar then declared Raven to be greedy and wrong. Looking at Einar, the hero had to agree with her on that. A wide smile spread across his face as he thanked her, saying that he was glad he could always count on her. Einar, beaming, playfully nudged him with her elbow and replied that it was no problem because they were partners. Then she asked him if it was their turn to leave too. He answered negatively, pointing out that they still had. There was one last thing to take care of. He knew that even if Raven had looted the entire place, Something important should have been left behind. That was precisely why he had to claim it for himself. At that thought, he clenched his fist, a wide grin spreading across his face as he stared forward. He then turned to Anar, asking if she had any spare clothes. Shortly after, a system notification flashed into view. They were being moved to the first floor of the Crystal Cave. The next system message announced the labyrinth was now closed, and all characters would be teleported. Their destination was Rapdanya. Bjorn materialized, almost completely bare save for his backpack, finding himself surrounded by a crowd of people. The other adventurers gawked at the nearly naked man. All Bjorn could think was that he was back in the city, and he had a mountain of problems waiting for him. He could only hope the prophet would somehow balance things out. The girl at the Adventurers Guild counter pushed a filled pouch toward him, stating the contents were 23,522 stones. No, 31,000. He eyed the bag, thinking it was a pathetic reward for such a brutal journey. But it was fine, because this time, he had obtained 2 essences. As he reached for the pouch, the girl suddenly yanked it back. He looked at her, baffled, and asked, "What's the issue?" The girl glared at him, clutching the stones defensively, and pointed out that it was far too much for a rank 9 explorer. Then she demanded, "What's in the backpack?" The protagonist fixed the guild worker with a serious gaze. He simply countered with a question of his own. Why do I have to answer that? It struck Bjorn that no one had ever questioned him like this before. A sudden shout from behind ordered him not to move. He spun around in surprise to see several guards closing in on him. The blades of their spears were pointed directly at him. What in the world is going on, he wondered. The voice informed him, "We'll be continuing this conversation in the interrogation room?" Elsewhere, Erwin stood amidst a throng of adventurers, her expression exhausted. She wiped sweat from her brow, sighing. I had no idea the 3rd floor would be that difficult. The strength of those rank 7 monsters was unbelievable. She recalled that even the rank 6 monsters were formidable, yet her sister was fighting those, and this trip felt more like a true adventure than a desperate fight for survival. Bjorn would probably be shocked. As she neared an inn, she realized she couldn't spot him in the crowd. She assumed he must have gotten lost, a happy smile spreading across her face as she looked ahead. Her face flushed. She couldn't wait to show him her new essence. She wondered if he would test it for her again. A memory surfaced of Bjorn stretching her shoulder on the bed as she cried out in pain, a happy smile on her face. Erwin felt a flutter of nerves, but her desire to see him was stronger. When she approached the guild counter, the man told her she had earned 184,185. As a proven explorer, Erwin could go. She gave the man a friendly smile. Later, while soaking in a large barrel in her room, Erwin hummed a little melody. Back in the town square in her street clothes, she wondered if Bjorn had made it back yet. She felt a surge of joy, thinking she had to treat him to an amazing dinner with the stones she'd earned. A wide grin lit up her face as she walked down the street. She couldn't wait. She was dying to hear what kind of adventures he'd had. When she stepped into the tavern where Bjorn was staying, the innkeeper asked her, "Room 302 again." Then he noted that the guest, Ea, in that room hadn't come back yet. Erwin, perplexed, asked, "Still?" Her expression darkened as dreadful thoughts began to surface. She immediately shut them down, telling herself that he would definitely return soon, and for a long time, even longer than the rules required. He then said the labyrinths had closed a long time ago. If he hadn't returned, the conclusion was obvious. Erwin's hands began to tremble violently from fear. She clenched her fists to hide it. A voice in her head screamed that he had died during his exploration. Sometime later, Erwin sat outside in the rain. Her head was buried in her knees. Tuur approached, stood beside her, and said her name. Erwin lifted her tear-stained eyes to look at her sister. Tuur offered her a hand and said the situation had been explained to her. Then she told Erwin to stand up. "How much longer are you going to sit here?" she asked. Erwin's brows furrowed, her face turning serious and cold as she stared into the distance. She turned to Tuur and declared, "I have to become stronger, strong enough to protect everyone I care about." Meanwhile, Bjorn reflected on the fact that he'd been sitting in this prison for a whole week. An angry scowl etched on his face. He glared at the bars and thought about the ridiculous charge. He was accused of being a looter. During his first interrogation, the man across from him jotted down notes before turning to him. "Where did you get this crossbow?" the man asked Bjorn, adding, "Have you barbarians really started using these?" The crossbow Bjorn had acquired lay on the table between them. The room was dark and concrete, with massive metal bars on the door. In the corner, a guard in full plate armor stood watch, spear in hand. The main character answered the interrogator bluntly. "I got it from the guy who tried to kill me," he explained. "Taking things from your attackers has never been a problem. The interrogator offered a sly smile and suggested they start over from the beginning, deciding to first find out who Bjorn was. Who started it? I glared at the interrogator, my voice dripping with contempt. Are you seriously going to lock me away for such a flimsy reason? At this very moment, I knew something was fundamentally wrong. There was an unwritten rule you don't interrogate researchers without concrete evidence of a violation. And yet, there I sat in chains, facing a man who informed me that, just a few days ago, the rules had been updated. They were now investigating all ninth-rank researchers to reduce incidents. I knew what that really meant. Life was always a struggle for those without strength or connections. This was just a pretext to hunt down anyone who was an easy target with a lot of loot. In other words, people just like me. The interrogator then focused on me again, demanding to know where I got the weapon. I explained, just as I had the last time, that it belonged to the man who ambushed me. My thoughts drifted back to that encounter with the pack of marauders, but I left the girl out of the story. If I broke that barbaric promise, she'd somehow sense the evil spirit bound to me. A sly smile crept onto the interrogator's face as he pushed his glasses up his nose. And this attacker? He survived. Did he? A wound to the neck, you say? He then leaned in. So where is your scar? I stared back, completely lost, my hand automatically reaching for my throat. Can't you see it for yourself? I retorted, adding, the scar is right here. But as my fingers searched, I couldn't find a thing. I froze, a single thought racing through my mind. Did the vampire essence heal scars, too? With that realization, I concluded that my terrible luck had struck again. I didn't want to, but now I had to mention the rift. The interrogator howled with laughter and asked, the rift, he mocked. Pray tell, where would a vampire even come from on that particular floor? After that, my interrogator shouted cheerfully that vampires are notoriously bad liars, seething. I looked the man dead in the eye and demanded, then call a magician. You can verify everything with memory magic, I stated, my voice dangerously low. Rising from his chair, the interrogator questioned me. Call a magician for a 9th rank barbarian. He smirked. That request is only for researchers of the 7th rank or higher. I narrowed my eyes at this man and asked, what if I pay for the service myself? As he left the room, the man waved his hand dismissively at me and said that they would just take my money after my execution anyway. Why waste it on something so pointless? He asked. As he left the interrogation room, the man said he understood and would consider calling a guild magician. I knew right then that the first day had gone as terribly as possible. And 2 days later, notifications popped up on my system windows. My character's spirit indicator was above 90 units, and I was resisting mental type magic. The mage channeling his energy into my head looked utterly confused and said that my mental barrier was too powerful, and that a mage from the tower would be needed. Hearing this, I cursed internally, realizing that the 9th rank mage's spell hadn't worked on me. The interrogator crossed his arms, looking displeased, and discontentedly replied that he couldn't call such important figures for this trivial matter. It figured, I thought. He refused to even listen when I mentioned Raven and Hero. Soon after, the interrogator held out his hand toward me. Barbarian? He addressed me, suggesting that I simply give in and confess. It was obvious he was just trying to squeeze a confession out of me. Sometime after these events, the morning of the 7th interrogation began. The man walked in with a wide grin plastered on his face, showing me an object and joyfully shouting that they had obtained significant evidence. I stared ahead in surprise, thinking that this was the communication stone I had taken from the crystal. Union, the interrogator, holding the stone in his hands with that wide smile, remarked, it seems that the crossbowman wasn't your first victim. He then began explaining how they had checked the unique number on the stone to determine its affiliation and received evidence from the Crystal Union. The man then solemnly announced that I would be executed in 3 hours. Bjorn, filled with anger and irritation, tensed his body and stared ahead. Once back in my cell, behind metal bars, I thought that the point of no return had been crossed. This matter could no longer be resolved with words. However, I also realized that if I simply shattered the bars, I'd still be hunted as an escaped bandit. At that moment, the guard sitting outside my cell was dozing on a stool, his hand propped on the metal spear he held in. His hand, with a determined expression. I stared intently ahead and understood that I had only one option left, which was to prove my own innocence. After that, I grabbed the metal bars with my palm and told myself that I would absolutely survive. A notification appeared on the system window, informing me that the character had activated Flesh Explosion. At that very moment, my palm began to glow with a brilliant magical energy radiating from my clenched fist. Soon after, a powerful, bloody explosion erupted, tearing the dense metal bars into tiny pieces. The main character, with scorched pants, emerged from his cell. The guard looked up at me in bewilderment and fear while sitting on the concrete floor. After that, the guard's spear slipped from his grasp, and he began to stammer in horror. What? How? The main character stood over the guard, looking at him intently, after which the guard began to shout. The prisoners escaped. But he never finished the sentence, as Bjorn knocked him out cold with a single kick. Kneading the knuckles of his hands, Bjorn thought that this was good enough. The skin on his palms was seared. Exhaling, the main character decided that it was time for him to get out of here. Looking at the defeated guard, the main character took the bunch of keys from him. When the main character went to the exit, many other prisoners in neighboring cells began to call out to me as a barbarian and asked if I was really escaping. After that, one of them, the other inmates, erupted in laughter, convinced he was completely insane, and begged the main character to set them free. Looking at the desperate prisoners, Bjorn figured some were likely guilty, but that was no concern of an innocent barbarian. He used the keys he'd swiped from the guard to pop the locks, and a wave of cheering men surged into the hallway, shouting about their newfound freedom before trying to flee. They broke into a thunderous, joyful chant of Barbarian as they stormed out of the prison, hailing Bjorn as their Barbarian of Freedom. At that very moment, inside the Adventurers Guild Hall on the main floor, a deafening bang echoed from the main doors, startling the armed guards posted there. As the guards stared at the entrance in confusion, a colossal impact sent the massive gates flying open, and the freed prisoners stormed through. Freedom, they roared, their faces ecstatic as they brandished whatever makeshift weapons they could find, charging into the guild. A terrified guild employee scrambled away from the mob, screaming at the top of his lungs that the prisoners had escaped. Another guild worker, a young woman with a panicked look, pointed frantically at the chaos and pleaded with the nearby adventurers to help recapture all the convicts, promising a substantial reward for their efforts. The moment she mentioned money, scores of adventurers, all properly armed and armored unlike the prisoners, charged into the fray with furious battle cries. The escapees hurled insults back, daring the adventurers to face them. Slipping past the brewing battle, the main character raced for the stairs, knowing full well the prisoners wouldn't last long. They'd be recaptured sooner or later. Most of them were armed with nothing more than a few stolen clubs. With a grimace, Bjorn pushed onward, wondering if they could even buy him 5 minutes. He quickly realized he was out of time. As he bounded up the steps, he knew he had to do more than just escape. At the top of the landing, he spotted a door flanked by 4 guards. One of the guards, hand tight on his sword, barked orders to the others, telling them not to let the prisoner get anywhere near the branch manager. Bjorn's face hardened. He glared at the men, focused his magical energy, and unleashed a flesh explosion, his own hand erupting into a shower of gore. Down on the first floor, the prisoners stared in utter disbelief at the gruesome sight, wondering what kind of magic Bjorn had just used on himself. Clutching their heads in confusion, they cried out, "Is that acid?" Their questions turned to agonizing screams as they writhed in pain, complaining of an unbearable heat. The protagonist knew this was his moment. He activated his sacrificial seal, a skill that boosted his physical power based on the number of victims within a 100-meter radius. As magical energy coursed through him, Bjorn stared ahead with a confident smirk, sensing the immense new strength he'd gained before lunging toward the guards with a ferocious cry of "Vela!" The first guard swung his sword to intercept, but a moment later, he was obliterated by a single, crushing blow from Bjorn. The protagonist slammed the man into the floor with such force that stone fragments shot everywhere. Half the guard's teeth flew from his mouth in a spray of blood. Another guard spat that Bjorn was a nobody and swung his blade, landing a deep slash across Bjorn's forearm. With a feral grin, the protagonist held up his arm, which was already knitting itself back together. The guards could only stare in shock. "What is this?" one stammered, while another yelled, "His wound! It healed instantly, without even a potion." But he never got to finish his sentence. Bjorn's fist slammed into his jaw, cutting him off abruptly. As he landed the punch, the protagonist reveled in the incredible power surging through him. The remaining guards watched in horror as their comrade was sent flying across the room, smashing his opponents with such ease. Bjorn thought to himself that the enhancement's effect was absolutely magnificent. Trembling with fear, the guards whispered to each other, "Isn't he a rank 9 barbarian?" They were completely baffled by this monstrously strong man, who was now advancing on them with a savage smile. He figured only low-level adventurers were ever jailed in this branch. So these guards never expected to face anyone this powerful. With that thought, Bjorn struck the next guard down in a single blow, then immediately did the same to the last one, his fists sending sprays of blood flying. Once the guards were dealt with, He turned his attention to the door they had been protecting. This had to be it, the branch manager's office on the 3rd floor. But as the protagonist pushed the door open, a man who was crouched by the threshold lunged at him with a melee weapon. An ambush, Bjorn realized instantly. The man's slashing attack connected with Bjorn's leg, drawing blood. The protagonist took a step back as the attacker flashed a wicked smile. "That's enough," he gloated. But suddenly, his triumphant expression twisted into one of confusion and then agony. He let out a piercing scream. The drops of Bjorn's blood that had splattered onto his face were now sizzling and burning through his skin. With a faint smile, the protagonist watched the man suffer and offered a silent apology, noting to himself that yes, his blood was indeed acidic. Just then, a terrified shriek cut through the air. Bjorn spun around in surprise toward the sound and saw a young woman cowering at the far side of the room. She was screaming in sheer terror as she watched the ambusher's face melt away. The head, this girl, dressed in an aristocratic robe, was trembling uncontrollably as she covered her face in horror. The protagonist turned to her and simply asked, "Who are you?" The man with the chemical burns on his face clutched at his ruined skin and hissed, "Don't you dare touch her, before yelling. She's the regional leader's daughter." The regional leader's daughter? The protagonist repeated the words in his mind. This was a stunning development, but his thoughts were cut short by another man, the branch manager of the Adventurers Guild. With pure rage in his eyes, the man warned him, "If you so much as lay a finger on her, I'll make sure you regret it." With the branch chief of the Explorers Guild knocked out cold from a single, sharp blow to the jaw, he wasn't going anywhere. Staring down at him, Bjorn decided it was time for a change of plans. He never imagined an opportunity like this would fall into his lap. The arrival of the regional leader's daughter changed the entire game. Just then, she turned to Bjorn, shouting, "How could you do something like that?" He simply looked back at her. This could either get a whole lot simpler, he thought, or infinitely more complicated. The daughter then pressed him. "Did you know all along?" "That I would be here." Her voice trembled as she accused him. "You planned this from the very beginning, didn't you?" But before she could finish, Bjorn's hand shot out, gripping her jaw. His eyes filled with irritation as he commanded, "Be quiet," staring at the girl. He wondered where she found such audacity. Maintaining his grip, Bjorn turned his attention to the guards who had just burst into the room. He barked his orders at them. "Bring me the investigator and the head of the Crystal Union. And don't forget the mage from the tower." Then he delivered his ultimatum. "If my demands aren't met," he stated coldly, "this girl dies." The guards stared back at him, their faces a mask of shock and disbelief, before scrambling away to deliver the message. Now alone with his hostage by the balcony, Bjorn knew it was time to make his move. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs to capacity, and then unleashed a deafening roar. "Listen to me," he bellowed. From his position on the balcony of the Adventurers Guild, countless adventurers below were now looking up. They watched as Bjorn held the regional leader's daughter in his grip. He knew the moment had arrived. It was time for his counterattack. Addressing the crowd below, he roared, "My name is Bjorn Yandel." A wave of surprise rippled through the onlookers. Murmurs of "what's happening" spread through the crowd. Then, someone guessed, "Are those the escaped prisoners?" People stared, trying to make sense of the scene. They looked on in astonishment, wondering what he was up to. Bjorn seized the moment, yelling to the entire plaza, "The guild is trying to frame me. I am a 9th-rank researcher," he declared. "I swear on my life, I am innocent." Every accusation they've made is a complete lie. Bjorn knew this act of defiance, this public accusation of corruption, would have massive repercussions. Meanwhile, inside the magic tower, a voice inquired, "Another urgent summons from the Researchers Guild." A man named Timian was the one to respond. "Yes," he affirmed. "The branch chief is in trouble. It appears some rogue individual has shown up." Raven shot Timian a look of confusion. "A rogue individual," she repeated. Timian, standing amidst what looked like a laboratory, elaborated. "This man freed all the prisoners, has taken the regional manager's daughter hostage, and is now demanding a mage from the tower." After hearing the report, Raven made a quick assessment. "Sounds like this man has a death wish," she remarked dryly. Then a thought struck her. "I know a maniac just like that." With a snap of her fingers, her attire shifted into a wizard's robes. A smirk played on her lips. "All right, I'll go check it out," she said. "I just need to find someone." This should be interesting, she mused, curious to see this man's face for herself. A short while later, Raven arrived on the scene. She spotted our hero holding the regional manager's daughter hostage, levitating in the air before him. She stared in utter disbelief. "I'm from the Magic Tower," Raven announced, her voice shaking with surprise. "Bjorn Yandel." Her disbelief was palpable. "What in the world are you?" "Thinking," she pointed an accusatory finger at him. "Do you think you have 9 lives or something?" Raven then shrieked. "I was expecting some random idiot." "But of course it's this barbarian again," Bjorn cut her off. "Enough," he said firmly. "If you can grasp the situation, then I suggest you help me resolve it quickly." He then made his request. "Use your memory-probing magic." Raven just stared at him. She kept her finger pointed, but his gaze was dead serious. "We don't have much time," he urged, frowning. Raven relented. "Fine, but you'll owe me a favor." "Done," Bjorn agreed instantly. "As long as it's something reasonable." Raven nodded in agreement. "You have my word," she confirmed, raising her hand, palm open. Raven began to channel magical energy, directing the flow from her palm straight towards Bjorn's head. As she chanted the incantation, his head became enveloped in a brilliant magical aura. A look of surprise crossed her face. "It's not working," Raven observed. "Are you wearing some kind of artifact that blocks mental intrusion?" Meanwhile, the regional leader's daughter just looked on, utterly confused. "Take a look at me," Bjorn retorted. "Do I look like I have the luxury of owning an item like that?" "Then there's only one option left," the protagonist stated grimly. "Use memory visualization magic." But just as he said it, a loud shout shattered the air. It was a man's voice, crying out, "Chief!" The shout came from the very man who had been interrogating Bjorn, now his face etched with concern. He was helping the defeated branch chief of the Researchers Guild to his feet. "Sir, are you all right?" he asked urgently. The interrogator then demanded of the branch chief, "What happened here?" He continued, reporting. "We've nearly contained the escapees on the first floor. Did someone actually make it up this far?" As he spoke, his eyes drifted upward. That's when he saw Bjorn. Stunned, he could only stammer. "How did you—" Getting to his feet, the interrogator furiously pointed a finger at the protagonist. He yelled at the branch chief. "That's him! That's the one who let everyone out. The branch chief of the Researchers Guild." Sank onto a nearby sofa, cradling his head in his hands. "I'm well aware," he muttered. The interrogator stared at him, bewildered. "Then you should have told me sooner," he snapped. The branch chief, his head still buried in his hands, just groaned. This barbarian is claiming he was framed. After the head of the Explorers Guild branch took charge of the investigation, he immediately posed the question. With a grim expression, the branch head turned to the interrogator and demanded to know the truth. "On what grounds?" he asked. "Did you conclude that he was a marauder?" The interrogator, taken aback, could only ask, "Framed." He then exploded, yelling that it was utterly ridiculous, and pointed out that the man had brought back a cache of stones that no 9th-rank explorer should have been able to acquire. The interrogator then reported that a search of the man's backpack had uncovered a massive stash of equipment he had gathered, along with a communication stone belonging to someone else. The interrogator claimed that witnesses from the Crystal Union had confirmed the main character murdered innocent people and looted their belongings. But the protagonist shot back. "Testimony from clan members, right?" He pointed out that since the mages hadn't corroborated their stories, their words were meaningless. The branch head of the Explorers Guild looked surprised. "What?" he exclaimed, turning to the interrogator. "Why wasn't he checked with magic?" The interrogator jabbed a finger at Bjorn, shouting that it was because he was a pathological liar, even claiming to have survived. A pierced throat without a single scar to show for it. And on top of that, he'd said he absorbed the essence of a vampire. The branch head of the Explorers Guild echoed in disbelief. "The essence of a vampire!" The interrogator quickly confirmed it, then began to rant. Who would ever believe such a tall tale, a vampire in the first-level rift? He then began to passionately argue that the man was lying with ease because of some special trait that nullified magic. He then asked if they could really justify disturbing the esteemed mages of the tower over such a trivial matter. At that moment, the interrogator smugly adjusted his glasses, thinking this barbarian's fate was sealed. However, Raven emerged from behind Bjorn, her expression unreadable, and stated that he had, in fact, absorbed a vampire's essence in the first-floor rift. The guild's branch head and the interrogator both stared at her, utterly baffled. The interrogator finally managed to ask Raven to hold on, demanding to know what she was talking about. Raven replied that she had been there with him, and then asked what they intended to do now. She also mentioned that she was unable to use magic on him. The interrogator pressed her. asking if the barbarian had truly absorbed a vampire's essence and if her claim was true. He then began to speculate that perhaps he just resembled a friend of hers, and pointed out that if she was lying just to protect him, instantly, Raven's voice turned to ice. With a frigid glare, she looked down upon the interrogator and asked if he was accusing her of lying. The terrified man began to backpedal frantically, insisting that wasn't what he meant at all. But Raven continued to pin him with her gaze. She raised her index finger and asked, "Then what? You gain a tiny bit of power and suddenly think you can look down on mages." The interrogator immediately dropped to his knees, pressing himself against the floor and begging for forgiveness as he started to sob that he didn't mean it. The protagonist grasped that the Tower of Mages held power comparable to the nobility, and while they had many different factions, they were a unified force that protected their own. As he watched the scene unfold, the protagonist knew that the low-level guild employee had sealed his own fate by questioning her. The Explorers Guild branch manager, who had been observing from his couch, finally spoke up. "Can we stop this now?" he asked, with a serious tone. He admitted that if they hadn't witnessed the situation themselves, the entire story would have sounded preposterous. Raven, her arms crossed and a thoughtful look on her face, agreed with him, noting that there had never been a case involving a vampire in the first floor rift before. The branch manager thanked her for acknowledging this. But Raven suddenly shouted, "However," pointing her finger at the surprised manager, she demanded to know if those were the kinds of words a branch manager of the Explorers Guild should be uttering. The head of the guild branch stared at her, his face tense, unable to find a response. Raven placed a hand on her chest and declared that since its discovery, the labyrinth had been full of mysterious phenomena and surprises, meaning anything was possible. She then challenged them on how they could be so certain of such an absurdity. Raising her finger, she began to question the Explorers Guild branch manager, asking how they could possibly know for sure and if they were being overly arrogant. The branch manager could only stare at her in confusion. The protagonist, also observing Raven, realized she was holding her own against even the branch manager, and he concluded that mages were on an entirely different level. Just then, a man walked into the room, turning to Bjorn and asking if he was the barbarian in question. The protagonist studied the newcomer and asked who he was. The man, clad in a business suit, introduced himself as Nans. There were 2 guards, flanking Nans, who looked around with a confident air and asked what all the commotion was about. Abruptly, the girl the protagonist had taken hostage began to shout for Nans, calling him her father. The protagonist stared at Nans with wide eyes, wondering to himself who this man could be. Then he heard the girl scream again, "Father!" It dawned on him that the man standing before him was none other than the regional leader. The protagonist was aware that the Explorers Guild oversaw the clans, issued command spells, and dealt in various kinds of information, all of which was for the benefit of the explorers. He knew the guild's hierarchy was simple, with each of the hundreds of branches having its own manager who answered to 13 regional leaders, who in turn reported to the guildmaster. Simply put, the 13 regional leaders were second in command. The protagonist understood that. Despite all that, there were still some things even they wouldn't dare to ignore. Suddenly, a man who had not previously been in the room The man crashed to the floor with a sickening thud. Terrified, he stared up at Neil Aben and whimpered, "Is something wrong?" Aben, however, turned to Bjorn, then saw the investigator freeze. He realized who he was looking for. The investigator's eyes shot wide with shock as his mind raced. Bjorn simply glared down at the man groveling on the floor. He recognized him immediately, the clanmaster of the Crystal Union, meeting the man's cold, dead-eyed stare. Bjorn leveled a single, accusatory finger at him. He declared this was the man who had framed him using the communication stone. The head of the Crystal Union clan began to panic. He frantically tried to deny it, sputtering, "I would never," but his words were cut short when Raven unleashed her magic in his direction. She then announced coolly, "He's lying." Every person in the room whipped around to stare at her in complete shock. Bjorn knew it was over. There was no denying it now that a mage from the magic tower had confirmed everything. The clan master's face went white with pure terror. He tried to stammer out another denial, to explain himself, but Neil Aben cut him off with a heavy sigh and turned to Bjorn, assuming, "Your name is Bjorn Yandel, correct?" Without waiting for an answer, Neil Aben stated plainly, "You are innocent." At that declaration, Bjorn finally released his hostage. With a grim expression, he stared ahead and demanded, "Then what happens to him?" Neil Aben explained. "For providing false testimony, he will face a thorough investigation, and we will determine a punishment that fits the crime." The Crystal Union's master was trembling uncontrollably on the floor. The protagonist added, "You should probably investigate his entire clan while you're at it," Aben replied. The Crystal Union has been causing us numerous problems. We will do just that, he then added. As for the investigator, he's fired. The investigator threw his arms up, frantically swearing he had followed protocol down to the letter. Aben shot him a venomous look. Are you attempting to shift the blame for your own incompetence onto the guild? Aben's voice turned chillingly low. We will review every single case you've ever handled, he said sternly. If we find any other issues, you will be punished accordingly. Cold sweat poured down the investigator's face. Shortly after, guards hauled both him and the head of the Crystal Union clan out of the room. With them gone, Aben let out a long breath, holding up a hand. Now, he began. It's time we discussed your compensation, he continued. We will grant you the status of a rank 7 explorer and provide you with a full set of new equipment. Bjorn's backpack and other items were tossed at his feet. The protagonist snatched them up from the floor, his voice seething with rage. You call this compensation? He roared, his anger finally erupting. With a rank 5 essence, I'd become a rank 7 explorer on my own anyway. The enraged Bjorn knew they were trying to pull a fast one on him. He thought they must take him for a complete fool. Aben tried to counter. However, you only have 2 months of experience, but... Bjorn cut him off, shoving his face right up to Neil Aben's and bellowing, Then bring me any rank 7 researcher you want.
I'll show every last one of them who's stronger. In a fury, Bjorn tensed his entire body and spread his arms wide, daring anyone to challenge him. Come on, take me on one by one. Neil Aben, looking genuinely scared, stammered for him to calm down, then muttered, This has never happened before.
Raven, her arms crossed and her expression unreadable, calmly confirmed it. That's true. Bjorn shot her a surprised glance. He had no idea what her game was. Raven pointed a finger forward and declared, There has never been a single recorded case of a researcher defeating a rank 5 vampire guardian, returning alive, and bringing back its essence. Her words were sharp and clear. It's frankly insulting to offer him compensation for something he already earned. Neil Aben stared ahead, clenching his jaw in frustration. He finally relented and asked, Fine. What is it you want? A wide grin spread across Bjorn's face as he repeated the question. What do I want? He knew exactly what he wanted. Money, he roared. I want at least 5 million stones. At that moment, Bjorn knew the amount was more than a little unreasonable, but he figured if they saw him as a stupid barbarian, he might as well act the part. The branch head of the research guild gasped. 5 million? He started to say something else, but Aben silenced him. With his arms crossed and eyes shut, he simply said, We agree to that amount. Bjorn stared ahead in disbelief. He agreed that easily. Raven immediately chimed in. I'm also entitled to 1 million for my services. A separate fee for herself. Bjorn glanced at Raven, realizing that Neil Aben had caved so quickly only because of her. Neil Aben agreed to Raven's proposal. And please, tell your mentor I am always grateful for her work. Bjorn watched the scene unfold in astonishment. Is this the power of the magic tower? He wondered. Sometime later, inside the magic tower, Bjorn followed Raven into another room. They entered the personal laboratory of a student from the Timian school, Alla Raven herself. Looking around, the protagonist had one thought. This laboratory was an absolute mess. At that moment, Raven poured a liquid into a glass test tube with a sly grin on her face and handed it to the main character. You can drink this, she offered. The main character stared at the swirling blue liquid in the glass vial, wondering what in the world it was. He eyed the strange liquid. Is this water? Raven answered with a sarcastic smile. It is. I don't really use cups. And my other option is basilisk concentrate, if you don't like plain water. After studying the liquid, Bjorn decided against taking the risk. No, this will be enough. At that moment, Bjorn was almost certain that the vial had recently contained some strange liquid, or even a monster's organ. He set the vessel on the table and sat in a nearby chair before asking Raven, So, why did you bring me here? A wide, knowing smile appeared on her face. You promised me a wish, she said. The memory clicked into place. He recalled that he had agreed only because he didn't have time to argue about it then. He recalled the promise he'd made her, figuring that forging an alliance with a mage might not be such a terrible idea after all. But holding up a single finger, Bjorn warned her. Just don't ask for the impossible. Raven simply replied that everything would be fine. Then, raising her own finger and staring intently ahead, she declared her intention she wanted to study the essences he had absorbed. She claimed it would benefit him as well, that they could uncover something completely new, since no one had ever acquired this type of essence before. Watching her, he noticed the shift in her eyes. They were now blazing with a pure passion for discovery. The corpse golem essence was incredibly rare. He knew, but a vampire had never become a Rift Guardian. That was the real reason for her intense excitement. Do all mages in this world act like desperate graduate students? He wondered. Raven extended a hand toward him, insisting it was a good deal for them both. Hold on, Bjorn said, a realization dawning on him. So that's why you offered such strange conditions? He asked when they would handle the paperwork. His mind flashed back to the guild, right after the fight, when he and Raven sat across from Nan's with documents between them. So I shouldn't tell anyone what happened here? Raven had asked, then quickly agreed to the terms herself. Looking at Bjorn, she'd added, if you don't document that you have a vampire's essence, I'll agree to anything. He had been shocked at the time, but now he was thankful for her sharp thinking. Shifting her gaze, Raven answered his current question evasively. You could say that. Bjorn's eyebrows shot up as his suspicion was confirmed. So I was right. With her cheeks flushed, Raven asked him to visit just once a week for only 3 hours. She then proposed a time frame for their arrangement. How about for around 6 months? Too long, he shot back instantly. Make it 3 months, and you'll show me all of your research findings. Pressing a hand to her face in exasperation, Raven reminded him, I saved your life. Not to mention you received 5 million stones. She clutched her chest dramatically. Couldn't you at least pretend to be a little grateful? He stared back at her. He was grateful, of course, but that wasn't what this conversation was about. To make this relationship work long term, he decided, he had to establish exactly who he was from the very beginning. Rising from his seat, Bjorn stated coolly, Actually, you owe me. Raven looked up, completely baffled. Owe you? Why on earth would I owe you? As he stared down at her, a single thought crossed his mind. Only a fool doesn't stand up for himself. What are you talking about? She asked, bewildered. He leaned in close, his face menacing. You fed me the corpse golem's essence without my permission. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she yelled. What is this nonsense? She tried to push him away. What are you even saying? She demanded, completely stunned. Get back, I gave it to you for free. His jaw tightened in anger. You gave it to me to save your own skin, and that's the entire problem. Raven jabbed a finger at him, retorting. But I still saved you. He looked at her coldly. I don't care, I never asked you to. He then made his demand. 10 million? I hear that's about what it costs to have the temple erase an essence. Erase it! Raven cut him off, her eyes wide with disbelief. Why would you get rid of something so valuable, glaring at him? She snapped. You're a crazy barbarian. I had other plans, he replied flatly. And you ruined them, Raven argued back. For researchers, this is an incredibly rare and priceless find. You should be paying me, he countered. That's just the biased view of a mage who can't absorb essences herself. He challenged her. Go on, ask any researcher. Raven smirked and walked toward her workbench. You think I don't have contacts? Just you wait. She touched a glowing blue orb, and a channel opened. Soon, a voice crackled through the connection. Who is this? Greetings, Patan, Raven said formally. This is Alua Raven from the Timian School. You recently met my mentor. Ah, Patton's voice replied with a hint of surprise. Yes, I remember. What can I do for you? Raven? I have a hypothetical question, she began. What would your reaction be if someone fed you an essence you never intended to absorb? There was a pause before Patan replied. That's an odd question, he remarked. But the answer is quite obvious. He began to think aloud. First off, I'd be furious. A slow smile spread across Bjorn's face, while Raven's expression grew rigid. Furious, she repeated, stunned. But this is a rank 7 essence, and an extremely rare one. And what about that she pressed? It changes nothing, Patan explained patiently. An unplanned essence only gets in the way. Bjorn watched the scene unfold with pure satisfaction from his chair, a wide grin on his face as Raven began to tremble. Mages have a hard time understanding this, Patan continued. But we explorers can't just absorb everything we find and expect to climb higher. Raven, shaking with rage and her face bright red, shot a venomous look back at Bjorn before turning back to the orb. In that case, she choked out, what sort of compensation would you demand? Money? Patan answered without hesitation. After a moment's thought, he added, 15 million should be enough. 15 million? Raven echoed in utter horror. Of course, Patan clarified. The higher the rank of the essence, the more it costs to disperse it. And for some reason, those so-called servants of God really love their money. Raven leaned heavily on the table, the shocking news making her legs weak. And If they couldn't compensate with money, she asked weakly. Then what? Patan replied. I have no idea. He made a mental note that if the person responsible for this were standing in front of him right now, he'd snap their neck. A smirk played across his lips as he folded his arms, thinking to himself that some people just lacked imagination. Raven, horrified, and with her eyes wide, wondered what on earth she was supposed to do now. He could tell the researcher was well acquainted with the tower mages and was likely very experienced. She clearly understood the value of combining essences. He knew that if he asked the same thing of 9 out of 10 researchers who were just scraping by, their answers would be completely different. With a smile, he realized this was her critical error, and then he mentally prodded her, asking if she was prepared to own up to her carelessness. Suddenly, a deep male laugh filled the room, followed by a voice booming that the barbarian had actually managed to best a mage in a battle of wits. Surprised, Raven and Bjorn both turned toward the sound. It was Timian, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Addressing Bjorn, he remarked that he was far more interesting than he'd been led to believe. A wide grin spread across Timian's face as he said he was glad to meet him and introduced himself, explaining that he was the teacher of the girl he'd just driven to tears. He then guessed that his name was Bjorn Yandel. Raven began to argue passionately that she had not been crying, demanding to know if he understood. As Bjorn sized up Timian, he thought to himself, so, he's Raven's teacher. His mind raced. In that case, this must be the man who governs 5 floors of the tower, the master of the great school himself. Timian, a shocked look crossed his face, his eyes and mouth falling open as he stared at the man. He figured Timian was at least on the level of a regional director, after which he cut himself off, realizing the man was even higher up than that. With a pleasant smile, Timian admitted that he had overheard their little chat, just looking at him. Bjorn knew he was someone important. Raven, however, was flustered and asked him what he meant, then demanded to know if he had been eavesdropping, pointing out that she had cast a sound insulation spell. Timian explained to her that it seemed she still had a great deal to learn, as her sound insulation magic was riddled with gaps. Then, turning to Bjorn, Timian said that she was his youngest student, and had brought a man to see her for the very first time, not to mention a living barbarian. Timian added that he just had to indulge his curiosity. The main character looked at Timian, startled, and repeated, living? Timian stared back, noting that barbarians were typically brought in dead, or sometimes just their hearts. Bjorn's expression darkened, his eyebrows knitting into a threatening scowl. A moment later, a broad grin split Timian's face, and he started laughing loudly, telling Bjorn to lighten up. Timian then clarified he was only joking. The main character chuckled inwardly, thinking, a mage with a sense of humor. And then he thought, and I, in turn, am a barbarian who's quite good at reading the room. Rising from his chair, the main character decided his name was something like Timian. He knew he needed to reply with a barbarian's brand of humor. Walking up to Timian, he pointed his index finger at him and let out a booming laugh, declaring that he had a powerful urge to crack his skull open. Timian stared at Bjorn in alarm and stammered, what? The protagonist gave Timian a menacing glare and explained that it was a joke. He then told him to relax and laugh, calling him a graying old man. Timian, completely bewildered with his eyes and mouth agape, repeated, an old man. Watching Timian's reaction, the protagonist mentally asked him if he enjoyed it when people spouted all sorts of nonsense and passed it off as a joke. After that, the protagonist began to playfully mess up Timian's hair, explaining that he was kidding, before letting out another loud laugh. A perplexed Raven turned to Bjorn and asked if he'd genuinely gone insane. She then remarked out loud that she should have seen this coming after the scene he caused at the guild. Timian was shaking. Seeing his reaction, Bjorn wondered if he had really gone too far and started thinking that he needed to smooth things over. But then, Timian suddenly burst out laughing in surprise, remarking on what a character Bjorn was. Timian's face turned red, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He turned to Bjorn and told him not to worry, explaining that the older generation can tell the difference between a joke and a threat. He again told him not to take it personally. Watching Timian's reaction, the main character knew he was absolutely furious. He then wondered, so what's he going to do about it? After all, I'm just a barbarian. The main character gave a thumbs up and praised Timian's words, noting that he was able to appreciate his barbaric wit. After that, the main character said that he took back his words and that he wasn't such an old man after all. While Timian was trembling with tension, Bjorn asked with a huge grin on his face if perhaps there were barbarians in his family line. With a forced smile, Timian remarked that even elders have their courageous side. He then said that it was irrelevant and, slipping a hand into his pocket, brought up the topic of the 10 million stones. Timian asked Bjorn if he would consider an alternative. He then produced a box containing a ring, showing it to him. Timian said that this was number Chum Shimiyu, 9425, the Ring of the Frost Spirit. Timian explained that the number was low, but nevertheless. The main character stared at the ring, a surprised look on his face as he realized it was a numbered item. Bjorn knew such things could only be obtained from guardians, and each one held a unique skill. The main character knew it was an exceptionally rare item. Then he wondered, is he really just going to give away the ring of the Frost Spirit this easily? Putting on his Barbarian act, the protagonist asked Timian what it was good for. With a smile, Timian answered that it would certainly be useful to him. He explained that it seals one of the skills granted by absorbed essences. After that, Timian asked him, "You have a corpse golem, don't you?" Timian noted that having acidic blood is quite a nuisance, then asked what he thought of the offer. The protagonist stared straight ahead, reasoning that even the headmaster of the school, Timian, seemed to be unaware of one particular function of the Frost Spirit Ring. With that thought, the protagonist accepted Timian's proposal. As he was leaving Raven's laboratory, Raven stood by the door and asked Bjorn a question. She reminded him not to forget his twice-a-week visits, adding that he'd also promised to help with her essence research. Without even looking at her, he replied that he remembered. Raven watched Bjorn depart, a worried look on her face as she wondered, he isn't going to forget, is he? She was still anxious as she returned to the lab, where she apologized to Timian, insisting that this was all her fault. Timian, sitting at a table, told her it was nothing to be concerned about, claiming the item was worthless and that no one would buy it anyway. After saying this, a satisfied smirk appeared on his face. He gloated that the item's market price was around 1.5 million stones, and that the foolish barbarian would soon regret his choice. As Bjorn left the magic tower, he thought to himself that mages in this world are seen as the pinnacle of logic, but Raven was completely unaware of the tears of the goddess, which gave him a decisive edge. In his eyes, they were no different from beginners in a game. Looking at the artifact he'd just acquired, Bjorn knew they simply didn't grasp the true power of the Ring of the Frost Spirit. Sometime later, Bjorn walked into the tavern he used to live in. The man working there stared at Bjorn in utter shock and asked him, "Aren't you dead?" The man then stammered that he had already given the room away. The hero's face grew serious as he asked what had happened to his belongings. The innkeeper replied fearfully that he had thrown them out. The protagonist was seething. His jaw clenched as he pointed out that he still had another week paid for. The innkeeper began to hastily apologize, promising he would make it up to him. Bjorn was overcome with fury, realizing he could not forgive this. However, his expression suddenly contorted. He stared ahead, his eyes wide with surprise, his thoughts screeching to a halt. How long, he asked himself. Has this kind of rage felt so natural? He began to analyze it. From the moment he arrived in this world, even when facing death, his mind had remained eerily calm. When he killed, for the first time, his only thought was that it was a necessary and simple task. Even during the prison escape, he felt no hesitation. The protagonist recalled arguing with the old man from the tower, something the 29-year-old office worker, Lee Han-soo, would never have done. The main character thought that he had assumed these were just changes from adapting to his new reality, but the feeling of unease kept growing, and now he was sure of it. After every battle, the instincts sealed deep inside this body were bursting forth, and his mind was becoming simpler, cruder, and more aggressive, just as the mind of a barbarian should be. He then asked himself, is my consciousness merging with this body for the sake of survival? He realized this was probably even for the best. With that, the main character turned to the innkeeper and demanded 30,000 stones, saying that then he would forget the whole incident. The man slammed his hand on the table, shouting in disbelief, 30,000. He then yelled that his things weren't worth even half that amount. Bjorn's voice became menacing. So, your things were sold. Then, he brought his enraged face close to the man's, pointing out that he had just claimed to have thrown everything away. The terrified man covered his face with his hands and tried to back away. Shortly after these events, Bjorn was lying in a massive, luxurious room on a spacious bed, his hands behind his head, thinking that his life was finally starting to feel more human. This room cost twice as much as his old one, and it had a proper window and a private bath made of wooden planks, filled to the brim with hot water. Staring at the ceiling, Bjorn noted that this room was much closer to the portal square, which made him wonder how Anar was doing. He knew he needed to meet her tomorrow to divide their loot. The next day, near an inn called the Raging Bull, Anar spotted him and spread her arms wide, shouting loudly, "Bjorn, She ran up and hugged his now enormous body, asking where he had disappeared to. Einar then shouted that, honestly, a great warrior like him could probably escape from hell itself. Other barbarians watched the reunion, as the main character simply explained that he had run into some problems. Einar then hugged Bjorn again and asked if he had heard the news yet. The protagonist asked her what news she was talking about. Suddenly, a group of barbarians approached Bjorn and shouted that it was news about the Barbarian of Freedom. One of them then yelled enthusiastically that the whole city was talking about this freedom barbarian. With a stunned expression, the protagonist looked around and wondered, are they talking about me right now? The protagonist began to look away awkwardly, replying with a denial that this was the first he was hearing of it. Then, the protagonist asked the barbarians if they knew his name. One of them shook his head and said they had no idea what he was called. After a moment, the barbarian noted that it was strange, but nobody was talking about his name. Hearing this, the protagonist realized that the guild must have managed to keep his identity anonymous. However, right after this, the barbarian raised a clenched fist into the air and began to shout with reverence that he was incredibly proud that such a
person had emerged from their tribe. Another barbarian yelled that he was able to fight alone against 100 men and disprove false accusations. The barbarians joyfully shouted that this Barbarian of Freedom had released everyone from prison and won their freedom. Then, the barbarians began to chant, "The Barbarian of Freedom
is the greatest warrior," as he was surrounded by the cheering barbarians. Bjorn thought that he never imagined this would become such huge news. After that, he asked himself, nothing else serious is going to happen now, right? Some time after these events, Bjorn, along with Einar, arrived at a place called Kelby. Einar, looking around joyfully, shouted that this was Kelby and it was her first time here in person. The protagonist knew that Kelby was the #1 district, which, along with the 2nd through 5th districts, formed a belt around Karen known as the Golden Road. The middle class of Raphopia lived in this district. There were countless artisan and merchant shops, and this district was also nicknamed the Free Market. The protagonist pushed a bag towards Einar and told her that this was her share. He understood that with the gear they had taken from the bandits, plus his own which had turned into scrap metal, the total came to about 800,000 stones. Then, the protagonist remembered that by the time they had left the rift, they had about... He pushed a bag holding 500,000 worth of items toward Einar, telling her, "This is your share, 300,000 stones." Einar stared at the pouch, stunned, and stammered, "This much." The protagonist urged her not to worry about it, insisting she should take it because she'd earned every bit. With a blush creeping up her cheeks, Einar shyly thanked him. Then her eyes widened as she looked past Bjorn's shoulder. She suddenly pointed off to the side, shouting for him to look, and exclaiming that people had managed to put clouds on a stick and were now eating them. The hero glanced where Einar was pointing and thought to himself, "Is that cotton candy?" Now that was interesting. Einar, with a look of pure fascination on her face, clutched the bag containing 300,000 stones in one hand, her gaze fixed on the confection, unable to look away. A short while later, as they sat in an eatery, Einar exclaimed, "I can't believe this is real." She then asked in sheer awe, how did anyone even come up with food like this, before concluding that humans must be omnipotent? All the while, Einar was greedily devouring the treat Bjorn had bought for her. He noticed she was already wondering just how much of this stuff her share of the loot could buy. Watching her, he mused that they had discovered a new, edible form of currency. Then, gesturing to the table laden
with various dishes, he told her to eat some real food first. After finishing the cotton candy, Einar thanked Bjorn for treating her just as he always had. He gave her a surprised look, and with a somber expression, she explained that while he knew she hadn't changed, the other barbarians no longer saw
her as a warrior and now kept their distance. Einar then added sadly that recently, no matter where she went, men had started to bother her. Memories flooded her mind of different young men approaching her with adoration, remarking on her beautiful name. Another, with a flustered look, handed her a letter, declaring he wanted to become her footstool. Yet another offered her a bouquet, vowing that not a single drop of blood would ever touch her again. Clutching her head, Einar cried out in horror, "This has never happened to me before." She then turned to Bjorn, leaning her hands on the table and demanding bluntly, "Have I become that hideous?" The protagonist could only stare back at her, his eyes and mouth hanging wide open, before he stammered out her name. But Einar cut him off, shouting, "Never mind, I've changed my mind." With a strained and flushed face, she declared, "I won't be able to enter the labyrinth with you any longer." Stunned, he looked at her and wondered where on earth these thoughts were coming from. Sometime later, Bjorn was nursing a drink at the bar, thinking about Einar's departure from his party. It wasn't entirely a surprise. given how much her appearance had changed. But that wasn't the real reason. The elder of the sacred land, renowned as a swordmaster, had recognized Einar's potential and decided to train her in the art of the blade. During their talk, Bjorn had asked her if she could take a break from her training to join them in the labyrinth. Einar had replied that she would love to, but that her master was using a very particular training method, which meant she couldn't leave the sacred lands for 6 whole months. The protagonist stared ahead in astonishment, thinking, is he really using that method? He instantly understood the gravity of the situation. It was now clear that this was an incredible opportunity for her. With a guilty look, Einar clasped her hands in her lap, turning to Bjorn and telling him that she couldn't possibly ask him to wait, nor was she expecting him to save her spot for when she returned. Then, Einar's expression hardened with resolve as she stated with confidence, I'm going to work harder than ever and come back strong enough that I won't hold you back. In the present, Bjorn threw back a large wooden mug, chugging his drink before letting out a heavy sigh. He knew he couldn't stand in her way. The protagonist recalled that during their second expedition, she had been defeated by a marauder, forcing her to use an oath. And in the rift, Einar could only watch as everyone else took the lead. Musing over these events, Bjorn guessed this was the final push that cemented her decision. Now he had to find new companions. Slamming his empty mug on the table, he realized he could always go alone, since he had grown tremendously over the past 2 months. The protagonist began to reflect on how he'd absorbed not just 2, but 2 powerful essences, one of which belonged to a keeper. As a result, his base stats had increased exponentially. Considering his regeneration skills, he was practically unmatched on the 2nd floor, but starting from the 3rd floor, venturing out alone would be impossible. He knew the dungeon and its system were fundamentally designed for group-based gameplay, and no matter how powerful he became, completing it solo was out of the question. As he climbed the Tower of Mages, he considered that with each new floor, the lack of certain roles would become a critical failure point. Parties with diverse abilities were essential, and he needed companions of a comparable level to go higher and hunt the monsters on the upper floors. The protagonist stepped into the laboratory, where Raven was already present. With a broad smile, she looked at Bjorn and remarked that he had finally arrived. Looking back at her, he knew that if he could recruit a 6th-rank mage like Raven, his goals would be that much closer. He smiled and greeted her warmly, just as Raven gestured toward a crude, blood-stained wooden chair. With a friendly smile, she pointed to the special metal shackles and asked if he was ready. But as Bjorn eyed the contraption, he knew it was less a chair and more a torture device. He realized the first order of business was to simply survive her research. But then Raven folded her arms and yelled, I refuse! She jabbed a finger aggressively at Bjorn. What kind of lunatic mage joins a party with only 2 barbarians? It was clear she hadn't heard a word he'd said. Raven kept yelling, if you want me on board, every single member has to be at least rank 6. And don't even think about asking me again until you find a priest, she ordered. The protagonist let out a heavy sigh and reluctantly agreed. As Raven walked off, a smirk played on her lips. That should take him at least 3 years, she muttered. So, there's no chance, he thought to himself, realizing his questions were pointless. Raven cut through the nonsense and handed him a sheet of paper, telling him it explained everything. This was the data she'd gathered from her research on the vampire essence. Glancing over the document, Bjorn saw it was just general information, nothing specific. But that didn't bother him. He already knew the exact figures. He figured that thanks to this, his natural regeneration had soared by 45 points, agility by 15, physical resistance by 12, and his mana sensitivity had shot up by 30 units, while his sun resistance dropped by 12 points. His strength climbed by 15, and his magical resistance surged by another 30 units. His soul power rose by 21 units, and his darkness resistance gained 12. Reading the summary, he thought that while it was all old news, the results were still spectacular. The most significant boosts were to his natural regeneration, magical resistance, and soul power. His thoughts then turned to the boons from the Guardian Essence. Its core bonus was a passive skill, Source of Darkness, which meant he could not die unless his heart was utterly destroyed. A passive that powerful was a game changer on its own. But there was more, like the Sacrificial Seal skill, which enhanced his physical abilities based on the number of foes he vanquished, and the active skill Bloodmaster, the core of which was to temporarily absorb a single skill from any victim whose blood he drank. Bjorn also knew about Eternal Life, another active ability, which scaled his regeneration in proportion to his lost health. Looking over the data, Bjorn realized his active skills were just as incredible. A wide grin spread across his face as he crushed the paper in his hand. He had obtained both the Seal of the Immortal and the Essence of the Guardian, which meant his regeneration build was practically complete. He reflected on how he'd been playing this game for more than 10 years, yet he had never experienced growth this explosive. After a moment, he turned to leave, telling Raven it was time for him to depart. But Raven shot her hand out to stop him. "Wait just a minute," she insisted. "There's one question I have to ask." He turned back as Raven pressed, "What really happened during your fight with the vampire?" She raised her index finger, clarifying. "I mean that thing you put in your mouth," she added. "It radiated a kind of holy power." Bjorn's brow furrowed as he stared at her, wondering to himself if she was talking about the goddess's tear. Immediately, he slipped into his crude barbarian act and began picking his nose, grunting that she must be mistaken about the whole chaotic affair. Bjorn then said that it was all in the past now. At that very moment, he decided he wouldn't tell her anything. Raven refused to accept his answer, pressing a hand to her chest and crying out that she'd seen everything with her own eyes. He cut her off, shouting that he was starving and needed to leave. He then decided it was the perfect time to use Barbarian mode escape. He took off at incredible speed, leaving a furious Raven ordering him to wait. Left alone in her lab, Raven trembled with rage, her entire body tense. She knew he was hiding something from her. Was he defiantly? She wondered if he really thought she couldn't uncover the truth herself. Shortly after, inside a massive library, Raven used magic to summon a book from an impossibly high shelf titled A Comprehensive Record of Rifts, Part 3. As she greedily scanned the book, Raven recalled that it was an ancient manual on rifts, so rare it couldn't even be found at the academy. Its author was unknown, and she had only found it by chance when she was much younger. Flipping through the filthy, tattered pages, Raven muttered, "Which page covers the bloody citadel?" When she located the correct entry, with its faded illustration, she exclaimed, "Right here!" Pointing a finger at the stained parchment, she noted that, just as she'd suspected, this entire section was unreadable. She then added that she didn't even want to imagine where the stains had come from. She painstakingly pieced together the legible phrases, "a golden mask," and then "tears of the goddess." Finally, shutting the volume, Raven began retrieving another book, remembering the item had been referenced elsewhere. Taking the new tome and flipping through it, Raven happily cried out what she found. The book had an entry for the tears of the goddess, and it was written that it is a consumable relic of unknown origin. When destroyed, it unleashes a powerful holy blessing upon the surrounding area. The book also mentioned that 150 years ago, during the dimensional collapse, Cardinal Andre had used 3 such relics to save the Holy Pope, a fact that was never publicly recorded. With a shocked expression, Raven stared at the page and whispered, "A relic." She thought about how the effect perfectly matched what she'd witnessed. Her creation flashed with memories of the brilliant light that erupted during the battle between Bjorn and the Vampire Duke. Recalling this, Raven asked herself if it was a coincidence. Her mind began to race. How could a barbarian who just went through the ceremony possibly know the hidden location of the tears of the goddess? And how could he have instantly understood the relic's effect? At that same time, Bjorn, wearing a grim expression, was walking down the stairs from Raven's laboratory. Raven was lost in confusion, wondering, is he really Bjorn Yandel? Sometime after these events, Bjorn examined the golden mask. Knowing it was an item that only drops from the boss of the Bloody Citadel when very specific conditions are met, the main character sat cross-legged on his bed beside the mask, thinking about how this item let the wearer change their face for 30 days, with its number of uses limited to 5. He remembered that this item had dropped for him in the game, but there was no appeal in changing the appearance of a 2D pixel character, so he sold it for 500,000 stones. But now, he understood this was reality, and he had already clashed with the authorities and been thrown in prison. He concluded that if the entire city ever turned against him, this item could prove invaluable. Turo was sitting in a tavern where several men were engaged in a lively conversation. One of them asked his friend if he had heard the news. "The Crystal Union is finished," a man announced over the bar noise. As Tua was eating her lunch, the man asked his companion, "Quite a shock, isn't it?" He added that the entire clan had vanished overnight. Hearing this, Tua turned around, her expression full of curiosity. The Crystal Union. Gone, she mused. They'd built a massive information network using communication stones. They provided all sorts of services for newcomers on the lower floors. A research clan that was expanding at an incredible rate. "What do you mean, finished?" another man demanded. "Those guys were never true explorers," he shouted, adding, "They were just a bunch of posers." A different man, sitting nearby, chimed in, confirming the sentiment. "Yeah, they were completely worthless," he yelled, while Tua clutched her glass. She recalled that it had started out well enough,
Some decent people who couldn't pay their taxes found a safe haven there. But once the clan gained some power,
it became a cesspool of disgusting activities. They shunned outsiders, relentlessly bullied newcomers, and did other unspeakable things. Tua stood up from her chair. She turned to the bartender and told him she'd had enough to eat. All she could think about was how those very people had tried to recruit her. She grudgingly admitted to herself that if it weren't for that barbarian, things could have turned out much worse. She'd been planning to deal with them herself, but it seemed that was no longer necessary. As she was leaving the tavern, Tua overheard someone ask, "Why did the clan collapse so suddenly?" "You haven't heard," another man replied. "It was all because of the Barbarian of Freedom." That barbarian again. Tercia thought with a sense of irony. "You mean the one who busted out of prison to clear his name?" Someone else chimed in. "The same guy who took the regional leader's daughter hostage?" Another man added. "I heard a rumor that because of this mess, they're going to revise the rules for the enhanced search for looters, which used to only apply to rank 9. His friend noted. "But the problem is getting bigger. The craziest part," the first man said, "is that this barbarian is a rank 9 researcher himself, someone who barely passed his coming-of-age ceremony." Hearing this, Tua stopped. Her eyes widened with interest as she turned around. "A rank 9 barbarian," she whispered to herself. She didn't buy that kind of coincidence. Could he really be dead, she wondered, walking out into the street? She considered that if the Barbarian of Freedom was the same person she knew, then the clan's disappearance made perfect sense. But as she stepped into the dimly lit room, she hesitated, asking herself if she should really do this. Tersa entered the gloomy chamber to find Owen sitting on a bed in the center, her head bowed. "Owen!" Tersa called out, and her sister slowly looked up. Her face was gaunt, with the dark circles under her eyes from sleepless nights. Several magical substances floated around her.
Owen stared ahead with a vacant expression, while Tersa, looking at her broken sister, wondered. Should I really tell her about this? The protagonist stood inside the Adventurers Guild. A clerk approached him. "What can we do for you?" he asked. The protagonist explained his situation. "I'm looking for companions of a similar level," he said. The guild employee asked, "Any specific preferences?" "A party of 4, the protagonist replied. "For activities above the 3rd floor?" The guild worker then requested Bjorn's identification. "I'll need your ID card and badge, please." He handed over a paper document and a wooden tag. The clerk began examining them intently. He read aloud, "Bjorn Yandel, rank 7. Then his eyes widened in disbelief, and he blurted out, 5 stars. Bjorn gave him a puzzled look. "What stars?" he asked. The guild worker stammered incoherently for a moment, clearly flustered. He quickly handed a sheet of paper to Bjorn. "Here's a list of teams that might be a good fit for you." With a heavy sigh, Bjorn knew the guy was dodging the question. He started to wonder if it was some kind of internal guild code. Maybe he was being flagged as a VIP client or something similar. In the end, he decided he didn't mind the special treatment from the staff. But as he glanced at the list, he was surprised by a familiar name. "I knew it was you," a voice boomed. Hiro approached with a wide grin. "I have to admit, I had my doubts," he said with a friendly smile. "When they told me a rank 7 barbarian was looking for a party, I wasn't sure." Now seated at a table with Hiro, Bjorn remarked, "It's been a while." "It's great to see you," Hiro replied. "But let's save the catching up for a bit. We're still waiting on one more person." The main character inquired, "You picked someone else out." Hiro chuckled. "Not exactly my choice," he said. "But word is, there's some kind of mage." "A very peculiar one at that," Hiro added, before bursting into loud, unrestrained laughter. The protagonist, still bewildered, had to ask again. "A magician?" That was an extremely rare addition to a team like theirs. "That's right," Hiro confirmed with a nod. "And look, he's already here." Hiro motioned for him to look over there. Startled, the main character turned. "Who's that?" he wondered. A mage for the team. He was about to ask who it was, but his train of thought was derailed by a young man who strolled in with a cheerful grin, tossing a barbarian and a dwarf out as he entered. The smiling newcomer introduced himself as Liwab Dalki and announced he was there to join their party. Hiro chuckled, shook his hand, and said it was a pleasure to meet him, then asked if he was the mage they were waiting for. Dalki, still beaming, replied that it would be quite a stroke of luck to stumble upon a mage in a place like this at this hour. Hiro stared at him, completely surprised and unsure how to respond. He's not wrong, the protagonist thought, snapping out of it. Hiro happily shook Dalki's hand again. He welcomed him aboard, introducing himself as Hakuro Mad, a 6th rank researcher. Dalki announced that he was an 8th rank mage from the ruling family of Rapadia. Hiro's eyes widened in disbelief.
The ruling family, he repeated. The protagonist, annoyed, clarified for him. He means he isn't with the guild. He realized this also meant he wasn't from the magic tower. Why doesn't this dwarf understand such basic things? The protagonist wondered. Dalki, with an ever-present smile, exclaimed, what a knowledgeable barbarian! Turning to Bjorn, Dalki then asked for his name. Bjorn shot him an irritated look, thinking that this guy was already getting on his nerves. Bjorn, son of Yandel, he said flatly, then motioned abruptly for Dalki to sit down.
He looked him in the eye and said, "Let's be direct. Why do you want to become a researcher?" The protagonist knew that for an 8th rank mage, this was an extremely unusual career path. They lacked the power for the middle and upper levels, and the lower floors paid peanuts.
Dalki simply chuckled and said it was all very simple. But looking at him, the protagonist knew it was far more profitable and secure to just remain in the city. Adjusting his glasses, Dalki declared his ambition to become a famed researcher and bring glory to the house of Baron Maruan. Huro, his eyes and mouth agape, stammered. A baron, you're really a nobleman. Dalki laughed. My mother's sister's husband is the 3rd brother of the baron's wife. He explained. The protagonist was shocked for a moment, then realized he had no actual connection to the ruling family and wasn't a noble at all. Dalki held up his palms with a wide smile, asking them not to get nervous, adding that he had no intention of acting high and mighty. The protagonist gave him a withering look, wondering if the man was completely delusional. He seemed more and more like some kind of con artist. Sizing Dalki up, Bjorn noted his handsome face and blonde hair. He was about 160 centimeters tall, with a slight build. He could handle daily and administrative magic, and also knew a few curses and was proficient with ice magic. The protagonist concluded that he was an inexperienced 8th rank wizard who was full of lies and arrogance. But there were other factors to consider. A mage on the team would be bait for skilled fighters, and so they decided to take Dalki on, sealing the deal with a handshake. Just as Bjorn predicted, applications from top-tier researchers started flooding in. They met several times a week just to go through all the documents. Bjorn and Hiro sat at a table swamped with stacks of paper. Looking at another file, Bjorn commented that the candidate seemed suitable, but he felt like he was doing all the work himself. Hikuro just smiled at the paper and asked if this was their final roster. Hiro then said he'd likely reject that last applicant. With that, the team was formed. Bjorn even bought himself some quality gear, showing off his new equipment. He stood with a satisfied look opposite the girl who worked at the library. Staring ahead blankly, she asked him, "What is this?" Bjorn grinned. "You like what you see?" he asked. "I guess I'll have to explain it to you. Since you're so interested?" The main character started boasting about his new armor and shield, both made of lithium. A system window appeared. It notified him that he had equipped a lithium chestplate, increasing his overall item level by 270 points. A second system window followed. This one announced that he had equipped a large lithium shield, raising his item level by 315 points. Then another appeared. It informed him that he had equipped an expanded backpack, which significantly increased his inventory. The main character, with the end, flushed face, showed off the new gear, shouting about the expanded backpack on his back. He then added loudly that the backpack didn't even cost that much, so he just decided to buy it. The library girl, still completely emotionless, held up her open palm to stop him. She told him that other visitors would complain and asked him to refrain from wearing his armor inside from now on. The main character looked at her, surprised, then quickly agreed, sensing it was best not to mess with her. After Bjorn left the library and was walking down the street, he heard some strange sounds. Turning toward the noise, he saw a naked barbarian sitting there, his head buried in his hands. A barbarian. The main character thought, surprised, looking at the sad figure huddled in the alley. Bjorn wondered why he didn't have a weapon. The main character knew that all barbarians treated their weapons as if their lives depended on it, regardless of how hungry, weak, or poor they were. He approached the man. The barbarian looked up at Bjorn, bewildered, and let out a frightened gasp. Staring intently at the barbarian, Bjorn spoke with a serious expression, telling him not to be afraid. He explained that he meant him no harm. Then he asked, "Where's your weapon, and what are you doing here?" The barbarian apologized to Bjorn and explained that he had no money, so he sold it. The protagonist crouched down next to the man and started to wonder why he was being spoken to so formally. Selling his weapon, huh? A wide grin spread across Bjorn's face, seeing he was dealing with a complete nobody. He introduced himself to the barbarian. "I'm Bjorn, son of Yandel." The barbarian looked puzzled. "Name's Turkin. I'm the son of Lean?" At that, Bjorn realized the man across from him was a known freeloader. Just then, Turkin began to wolf down the food that was laid out on the table. Raising a wooden cup, Turkin bellowed, "I'll never forget this kindness." Bjorn just stared, thinking about the story he'd spun. He claimed he'd arrived for the ceremony a month earlier, got lost, and couldn't find the labyrinth. But Bjorn knew it was far more. Likely that he was simply too afraid to face any monsters. As Turkin devoured his meal, Bjorn thought about how simple it would be to ditch this pathetic excuse for a barbarian. The problem, however, was the fallout from that choice. He'd probably tried to find work in the city, but nobody hires barbarians. It's the class's single greatest disadvantage. With a thoughtful look, Bjorn stared into space and wondered, do players really end up here after opening the boss room called the Gate of the Abyss? And if that's the case, shouldn't an experienced player know how to deal with barbarians who refuse to enter the labyrinth? He turned to Turkin. "So, tell me what you've been doing for a month." Turkin looked flustered and stammered. I didn't go into the labyrinth." Bjorn pressed him in disbelief. "Then what?" he asked again, his tone growing aggressive. "Are you completely out of your mind?" Turkin shot back defensively. "How was I supposed to fight monsters without a weapon?" Looking at him, Bjorn finally understood. This is exactly why you don't lose your weapon. He wondered to himself. Can this guy seriously only think one step ahead? Did he even play this game before? Turkin admitted he'd been kicked out of his lodgings after running out of money, just as Bjorn expected. Turkin recounted his tales of hunger, cold, and sickness, and how he'd tried asking other barbarians for help, but for some reason, they all drove him away. Staring forward, Bjorn wondered how someone with this attitude managed to survive for 3 months. Then, he came to a realization. If he had run away out of fear that day, he would have undoubtedly suffered the exact same fate. Turkin pressed a hand to his chest dramatically. "So, what did you think of my story?" he asked Bjorn. "Do you feel sorry for me? Do you want to help me?" Turkin's voice suddenly filled with confidence as he shouted, "You might not believe it, but I know the labyrinth like the back of my hand. I'm sure I could." Bjorn cut him off sharply, his voice turning cold. "I'm not going into the labyrinth with you." Turkin was perplexed. "What?" Bjorn clarified. "I'll help you, just in a different way." Extending his hand, Bjorn revealed 3 silver coins. "Take them," he said, explaining that it was the equivalent of 50,000 stones. "With this money," Bjorn instructed, "buy a weapon and go on your own." With a trembling hand, Turkin reached for the coins. "Are you really giving this to me?" Turkin started thanking him loudly, promising he would repay the favor. "Just leave," Bjorn ordered coldly. "I'm tired of talking," he explained. A happy expression washed over Turkin's face. "Right, of course, the next time I come." But once again, the main character cut him off mid-sentence with a sharp "No." Bjorn then addressed him seriously by name. "Turkin, you'll either lose that money, waste it on something foolish, get rich in the labyrinth, or try to repay your debt with this same coin." Bjorn stared straight ahead. "Don't ever try to find me again." Looking up, he met the man's eyes and ordered, "Answer me. Do you understand everything?" Turkin, bewildered, nodded in agreement. Sometime later, Bjorn sat on his bed in the gloomy light, thinking. He was disgusted with his own behavior. He knew that, looking back, a logical person would say he was a fool, while an emotional person would be angry that he'd helped the barbarian so little. Bjorn knew both points of view made sense. He might have been a hypocrite, but it was the best he could do. With a serious expression, he sent a thought out to the man. "Turkin, whatever you do, make sure you survive." On the day of the labyrinth entry, a system window appeared. "You have entered the first floor of the labyrinth." The crystal cave. Valky, holding a staff, grinned widely. "So, this is the labyrinth. Where are we headed?" he asked, observing Valky's behavior. Bjorn sized him up a human mage of the 8th rank, 25 years old. At that moment, Valky was zipping around, shouting, "These are the crystals," before asking, "So, how should we explore watching this?" The protagonist concluded he was a typical fool. The guide behind him called out, "Wait up, we need to look around for a bit." This man was Rothmiller, a rank 7 researcher. He was 34 years old and had 8 years of research experience. After a moment, Rothmiller announced, "This direction is correct. I think everything will be fine if we stick to the pre-selected route." Watching Rothmiller's competence, Bjorn thought that he was probably the most normal researcher in their party. Then he watched Hiro laughing boisterously and realized this was a dwarf, a rank 6 researcher who was also the tank and leader of the group. Bjorn, a rank 7 barbarian, was also a tank. The last member was a girl shouting that she couldn't wait to jump into battle because she hadn't fought in so long. This was Misha Carlin. She was a 7th rank halberdier, 25 years old, and had 5 years of experience exploring the labyrinth. A wide grin spread across Misha's face. "Let's go tear the head off some monster, Nia," she suggested, adding her strange, characteristic sound at the end. The main character noticed it immediately and thought, she has a weird habit of saying inaya at the end of her sentences. He knew she claimed it was an innate feature, but he'd never encountered anything like it. Hiro laughed and said, "I listened to her in a daze," before calling her Princess Misha. She stared at him, bewildered, yelling that she'd told him not to call her that. I vaguely remembered someone saying she was the 13th princess of some tribe, though the details were hazy. Just then, Misha took off after Hakuro, screaming, "I'm going to kill you!" Rottmiller turned to the rest of us. "Let's keep moving," he said, adding, "and try to stay close." With that, our group followed him. Following his lead, we started our first real exploration of the labyrinth. Rottmiller got us to the portal leading to the second floor in just 10 hours. He stared at the shimmering portal. "Someone beat us to it," he announced, letting out a heavy sigh. He was clearly frustrated that we'd been outpaced, even though we were pushing ourselves to the limit. I watched him, realizing that even though our time was impressive, he wasn't satisfied. I figured he must have used a guide skill to find the portal's direction, but since he wasn't a true guide, that result was incredible. Rottmiller strode ahead of us, gesturing toward the portal. "Let's go." Bjorn let out a heavy sigh, annoyed he couldn't claim the portal's opening experience. He'd then considered using the exploit if he had teamed up with Inar, but decided it was better to save that trick for when he found people he could actually trust. A moment later, a system notification appeared. They had entered the second floor, the beast's lair. The group trekked through a deep gorge between soaring cliffs. One of the explorers yelled out, "No matter how many times I come here, I can't get used to this stench." Trailing behind, Bjorn recalled that the entrance to this zone was on the eastern side of the first floor. True to its name, it was teeming with beast-type monsters. Hakuro turned to Dalki, asking, "You doing okay?" Dalki looked absolutely miserable. His hand clamped over his mouth as he mumbled, "Just don't talk to me." Hakuro just laughed, patting him on the shoulder. "You really don't look okay," he noted. Misha shot a disgusted look at the pale-faced Dalki, shouting, "You're a disgusting sight." Bjorn figured the awful smell was because the floor was crawling with beast-type monsters. He then approached Rothmiller, who was kneeling and examining the ground. "How are you holding up?" Bjorn asked, remembering the man had an essence connected to the sense of smell. "I'm fine," Rothmiller replied. "You get used to it after a few visits." He then added, "There are a lot of pits on this floor, so I suggest everyone stays close unless you want to fall into one." Watching Rothmiller's composed reaction, Bjorn felt a surge of confidence. Was his own 8 years of experience kicking in, allowing him to recognize such competence? The party trudged onward through the thick mud. Bjorn knew the beast's lair was a canyon, which meant they had to navigate a natural labyrinth. He realized there were no artificial traps here, but a guide was even more essential than in the Goblin Forest. Still, Bjorn knew the local monsters wouldn't be a problem for a team this strong. Soon enough, the adventurers took down a bald-headed wolf for 1 experience point. After that, they defeated a werewolf, earning 2 experience points, and a saber-toothed tiger, which also gave them 2 points. They finished off a wall mole for another point of experience. When night fell, the group gathered around a campfire. The protagonist realized that thanks to Dalki's signal magic, 4 people could sleep at once, which meant a solid 6 hours of rest for him. Dalki, sitting opposite Hakuro, asked, "You're not going to sleep." He then pointed out, "You have signal magic." Hakuro laughed. "It's not about trusting my skills. It's that the magic only works on monsters." Dalki's eyes widened in surprise. "So what's the issue?" Hakuro answered grimly, "Because other explorers are far more dangerous than any monster." Dalki stared blankly, his eyes and mouth wide open. "Are you serious?" he asked, bewildered. Hakuro nodded. "Deadly serious. You get some sleep, and I'll take over your watch." With a long exhale, Dalki agreed. Bjorn opened his eyes and frowned, staring into the darkness. He had a gut feeling this would be his last expedition with this particular mage. By midday on the second day, the party was moving again. Rothmiller, walking up front, pointed ahead and announced, "The portal to the 3rd floor is close. We'll be hunting monsters of the 7th or 8th rank there." Bjorn knew the third floor was an enormous map called the Pilgrim's Path. While on the second floor, everyone would appear in different locations based on their entry portal. On the third floor, everyone started in the same area. The protagonist, walking at the back of the group, knew their exact starting point still depended on the portal they chose, and he hoped they'd land in a decent spot. Misha suddenly turned to Bjorn. "You said you almost made it to the third floor last time, right?" The main character confirmed her statement. "Wow, that's amazing," she exclaimed. "It took me a whole year to get here." Surprised, Bjorn asked, "A year? Then how long until you reached the fourth?" Misha looked up at the sky thoughtfully. "I'd guess it took about 2 years or so." Hakuro grinned widely. "Took me 2 years, too," Misha snapped. "I don't like that," she then started complaining. "You have less experience than me, but you're 6th rank and I'm only 7th. Hakuro just laughed. "At least you were born into a good family." Suddenly, Roth Miller's stern voice cut them off. "Quiet!" Misha looked flustered and immediately apologized. "Sorry," she mumbled, as Hakuro added, "I'm being quiet." The main character furrowed his brow, staring ahead. "What's wrong?" he asked. He could tell Roth Miller sounded more than just annoyed this time, watching the man's tense back. Bjorn figured he was probably used to working alone, which was why he reacted so harshly to noise from behind. A moment later, a system window appeared, announcing they had entered the third floor, the Pilgrim's Path. The specific location where the group appeared was called the Hill of Steel Rocks. Stepping out of the portal, Bjorn's expression tightened in shock. He instantly lunged forward, raising his shield, and whipped his head around to Roth Miller, yelling, "Get back!" At that exact moment, 2 boars with massive tusks were charging straight at him at high speed. The main character braced himself, successfully blocking the attack from one of the boars. His face was a mask of concentration as he absorbed the heavy blow with his shield. "Monsters right in front of the portal," he thought in disbelief, holding back the boar's onslaught. Bjorn's expression was strained. He knew this monster was incredibly powerful. If he didn't have his lithium shield, he would have been. If he'd looked away for a second, he would have been sent flying. Bjorn realized the dwarf's shield was in even worse shape. Hakuro had taken the full force of the boar's charge. He stood firm against the beast, his face tense, but then cracks began to spiderweb across his shield. Just as it was about to shatter, a system notification appeared. The system announced that Hakuro had activated emergency recovery. The splintering shield in his hands erupted with a brilliant magical energy, and Hakuro screamed at Bjorn that they were facing a rank 7 monster. He warned Bjorn not to try and push them back, but to hold the line at all costs. The protagonist shot back that he already knew. Bjorn saw that he had recovered in an instant, but he felt no envy. He knew Hakuro's active skill, counterweight, provided incredible resistance to being knocked back, and that very ability had been a lifesaver in the Bloody Citadel. Hakuro, straining against the boar's might, dug his feet deep into the ground. The solid rock beneath him began to fracture. A new notification appeared in the system window, announcing that Hakuro had activated counterweight. While holding back the boar, Hakuro was literally splitting the stone beneath his feet. Suddenly, another system alert flashed, informing them that Dalki was
casting a rank 8 curse called Corrosion. A thick purple energy began to writhe around the boar's massive tusks, causing them to bubble and hiss. Dalki, his face a mask of intense concentration, stared forward, clutching a staff that radiated raw magical power, turning toward him.
Hakuro, readying his own attack, roared that the timing was perfect. He bellowed that he would finish the monster now. At that moment, raising his melee weapon high overhead, Hakuro leaped and smashed it down on the boar's head, creating a blinding explosion of energy. Dalki stared in confusion, covering his face, with his hand and muttering that they could actually pull this off. Misha suddenly planted her foot on Bjorn's back, using him as a springboard and shouting that there was one left. The protagonist glanced back, bewildered at being used like a launchpad, as Misha, dagger drawn, aimed directly for the head of the other boar, which Bjorn was desperately holding back with his shield. With a huge grin on her face, Misha yelled at the essence to come out. Immediately after, she delivered a vicious, slicing blow across the boar's back, causing torrents of blood to pour from the monster. The wounded boar squealed in agony, throwing its head back. A system notification then appeared, announcing they had defeated the boars, called Entro, and had received 3 experience points. The protagonist stared at the fallen beasts, thinking that this was all wrong. These monsters didn't normally appear in this area. Bjorn turned to Rottmiller and asked if there was anyone else nearby. Following this, a notification appeared on the system window indicating that Rottmiller was activating a skill called Heat Search. His eye began to glow with a bright magical energy. The essence of this skill was that it's an active ability of the guide Lizardman. which helps detect living creatures by their heat signatures. After scanning the surroundings, Rottmiller reported that he couldn't see anyone, but the scent in the air told him someone had been here very recently, and that these people were a maximum of 2 minutes away. The protagonists looked at him, assuming that their mysterious observers had watched the fight and then fled. Hakuro, his face tense, told them to wait, then asked if this was a planned attack. The protagonist began to think out loud, saying he didn't believe these people were specifically targeting them. He explained that luring monsters toward the portal is a common tactic used by marauders. They exploit the moment when travelers are least vigilant. Misha, a bloodthirsty look on her face, suggested they hunt down these marauders and beat them senseless, noting that there's usually a reward for taking out marauders. Rottmiller confirmed her statement, but added that it would be difficult to catch them now, and besides, they had no proof. The blame could ultimately be placed on them. Misha, in response to Rottmiller's remark, shouted that dead men tell no tales. The whole time, Dalki had been listening to their conversation with a tense look on his face. Hakuro suggested they just leave a warning about the marauders near the portal on the second floor and move on. Hearing this, Dalki trembled with
tension, staring ahead in surprise. Some time after these events, when night had fallen, Misha commented that Rottmiller was quite clever, after which she said that she had never heard of such an attack method. Rottmiller admitted that he was seeing it for the first time as well. Misha confirmed this, saying that,
"You don't get many chances to run into marauders." At that moment, the main character mentally asked himself, bewildered, "What?" After that, Bjorn turned to Misha and asked her how many times she had encountered them. Misha, looking at him with a puzzled expression, asked, "Me?" After a moment, Misha said that over the last 5 years, she had run into marauders about 8 times. The main character, shocked by her words, realized that was an incredibly small number. He blurted out that he thought explorers bumped into marauders all the time. Bjorn then added that in the past 3 months, he had encountered them 5 times, not
counting this incident. Misha turned to Bjorn in complete surprise and asked him to repeat that. Then, with a smile on her face, she noted that he had absolutely no luck at all. Huro, with a wide grin on his face, remarked that it was quite impressive. He added that he'd heard the situation was terrible about 150 years ago, but
recently, the number of marauders had decreased significantly. Hakuro laughed loudly and remarked that perhaps they had only met these marauders today because of him. The protagonist, perplexed by this news, opened his eyes and mouth wide with indignation and asked himself what he had done to deserve this. After this, Rottmiller, with a serious expression, told him not to laugh at Bjorn and remarked that he would say Misha was the one who was incredibly lucky. The protagonist, with a weary smile on his face, mentally asked Rottmiller if that was really the case, and if this kind of thing was only happening to him. Rottmiller told Bjorn not to worry too much. He then told him that he met marauders about once every 3 months. The protagonist, hearing this, felt even more upset, thinking that was still far less than his own encounters. Rottmiller, seeing how dejected Bjorn was, asked him if something was wrong. Bjorn didn't answer him, and instead suggested they keep moving. Soon after these events, the party took down a stoneworm, earning them 2 experience points. An iron falcon fell next, granting them another 2. And to top it off, they dispatched a steel hill guardian for a final 2 experience points. Riller, who was leaning against a large rock, suggested they make camp there for the night and find a new spot tomorrow. The protagonist figured they must be near the zone's border, which would explain the lack of monsters. While the spot was less than ideal, it was still their best option. Hakuro turned to Dalki, who was slumped on the ground, and asked if he was feeling all right, pointing out that he looked terrible, startled. Dalki looked up at Hakuro and asked, "Is it that obvious?" Bjorn, who had been watching the exchange, confirmed Hakuro's observation. "You weren't exactly hiding it before," he noted, "but now you look like you just chewed on something foul." Dalki sat there with a grim look, staring at his boots before admitting that. To be honest, his grand vision of adventure had been completely shattered. By then, the entire group was gathered around the campfire. Dalki kept his gaze low and mumbled that he knew how it must sound, guessing they all thought he was just young and naive. He began to vent his frustrations, talking about how explorers kill other explorers, with some even doing it for cash. He said it was hard to call a reality like that a fairy tale. Following that thought, Dalki realized that if things continued this way, he'd eventually have to kill someone too. "That's how it is, right?" he asked. Misha listened, looking baffled and running a hand through her hair, while Rottmiller just listened with a dead serious expression. Dalki confessed that because of this, he'd been trying to brace himself for that reality the entire journey. The main character looked him dead in the eyes and asked, "So, are you prepared now?" Dalki's expression firmed up. He frowned, stared ahead, and gave a determined nod, but then his face fell, again as he added that he wasn't sure he could actually go through with it when the time came. The protagonist watched him, thinking that this was just determination with no confidence to back it up. He could tell Dalki was a mess of confusion and fear. Hakuro, looking worried, turned to the boy, who was now sitting with his head buried between his knees. Bjorn scowled and mused that it was far better than the types who act tough and then start crying and screaming when death is on the line. Bjorn's thought was cut short as Rothmiller let out a breath with a small smile. "It's important not to overestimate yourself," he said. "It's much more reliable than just claiming you'll definitely get it done." Rothmiller then crossed his arms, his smile widening, and asked the others, "Could you all give me a minute?" The adventurers stared at him, confused. Rothmiller simply explained that he had something to show them. Moments later, the group was following Rothmiller. After a short walk, all of them stopped dead in their tracks, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they stared ahead in awe. Rothmiller, meanwhile, wore a deeply satisfied smirk on his face, the protagonist, looking on in shock, finally managed to ask what this was. They were standing on the edge of a cliff, looking out over a vast expanse illuminated by millions of bright, glittering particles floating in the air. In the distance, towering, massive mountains were visible, while mountain rivers flowed at the base of the cliff. Not too far from them, a tall Gothic tower rose from the center of a forest. The adventurers gazed at the scene, completely spellbound. Rothmiller finally asked them, "It's truly beautiful, isn't it?" He explained that this was a spectacle you could only witness at this particular time of day. Misha, her face radiant with happiness, pumped her fists in the air and started cheering with surprise and excitement. Rothmiller, smiling, noted that no one really knew why this phenomenon happened on the third floor. Just then, Hakuro shouted that it was absolutely incredible. Rothmiller then suggested that the reason wasn't all that important when you could see a sight like this. He asked them, "Isn't that right?" Dalki silently watched the panorama unfold before him, a new light gleaming in his pupils as his cheeks flushed red with wonder. Miller turned to Dalki and asked him what he thought. "Feel like continuing your research now?" Dalki kept staring silently into the distance, not answering the question, as he was utterly lost in the sight. Soon, the light faded, and the labyrinth was once again plunged into its usual darkness. Everyone turned in for the night, leaving the protagonist on watch. He sat opposite the fire as the other members of the squad slept around the flames. However, the protagonist glanced over at Dalki, who was staring blankly ahead with a thoughtful look on his face. Bjorn knew he wouldn't be hearing the sound of Dalki's even breathing for a long time. Then, the main character's thoughts turned to his own progress. If you added up all the experience gains so far, you'd get about 50 units. The next morning, they resumed their journey, once again following Rothmiller, who had a serious expression as he looked ahead. Bjorn understood that he needed 150 experience points to hit level 4, which would take a while. But he could now absorb 3 essences. Remembering the monsters that he had already defeated, Bjorn recalled that 2 of his essence slots were filled, leaving 1 slot free. That meant he could take his time with leveling up. With that, the protagonist began to think how great it would be to get a useful essence soon. His train of thought was broken by a call from Rothmiller, who announced, "We're here." Clutching a torch, he pointed ahead and said, "This is the start of the orc settlement. A few meters in front of them stood a wooden post draped with flags, along with wooden barrels, boxes, and a makeshift stockade. The protagonist knew the orc settlement was the area with the highest concentration of monsters on the 3rd floor, and that only monsters of rank 8 and above spawned there. He realized that in terms of difficulty, it was the 2nd toughest spot on the floor, but since they weren't aiming for the 4th floor yet, this was the most ideal area for a hunt. While the group of adventurers and seekers moved forward, Hakuro held up his index finger and suggested, "Let's try to get a feel for working together first. Then after that, we can decide our next move." Suddenly, Rothmiller walked up to Hakuro, informing him, "We've got company," and pointed in their direction. "A squad of orcs is approaching." Toward the adventurers marched a pack of massive, muscle-bound orcs, each brandishing a hefty melee weapon. The one at the very front let out a deep, menacing growl. Perfect Hakuro roared, signaling to the party. "Formation, just like we practiced." Without a moment's hesitation, the adventurers fanned out, drawing their weapons to brace for the coming clash. The orcs, their faces twisted with rage, charged headfirst into the fray. Supporting them from the rear was a shaman clutching a large staff, flanked by an orc archer with its bow already drawn. A system window flashed into view. Dalki is casting rank 8 Magic Ice Spear. An instant later, several crystalline lances materialized in the sky, one of which plunged directly through the skull of a charging orc. The protagonists saw their strategy unfolding perfectly. Dalki and Rod Miller would handle ranged damage while he and Hakuro held the line. With grim determination on their faces, Hakuro and Bjorn planted their shields to absorb the orcs' brutal assault, while Misha's role was to flank and methodically pick off their attackers. Misha leaped into action, her blades a silver flash as she deftly severed the tendons of an orc. Meanwhile, Rod Miller aimed his crossbow with a steady, unbothered expression.
A bolt flew from his crossbow just as a new system alert appeared. Orc Shaman is casting rage. Rod Miller's calm shattered, his face contorting with alarm. The shaman's casting something big, he yelled. At that very moment, the Orc Shaman thrust its staff skyward, concentrating a dense, bright red, magical aura. A new message followed. Orc Warrior's physical attack resistance tripled for 10 seconds. The now glowing Orc Warrior let out a deafening roar, its muscles bulging with rage and newfound power, as its body pulsed with magical energy and its eyes burned crimson. The creature hurtled forward, smashing through Hakuro and Bjorn's defensive line as if they were made of paper. It then barreled straight for the backline. Glancing back, the protagonist's face tensed. He knew instantly that if the front line collapsed, their ranged support would be slaughtered. He spun towards Rod Miller, shouting. One broke through. The enraged warrior snarled as it closed in on Rod Miller, who desperately raised his shield to defend himself. The protagonist moved to intercept, shoving his hand out towards Dalki. Get behind me, he commanded. The panicked and terrified mage scrambled to obey. He knew he had to protect the team's most vulnerable member. Dalki, the orc warrior, brought its colossal sword down in a powerful, cleaving strike. The protagonist managed to block the blow with his shield, but the sheer force of the impact was staggering. As the orc stared in bewilderment, Misha materialized behind it. Clutching her blade, she whispered, "Time's up." Then, she plunged her weapon deep into the orc's neck, sending a thick spray of blood, painting the ground a dark burgundy. A system notification chimed. You have defeated an orc archer. You have received 2 experience points. You have defeated an orc warrior. You have received 2 experience points. Nearby, another orc collapsed to the ground with a sickening gurgle.
Misha landed gracefully next to the fallen monster. The shaman, now the last one standing, growled furiously and brandished its staff. But a moment later, a powerful swing from the protagonist sent its head flying from its shoulders. Immediately after, a new notification appeared. You have defeated an orc shaman. You have received 2 experience points. With the battle over, the adventurers regrouped. A wave of relief and cheerful chatter swept through them. My heart is still hammering in my chest, Dalki exclaimed. We handled that pretty well, Misha added. The main character, however, wore a serious expression, his fingers resting on his chin as he stared thoughtfully into the distance. That took about 8 minutes. He thought we're clearly lacking in the damage department. He mused on what to expect from a party with 2 tanks and a scout. It's slow, but it's stable. Looking over his group, he decided it was a good combination that he was starting to like. Just then, a joyful Dalki asked, Did you guys see how I blasted that orc? Misha gave him a thumbs up and cheered. That was a great shot. Rod Miller watched them with a faint smile. The group pushed deeper into the orc settlement, fighting their way forward. The closer they got to the center, the larger the monster packs became. They even encountered a great orc warrior of the 7th rank, which they managed to take down without any major issues. For their victory over the formidable beast, they received 3 experience points. Yet, the protagonist had a nagging feeling that this straightforward hunt wouldn't last much longer. Suddenly, a man's voice chanted an incantation, unleashing a colossal fiery explosion nearby. The protagonist stared, his eyes wide with shock. He swore under his breath, thinking, what the hell is going on? A cold dread washed over him as he imagined a blast like that landing on their heads. At that moment, he saw his party, with Hakuro now slumped on the ground, standing before another group of people. A man holding a lavish staff held out an open palm, his expression stern. This orc settlement is the territory of the Zari clan, he declared coldly. Leave this place at once. The protagonist knew that while the dungeon was technically a single-player game, it had a surprising number of MMO-like content restrictions. At first, he was even forbidden to move freely around the map until he progressed the main story. But later, if you created your own clan, you could even take control of entire hunting grounds. Of course, that required a massive number of people, so it was only done for rare mobs or monsters. Hakuro looked questioningly at Huz. The people blocking the stairs of a massive fortification. Zeri, he repeated. The protagonist wondered to himself why they would capture a zone on the 3rd floor. Hakuro, sizing them up, mentioned, I thought this was a clan that operated from the 6th floor upwards. He then asked, "Why would you need an orc settlement?" The leader of the opposing group replied with a dead serious expression. "I am not required to explain anything to you," frowning as he stared ahead. Hakuro noted, "I've heard some clans are awarded territories for their merits, but wait, nobody said anything about this place belonging to the Zari clan?" Hakuro's face hardened. "And how are we supposed to know you're really members of that clan?" An old man standing on the stairs shot him a stern look. "Quite the accusation," he sneered. You could feel the tension instantly rise between Hakuro and the old man. "I get that a lot," Hakuro retorted. Watching this unfold, I guessed that his new role as team leader was making him act this way. He was choosing the difficult path. Meanwhile, Misha was trembling, hiding behind me, which made me glance back at her questioningly. I wondered why she was plastered against my back. It felt like she was trying to disappear from something. Then, a harsh male voice cut through the air. "Are you a complete idiot?" The moment Misha heard it, sheer terror flashed in her eyes. She whipped her head around to face the beast man beside the elder, stammering, Taylor! Furiously, he shouted, "I told you not to use that name out here." Misha quickly mumbled an apology, terrified. Taylor just scowled, crossing his arms with an annoyed look. "At least you're not so stupid you can't recognize your mistake," he grumbled. The old man then turned to Taylor and told him he would ask just to be sure. "Is this girl your sister?" Taylor, visibly irritated, stared straight ahead and bit out an affirmative, noting, "For now, she is." The old man chuckled. "Well, I owe Sir Karlstein a favor, so we could make an exception for his sister." But Taylor cut him off, his gaze fixed forward. "That won't be necessary." He then added, "I can't get into the details. It's a family problem, but my father won't object." The old man gave him a surprised look. "If you say so. Still, I thought you might at least explain why you're casting her out." Then, the old man addressed our party directly. "For clan reasons, we urgently require the essence of a great orc."
Warrior, if all goes to plan, this zone will be clear on your next visit. We would appreciate it if you went somewhere else for now. I started thinking. The 6th floor clan is after a great orc's essence. I knew that this essence wasn't exactly a rare drop. Seriously. Just then, the old man, clutching his staff, gave us a sly grin. "Besides," he noted, "there won't be any monsters left for you anyway. We're here now, so you'd best be on your way." I immediately realized what he meant. If we didn't leave willingly, these people were prepared to use force to make us. I knew that in the labyrinth. The rules are written by the strong, and it's a lesson you forget at your peril. Hakuro cursed under his breath, his face grim. I understood the dwarf, meant well, but he needed to understand the situation and get us out of here alive. With a tight expression, I said, "I get it." However, my words were cut off by a shout from Dalki. "I'll handle this," he declared. I stared at him in surprise. Dalki, he stepped forward, arms spread wide, and let out a laugh. "What a pleasure to see you," he boomed, addressing the old man with the staff as a senior colleague. He then began his introduction. "My name is Liab Wabdalki, an 8th rank mage from the ruling family of Repidi, Donia, and I have dedicated my entire life to the study of magic." But the old man cut him short with a sneer. "You look like a nobody to me." Dalki just stared, completely bewildered, as the old man pressed on, his voice dripping with scorn. "And don't you dare call me your elder," he insulted. "Dalki again? You've learned a few parlor tricks, and now you're parading around like some grand magus." The old man ordered him to save those pathetic tricks for a street corner show. "Devoted your life to magic, have you?" The old man jabbed a finger at Dalki and ordered him. "Have some shred of dignity and never call yourself a magician again." Dalki looked on in horror, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his face. He opened his mouth to defend himself, but no words came out. As I watched this disaster, I understood that Dalki had been utterly humiliated. Hearing someone torn down so brutally was harsh. But I didn't even have time to finish that thought before Hakuro, in a rage, whirled on the old man. "Don't you think that's going too far?" he roared. "Damn it, Hakuro again," I cursed internally. This was the absolute worst time to pick a fight. We had to get out of there, now. The old man just glared at Hakuro. "I was merely speaking the truth," he said dismissively, after which he asked, "What's your problem with that?" Hakuro shot back fiercely. "The truth. Then how about we put it to the test?" Suddenly, a notification popped up on the system window, showing that Hakuro was activating his discharge spell. He lifted his hammer high, and tickling lightning began to gather around the weapon. I stared, completely stunned, and thought,
Is he insane? He's actually going to fight the 6th floor clan Hakuro prepared to direct. All that energy right at the Zari clan members before us. With a roar of pure fury, he charged into the attack, while the old man simply stared, staring him down. The protagonist suddenly bellowed Hiro's name, slamming a hand onto the back of his head and smashing his face into the dirt. Gripping both his shield and the dwarf's head, Bjorn stood with tense energy before the Zari clan members, while Dalki and Misha just stared, their eyes wide and their jaws hanging open in utter shock. Rob Miller just let out a heavy sigh as the protagonist tightened his grip on the hand. That held Hiro, ordering him to stand down. As the protagonist finally looked up, the reality of the situation seemed to dawn on him. A sly grin spread across the old man's face as he turned to Hiro. "You've got yourself one hell of a team," he remarked, adding that he'd better remember to thank the barbarian. The protagonist's mind was reeling. They'd all just narrowly escaped death. A short while later, Hiro, his face etched with regret, offered his apologies to the group. He admitted that he'd completely lost his senses. Rob Miller just glared at Hiro, arms folded tightly across his chest. "Your little stunt could have gotten us all killed," he snapped. Hiro apologized once more. Inside his head, the protagonist directed a thought at Rob Miller, thinking, "This is perfect. It's much better if he blames me for this." Everything to make sure he'd remember this lesson. Rod Miller, however, suddenly cut in, pointing out that since nothing had actually happened, they should just drop it. I was baffled. Is he seriously just letting this slide? Rod Miller reasoned aloud that while they may have acted rashly, he believed that defending your teammates was always the right call. Staring at him, completely confused. I couldn't believe it. Was he actually praising me annoyed? I just looked straight ahead. Bjorn let out a heavy sigh. Rod Miller was just too soft to lead this party. At the same time, Bon was thinking he would have unleashed a torrent of curses in that situation. Misha, touching the back of her head, also apologized to the group, adding that things would have been much simpler if she hadn't been involved. Dalki immediately shot that down. He threw his hand out and insisted, "That's not true. Without you, they would have just chased us off." He then pleaded with Misha not to talk like that. A small smile appeared on Misha's face as she looked toward Dalki. Hakuro chuckled, remarking that it was an awkward but heartfelt attempt at comfort. Watching the scene unfold, the protagonist realized how drastically the mood had shifted. These kinds of moments always made his skin crawl. He literally got goosebumps and had to wonder, am I the weird one here? Misha started explaining that she rarely discusses her family, mostly because she's the only one who failed to form a pact with a spirit beast. The protagonist was aware that beastmen could forge contracts with the spirits of ancient creatures, known as spirit beasts. These pacts took various forms. Some summoned beasts for combat, while others became possessed, gaining immense physical power. A few even received blessings that granted them unique abilities. Of course, not everyone could form a shama contract. The issue was that Misha was the direct heir to the Karlstein family. Her inability to summon a spirit brought shame upon her entire lineage. With a faint smile, Misha recounted how close she was with her siblings when they were children. Memories of her childhood flashed through her mind, but then, she explained, once she came of age and wasn't chosen by a spirit beast, they all started to shun her. She could still hear her relatives' sharp, disgusted voices, telling her not to even touch them. Misha told the party that everyone began calling her a half-breed, claiming she had tainted blood. Then she revealed their nickname for her, the bastard child. She went on, explaining that her mother passed away right after she was born, so there was no one to tell her the truth. Eventually, she couldn't take the abuse anymore, so she left home and learned how to fight. And that, she concluded, is how I became an explorer. Hakuro took her hands, his expression full of reverence. "You've been through so much," he said softly. "It must have been incredibly difficult to share that." He then thanked her for opening up. Misha quickly shook her head, exclaiming that she didn't see them as just a party, but as true comrades, which is why she felt she could speak so freely. Hakuro laughed warmly. "I'm glad you feel that way." Watching this exchange, the main character was utterly lost. How did she even reach that conclusion? He wondered. A moment later, he thought, can we please just wrap this up? Hakuro, beaming, turned to Misha and asked if he could share his own story. The main character was shocked by this turn of events. Without waiting for an answer, Hakuro began, saying he'd always dreamed of being a blacksmith but simply lacked the skill. After 10 years, he still hadn't even completed his basic training, which was a major reason he became an explorer after turning 30. He admitted he had to, explaining, "I needed the money, so I had to run away." Dalki, with tears welling up, clutched his chest and cried out, "I'm sure I'm the most talentless one here." He began to speak loudly about how he only became a mage because of his family's status. But he didn't have the aptitude to earn a spot in the magic tower. He lamented that if he were a true mage, that man would have shown him at least a little respect. Hakuro gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "No," he said, shaking his head. "That old man is the problem, not you." He then declared, "You are a great magician." Dalki thanked Hakuro for his kind words. The main character, still watching this heartfelt confession session with his jaw hanging open, wondered, what in the world is happening? Rod Miller had also been staring ahead, his expression unreadable. He finally spoke up, saying he'd been in a lot of parties, but never one like this. The main character silently agreed. He was about to ask why when Rod Miller cut him off, his expression suddenly determined.
"I also have something I need to apologize for," he announced. The main character stared at him, genuinely bewildered. Him too. Rod Miller began explaining that when Hakuro and Misha were talking about agent experience, he felt a terrible pang of bitterness. He confessed that it
was all because of his own disgusting envy. With a wry smile, he admitted he'd thought they had no right to complain, since they weren't born human and couldn't possibly know the struggles people faced. Hakuro looked at him, surprised. "Really? But don't. Explorers and humans have their own advantages." Misha, also smiling, pumped her fist and exclaimed, "That's right." She then pointed out that humans could wield aura, become elementalists, mages, or even priests. The main character knew only a tiny minority actually possessed such talent, but he wisely decided to keep his mouth shut. Hakuro let out a booming laugh. "So what you're saying is, we're a whole party of failures," he declared cheerfully. "This is great. We'll just cover for each other's weaknesses." A thrilled Dalki shouted, "I'll do everything I can to be useful," Misha agreed, suggesting they all give it their best. Hakuro added that he hoped this party would last for a long, long time. Only the main character stood there, confused, as he watched them air out all their insecurities and then rally around each other. He was the only one left out. Suddenly, every member of the party turned their expectant gazes toward Bjorn. A wave of horror washed over him. Why are they all looking at me like that? He panicked internally, like they're waiting for something. A dreadful thought crept into his mind. If I don't say anything, are they going to kick me out? Say something, the protagonist thought, scrambling for the right words, realizing just how out of place he was in a group like this. Then, with every muscle in his body tensed and his head thrown back, he let out a raw scream, yelling that he'd been left without a mother, a cry that echoed hauntingly in the minds of everyone present.
Dalki and Hiro exchanged glances before looking at Bjorn, whose own irritation was mounting as he shot them a look that screamed, "Isn't this tragic enough for you?" He then bellowed that his mother had died in childbirth, and his father vanished into the labyrinth when he was just a boy, never to be seen again. After that declaration, a tense Bjorn clutched his chest, admitting that even now as an adult, he couldn't see them, no matter how much he wanted to. Following Bjorn's confession, a heavy, prolonged silence fell over the group as they stared at him, completely taken aback. Inside his head, the protagonist sneered at them. "So, how was that performance?"
He hadn't lied. Bjorn rationalized. Anor had told him as much. Rod Miller, his face etched with sympathy, finally spoke up, addressing Bjorn. He remarked on how incredibly difficult it must have been for him at such a young age. Misha, with tears welling in her eyes, looked at Bjorn with immense pity and apologized for ever complaining about her own family, completely unaware of his suffering. Dalki covered his eyes with his hand, asking how he managed to act like everything was perfectly fine. A trembling Hiro approached Bjorn, taking his large hand and offering to be a replacement for the parents he lost. The protagonist immediately snatched his hand away. "Everything's fine," he shouted, while mentally screaming at them all to just leave him alone. At that moment, a group of teary-eyed researchers, overcome with emotion, pointed out that he was the youngest one on their team. Hiro pulled his helmet down over his eyes, telling him there was no need to hold back his feelings with them. Observing their reactions, the protagonist thought to himself how he had somehow managed to become the most pitiful member of the party. He quickly decided he didn't care. The story about his mother was a lie anyway, and more importantly, he was a munchkin barbarian who had clawed his way to the 7th rank in just 3 months. But then, a stray thought pierced his mind. That was the barbarian from the game, a character constantly teetering on the edge of death. Misha, sensing his distress, turned to him with concern and asked what was wrong. The protagonist simply stared ahead, lost. As a storm of unsettling thoughts crashed over him, Misha gently suggested,
"Are you tormented by memories of your mother?" With a vacant expression, the protagonist looked forward and cursed under his breath, wondering why his life had to be so damn pathetic. As Dalki and Misha tried to console him, saying it was perfectly normal to miss his family and that Misha could be like a sister to him. Rottmiller turned to Hiro to ask about their next move. Hiro replied that he was considering a trip to the Witch's Forest. Suddenly, the protagonist snapped to attention at the mention of the Witch's Forest. Misha questioned the choice, asking why they weren't heading to the Greentail Swamp instead. Rottmiller informed
her that the swamp was a 6-day journey from their current location. Dalki then chimed in, asking about the 4th floor, mentioning he'd heard the Witch's Forest was a poor choice for warriors. Hakuro crossed his arms, stating firmly that it was far too soon for them to attempt the 4th floor. Seeing his resolute stance, the protagonist knew the decision was final. A moment later, Hakuro elaborated, explaining that he'd seen countless parties overestimate their abilities and get wiped out there. It would be wiser to tackle it once they'd built up their teamwork. The protagonist stared into the distance. Deep in thought, he knew the Witch's Forest was a place you only visited out of absolute necessity. It was a terrible hunting ground. The protagonist then started to piece it together. He figured Hakuro was so insistent because the alternative, the 4th floor, was even worse in its own way. He was well aware that the 4th floor housed monsters of the 7th and 8th rank, much like the 3rd. However, it also occasionally spawned a 6th rank creature. While such an event was exceedingly rare, you could wander for 4 days and see only one. The danger was that adventurers would eventually run into it. The protagonist began to think about his own past failures, remembering how many times he had died there by rushing in unprepared. He recalled a vivid memory from the game, clutching his head and screaming, "I thought I had it this time," just as the death screen flashed before his eyes. The protagonist understood that Hakuro's fears were justified, but he turned to him anyway, his expression deadly serious, and declared that they should go to the 4th floor. The entire group of adventurers stared in shock at Bjorn for making such a bold proposal. He pressed his argument, pointing out that both he and Hakuro were powerful tanks, and even against a 6th rank monster, they could create an opening for the others to escape. Inwardly, Bjorn knew that with the essence of a vampire, he wouldn't be the one running. He acknowledged that they lacked raw damage, but with a mage and 2 seasoned researchers on the team, he was confident that while the hunt might be slow, they could definitely conquer the 4th floor. Listening to his reasoning, Misha turned to Dalki. "He's making some good points," she whispered. "But I'm worried because, well, he's a barbarian." Dalki, who had been listening intently, nodded in agreement. Misha then added that even a broken clock is right twice a day, suggesting they should probably hear him out this one time. Valky conceded that he couldn't see anything terrible coming from it. The protagonist, who had overheard their hushed conversation, seethed with quiet fury, mentally cursing them out. Hakuro admitted he still thought it was a dangerous plan, but he proposed they put it to a vote. As a result, the decision was made they were heading to the 4th floor, led by Rottmiller, their small and, in Bjorn's view, pathetic team set off. By the time 3 days had passed since they'd entered the labyrinth, Miller, examining an object in his hands, suggested they make camp for the night. Hiro turned to him, protesting that they still had plenty of energy left and could push on a little further. Rottmiller calmly replied that it would take them another 3 hours to find a spot as suitable as this one. Hiro conceded the point, and they agreed to stay put. Meanwhile, Misha offered Valky some dried meat. He thanked her and gratefully accepted the food. The main character glanced at the watch on his wrist, noting that it was 9 p.m. It was the exact same time they had set up camp on the 1st and 2nd days. A thought began to form in his mind. It seemed like Rockmiller had a very predictable routine, model. Based on their pace and the remaining distance, Bjorn figured reaching their next resting spot wouldn't be much of a problem. Still, it was impressive, especially inside a labyrinth that had no concept of day or night. He turned to Rottmiller to ask about their plan for the next day. Rottmiller, studying a piece of paper, replied, "I figure we'll be at the Witch's Forest before noon." Hearing that, Bjorn realized the man hadn't even hesitated. He was like a walking GPS. Then again, he expected nothing less from a veteran explorer. Rottmiller then addressed Bjorn, saying that navigating the forest would take a lot out of them, so everyone needed to get some solid rest. He then asked if Bjorn would take first watch. The adventurers settled around the crackling fire, and Nisha wished everyone a good night. A short while later, Rottmiller abruptly called out Bjorn's name, staring wide-eyed into the darkness. The surprised hero asked, "Is it my turn already?" With a grave expression, Rottmiller looked straight ahead and said, "Not yet." Bjorn shot to his feet. "Monsters." Rottmiller's reply was sharp and cryptic. "Everything is here." Bjorn processed the word, guessing he meant both monsters and other explorers. Just then, desperate screams for help tore through the forest. Crouching by the fire, Bjorn asked, "Do they sound like The people we're tracking. Rottmiller confirmed it, but added that it was irrelevant. Do you remember, Rottmiller asked, the attack right after we left the portal? Bjorn looked at him, suddenly understanding. You said it looked like a trap for anyone. Who managed to escape? With a serious look, Rottmiller stared toward the screams, confirmed his theory, and added, and now I can smell that same scent. Hikuro, looking tense, asked loudly, Are you talking about marauders? Rottmiller affirmed it, thinking aloud. I don't know why, but I feel like we're their target. And now they've decided to lure us in by pretending they're in trouble. Misha, her expression tense as she clutched her dagger, asked. So what do we do? Before anyone could answer, Misha shouted, They're almost here! As the approaching figures saw the campfire, they began yelling, Fire! Bjorn pulled on his helmet. I'll play along. He gave his mace a menacing squeeze and told his comrades, If you're not 100% sure about this, stay out of my way. 3 explorers burst into the clearing, pleading for help. Stop right there, Bjorn commanded. The explorers froze, their faces a mixture of fear and confusion. He raised his shield. Don't take another step, he warned, or I'll crack your skulls. The woman at the front fearfully begged for their help, explaining that the rest of their party had been killed. She then started to promise that they would be rewarded for their rescue. At that moment, Bjorn spotted orcs several dozen meters behind the frightened group. Drop your weapons, he ordered emotionlessly. The woman who had been speaking shrieked that there were monsters right behind them. While another man asked if this was really necessary, Bjorn kept his gaze locked on the orcs, who were gripping their weapons and just observing the scene. He realized they were waiting to see if the 2 groups would team up. This made things even simpler. He turned his threatening glare back to the 3 explorers and stated that the choice was theirs: drop their weapons or run for it. The researchers, with tense and horrified expressions, quickly agreed. They threw their weapons to the ground and again begged for help, pointing out they had done as he asked. Bjorn nodded to Rottmiller, telling him to gather the weapons. Rottmiller did so, and the orcs let out a disappointed huff of air. Turning around and melting back into the dark forest, watching them go, Bjorn figured they were retreating because they didn't want to engage a larger, unified party. Those monsters were incredibly cunning. Suddenly, a female voice spoke up. Thank you for your help. He turned and saw a girl with flushed cheeks dressed in a torn religious robe. She said her name was Eliza and that they had saved their lives. Hikuro suddenly cleared his throat, having noticed the suggestive tear in Eliza's skirt with bright red cheeks. He introduced himself, remarking that he wasn't sure what happened, but it was clearly something terrible. Bjorn watched Hikuro's behavior and thought, what a simple-minded dwarf, already distracted by her looks. The other female researcher then introduced herself, placing her palms on her chest. My name is Ada Tyson. The man next to her added, and I'm Han Argo. Bjorn's eyes widened as the image of the other Han he'd met on his first journey flashed in his mind. He thought, the first marauder I ever met was also named Han. What an unbelievable coincidence. Han Argo noticed his reaction and offered, It's a fairly common name. He then asked Bjorn, Do you know another Han? The hero simply replied, You could say that, while thinking to himself that the other Han was already dead. Eliza, her cheeks still flushed, theatrically wiped a tear away. I don't even want to imagine what would have become of us if we hadn't found you, she exclaimed. It must have been the goddess Rita's protecting us. Rottmiller stared at Eliza, his eyes and mouth wide in disbelief. Rita's, he repeated, before asking, Are you a priestess? She confirmed it, striking a prayerful pose by lacing her fingers together. I serve the goddess of light, who protects us all. As Eliza spoke of some dusk star that guided travelers, he watched her, thinking to himself. A smirk crossed his face as he scoffed. You don't actually expect me to buy that nonsense, do you? He already knew the truth. They were just marauders disguised as clergy. Hans Argo stepped toward Eliza, asking, Could you take a look at my wound? Of course, she replied with a gentle nod. But as he watched, his eyes widened in disbelief. A brilliant, holy light emanated from Eliza's hands, mending Hans Argo's injury. Is that a divine spell? He wondered, stunned. Hikuro stared, equally confused. Wait, so she's a real priestess? Misha, looking shocked, turned to Rottmiller. Are you sure you weren't wrong? Rott. Miller's jaw was slack, his own eyes wide with disbelief. This can't be happening, he stammered. The protagonist understood his shock completely. In the world of Dungeons and Stones, priests were revered as sacred, pure figures, and the people were deeply faithful. Stepping forward, Eliza placed a hand on her chest. Is this sufficient proof? She asked softly, before turning to the others. Now, may we please have our weapons back? No, he answered instantly, Eliza's eyes flashed with surprise, and she started to ask again, but he cut her off. He stared her down. I get it, you're a priestess, he said flatly. So what? He knew her kind of authority was meaningless here. Her holy status might work on humans, but barbarians were a different race, with different gods. He glared at them and gave his command.
First, you'll pay us the reward for saving your lives. In his mind, it didn't matter one bit whether she could wield holy power or not. Eliza's face fell, and she let out a heavy sigh. She looked down, murmuring about having heard of mercenaries who demand payment for rescues.
How much do you want? She finally asked. The protagonist didn't hesitate. 2,000,000 stones? He added a smirk. I'd say your lives are worth at least that much. Looking hopelessly at him, Eliza replied, But we don't have that kind of money on us. She offered to pay him once they were out of the dungeon, but his response was a sharp and cold refusal. I don't trust anyone outside my tribe, he stated plainly. If you don't have the coin, then you'll have to give us your things. His gaze shifted to the adventurers behind her. Your armor will do just fine. Ita and Hans Argo could only stare in stunned silence. After a moment, Hans Argo began unstrapping his armor plates, a wry grin on his face. Well, our lives are definitely more valuable, he admitted. We'll go along with it. Bjorn's plan was simple start by stripping them of everything they had. The researchers then asked if they could rest. Bjorn's group agreed, gesturing for them to join them by the fire. As Bjorn gripped his mace, a new thought formed. Every game needs a phase 2. Eliza smiled kindly. If anyone else is hurt, I can heal you. The moment she turned her back, his expression hardened. He hefted his massive mace, a fundamental gaming rule echoing in his mind. In any game, the first rule is to kill the healer. Eliza glanced back, her face a mask of confusion as she saw Bjorn's intent to smash her skull. He brought the mace down with tremendous force. The impact sent her head, and the rest of her body, flying sideways. The blow launched her a great distance away. He stood over them, his fist and mace dripping with blood. Hero let out a choked scream, as Dalki yelled in disbelief. Bjorn! Misha shrieked, while the other adventurers cried out. What are you doing? The protagonist simply let out a heavy breath.
A wild grin spread across his face. My apologies, he said, his voice chillingly calm. My hand slipped. I thought for a second they might be marauders, he added with a shrug. Couldn't help myself. Ida clutched her head, shaking. We're all going to die, she screamed in terror. Hans Argo was trembling beside her. It's all because of him. But then, both of them suddenly froze, their eyes fixed on something in front of them. Watching them, the protagonist wondered, what are they staring at?
Without warning, blood sprayed from his own mouth. Hans Argo gawked, while Arita collapsed to her knees. A thick, dark energy swirled around her head as she tried to scream, but no sound came out. Hero looked on in horror, turning to his companion. Did you do that? He yelled at Valky, who shouted back in terror. It wasn't me. Then, an ominous voice echoed from the levitating body. How very strange. The protagonist whipped around in surprise as the voice continued. How did you know I was the enemy? It was Eliza, her face a ruin. Her skull was caved in, half her face obliterated from the mace's impact. Her eyes glowed with a blinding, blood-red light. A psychotic smile twisted what was left of her lips as she fixed her gaze on him. Then came the sound of her unhinged, sinister laughter. Her body began to contort in impossible ways, no longer resembling anything human. Her legs twisted like rope, as if they were completely devoid of bone. With her spine bending and arms deforming, she stared ahead, eyes wide with madness, and screamed a single, terrifying phrase. It's too late. The main character tensed, a familiar thought running through his mind. Why can't my life ever be normal? Rod Miller stared in abject horror. What is that thing? He whispered. Misha, trembling, clutched her dagger, completely unable to comprehend the sight before her, seeing his allies paralyzed with fear. He thought, they look like they've seen a corpse golem. He shot forward, barking an order. Stay calm, I'll handle this. A second later, he swung his mace again, delivering a crushing blow to Eliza's head. She hit the ground hard, thick steam rising from the wound. Hero could only stare, his mouth agape in utter disbelief. Bjorn, what are you doing? A wide-eyed companion demanded. Why are you attacking the dead? Hero, completely baffled, just stared. What's gotten into you? Wiping a smear of blood from his face, he shot back. She gave me a scare, and the best defense is a good offense. Internally, he was already cursing his luck. If this worthless corpse actually reanimates, there's only one explanation. A grim realization dawned on him. She's a priestess of K. He knew about the Priests of K. It was a hidden class available only to priests who'd conquered the 5th floor. The class granted access to an insane number of combat spells and, curses, plus the ability to wield both light and dark magic simultaneously. But of course, it came with a huge catch. The class served K, a malevolent god, and if anyone who was a priest of K had their class exposed, it was an instant death sentence. And to even use its full power, the priest had to perform regular sacrifices of living beings. That explains it, the protagonist realized. That's why Eliza became a marauder. The labyrinth is the easiest place to find fresh prey. Without warning, Han Argo gasped, grabbing at his throat as thick streams of blood erupted from his mouth. Dark tendrils of magic were squeezing the life out of him. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. Opposite him stood Eliza, her hand outstretched, channeling the corrupting black magic. In that instant, half of her face had transformed into an ominous black skull, while the other half remained hers. Exhaling a ragged breath, Eliza seethed. Because of you, I've lost 2 perfectly good servants. And you're blaming us for that, the main character shot back. He then added with a sneer. It's almost like your parents never taught you any manners. Eliza looked genuinely confused. What? She asked. That just made Bjorn explode. Hans, Argo, and Ita died because of you, he roared. She should have died when I caved your skull in, Eliza, still baffled, just cursed and repeated. What? Which only fueled his rage. I can't take this anymore. He bellowed, ordering her to face him. Get over here, I'll avenge our comrades. His allies could only stare, their faces a mix of surprise and confusion. But inside, the protagonist's thoughts were far less noble. I can't wait to get my hands on their gear, he thought, practically drooling. He was practically vibrating with anticipation. Just then, a system window popped into view with a notification Eliza Behennig is using the spell, Death Call. A moment later, the corpses of Hansargo and Ita began to stir, lurching to their feet. Their bodies were shrouded in a thick, dark, magical aura, their eyes glowing. A menacing, bright red. Hero, seeing this, turned to his friends in disbelief. Look at that, he yelled, his voice cracking. The dead are rising. The protagonist knew exactly what this was. A standard skill for a priest of K death call. He thought. At that moment, Ita and Hansargo's jaws dropped open inhumanly as they shuffled towards the adventurers. Usually, a priest just summons generic undead, he mused. But using the bodies of your own subordinates, you can create much stronger minions. Deal with them, Eliza commanded her new puppets. With a piercing scream, Ita lunged forward. Huro planted his feet firmly, bracing his shield to absorb the brutal onslaught from Hansargo. The protagonist did the same, catching Ita's attack on his own shield. Misha, with a hand braced on her back, leaped towards Ita, her blade already in hand. As she closed the distance, a system window flashed. Misha is using the attribute poison. She unleashed a sweeping, bloody slash against Ita's form. At the same time, another message appeared. Dalki is using the spell Death Spear. Several sharp spears of ice materialized behind his back before he sent them hurtling towards Hansargo. Impaling the undead warrior's body, watching the coordinated assault. The protagonist thought. We understand each other without a word. Our teamwork is top-notch. But then, someone shouted. The ice magic isn't working, Hansargo, seemingly unfazed by the spears piercing his torso, renewed his relentless assault. Of course, the protagonist realized. The undead have high resistance to ice and poison. Our attacks aren't doing any real damage. Still holding back Ita, he yelled, Rod Miller, now. Rod Miller, who had been kneeling and assembling something, called back. Almost there. He then yelled, Bjorn, get back! A split second later, the protagonist hurled a firebomb directly at Ita. The vial shattered against her head, drenching her body in flammable liquid. The fuel ignited instantly, engulfing her in a roaring inferno. As she screamed, the protagonist raised his shield, watching the flames consume her. Fire, he thought grimly. The best way to handle the undead. But suddenly, Eliza raised her hand high. Useless, she shrieked, casting Flame of the Dead. The flames began to peel away from Ida's body, drawn towards Eliza. The fire, Ron Miller shouted in astonishment. The protagonist understood instantly she could absorb any fire. In the area, a tense expression crossed his face as beads of sweat trickled down his temple. He glanced back at his team. The one attack that was sure to work is now completely useless, and we can't use holy magic. As he parried another blow from Ita, the protagonist made a decision. Attack the priestess, he ordered his allies. Huro and I will keep the undead busy. He was confident they could hold out. I made sure to grab the best armor and weapons for this, he thought, planting his shield firmly to block another of Ida's attacks. Rottmiller, Dalki, and Misha immediately broke away, heading for Eliza. We're leaving them to you two, then, Rottmiller called back to Hero and Bjorn. Eliza's eyes widened as she saw them charging her. No! She screamed, and a system window flashed once more. Eliza is using the spell. Shadow Guard? Something's appearing, one of the adventurers yelled, as magical energy condensed in front of the priestess. Be careful, another warned. A sly grin spread across Eliza's face as the shadowy substance took form. Bring me their heads, she cooed. Misha leapt into the air, her blade slashing at the coalescing magic, while Rottmiller fired a bolt from his crossbow, and Dalki launched another volley of ice spears. But Eliza just laughed, an unhinged cackle escaping her lips as she held an open palm towards them. Suddenly, Misha's face twisted in alarm. She looked down at her own body in shock, now encircled by the same dark, corrupting energy. What is this? She cried out, with a loud curse. She looked up to see two of Eliza's magical constructs hurtling toward her at incredible speed. In a flash, Hakuro appeared, shielding her from the onslaught. Stunned, Misha cried out, Hakuro! He yelled back with a strained expression. Bjorn sent me to help you, as Misha sliced through the magical creatures. She realized this meant he was now fighting alone. Meanwhile, Bjorn, his face a mask of concentration, was battling two of the undead at once. Eliza cursed and spun around to face Irida and Hanjargo, screaming, I told you to protect me! She shrieked hysterically, scolding her servants. But the protagonist just offered a wide, sarcastic grin. My apologies, he drawled, but it seems your servants are a little busy at the moment. As he spoke, he had Hanjargo pinned under one muscular arm while his other hand was crushing Irida's head. Eliza stared, her face contorted with rage. You! She shrieked, rising into the air as she was enveloped in crackling magical energy. I will never forget this humiliation, she roared. A system window popped up, informing him that Eliza was casting a spirit form spell. The protagonist watched in shock, his mind racing. What the? A moment later, realization dawned. No way. He thought frantically. Is she running away? Eliza glared down at Bjorn with a hateful expression, held out her palm, and declared, You will never get out of here. Alive. Then, she dissolved into a wisp of dark magical energy and vanished. The protagonist stared at the empty air, cursing internally. They had been so close, but she'd escaped at the last second, and now she held a serious grudge. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide in shock. A torrent of notifications flooded his vision, informing him that he had been afflicted with the effects of strength reduction, low-level decomposition, vengeful spirit's pursuit, stamina drain, and a host of other curses. Following that, the system window issued a stark warning. More than 15 curses had been cast on his character. The protagonist began to mentally rail against the insane priestess, who had unloaded her entire arsenal on him. Just then, Bjorn glanced at his shaking palm. It's a good thing Dalki understands curses, he thought. The protagonist turned to Dalki and said, Get these curses off me. Dalki blinked in surprise. Remove them. The protagonist pointed out that he had previously stated that he understood this type of magic. With a flustered look, Dalki confirmed it, then scratching the back of his head with a nervous smile. He clarified that while he could use a couple of curse spells, he couldn't actually remove them. The protagonist's face slowly hardened into a furious glare as he stared at Dalki, his brow furrowed and his jaw clenched. What a useless waste of space. Bjorn thought, soon after, an inscription on the system window reported that the character's physical stats could be permanently reduced if the curses weren't cleansed by magic or holy power. The protagonist cursed again, his face tense as beads of sweat streamed down his cheeks. At that moment, he was running at full tilt, desperately sucking air into his lungs. Hakuro, running beside him, asked, Bjorn, are you okay? The protagonist grunted back that he would be fine and told him not to worry. In his mind, however, he felt like he was about to die. Trying to run while under the effects of all these curses was pure agony. With an exhausted expression, he pumped his arms, spectral forms of dark magic swirling around and pursuing him. He knew that without his vampire essence, which had granted resistance to magic, and darkness, he would have collapsed a long time ago. Bjorn also knew that his allies were cursed as well. At that moment, all of them were surrounded by several malevolent auras. Rottmiller, running up ahead, yelled back, We're almost there. Hakuro, keeping pace with Bjorn. asked if he heard her, and urged him to hang on just a little longer. The protagonist knew that his allies were only suffering from 2 or 3 negative effects. But Eliza, that crazy bitch, as Bjorn now thought of her, had slammed him with over 15 curses. Memories of her furious face flashed in his mind, her voice echoing, "You will never get out alive." He pushed forward, thinking that he couldn't believe he'd been hit with an energy reduction curse out of all the debuffs that affected stamina. He knew that stamina was drained with every movement, but it wasn't a vital resource, meaning his high natural regeneration was completely useless against it. Biting his lip from the strain, the protagonist recalled that in the game, a character's movement ceased when stamina fell below 10%. Based on that, he figured that if he was still moving, he must have around 30% left. Just then, a system message popped up, announcing he had earned an achievement. It was for reaching an energy level of 5% or lower. The reward for this feat was 1 permanent spirit point. Rothmiller. Addressing, Bjorn shouted that they were almost at their destination. Suddenly, the protagonist looked ahead in surprise, his thoughts halting. Before him stood a menacing, demonic-looking wood, where a black raven with glowing eyes perched, as if the trees themselves had eyes and sly smiles. The protagonist knew this place was called the Witch's Forest. 5 hours before these events, Hakuro had been staring thoughtfully into the distance, his hand on his chin, saying that he couldn't believe they had been targeted by Priestess Eliza. The protagonist then commented, looking down at Arita's corpse, that her skills were at least on par with the 5th floor, and none of them could have survived a one-on-one fight. The protagonist then held up his open palm and stated that if they hadn't disarmed them and attacked first, some members of their group would have died instantly. At that moment, Misha had an admiring expression on her face, her hands raised to her chin as she gushed. "Reliable barbarians are the best." After that, she pumped her fists and said she thought Rothmiller had been mistaken when she sensed the holy power. She then began to cheerfully recount what had happened, the gist of her story being that
The protagonist had smashed Eliza's skull. He listened with a wide grin on his face, after which he turned his attention to Rothmiller. I asked him if he could track her, but Riller just waved his hand and sighed, saying it was impossible. No traces were left. So I started thinking out loud. She knows we've identified her. She will definitely circle back to kill us before we escape this labyrinth. Dalki just burst out laughing. So what will handle her just like last time? The arrogant fool actually suggested he'd done a great job. My temper flared instantly, and I glared down at him. "And what do we do?" I asked menacingly. "When monsters ambush us from behind mid-fight." Dalki stared back at me, terrified. He stammered, unable to answer. "That," I cut him off, "is precisely why we're heading to the Witch's Forest." My allies just smiled, their faces filled with encouragement. The moment we stepped into the Witch's Forest, I knew this territory. It was the zone surrounding the portal to the 4th floor. This place spawns monsters of the 7th or 8th rank, many of them spiritual beings that shrug off physical attacks. For a party with 2 warriors, this is hardly the best place, but right now, it was our most strategic option. As we entered, a system window flashed into view. It announced our arrival in a special zone where all status effects, except for the zone's own, were nullified. Misha, staring ahead in surprise, threw her hands up. "I feel so much lighter," she cheered. Riller flexed his hands and realized it was true. "The curses, they're gone," he mumbled, then turned to me. "I didn't realize you were so familiar with the local geography," Peter then noted. "I thought this was your first time on the 3rd floor." I just smirked and looked away. I did some reading in the library. Inwardly, I worried that Riller was far too perceptive. Misha just laughed. "Stop lying. Bjorn, you, a barbarian, reading books." Dalki howled with laughter. "That's the best joke I've ever heard." I ignored their taunts. The priestess's curses were gone, but the zone's true effect was just beginning. A new message appeared and abnormal status had been inflicted. Misha's eyes flew wide with terror as a sinister, magical aura commanded her to die. The same magical presence turned on me, its voice echoing in my mind, ordering me to die, calling me a worthless, motherless stray whose mother had abandoned him. I stared forward calmly, auditory hallucinations. I mentally shot back, "What is this supposed to be? I knew I had a mother, so this trick was far too weak to be a genuine mental assault." But then I turned my attention to Misha. Tears were streaming down her face as she clutched her head, crying out in pain. Her reaction made it clear that not everyone found it so easy to ignore. Dropping to her knees, she looked at me with tear-filled eyes. "How can you listen to this trash and be okay?" she pleaded. "It's tolerable," was all I said. I glanced around at my group. The 3 of us who had been here before were fine, but that useless Dalki was in absolute agony.
Watching him suffer was, I admit, a little interesting. So I asked myself, are the effects hallucination and disorientation? Looking forward felt like staring into a warped mirror? I turned to Dalki. Can you even use magic in this state? He lifted his head for a moment and told me not to worry. He swore he could manage, but a second later, he was throwing up everything he had eaten. A question popped into my head. Why do mages have such weak stomachs? Hakuro suggested we take a short break, then turned to me. You hardly slept last night, did you? He looked back. I'll keep watch. You should lie down for a bit. I immediately collapsed, letting out a heavy breath. Someday, this life will break me. I thought. Hakuro approached me. He seemed hesitant to speak. About Eliza? I shot back. Eliza, you mean that worthless priestess? Yes, he confirmed. Then began to hesitantly explain that when he was recruiting for the guild, a girl matching her description had pestered him with questions. I think that was her, I asked him again, confused. Hakuro explained that in the Bloody Citadel, the raid they had done together, he had found a numbered item called the Guardian's Bracers, which had boosted his researcher rank. He figured maybe she heard about it somewhere. I knew the Guardian's Bracers were item number 3112. That was a 3000 series item, something usually found in rifts above the 4th level, and it had to have an effect. Suddenly, a dreadful thought hit me. I couldn't believe it. My face tensed as I stared into the distance. I worked so damn hard for every bit of essence, while a guy who barely lifted, a finger stumbled upon a 50 million gold numbered item. The bitter taste of my own failure was sickening. I turned to Hakuro. Why didn't you recognize her immediately? He looked flustered and started making excuses. She was dressed completely differently, and the priestess's robe was dirty and torn in places. But I saw the awkward smile on his face. I realized instantly that he hadn't been looking at her face at all, which meant when we held our group meeting in that bar, she could have overheard everything and prepared this ambush. Hakuro smiled, noting that treasures always seem to bring trouble. I glared at him. Don't shift the blame, I snapped. You're the one who was careless, he retorted. How was I supposed to know something like this would happen? With Hakuro gone to rest, Bjorn was left alone, wondering, was joining this party a huge mistake? A moment later, a sharp voice cut through the air. Wake up! Bjorn's eyes snapped open to see Rothmiller looming over him. You were out cold, Rothmiller remarked, adding, I've heard even barbarians can't handle the first part of this campaign. Misha touched Bjorn's hair, asking, how can you possibly sleep through this racket? He simply pulled on his helmet and asked Rothmiller, where are they? Right there, Rothmiller said, pointing. Bjorn's eyes focused, and he saw a swarm of fairies flitting through the air. Rank 9 fairies. He knew their only ability was to release a toxic pollen that also acted as a stimulant. They were one of the rare non-hostile mobs in the game. That's a lot of them, Bjorn noted. Which means he's probably close. He then asked, are we fighting it? Hakuro's face was grim as he answered. It's not that simple. But, he continued, noticing Dalki was ready, I'll lure it out. Hakuro then summoned a bolt of lightning, sending crackling arcs of energy toward the fairies. The creatures shrieked in agony as the electricity surged through them, earning the party a single experience point, drawn by their suffering. A massive figure began to emerge from the thick fog, its huge paws gripping the trees as it moved. A rank 7 monster, a half-troll, appeared, clutching an enormous wooden club in its hand. As Bjorn stared at it, he knew exactly what it was. This beast only spawned in the witch's forest and had a nasty habit of hunting large swarms of fairies. Moments later, the half-troll launched itself into the air. It raised a paw lined with long claws, preparing to smash down with its club. Hakuro, his expression tense, threw his shield up to block. He absorbed the blow, but his face twisted in pain as tremors racked his body. Bjorn watched him, thinking that Hakuro clearly lacked his own level of pain resistance. This was precisely why the area was a nightmare for warriors. Their job was to tank every hit. But here, the damage was unbearable. The zone's pain enhancement effect amplified everything. And to make matters worse, most monsters here were immune to physical attacks and used psychic assaults instead. These were devastatingly effective against warriors. Through gritted teeth, Hakuro yelled, Is the magic ready? Dalki shouted back. Almost. Just then, a system notification appeared. Dalki was casting a rank 8 enhancement spell, improved freezing, with fierce concentration. Dalki gripped his staff, channeling pure magic as another system message flashed before them.
Power of next ice spell significantly increased. He then unleashed a torrent of energy directly at the beast. Dalki cast a rank 8 attack spell, a spear. The half-troll howled in agony as the powerful magic pierced its chest.
In the next moment, the monster collapsed. Defeated. The adventurers gained 3 experience points. Hakuro stared at the body, remarking that it was a shame no essence dropped. That wasn't just some common mob, he added. Rothmiller, checking his timepiece, urged the group to move on. The witch's forest is no place to hang around, he said. We need to reach the 4th floor, and fast. Suddenly, Rothmiller froze, staring straight ahead. His expression grew tense as he spotted numerous figures on the far side of the dense magical fog. He called out to Eliza, one of the researchers, who was among them. A smile spread across her face as she shrieked, "That's them!" She pointed a trembling finger right at Bjorn's party. "They're the ones," Eliza screamed. "They murdered my beloved companions." A burly man with a massive axe stepped in front of her, telling her to get behind him. The opposing group was made up of several people, including 3 warriors clad in full steel plate. Bjorn watched them advance. He cursed inwardly. That useless woman had already created one mess, and now she'd brought an even bigger one. Bjorn knew immediately. This was an unwinnable fight. They had only one option left. With a hardened expression, he turned to Hakuro. "Hakuro," he said sharply, "use your item." Hakuro glanced down at his bracers, and a system window instantly popped up. It announced that Hakuro was using the Guardian's bracers. The items began to hum, glowing with a bright, electric energy. With a tense look, Hakuro focused. He aimed forward and unleashed a powerful energy wave. At the same time, multiple notifications appeared on their system windows. They reported that the item repels enemies and provides temporary protection from all negative effects. A second message followed. The window stated that all abnormal effects were removed. The moment Hakuro activated it, Bjorn yelled, "This is our chance run!" Misha, already sprinting ahead of him, called back. "What's happening? How did that woman even find us?" She asked again. "Isn't the witch's forest supposed to be safe?" Bjorn stared straight ahead as he ran, thinking that his best guess was that the woman had lost their trail after they'd entered the forest. He figured she then went looking for other adventurers to use as pawns. He assumed she had spun a tale about being a poor priestess who lost her party to raiders. And now she was trying to pit the 2 groups against each other so she could feast on the survivors. Abruptly, the protagonist turned to Misha. "Stop talking and just run," he ordered. At that moment, Bjorn knew the effect would only last for 5 minutes and was probably about to expire. A short time after that thought, a message on the system window confirmed his fear the item's effect had ended, and the negative effects were active again. The group of adventurers was still running for their lives, with Rothmiller out front and Hakuro just behind, carrying Dalki on his shoulders. Misha and the protagonist were bringing up the rear. The protagonist knew that the scout was always the first in the party to spot an enemy's movements. They were also the one who guided the team along the best route. He also understood that scouts gathered intelligence in advance, and then used their extensive knowledge. His experience was enough to guide his group through the labyrinth, but that only worked up to the 3rd floor. Soon, the prowess of a true professional scout became undeniable, right at the gate to the 4th floor in the witch's forest. It finally clicked for him. Rothmiller's secret weapon was his sense of smell, amplified by specific essences. While Rothmiller surged forward with a confident, focused expression and beckoned the group to follow, the protagonist analyzed the situation. He figured that in a twisted forest where even the trees tried to deceive travelers, Rothmiller was navigating to the 4th floor with shocking accuracy. With enough essence, one could literally smell the flow of magic and use it to map a course. Rothmiller glanced back at his team while running. "Their scout is no amateur either," he warned, right after noticing how they were steadily closing the distance. He broke into a faster run. "We have to pick up the pace." At that moment, the protagonist knew it had all boiled down to a race to the portal. First one there wins. He glanced back at Misha and realized the problem: they were exhausted. She was gasping for every breath, completely on the verge of collapse. A moment later, she tripped, twisting her leg and hitting the ground with a sharp cry of pain. He immediately spun around and rushed to Misha's side. "Are you okay?" With a pained grimace. She stared down at her leg. "I'm fine," she insisted. "It's just a cramp. Don't worry. Bjorn, just keep running." A cramp, he thought to himself. That was total nonsense. It was obvious she'd sprained her ankle. Without a second thought, he hoisted Misha onto his shoulder. She yelped his name in protest, but he cut her off. "Just don't move." Her cheeks flushed red, but she calmed down and agreed. With Misha slung over his shoulder, he scanned their surroundings. "Hikuro was right ahead of us. Wasn't he?" Misha's voice was tight with worry. "Please don't tell me we're separated." He met her plea with silence, cursing inwardly. Of all the times for this to happen? Suddenly, Misha began frantically pounding his back with her fists. "Why didn't you keep running?" His gaze fixed grimly on the path ahead. "Be quiet." He ignited the torch on his forehead. "We're better off staying put for now." Rothmiller would surely notice their absence and circle back. As time passed, He realized just how dangerous their situation had become. He knew it was impossible to navigate the witch's forest without a scout. Suddenly, his jaw dropped as he stared ahead in shock. "Bjorn?" Misha whispered. "How long are we supposed to wait?" Just then, a blood-curdling scream tore through the forest. He whipped his head toward the sound in surprise. Was that Hikuro's voice? He wondered aloud. Misha turned to Bjorn, her face pale with fear. "What are we going to do?" she asked. "Shouldn't we help him?" Bjorn just shook his head. "If we just follow sounds in this place, we'll wander into some hellhole." Just then, he felt that they were being watched. Searching for Hikuro was no longer an option. "In that case," he shouted, "our first priority is getting out of here." He considered what truly matters most in a crisis. Was it water, food, stamina, or tools? He knew all of those were critical, but if he had to choose just one, it would be mental fortitude. With his headlamp blazing, he charged forward. Tears streamed from Misha's eyes as she lay on his shoulder. "I don't want to die like this," she sobbed. "I tried so hard. I worked so hard. It's just too cruel." His expression hardened into a menacing glare. "Calm down," he commanded. "When you're in a situation this messed up, you have to accept reality, not deny it." With tears pouring down her face, Misha clenched her jaw. "If I hadn't fallen back there." Bjorn didn't let her finish. "Listen to me," he ordered sharply. "Unless you want to keep spiraling like this." They had to focus on the present. "Now," he commanded. "Reach into my pack, grab the potion, and drink it. After that, you're walking on your own 2 feet." Misha reluctantly complied. Sometime later, he finally called for a rest. Standing behind him, Misha leaned over with her hands on her knees, exhausted. "I can't believe I actually drank a potion while riding on a running barbarian." Then she shouted, "I really thought I was going to die on your shoulders back there." He just asked, "Is your leg okay? Can you fight?" "I think so," she replied, sounding capable enough. After they got a fire going, Bjorn's thoughts turned grim. They had already been in the labyrinth for 4 days, and it wasn't about to get any easier. Now, the tank and the melee fighter had to survive for 11 more days. The worst part, most of the monsters here were spirits we couldn't even touch. We needed elemental power. With a gloomy look, the protagonist made a choice. He looked up at Misha. "Are you married?" She blinked at him, stunned. "What? That's a very sudden question." After a moment, she answered no. He pressed on. "Do you have some kind of conviction that you should never, under any circumstances, show your naked body to a strange man?" Her face turned bright red as she stammered in confusion. "Well, circumstances can be different." Turning to Bjorn, she added, "Your questions are getting stranger and stranger." He took off his helmet. "Perfect," he said, placing it on a rock. Misha stared at him, bewildered. "Perfect," she repeated, her voice laced with fear. "What's perfect about this?" A smirk touched his lips as he approached her. Misha backed away fearfully. "Wait, don't come any closer," she pleaded, crossing her arms protectively. Her eyes were wide with shock. "What are you doing?" she shouted. "I'm not ready for this, move away." He opened his palm in front of her. "Take it," he said. A ring was nestled in his hand. As Bjorn slid it onto her finger, he began to explain. He explained that he'd been holding onto this ring, waiting for the one person he could entrust it to. Misha, stunned, could only ask, "A ring," before questioning why he was giving it to her? The protagonist took her hand, his gaze serious as he looked into her eyes, asking her to swear on her guardian spirit that in return for this gift, she would always stand by his side. Misha's jaw dropped, her eyes wide with utter disbelief as she stared at Bjorn. "Have you lost your mind?" He held her palm firmly and declared, "The moment you accept this, I swear on my honor as a warrior that I will always be your ally and your support. I only hope you can promise me the same." Misha stared intently into his eyes and asked, "Are you being serious right now?" She then tried to let him down gently, explaining that his offer was a little sudden. In fact, it was the first time anyone had ever proposed to her, so she wasn't exactly thrilled. "I'm glad to hear that," he replied. Misha, looking flustered, quickly apologized and averted her eyes, admitting that she didn't really think of him in that way. She then backtracked, trying to explain that it wasn't that she disliked him. It was just, well, the main character, maintaining his serious expression, wondered to himself what on earth she was trying to say. Finally, Misha just blurted it out. "I prefer slender men." He just stared at her, completely baffled. What does that have to do with anything? Misha tried to spell it out for him, exclaiming that what she meant was he had zero masculine appeal, before calling him a brainless barbarian. The hero just looked at her, his face a mask of furious confusion. Holding up his hands, he suggested, "I think there's been a massive misunderstanding here." He quickly clarified that he wasn't proposing. He was asking her to become his sworn comrade. And that was the reason for the ring. Misha, with her eyes wide in shock, simply stared. A moment later, she burst into nervous laughter, joking. "Wow, you almost had me there." The protagonist's brow furrowed as he gave her a stern look. "You can refuse at any time," he stated flatly. "But you'll have to return this exact ring, or pay me 15 million stone." Her expression went blank. "I don't understand." After a beat, she asked in disbelief, "What kind of ring costs 15 million? Taking her hand again, he told her, "Believe me, that's a bargain." He then leaned in, explaining that this ring held the power to grant her deepest, most desperate wish. At that moment, he thought to himself that if he hadn't spent nearly a decade grinding in dungeons in the stone, he never could have pulled this off. Misha gave Bjorn a questioning look as he squeezed her hand, thinking, "My plan is to awaken Misha's true potential." He knew that item number 9425, the Frost Spirit's Ring, was a numbered artifact he'd acquired from the master of the Timian school. The hero recalled that, on the surface, the ring seemed utterly worthless, but upon destruction, it triggered a special effect. It dealt almost no damage, but after a few experiments, he figured out its true purpose. The ring's secret was that, if worn by a beastman who had yet to form a pact with a spirit beast, it would trigger a unique event. A system notification popped up. "The ring of the Frost Spirit has been destroyed. Special conditions have been met." The system window followed up. "The seal of Sadia, the spirit beast of ice, has been broken." A colossal spirit, formed entirely of ice, gazed down at the now naked Misha. The system announced, "Scandia has offered a pact with Misha Karlstein." Misha smiled brightly and said, "Of course." She then held out her hand, the one that once wore the ring, and touched her palm to Scandia's nose, shouting, "I accept the contract." In that instant, brilliant magical energy engulfed both of their bodies. The naked Misha absorbed the power, and a new notification appeared. Contract successfully formed. Misha, who had been floating midair, gently landed on the ground. "I can't believe it was that easy," she murmured in disbelief. She then turned to Bjorn, her eyes wide with shock. "Where did you get this ring?" she demanded. Misha then glanced at her own palm, about to ask how this was possible, but she stopped. He then started to reason aloud about the implications, when Misha, with a sorrowful look on her face, turned to Bjorn and asked why her father had never told her any of this. Bjorn placed a comforting hand on her head, suggesting maybe he didn't know about it either. Asked, stunned. He didn't know. He nodded, suggesting that mages had apparently been trying to figure out the ring's effect for ages, and its true power had only been discovered very recently. Misha eyed Bjorn suspiciously. "Then how do you know about it? And how did you even get a ring like this?" The main character simply suggested she get dressed first. Misha glanced down at herself in confusion, then asked with a face flushing red with embarrassment, "When did this happen?" He pointed towards a neatly folded pile of clothes. "All your things are over. There," he explained. "And I left some useful marauder gear nearby, too. You should take it." As Misha was changing, she noticed Bjorn, who had turned his back to her, was also wearing a new set of gear. A system window popped up at that moment. Overall item, level has increased by 83 points. Still blushing, Misha asked Bjorn, "Why was I naked?" He explained bluntly, "That happened because I undressed you. The ritual disintegrates any equipment you're wearing." Misha pointed an accusing finger at him. "Then why did you ask about a husband?" He replied matter-of-factly. "Because if you had one, something like this would have seriously angered him." Misha sputtered in outrage. "You thought about that, but you didn't think to warn me." The main character justified his actions simply, "I was in a hurry." He then cut her off, asking, "Now, is there anything you'd like to say?" Misha just stared at him, finger still pointed, completely bewildered. He asked her again, finally, with a deeply embarrassed look and her cheeks burning red. Misha looked at the ground and mumbled, "Thank you." He stared at her intently. "Is that it?" Misha, turning away from him in a huff, muttered, "Thank you very much." I begged her not to even consider jumping, but in response, she just gave me a gentle, kind smile and asked if I really needed her to say it out loud. Looking at me, she said my name, Bjorn, and confessed that she had once tried to take her own life. She explained that she had died, but her father found and revived her. I remarked that in that case, she ought to be grateful to him. Misha just turned away and asked bitterly, "You really believe that?" "There was nothing good about that story," she insisted. Then she asked me what I thought happened after she woke up. Misha's thoughts drifted back to that moment, seeing her father sitting on the floor. He had addressed her with cold formality, his gaze fixed irritably on something in the distance, before telling her that if she was so determined to die, she should do it in the labyrinth. He then demanded to know how many more times she planned on disgracing their family. My face hardened. Looking straight ahead, I thought to myself that her relatives were even more twisted than I had anticipated. Misha, who was leaning against a tree trunk, explained that was the real reason she went to the labyrinth. Not because she wanted to die like her father suggested. She clarified that she was simply trying to run away from a home where she was constantly berated. She dreamed that she could become a famous explorer, even without a spirit. And then her father would finally have to acknowledge her. As she spoke, she held out her palm, and a dense magical energy started to coalesce around her hand. I don't know if he would accept me even with this, she admitted, but this is still a fortunate outcome. Misha then took a step back and bowed deeply to me. She thanked me, and standing with her hands clasped behind her back, she promised that she would never forget my actions for the rest of her life, sealing the memory in her heart and vowing to repay me someday. A slight smile touched my lips as I asked her, "Do you swear that on your patron god?"
With a brilliant smile on her face, Misha pressed a hand to her chest and declared, "I swear it. A summoning, a strengthening, a surge of power. I knew that a beastman who forms a contract with a spirit beast gains one of 3 types of enhancement. In Misha's case, her very being was now permanently infused with the power of
a spiritual ice beast known as Skara. In a blur of motion, she leaped into the air, fist clenched, and let out a fierce battle cry as she prepared to attack. It was a strengthening system. Misha's fist smashed into the enemy, channeling the full might of Skara's power into the single blow. Shortly after, a system notification confirmed her victory, stating she had defeated the ghost and earned 1 unit of experience. I watched with a smile as a beaming Misha looked down at her own ice-coated fist, humming a little tune to herself. I thought that we had finally acquired the attribute attacks we desperately needed, which meant we could now take on monsters in spirit form. After that, I considered that these creatures were quite weak for their rank, so we shouldn't have too much trouble. A little later, Misha, having landed another spirit fist, looked ahead, with a puzzled expression, saying that she felt an odd sensation with each punch, as if it wasn't her own hand. Watching Misha battle the spirits, I realized she could now fight on her own. At the same time, I understood that, similar to the Barbarian spirit seal, the Beastman's role was to empower the spirit beast. At this first stage, Misha could only add an elemental attribute to her weapon. I pondered this while she took down another spirit with a frosty uppercut. I recalled she was once a martial arts master, so she could handle herself this way, but the witch's forest was far too dangerous for a solo adventurer. Misha spun around toward me and shouted that more and more spirits were appearing. I turned and yelled for us to get out of there. Misha, already running at my side, shouted back that she understood. With a tense look on my face, I peered ahead and knew that the most difficult part of our survival was only just getting started. I realized we had already been inside the Dark Witch's forest for 11 hours, owning large packs of monsters and picking off only the smaller groups. By doing this, we had defeated many foes, like the witch lamp for 1 experience point and the owl bear, which gave us 2 units of experience. Misha and I also took down the dare, earning 2 experience points, and defeated a low-level mutated spirit for another 2 experience points. The woodcutter and the homunculus also gave us some experience points. And from the corpses of our fallen enemies, we gathered magic stones. Misha stood trembling with exhaustion, breathing heavily as she gasped that she had no energy left. I was still on the ground collecting magic stones at that moment and urged Misha to help gather them more quickly. Clutching a handful of the gems, I thought that it was fortunate we hadn't encountered any rank 7 monsters, and the being named Eliza was also nowhere to be seen. However, it then occurred to me that I had destroyed the ring to awaken Misha, and now the corpse golem's passive skill was active once more. I realized the acidic blood had already begun to eat away at my equipment. Even the lithium breastplate and shield had lost their sheen, despite being made of Tier 2 materials. I glanced down at my metal armor, which had become corroded and rusted, and knew that the repairs would cost a fortune. As we ventured deeper into the witch's forest, I recognized another problem. We hadn't found a single attribute essence, and Misha was fading fast. At that moment, with an exhausted look on her face and beads of sweat rolling down her cheeks, she was struggling just to catch her breath. With a serious expression, I frowned and looked ahead, calculating that our odds of making it back to the city alive were roughly 30%. Sometime later, a notification popped up, informing us that we had been inside the witch's forest for over 12 hours and the zone's adverse effects were growing stronger. Walking in front of Misha, I knew that we had been wandering for more than 12 hours, and the negative debuffs had intensified. I turned to Misha, held out a rope, and told her to tie it around her waist. I explained that it was so we could find each other if we became separated. Do you know the zone's effect gets stronger over time? Bjorn asked, suddenly realizing they'd wasted precious minutes just tying the rope. As he secured it around her waist, Misha confirmed she knew. A moment later, a system notification flashed before their eyes. They had been inflicted with an abnormal status. The witch's eye. Bjorn's jaw clenched. He knew they couldn't stop, not even for a second. If they wanted to get through this, he finally understood. This negative effect, the witch's eye, was the very reason the witch's forest was considered a place you only pass through. It was a zone where you should never linger. The mechanism was brutally simple if you stayed in one spot for too long. A Cannavaro, a 7th rank monster, would appear. The spawn time for this creature decreased with each new level of the effect. New notifications blinked into existence. The system window warned them they had now been inside the witch's forest for over 70 hours, and the zone's power had intensified. The witch's eye had been upgraded to its 5th level. By noon on their 3rd day in the forest, the protagonist's face was a mask of tension. Frowning, he stared into the dense woods, thinking that more than 60 hours had passed since the group split. Yet they still hadn't found the path. Misha trembled from the strain, her breath coming in ragged gasps, while Bjorn, leading the way, knew that once the witch's eye activated, they couldn't stop to rest. He calculated grimly that at level 5, a Cannavaro would materialize every 10 minutes, and each one took about 15 minutes to kill. If they stopped, they would be trapped in an endless, unwinnable battle. With a grim look, the protagonist pushed forward. He reasoned that their only option was to tie a rope between them. That way, they could find each other again. If one of them lagged behind or fell. Wait, Misha pleaded, her face gaunt and exhausted as she turned to Bjorn. Just for a moment, he agreed, glancing back at her. He could see her condition had finally taken a nosedive that morning, and it wasn't from any illness or injury. He knew it was pure exhaustion. Abruptly, the rope tied around Misha's waist went taut, causing her to let out a pained gasp through clenched teeth. Bjorn realized he had already slowed down, but the rope just kept tightening. Can't she even keep up with this pace? He wondered. He assumed that most of the fatigue was from the hallucinations she was experiencing. He turned to Misha and told her to get on his back. She just stared at him, bewildered. So he explained. He then added that she might feel better if she just closed her eyes and got some rest. With a bashful look, Misha pointed out that he seemed even more exhausted than she was. Hearing that, the protagonist swept her up by the waist, lifting her clean off her feet. Misha let out a surprised shriek as he placed her onto his shoulder, ordering her to just do as he said. Misha's silent compliance told him everything he needed to know. Normally, she would have fought back, but now she didn't even have the strength for that. A moment later, Misha quietly whispered, "Thank you," just as a new system alert appeared. The window announced they had been in the witch's forest for over 87 hours. The zone's effect had intensified, and the witch's eye was now at the 6th level. Bjorn calculated he'd been carrying Misha for 17 hours, not counting the time they spent in battle. Sinister voices echoed in the air around him, ordering him to die, laughing hysterically, and calling him a wretched insect before insulting him and wishing for his death again. His face was tense, beads of sweat tracing paths down his cheeks. I'm at my limit too, Bjorn thought. If we don't find that thing before it's too late... He never got to finish his thought. A woman's voice suddenly cut through the haze, asking, maybe it would be better to just let her go. Hearing that voice, Bjorn's eyes flew open as he stared ahead in utter disbelief. The woman who had spoken noted that he had already solved the biggest problem in her life, with a confident smirk. She crossed her arms over her chest.
Aren't you even going to try and seduce me? She asked. Staring in absolute horror, the protagonist realized this was his ex-girlfriend, and she didn't look like a mere forest illusion at all. His ex taunted him. Are you afraid you'll be abandoned again? Bjorn felt that he would
feel her warmth if he reached out and touched her. His ex-girlfriend called him depraved. What sort of things are you imagining right now? She purred. As he stared at her, Bjorn realized she was acting exactly like she did in real life. His own memories must have been used as the blueprint. As she drew closer, she remarked. This is your problem. You always think you should know everything. She put a hand to her lip and asked, Is that fair? Then she pointed out that he never revealed anything about himself. In that instant, Bjorn knew they were similar in that regard.
"What do you really know about me?" his indignant ex-girlfriend demanded. Then her tone shifted as she began talking about how he knew every corner of her body, before seductively. Looking at him and asking, "Is she really better than me?" Bjorn stared ahead, lost in confusion, as his ex-girlfriend caressed his cheek. Then she began to touch
Her own legs, admiring the tights. "Your tastes haven't changed a bit," she noted. The protagonist stared blankly, cursing himself internally. What is wrong with me? He silently raged. How could I possibly get turned on by my ex in a situation like this? Pressing her chest against him, she urged him to leave the beast woman and go with her, insisting that he should choose her. The protagonist let his backpack drop to the ground. His ex wrapped her arms around him, whispering, "Other girls will never understand you." Surprised, he looked at her and asked, "Is that really so?" His ex-girlfriend touched his lips with her fingers. "Of course, it is," she said, promising to make him happy. But a split second later, a powerful uppercut slammed into her face. It was Misha. Turning to Bjorn, she commanded him to wake up. The protagonist continued to stare vacantly, in a daze, as the vision of his ex-girlfriend flew several meters from the force of Misha's punch. Bewildered, he could only ask himself, was that an illusion? In that instant, Misha launched a furious flurry of kicks at the illusion of his ex-girlfriend, screaming, "Die!" before turning back to Bjorn to ask him if he was all right. A huge grin spread across her face as she announced, "I took care of that dryad for you," before telling him to brace himself. The protagonist asked himself in shock. A dryad? Cold sweat dripped down his face as a system window materialized in front of him with a new notification. It informed him that the charm debuff had been dispelled. Suddenly, he could perceive the true, monstrous essence lurking beneath the familiar face of his ex-girlfriend. It hit him then this had to be an incredibly rare, rank 8 monster that had appeared in the forest, one that specialized in charm magic. Just then, another alert
popped up on the system screen, confirming the Dryad's defeat and awarding them 2 experience points. Staring at the creature's fading form, which was leaking faint green magical energy, Bjorn finally understood. The illusion had been so lifelike because it wasn't some environmental effect of the zone. It was a powerful skill. He turned to Misha with gratitude. "I owe you one," he admitted. "Without you, I would have been in serious trouble." A smug little smile played on her lips as she chuckled, agreeing that he certainly would have. But then, Misha's expression shifted in an instant. Her eyes widened as she stared past him, calling out Bjorn's name urgently. "Look," she whispered. "There are researchers up ahead." As the protagonist's gaze fell on the figures, he realized this was the very first time they had encountered another soul since their group had separated. A younger man in the new party glanced between Misha and the protagonist, while an older woman stepped forward, asking if they were lost, with a grim expression. The protagonist's mind raced. The witch's forest was massive, and it was certainly not a popular hunting ground. Running into anyone else out here was highly improbable. He quickly calculated that they had already spent 8 days on the 3rd floor, which meant most of the other groups would have already moved on. The man then asked, "Did you get separated from your party?" Bjorn cautiously nodded, already feeling that these people were not to be trusted. Misha, however, turned to Bjorn with a hopeful smile, whispering, "Are we saved?" The protagonist immediately shot her a look, telling her to quiet down. The woman gave them a warm, reassuring wave. "No need to be so jumpy," she said kindly, explaining that they weren't the bad sort of people. "We have kids about your age back in the city," she added. Seeing their state, she noted, "You both look exhausted," before inviting them to join their camp. The protagonist politely declined with a word of thanks. His mind was already spinning if they really had children. That just made them even more dangerous, since it meant they had more mouths to feed. The woman's smile never faltered as she watched Bjorn, but he saw right through it they had a powerful motive to make a profit. No matter the cost, Misha turned to Bjorn, her voice laced with confusion. "What's wrong?" she asked. "They seem like they want to help us," but the protagonist cut her off with a sharp order to be quiet. With a strained look, the protagonist stared forward, pondering what his strategy should be for encountering other adventurers. He considered his past experiences. He'd often found himself in tight spots and had to rely on others. Logically, he reasoned, offering a reward in exchange for an escort out of the forest should be a solid plan. He scanned the group of adventurers, who were now eyeing him and Misha with greedy grins. However, the protagonist knew better than to be reckless.
He understood that his first priority was to figure out exactly who he was dealing with. Raising his shield defensively, the protagonist announced, "My name is Bjorn, son of Yandel." The man gestured to himself with a grin. "Name's Hans Sto. I'm the scout for this crew," he said, before commenting on how guarded Bjorn was acting. A flicker of disbelief crossed the protagonist's face as he repeated, "Your name is Hans Sto." The scout just laughed it off, remarking that it was a common name. Staring blankly, the protagonist wondered to himself, why is every other person in this world named Hans? His trust in the party instantly plummeted since
they had a team member with such an ill-omened name. Sizing up the research party, the protagonist quickly identified 2 warriors, 2 archers, and 1 scout. His jaw tightened as he processed the information. This was a dangerous, combat-ready formation. He then turned to Misha and asked quietly, "Do you trust me?" She gave a firm, unwavering nod. The main character's brow furrowed as he looked ahead, reasoning that he might just be paranoid. Still, his gut screamed that the researchers standing before them were deeply untrustworthy. Clutching his shield tighter, "Bjorn," announced, "we'll be pushing onward." Hans Sto raised an eyebrow. "Onward? Are you sure you don't need any assistance?" The main character knew they desperately needed help, but at the same time, every fiber of his being was blaring alarms about this group. So, the main character gave them a firm, negative response, and declared they could handle it themselves, that they didn't need any help. Then, Bjorn turned to Misha and said, "We're leaving." She agreed, but the second they turned their backs, an arrow whizzed past, striking his shield and deflecting harmlessly to the side. The main character whipped around instantly. "I knew it," he thought. "These people aren't simple researchers." A young man, not the archer, turned to an adult woman in shock, confused. He called her Viet and asked why she'd done that. "You fool!" Viet snapped, then motioned for him to look at Bjorn's equipment. A wild, greedy fire lit up her eyes as Viet yelled, "That's lithium gear. Do you have any idea how much that stuff sells for?" The guy hesitated, saying, "But we're researchers too." Hansto just grinned confidently and told the guy, "Then just step aside if you don't want to help." After that, Hansto's gaze fixed on the pack Bjorn was wearing. "And did you see that backpack the Barbarian's carrying? That's an expanded storage pack," he explained. "It's so expensive we couldn't afford it even with a year's worth of work." The younger guy kept stammering. "But I still can't do this," he muttered. Viet, clutching her bow and arrow excitedly, just told him to get lost. The man in thick plate armor, gripping a huge axe, grunted, "I'm in with you guys. This isn't the first time I've done something like this," adding, "Only the rich can afford to be saints." Misha looked at Bjorn nervously. "Should we try to make a run for it?" she asked. The main character stared ahead, his expression grim. 5 against 2. He calculated. And our stamina is low. He realized they had a scout among them. They'd be discovered any second, leaving them with just one path forward. He faced Misha, telling her they had to stall for time. Misha gave a sharp nod. He then turned to their attackers, held up a hand, and offered to negotiate. He told them they could have the backpack and the shields if they would just spare their lives. But then, Misha suddenly darted forward. She began pleading with the researchers to execute the Barbarian. She announced that she was the princess of the Beastmen and promised a generous reward if they let her live. Watching Misha's betrayal, he wondered if it was some kind of ploy. "The princess of the Beastmen?" Hansto asked uncertainly before turning to his comrade. He looked at Viet and asked what their next move should be. "Are you really asking that now?" she shot back, bewildered, before screaming. "We kill them both." She reasoned that if the pair escaped alive, they would surely report them. One of the warriors, gripping his sword, yelled out that the princess must be carrying something valuable. As he charged, the man roared that the prize would belong to whoever got to it first. Watching the approaching warriors, he knew he was out of time. But this should be enough. From out of nowhere, a Cannavaro materialized, whispering a single ominous word, "Kill." Bjorn instantly recognized the creature. It was a 7th-ranked Cannavaro. Hansto, staring in shock, stammered, "How long have these fools been dragging that thing around?" "You're the fool," Bjorn thought, before saying aloud, "We've been here for 5 days." He then turned back to Misha. "Hold on tight," he commanded. Misha complied, wrapping her arms around his neck as they sprinted directly toward the Cannavaro. At that instant, Bjorn knew a Cannavaro would hunt its target to the depths of the underworld. Escaping the monster was impossible. As they blazed past the creature, his plan was set in motion. A stunned warrior yelled in confusion, "Why are they charging at us?"
Hansto also stared ahead, completely baffled. "Wait," he shouted. But a heartbeat later, Bjorn's colossal mace descended on Hansto's head at incredible speed, knocking teeth out in all directions. Bjorn's strategy was to force the researchers into becoming the Cannavaro's new bait. After the brutal attack, one of the others yelled in shock. "What is wrong with those two?"
Perfect, Bjorn thought. The Cannavaro should have switched its aggro. Now it was their problem. A notification suddenly flashed on the system window. It informed him that the Cannavaro was casting a spell called Magic Minds. At that same moment, the creature shoved its limb into the earth, unleashing a thick,
dark magical energy that swirled across the ground. Hansto, pressing a hand to his bleeding forehead, screamed for his team to freeze, reporting that the Cannavaro had laid mines everywhere. Viet, looking on in confusion, asked, "So what do we do about those two insignificant runts?" Hansto suggested they kill the Cannavaro first, explaining that the pair wouldn't get very far. Bjorn, still running, glanced down at the dark magical energy swirling at his feet and wondered if it was a minefield. As his foot touched the ground, he knew he couldn't possibly dodge them. In that instant, his face tensed with resolve as he realized he would have to power right through the mines. Misha, her face filled with worry, looked down, then turned to Bjorn and screamed about his leg, which was already completely engulfed in dark magical energy. The Cannavaro let out a furious roar, raising its hands to the sky as a system message announced it was summoning its hounds. Right after, several enraged hounds charged the researchers, their mouths wide open. Hansto yelled for everyone to run, but he didn't have
time to react and could only let out a curse as a hound closed in. One of the warriors watched the beast tear into Hansto's neck, swearing over and over. He screamed that he couldn't escape because of the mines. Soon after, a beam of dark magic pierced the researchers' bodies, and the last things they uttered
were hoarse, agonizing screams. Viet, clutching her head in horror, collapsed to the ground and trembled with fear, sobbing that she didn't want to die. She begged for it to end. Bjorn moved forward on his bloody feet, but one of the hounds broke away, barking loudly as it lunged and clamped down on his ankle. A split second later, an explosion of flesh sent the hound flying back with a spray of toxic blood. With an exhausted look, Bjorn stared ahead. He thought to himself that he couldn't feel anything below his ankle. A warning message appeared on the system window, which stated that an
injury to a limb could cause irreversible damage if not treated. Bjorn staggered forward on what were now just stumps, asking himself, if his leg was gone for good, he knew that if it was, he couldn't run anymore and would have to switch his plan. He turned to Misha.
He told her that he was counting on her. Misha nodded and told him to throw her at the Cannavaro. A moment later, with a huge effort, Bjorn launched Misha through the air, shouting that he chose her. Her face was a mask of determination as she flew toward the target. In midair, she drew a dagger, closed the distance, and unleashed a sweeping slash, ordering the monster to die. After that, she looked around and began to think about the others, of the researchers who attacked them. Only Viet was still alive, shaking with fear and begging on the ground.
With tears streaming down her face, she pleaded for help, then mentioned a potion. Misha approached her with a blank, emotionless expression. Viet started to say that she would give her money, but she never finished her sentence, because in that moment, the ground was painted with her dark, thick blood.
Then, Misha went to Bjorn and asked if he was truly all right, pouring the potion on his missing foot. Misha noted with confusion that the potion wouldn't be able to heal an injury that severe. He told her not to worry, because he knew a wound of this level was manageable. At that moment, a thick magical energy began to pulse from his leg wound. A notification appeared on the system window, informing him that regeneration was accelerating due to the effect of the eternal life skill. Bjorn knew that such a wound would be healed almost instantly, and sure enough, his leg began to grow back. Misha stared in absolute bewilderment, her eyes wide and her mouth agape, and asked, "Did your leg just reappear?" Then Misha noticed that the potion, even at his low level, the protagonist knew exactly what this was, the regenerative power of the vampire's essence, amplified by the immortal seal and eternal life. His regeneration stat was a solid 150 points. Given enough time, he could even regrow a limb without needing a single potion. Misha stared at Bjorn, her eyes wide with shock. "Who are you?" she stammered, then noticed he hadn't even shown a hint of pain while drinking the potion. He clutched the empty vial. "The mental fortitude of a barbarian," he grunted. He figured Einar had also taken the potion without a fuss, but in his case, it was just high pain resistance. The outcome was the same, slipping a boot over his fully restored leg and fastening a rope to his belt. He gave Misha a look. "We should move before another monster shows up," he suggested. Misha hurried to catch up. Bjorn, how did you know those researchers were dangerous? One of them was named Hans, he replied. I don't like that name. Misha looked at him, utterly bewildered, and tried to ask again. But he just kept walking, not even glancing back. Doesn't matter now. We escaped. Her face fell as she stared at her feet. I never would have guessed. That woman could change her tune so fast, Misha said quietly. I thought she could have been a good person. After a moment, she began to wonder aloud. What if we hadn't been so weak? And what if our gear wasn't so expensive? Or if we had never crossed paths in the labyrinth? Bjorn finished her thought. Then she might have been remembered as a kind person. But he knew the truth. She had been the one to attack them first. Misha gazed into the distance sadly. I don't understand any of this. The main character turned to her. Why did you come to the labyrinth, anyway? I needed money, Misha answered. Same reason. He told her. He thought to himself that cash was the ultimate form of self-defense.
Especially in a world where you could be put to death just for tax evasion. He recalled Viet's words about her children. She needed to protect more than just her own skin. As they continued on, Misha had a feeling she'd be rethinking a lot of things after this journey was over. Sometime later, 109 hours had passed.
Misha's eyes widened, and she looked ahead with a startled expression. Bjorn, she called out, her voice then erupting with joy. We found it, she screamed, running towards a glowing tree with a huge smile. I was right. The main character looked at the shimmering tree, relief washing over him. Finally, he yelled. This was the only place in the entire forest where he could finally get some rest. It was the witch's hut. Raising his open palm, the main character prayed silently. Let's hope there are no surprises this time. As his hand touched the bark, a brilliant magical light flared, and a system window appeared. The character is entering the witch's hut. The protagonist knew the witch's hut was a shelter that materialized in random spots throughout the forest at set intervals. It only remained for 8 hours. While inside, the zone's negative effects were temporarily lifted, making it a perfect safe zone. Monsters never appeared inside, but finding it was a nightmare, and there was no other way to rest in the forest. The protagonist recalled how long they had searched for the first one. This time, Misha's sharp eyes had helped them locate the next one much faster. In the meantime, only 53 hours remained before the labyrinth closed. Upon stepping into the new witch's hut, a system message popped up. Current number of visitors is 5. The entrance is now blocked. A happy expression spread across Misha's face as she admired the bright green grass. This is the 3rd time we've been to a place like this. But I'll never get tired of it. She turned to Bjorn with a wide smile, about to say something else. But he suddenly interrupted her. Quiet, he ordered, his face turning serious. Someone's already here. Misha was confused. How do you know that? She whispered. The main character explained, only 5 people can enter, and the portal closed right after us. Misha clutched a chamomile flower, looking puzzled. Does that mean someone came in before we did? The main character nodded grimly. Let's go search, he suggested. A little while later, they stumbled upon a warrior's equipment, a helmet, and a massive axe. The main character narrowed his eyes, staring intently ahead. He recognized it. This was the gear of the man who had helped that insignificant priestess. Eliza. Lying among the flowers with his eyes closed was the man himself, a content expression on his face. He looks like a vagrant, the main character thought, wondering what had happened. Bjorn, someone really is in the hut, Misha said, looking at the man. Do you think it's those same guys? The protagonist raised his mace over the man's face. Let's just knock him out first. He then brought the massive metal weapon down on the man's head with full force. Misha watched this in silence for a moment. Then she realized what he'd done. You said you were just going to knock him out. Sometime later, several researchers were tied up on the floor of the room, their faces beaten and disfigured. Looking down at them, Bjorn remarked, It's a wonder he's still alive. Misha stared ahead. He won't last long, she observed, adding, There was no need to tie them up. The protagonist opened a flask. He began to pour the healing potion over the heads of the researchers. The explorers instantly shot awake. They began screaming in agony from the potion healing their wounds. Bjorn turned to the man sitting in front of him. Are you awake now? The man looked at Bjorn. He was terrified. You're that barbarian, he shrieked. After that, the man started screaming in fear. There's been a mistake, that worthless woman used us. He began to explain that they had caught up with their group, but there were only 3 of them, and they were tired of chasing them all over the forest. We wounded the guy who looked like a scout, the man explained frantically. It wasn't a serious wound, just a scratch on his shoulder. And then, suddenly, some kind of light blasted us back. After that, the man said, When we came to our senses, our scout had a spear sticking out of his eye. After listening to the story, the protagonist looked seriously ahead, thinking, it seems Hikuro's group was able to handle things after all. Rod Miller screamed as he was injured during the escape, and the man explained they couldn't pursue us any longer because they'd lost a scout. They were just wandering aimlessly. But the real trouble started on the second day after his death, when the guy stared ahead in shock and turned to Eliza, who was pressing her cheek against his. In an instant, dark magic enveloped him, and he shrieked in agony as the dead began clawing their way from the earth. The other researchers, stunned, raised their weapons defensively and stared in terror at the figure floating in the air. Hans, one shouted. The man turned to Bjorn, explaining, we only understood what was happening after she absorbed his life force. Just then, Eliza, with a wicked grin, called them all fools. The captive man began to scream. That worthless girl is a priestess of Ki. He pleaded that she had deceived them and that it wasn't their fault. He swore on the goddess's name that they never intended to kill anyone without cause. Bjorn snapped at him to shut up. But the beaten man, with tears in his eyes, suddenly realized he'd forgotten to apologize and began to beg for forgiveness, yelling about how foolish they were to fall for her trick. He shouted that they would compensate for all the damage, after which he pleaded for mercy once more. From behind, Misha told Bjorn she would support whatever he chose. The protagonist simply stared forward, his gaze fixed. He asked himself what he was supposed to do, thinking back on all the people he had killed since coming to this world, remembering those who had betrayed him. He reasoned that in those cases, his life was on the line, and he'd been attacked by vile people who deserved to die. This time, however, was different. The protagonist knew this situation was unique. He looked at the terrified, trembling men begging for their lives and thought about how they had caused trouble. But no one had died. He reaffirmed his belief that this was a completely different scenario. With his arms crossed, he questioned if it was right to kill them. He imagined his two selves standing before him, his barbarian side and his former self, the office worker. The barbarian persona sneered. Right or wrong, Kanae, and then scoffed. What difference does it make? The barbarian's advice was simple: kill them. It would be easier and prevent future problems. But his human side questioned why he was even hesitating, noting that you can't just execute people for a single mistake. Bjorn looked into the distance, mulling it over, and wondered if that rule only applied to the world he'd left behind. After a moment of silence, he turned to Misha, asking for her thoughts. Misha replied that she could never trust them, adding sadly that whether it was a mistake or not, they still tried to murder them. And now she knew that was unforgivable. Bjorn told her he understood her stance perfectly, after which his mind suddenly felt clear, as if a dense fog had lifted. He reached a simple conclusion when in Rome. Follow Roman law. He sharply tightened his grip on his mace, knowing that if he didn't, he would be the one ending up in a grave. He then lifted the mace over the head of the terrified man, who was screaming that he himself had admitted it was a mistake. As he swung, rage twisting his face, Bjorn knew that mistake or not, he felt certain they would repeat this offense at the first given opportunity. The moment Bjorn smashed the man's head, a system notification appeared. The window announced he had earned an achievement for the task of killing 10 times, rewarding him with 1 additional point of mental fortitude. Standing over the blood-splattered floor, Bjorn concluded that he had understood this truth from the very first day he opened his eyes in this new body. He said his name, Bjorn Yandel, and told himself this was the name he had to live by now. And it wasn't just a name, because everything about him had to align with the barbarians. It was his only chance to survive. Misha, her face filled with concern, turned to Bjorn and asked if he was okay. She then pointed out that his hand was shaking. The protagonist, with a distant look on his face, told her not to worry. He explained that everything was fine and then told her to gather her equipment. Sometime later, Misha's bewildered voice called out loudly, Bjorn, what are you doing? At that moment, the protagonist was lifting the corpse of a researcher and carrying it toward Hunt, the fireplace. I'm doing what has to be done, he told her, and as he tossed the body into the hearth, a system notification appeared. The window stated that a new victim had been offered, and the witch's hut would remain open for an additional 8 hours. The body of the murdered man was instantly consumed by the flames. Watching the burning corpse, Bjorn realized it was exactly like in the game. He then thought that he still had 2 logs left, meaning 2 more bodies. Misha, watching Bjorn's actions with a worried expression, asked him if he was certain he was okay, but the protagonist didn't seem to hear her. He reasoned that with 2 more corpses, he could get 24 hours of rest. He pulled off his helmet and asked Misha why she was just standing there, assuming she wasn't planning to rest. Misha just stared at him in surprise, saying nothing. The protagonist said that in that case, he'd take the bed first, and immediately face-planted into the pillow. Lying in that position, he thought about how comfortable it was and that sleeping in a real bed was the greatest luxury. He stared into the pillow before him and understood that now. That old saying was no longer ironic. The more he rejected his humanity and accepted the life of a barbarian, the more these simple human moments felt precious. Memories from his past life began to flash in his mind, working in the office, talking with people, having dinner with his ex-girlfriend, and how he used to play this very game while she read a book next to him. His last memory was of sleeping beside her, a gentle smile on his face. The main character's eyes shot open, his entire face beaded with sweat. He stared ahead in terror, desperately, dragging air into his lungs. Just then, he noticed Misha sleeping peacefully on his hip with a happy expression. The main character slowly sat up in bed. He stared into the darkness, praying it was all a dream. But one look at his own colossal palm confirmed his new, monstrous life was just beginning. This new body, the constant fight against real monsters, this was his world now. His gaze fell to the human bones smoldering in the fireplace. He'd slept for nearly 7 hours. Then he noticed Misha curled up on his hip and wondered when in the world she had gotten there. Mumbling in her sleep, she asked for another piece of something with a contented smile. Bjorn guessed the chair must have been too uncomfortable for her. He said her name, telling her to get up. Misha just giggled, asking for 5 more minutes. But his furious expression quickly changed her mind. Suddenly, terrified screams erupted from the witch's hut. It was Misha, shrieking that she was getting up. She then called Bjorn a stupid barbarian and demanded he stop. A moment later, it hit him they had 24 hours left before the labyrinth sealed shut, and only 1 hour before the hut itself closed. The next day, he and Misha sat on the bed, chewing on dried meat, both thinking if they could just hold out a little longer. They could finally escape this damned forest and get back to the city. Misha grinned brightly, declaring that the trial had been incredibly difficult. She then shouted that the first thing she'd do upon returning was take a bath. Turning to Bjorn, she asked him what his plans were. While chewing his jerky, he simply replied that he didn't know. Soon after, a system window flashed into existence, announcing that the witch's hut was closing and they were being moved to the witch's forest. The zone's special effect was gone. In an instant, Bjorn and Misha found themselves in the witch's forest, but the entire area had been grotesquely transformed. Everything was now bathed in a sinister red glow. Both of them looked around, in stunned silence, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Misha turned to him, her voice trembling, and asked what was happening. Bjorn scowled and clenched his jaw, cursing inwardly as he realized the horrifying truth. At that moment, a system notification appeared. 5 sacrifices had been made in the witch's hut. Another followed 6 sacrifices, and then the final one, 7 sacrifices had been made. A new message immediately appeared, stating that a special condition 7 sacrifices had been met. A massive, powerful monster from the witch's forest emerged. The Lord of Chaos, Reikis, now roamed the floor. Bjorn knew instantly this was the Floor Master, a unique and overwhelmingly powerful monster that served as the boss of the entire zone. He recalled from the game that such creatures were called Floor Masters, and every floor had one. The Floor Master, Misha asked in disbelief. With a worried expression, she begged him not to joke about something like that. I heard there wasn't one on this floor, she said. Bjorn calmly explained. Oh, there is. It's just that the method for summoning it is supposed to be a secret. He stared gloomily into the red haze. If some psycho actually decided to summon this thing on purpose, it means they were aiming for more than just a few deaths. He knew the 3rd floor was ruled by the Chaos Lord named Rakis. A new notification popped up. Erosion had begun, and all monsters were dissolving into chaos. The main character understood that not only did Rakis' presence affect the entire floor, but he would also slaughter everyone he encountered until he was killed. Another alert appeared on the system window. Erosion has temporarily blocked the portals. Bjorn knew summoning Rakis sealed every exit, and there would be no way to escape. If you were on the 3rd floor when this monster appeared, you had to prepare for death. Misha stared at him again, bewildered. Then why did it appear only now, she asked. He suggested a terrible possibility. Maybe it was because of us. He asked Misha if she remembered them burning the bodies in the hut. That was one of the summoning conditions, he explained. Summoning, she repeated, stunned. He'd thought that since it had been 10 years since the last summoning, their 3 bodies wouldn't have been enough. But someone else must have burned 4 more right before them. Misha's fists trembled as she turned to him. What did you do? She demanded. Then started screaming that they were going to die because of him. Bjorn snapped at her. Don't you tell anyone about this, he explained grimly. If people find out we helped summon the boss, it won't end well for us. Horrified, Misha clutched her head, with her hands, wailing that she was going to die because of a stupid barbarian. Watching her, Bjorn thought that just a moment ago. She'd seen him as a savior. It was amazing how quickly that changed. He told her, "The zone effect is gone, so we can at least leave the
forest." He suggested they get moving, but Misha was frozen, shaking with fear. He then proposed they head to the orc settlement they'd been to before. He reasoned that the Zari clan, according to the dwarf, was a massive clan that conducted its
business from the 6th floor upwards, with hundreds of members. Bjorn also knew that a direct confrontation with Rakis would be a death sentence, and to boost their odds of survival, they had to join that clan. He scanned their surroundings with a serious expression. He thought that it was unlikely the entire clan was on the 3rd floor, but they'd need at least 10 teams just to control the area. Misha also looked around cautiously and, turning to Bjorn, remarked that there were a lot of people there. Suddenly, a man on a platform addressed the massive crowd of researchers, ordering them to calm down. The terrified researchers shouted that they'd heard the clan had strong mages and screamed for them to use portal spells, promising to pay any price. Another researcher pointed a finger at the Zari clan, accusing them of being the ones who summoned the floor boss. Others cried out, asking what would happen to them now. One researcher observed that they were a large clan, then assumed that because of this, they wouldn't be abandoned. "That's true, right?" they pleaded. Bjorn put his hand on the back of... He shook his head and let out a heavy sigh, realizing the situation had descended into pure chaos. Misha looked back at the screaming researchers, her face etched with worry. Suddenly, a woman in a priestess's robes pressed her palms together, channeling a brilliant light that coalesced into a protective dome around their location, shielding everyone inside. A man stepped forward. He was Iris McGrain, the vice captain of the Zari clan, and he held up a hand to address the frantic crowd. He urged them to remain calm, explaining that they were now safe because their priestess had just cast the Declaration of Evil's annihilation spell. Iris continued, stating that with their own guards on watch, they only needed to hold out for 1 day until the floor sealed itself. During that time, he announced, the Zari clan would honor its agreement with the royal family and exhaust every option to ensure as many people as possible made it out alive. His words were met with a mixture of surprise, outrage, and suspicion from the researchers. Iris then issued a cold warning to anyone considering dissent. If anyone started causing trouble, they would be cast out immediately. "Remember that," he commanded. Both the main character and Misha frowned, watching Iris's performance. He's laying it on a bit thick, the hero thought. But the speech was effective. He's managed to suppress the panic, at least for now. Thanks to that Evil's annihilation spell, he mused. We might finally get a chance to breathe. He knew the declaration was a cornerstone skill for priests, creating a sanctuary that no monster could breach. He and Misha settled down by a tree trunk. The protagonists scanned their surroundings suspiciously, thinking, it doesn't seem like they're planning to toss us out, but I can't let my guard down. A new problem could erupt at any moment. He then turned to Misha. How sharp is your hearing? He asked her. Misha pointed to her ears and said, I'm not really sure, but some people tell me they're cute. He stared blankly ahead, wondering to himself what in the world she was talking about. He clarified, I meant how well you can hear things. Misha laughed, flustered, and stammered, Oh, I can hear perfectly well. Good, he said. Listen to the chatter around us and tell me if you hear anything useful. Soon after, he overheard a conversation himself. A researcher was saying that he'd heard the Overlord hadn't been summoned for 10 years, wondering what kind of deranged madman would attempt such a thing. His companion noted how fortunate they were to have the clan from the 6th floor with them. The first researcher agreed, adding that he had never personally witnessed the annihilation of evil spell before. Another young researcher exclaimed how incredible it was to have a major clan present. The protagonist stared toward the cathedral, thinking, if the Zari are here for that, then our chances of walking out of here alive are quite high. Sometime later, Misha was asleep on Yorn's arm, a look of contentment on her face. He abruptly pulled his arm back, causing her to tumble to the ground. She cried out loudly from the fall. Ow! What happened, Bjorn? She asked. He answered her simply. It's time, Misha repeated in surprise. Time? What are you talking about? He just gestured for her to look around. There are too many people here, he noted. At least 500 of them.
What does that mean? Misha asked. He replied, There are only 50 or so people from the Zari clan here. How? He wondered. Would they control such a massive crowd? Is it then? Iris's voice boomed across the area, calling for quiet. Thanks to the Declaration of Evil's annihilation, he began. This is now the only safe zone on this floor.
However, he said with a wide, calculating smile, Our priestess asks that you show a little respect for the gods. A donation of 1,000,000 stones per person should suffice. Payment is due now, Iris announced, adding, the priestess has also confirmed that crystals or any items of equivalent value are acceptable.
The protagonist watched this display and thought, a clever move. Not every researcher is going to have that kind of cash on them. He instantly understood the Zeri clan's plan. They wanted to disarm people, making the crowd easier to manage.
Addressing the researchers, Iris explained, this is not only a sign of respect for the divine, but also the price of your protection. You might lose some equipment or a few potions, he said, spreading his arms wide. But while you are under our care, you have nothing to fear. Isn't that right? He asked the crowd. The protagonist, however, knew there were plenty of reasons to worry. Sure, the spell is powerful, but it's nothing compared to a floor lord. They aren't going to kill the floor lord. They'll just obey the rules. After that thought, Bjorn turned to Misha, who was sitting by their backpack, and told her to gather the things they needed the least. Misha grabbed some armor pieces and a few weapons, smiling as she shouted, I'll be right back. The protagonist handed her the helmet from the man he'd killed and burned in the fireplace. Take this with you too, he instructed. We're lucky we gathered all this extra gear, he thought. This way, we don't have to give up our own stuff. His thoughts were cut short. A loud, indignant cry erupted from the crowd. Are you telling us to starve to death? Several researchers angrily confronted the Zari clan members. 1,000,000 in a single day. You must be joking. Watching the scene escalate, the protagonist knew the situation was about to turn ugly. Soon after, he watched as people began to leave the protective barrier. Just as I predicted, he thought. There are those who would rather take their chances than pay. At that moment, Misha returned to his side. I'm back, she said. Bjorn praised her and surveyed the now smaller crowd. About 300 people remain, he reasoned. He quickly did the math. The Zari clan just raked in 300 million. He couldn't help but compare it to printing their own money. A wave of envy washed over the protagonist as he realized just how profitable their little protection racket was. The Zari clan had effectively just minted their own currency right here on this floor. It would also thin out the number of people capable of handling 2 critical jobs at once. But after considering it, the protagonist decided they might as well just pray. He knew that if the floor lord actually appeared, they were all completely screwed. The protagonist gazed seriously at the sky, while Misha, carefree, chewed on some dried meat with a happy smile. This prompted the hero to think, the 3rd floor is enormous, and everyone hopes to avoid the floor lord. Staying optimistic, both the researchers who had left and those who stayed behind were clinging to that optimism. He, however, was bracing for the absolute worst. He knew that fears didn't always come true, but it was impossible to know for sure. 19 hours and 7 minutes. Just 5 hours until the labyrinth sealed. Then, it happened. He realized his worst fears were coming true. It was the reign of despair, the Chaos Lord's passive aura. Thick droplets of a dark fluid began to pour from the sky, and a notification flashed in the system window. It warned that his character was now taking continuous damage from the Chaos attribute, and that his magic resistance was drastically lowered. He realized the skill didn't just inflict area damage, it created an erosion zone that nullified all other effects. He looked at the ground, which now appeared scorched by the acidic rain. Another system alert warned that constant exposure to the Chaos attribute could trigger a status effect called confusion. Misha, her face etched with worry, turned to Bjorn and put her palm on his hand, staring ahead in sheer terror. At that very moment, the Chaos Lord, Rakis, started lumbering towards them, its mouth agape, revealing incredibly long fangs. The beast let out a deep, ominous roar. The researchers screamed in horror. It's the floor lord, before begging someone to stop it. One of the terrified women stammered in disbelief. You're not going to run away and leave us, are you? She bit her lip, her voice shaking as she said she didn't want to die. Another researcher yelled frantically. You took our equipment. You promised you'd protect us. He then demanded they honor their agreement. Rakis was now just a few hundred meters away. Watching it, Iris sighed. So, it's finally come to this. Noting that the expedition's losses were about to become severe, Iris opened his mouth and bellowed, The Chaos Lord, Rakis, is here, before ordering everyone to use everything they had prepared. System notifications began to pop up. An advanced endurance scroll was used, followed by an energy regeneration scroll. A numbered item, the Banner of the Sun Lord, was also activated, causing the weapon Iris was holding to blaze with the light of Urom. The main character watched, thinking about all the support scrolls and high-tier consumables that could enhance equipment. He noted that in under a minute, Items worth tens of millions of stones had been used and vanished. Iris, holding his brilliantly glowing weapon, ordered, "Don't spare a single supply." He then roared, "We are all making it back alive." The protagonist, a smirk on his face, thought to himself, "What?" He was genuinely surprised. "Are they actually planning to fight Rekis?" Bjorn mused, a smile on his face. It seemed he wasn't the only one preparing for the worst-case scenario. And for the first time, he was glad about it. He realized that the people gathered here had survived countless incredibly risky situations to reach this point. It was more than just good luck. The Zari clan, led by Iris, looked ahead with expressions of pure confidence. Iris then commanded, "Everyone, to your positions, stop the Chaos Lord, Rekis." As he watched, Bjorn wondered, how are real raids different from the ones in the game with its colossal paws? Rekis advanced on the panicked researchers, who were certain they were all about to die, or that they were trapped in a nightmare. Iris shouted to his soldiers, "Don't try to block the attack's dodge." Just then, Rekis fired a beam of magic from its mouth and lashed out at the melee fighters with its paws. As he considered his own question, Bjorn realized the answer was quite simple. A short melee warrior was sent flying by, the force of Rekis' attack. As he was thrown back, he yelled to Leo, "When is that spell going to be ready?" The protagonist could see that the melee fighters and tanks were desperately avoiding direct hits, barely managing to parry even the lightest of attacks. At that moment, a sickening crunch was heard as someone's body was crushed by Rekis' immense paw. Someone screamed for a potion, but the short warrior, scrambling away from the Chaos Lord, cursed loudly and yelled, "Don't get close to that monster." The protagonist knew that warriors typically returned to the front lines the moment they were healed, regardless of how battered they were. But, of course, there were always exceptions. As he thought this, he spotted a young man shaking and sobbing over the body of a fallen ally, cursing that he shouldn't have died like that. "Don't get distracted. Focus on the fight," Iris commanded. The protagonist understood the current tally one warrior had been instantly crushed, and 3 ranged attackers were dead from Rekis' breath. The researchers, their faces tense, whispered that 4 people had died in an instant. They cursed, muttering that those people had taken millions worth of items from them. Bjorn, staring intently ahead, knew. The researchers didn't have a clue what they were talking about. The clan was doing everything it could, the warriors were holding the front line, and the mages were suppressing Rekis. A new notification appeared in the system window. The Chaos Lord. Rekis is absorbing power from the source. At that moment, Rekis opened its maw wide and inhaled streams of bright red magical energy. "Cease your attacks," Iris shouted, ordering them to stop. "We can't keep dealing damage like this. We have to destroy the spheres first." Bjorn was concerned, but it seemed the Zari clan already knew about the dark spheres. As the ranged warriors were taking aim, Iris shouted his order again. "Attack the spheres, not Rekis!" The protagonist realized they probably knew about the second phase if they were trying so hard to prevent it. Meanwhile, the researchers, who understood nothing, were bewildered. "Why aren't those fools attacking the monster?" they demanded. A grin formed on Bjorn's face as he thought. They understand the strategy for victory. At this rate, they might actually survive until the labyrinth closes. The time read 22 hours and 37 minutes. Bjorn glanced at his watch and realized there was still, with just over an hour left, 11 people had already fallen, a loss of nearly 20% of their forces. The protagonist knew this wasn't the worst it could get, but his attention was drawn to the researchers, who were shrieking in absolute terror and disbelief. Seeing them, he knew these fools from the clan were utterly doomed. "How many more have to die?" they wailed. In that moment, the protagonist pinpointed the real problem: the researchers themselves. Their panic was spiraling out of control, and every time Rekis unleashed its fury, another client who had paid for safety died. He figured it was their own damn fault for standing so close to a major battle without keeping an eye on anything. Misha turned to Bjorn, her face grim. "This is not looking good," she muttered, then asked, "Are we going to do anything?" The protagonist simply told her to wait, proceeding to explain his assessment of the situation. Meanwhile, the researchers were in a full-blown panic. One of them, waving his hands frantically, yelled that they couldn't just stand by and watch. He insisted they had to help to have any chance of survival. Another shouted back that too many people were already dead, arguing they needed to focus on protecting themselves. It was then that someone else realized the Zari clan had confiscated their gear. How could they? The desperate, frightened expressions on their faces instantly shifted as they all turned to stare at the massive pile of resources and equipment. The protagonist, who had been watching the chaos unfold, suddenly grabbed Misha's hand and stated flatly, "We're getting out of here. Right now." Misha asked. Surprised. Just then, two Zari clan guards with spears at the ready stepped in front of the researchers. What do you think you're
Doing, they demanded, telling the group to calm down. The researchers, indignant, screamed back. You broke your promise but still took our money, one of the guards warned them. You'll put everyone in danger if you don't back down. But the researchers roared back confidently. We want out of here now. After that,
They surged forward, pouncing on one guard and demanding he return their equipment. The guard pleaded fearfully for them to listen, but they just threw him aside, shouting that it belonged to them. With a tense expression, the protagonist broke into a sprint, ordering Misha to stay right behind him. He thought to himself, of course, it was going to end. Like this. Researchers were clueless about the proper strategy for defeating Reikis. Like a pack of feral animals, they greedily swarmed the high mountain of equipment, their screams filled with madness and desperation. With his shield raised, the protagonist charged through the flames. Misha ran right behind him. Soon, she yelled a warning. Chaos spirits, up ahead! Several grotesque magical entities with gaping maws and long fangs were closing in on Bjorn. He immediately veered to the side, shouting, To the right, run! He knew they didn't. Have time for a fight. Misha agreed instantly and followed his lead as the chaos spirits gave chase. Bjorn's only thought was that they had to get as far away as possible. They continued their desperate run forward. The protagonist felt they were almost clear. He scanned the area ahead and figured they had put enough distance between themselves and the center of the forest. But suddenly, his face contorted in disbelief as he stared at what was in front of him. At that exact moment, system windows popped into view, announcing that the Chaos Lord had successfully absorbed the source's power. This had activated an effect called the Evil Rift, which had a radius of 5 kilometers. The protagonist stared into the encroaching darkness, asking himself, is this gloom Reikis' ultimate skill? Then, with a tense and bewildered look on his face, he wondered. Did that insignificant thing really manage to eat all the spheres? Misha, seeing his expression, called out his name in fear. What's going on? She asked. He cursed under his breath, the horrible realization dawning on him. This was the Evil Rift. He knew this was Reikis' ultimate skill, one that activated after it absorbed 10 spheres and lasted for 45 minutes of game time. The rule was brutally simple. If you failed to escape from the zone of effect, everyone inside would die, no matter how powerful they were. Bjorn also knew the skill had one other trick it pulled. Everyone caught within its effect straight to the center of the zone. A system notification appeared. Confirming his fears, all characters would be moved to the center. In a blink, he and Misha found themselves surrounded by the panicked crowd of researchers. One of them yelled in confusion. What just happened? I was running away. Others started shouting. Where are we? Looking around. The protagonist counted roughly 200 researchers left, and only about 20 people from the Zari clan. Bjorn recalled they had started with 50 clan members. He quickly pieced it together again. Of the clan had died over several hours, but the rest had been wiped out in the last few minutes. For the main character, it was painfully obvious what had occurred during their escape. The researchers immediately turned on the Zari clan, demanding an explanation. But one of the clan's warriors stepped forward, snarling at them to shut their mouths, filled with rage. The warrior screamed, Do you have any idea how many of our people died because of you lot? He warned them, Take one more step toward us, and we will cut you down. The researchers, with tears in their eyes, asked, Our fault, one of the men started. If you hadn't taken our equipment? Another frightened man with tears streaming down his face begged to be let through, yelling, I didn't do anything, I'll pay you, the Zari clan warrior shouted back menacingly. You should be grateful we don't kill you all right now. He then warned them, Don't count on the protection you had before, because it wouldn't be difficult for us to kill every single one of you. The disheartened researchers began to swear, asking, So what now? Suddenly, one thin, trembling hand rose from the crowd. A young man said, I know a little about this place. He quickly added, Don't ask me for details, but I know we need to get out of here, or we're all going to die. He explained that he had read about it in some ancient texts. Another researcher turned to him and pressed, Read about it, where is there a time limit? The young man began to explain. The text said that we need to escape from a 5-kilometer zone. He then announced that monsters littered the path ahead, and their only hope was to work together. Watching this, the main character couldn't help but think in. It was surprising, but the man had a point. Bjorn instantly recognized the true problem Rocky's clones and the spirits of chaos. If they strayed from the center, the creatures would attack relentlessly. The researchers confirmed his fears, shouting that they were already dead meat, so it was better to risk a breakthrough. As another researcher agreed, Misha approached Bjorn. People are going to leave, she said. Then she asked him what their plan was. The protagonist saw that more than half the group had already bailed. But he wasn't about to risk it all on such a flimsy chance. Misha, follow me, he commanded. They made their way to Tyler. Bjorn's strategy was to bet on the most reliable option available. Tyler held up an open palm. That's close enough. Barbarian, he ordered, starting to deliver a warning. But suddenly, Tyler's words died in his throat as he stared past him. What is she doing here? He asked in shock. A wide grin spread across the protagonist's face. Tyler, he said. Long time no see. Long time, Tyler repeated, stunned. A very long time. Don't act like we're old friends. The protagonist got straight to the point. Did you find the hero orc's essence? A smug grin lit up Tyler's face as he nodded and began to brag about their incredible luck, but his expression suddenly twisted into a mask of confusion. His eyes shot wide as he stared forward, his hand flying to the hilt of his sword. How do you know that? He asked menacingly. A confident smirk played on Bjorn's lips. His first gamble had paid off. Elsewhere, ears stared at the blood-stained flags, listening to the report. 23 survivors, 3 priests, 6 magicians, 12 ranged attackers, and 2 melee fighters. Only 2! Ears snapped irritably. Just 2 melee fighters. The vice captain of the Durari clan, Ears Migraine, thought grimly about how many warriors were lost in the chaos because they couldn't get any support. They'd tried to buy time, but it only allowed Rias to absorb the spheres. A man with a staff approached Ears. What's our next move?
We're almost out of time, and everyone knows it, he added. Ears, his face a mask of tension, clutched his forehead. He knew the lack of warriors was a death sentence. 2 melee attackers couldn't possibly clear a path, especially not a spearman.
And a swordsman. They had no one who could fight defensively. A single thought echoed in his mind. I need one person. Just one more warrior would be enough. Voices erupted around him. The researchers are making a run for it, someone shouted.
We're out of time. Give the order, they yelled. We have to move while the monsters are distracted. A powerful shout cut through the noise, silencing everything. It was the main character, his voice booming with confidence. I will pave the way.
Ears spun around, his eyes and mouth wide with bewilderment, searching for the voice. As he approached Bjorn, he asked, Who is that? At that moment, Tyler shoved Bjorn back. How dare you, he snarled. The main character simply shot back. Retreat, you fool, Ears then explained. Supposedly, he's a barbarian from the Karlstein sisters team. We should ignore him. Ears' eyes narrowed. I'll be the judge of that, he stated. What do you want, barbarian? He demanded. The warrior met his gaze. Never mind how I got my information. I want the hero orc's essence. With it, he declared. I can clear the path. In that instant, Ears' survival instinct skill activated, highlighting targets that could increase his chance of survival. As the skill focused on Bjorn, Ears' mind reeled. I've never seen such a brilliant light before. The skill had saved him from countless desperate situations, and right now, it was screaming that this barbarian was the key to their salvation. Approaching Bjorn, Ears, who was being stared at by a bewildered Tyler, asked, What's your name? A confident smile spread across Bjorn's face as he gave his name. His second bet had also
paid off. Urs, the man introduced himself. Vice captain of the Zari clan. Now, who told you? That we came for the hero orc, the protagonist replied coolly. It was an assumption. Ears pressed on. And what is this assumption based on?
The protagonist countered with a question of his own. Why else would a clan of your size take over an entire orc settlement on the 3rd floor? He continued. These consumables and high-level items clearly aren't for hunting simple orcs. Your goal is something much greater. Bjorn knew the truth. The hero orc was a rank 5 monster, a hidden boss summoned at an altar using 777 orc crystals. He understood they had brought so many supplies because of the small chance of summoning the orc lord instead. Ears stared intently at Bjorn, a thoughtful look on his face. Bjorn then asked, You still have supplies left, which means the orc lord didn't appear. Did he? A slow grin spread across Ears' face. You figured that out. In that case, Ears challenged. Explain why we should bet everything on you. The protagonist spoke with a confident smile. I am a barbarian with the seal of the immortal. I've absorbed the essence of the vampire guardian from the rift, and also the essence of the corpse golem, which grants me resistance to pain. A faint smile appeared on Ears' lips. I won't ask for details, he said. But I see you can fight and drink a potion simultaneously. Is that all? Bjorn answered affirmatively. Ears nodded. That's quite good for a 3rd floor explorer. He paused. Actually, compared to our remaining warriors. That's simply excellent. With that, Ears made up his mind. I'm betting on you, Tyler immediately protested. But the nobles requested the essence. Ears cut him off sharply. We'll tell them it didn't drop from the monster. Then Ears declared, I am prepared to give it away if it saves even one more member of my clan. He turned to Tyler and commanded, Bring me the essence. The protagonist stared sternly ahead, his brow furrowed. The situation was unfolding perfectly. The first obstacle had been overcome. He knew the deal offering up the crystals would summon 3 orc heroes, and each one was a unique, named beast. These were elite-level adversaries with tricky essences, which was why this mission required a hand-picked team, despite only being a rank 5 quest. He remembered that each orc yielded an essence of a specific color. An orc named Danish dropped the red essence, Passion's Cry, while Velta dropped a blue essence called the Band of Struggle. The last, Target Us, possessed a special skill that would serve as the perfect foundation for his build. He wondered to himself, which essence had he obtained? He peered into the vessel and saw it was green. A satisfied grin spread across Bjorn's face. Green? He said. He knew this was an incredible stroke of luck, the kind that usually meant a major disaster was right around the corner. Uncorking the vial, Bjorn downed it, and immediately, a flood of system messages filled his vision, informing him that his strength had shot up by 70 points, his agility by 35 points, and his fighting spirit had climbed by 40 points. On top of that, his physical defense was up by 20 points, and his bone strength had increased by 30 units. Gazing at his palm, Bjorn could feel the power boiling just beneath his skin. His entire body started to tremble from the raw energy, and he figured the tremors were due to the sudden spike in his fighting spirit. He needed to get this new power under control, and fast. As he stood there shaking, Ears recommended that he first strip off all his equipment. As the protagonist removed his helmet, Ears held out an armful of items. The guy was loaded down with a staggering number of scrolls. And potions. A major clan certainly provides top-tier support. Bjorn thought, after stripping off his gear, he handed it to Misha and asked her to watch over it. With his equipment safely stored, he began tearing open the scrolls, first using one for physical protection, which immediately triggered new system windows. The notifications confirmed he'd used an advanced scroll for increased endurance, followed by a scroll of energy regeneration, and also a potion to boost his strength, temporarily raising it by 10 units, prying open several more vials with his teeth. Bjorn chugged the tears of the spirit, which temporarily boosted his resistance to the elements by 10 points. Following that, the protagonist used a basilisk flask, raising his pain resistance by a temporary 10 points. He greedily drained several potions at once, gulping them down one after another. The next system window announced that Aaron Deflane had cast Spirit Defense, causing the character's mental resilience to rise significantly. Then, Aaron Deflane activated the Flame of Regeneration spell, causing his physical recovery to increase dramatically. Torpian then used the Coffin of Sacrifice spell, which made the character's aggro level spike to an extreme degree. After all the buffs were applied, Ears turned to Tyler and noted that it was time. For his Bloodmaster skill, Tyler, clutching his sword, looked back at him. Ears then pointed out that it didn't really matter what skill he would receive, since Karlstein's abilities were the ones they truly needed. Tyler then began to slice open his own wrist with a knife. The main character immediately started to drink the blood that gushed from the wound, and a system message appeared, stating that the character was using the Bloodmaster skill. Right after, another notification popped up, announcing they had temporarily gained a Karlstein passive skill. Called Unholy, Bjorn's eyes began to blaze with a bright red light. Seeing this, Ears remarked that it seemed to be the Unholy skill, this passive ability's essence, was that it reduced the maximum number of essences by 1, but in return, it boosted the effectiveness of all active skills by 1.5 times. Urs suggested that he should test it out slowly. The main character agreed, then turned his focus inward, asking himself to carefully picture the skill that was obtained from the hero's orc essence. He closed his eyes, concentrating intensely, before they snapped wide open, now glowing a brilliant crimson as he mentally roared. Gigantification! A system window instantly appeared, declaring that the character was now using gigantification. Ears stared in utter bewilderment as Bjorn's body instantly started to expand, and Tyler also watched, in shock as his clothes ripped apart at the seams. On the system window, A message confirmed that the character's body size was increasing, along with his aggro level and all physical characteristics. A completely naked and now colossal Bjorn stood surrounded by the stunned researchers, who, with their mouths and eyes wide open, watched him enter the hero's barbarian mode. Misha, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, shrieked in surprise, trying to cover her eyes but still peeking through her fingers. The researcher beside her whispered that he was now a genuine monster. Ears lowered his gaze and began to take off his own cloak, asking Bjorn to cover himself. He then called for several more cloaks to be brought over. Tyler stared straight ahead in a stupor, his eyes and mouth wide open, while another clan member asked how he could possibly be so huge. The protagonist wrapped the cloak around his waist, while the shield that had previously covered his torso now barely fit on his forearm. The preparations for their departure were finished, and Ears noted that they had about 30 minutes left. He then asked if they could make it in time. The protagonist gave him an affirmative nod, a wide smile spreading across his face. After taking a deep breath, he thought that it had to be now. He then let out a thunderous roar, "Vela!" With that battle cry, the protagonist furiously charged forward, feeling as though nothing was impossible for him. Ears stretched out a hand after the fleeing protagonist and ordered everyone to run after him. Soon, a crowd of researchers was chasing after the massive hero. The protagonist knew that behind him were 23 members of the clan, as well as Misha and 40 researchers who had decided to stay with them. He knew they were allowed to join in exchange for all their equipment, but Ears had offered for them to pay with their lives instead. By this point, bloody seals had appeared on the researchers' heads. The system window explained that the character was using a sacrificial seal, which granted him an increase in physical abilities based on the number of victims within a radius of 100 meters. A wild smile stretched across his face. Bjorn thought that his instinct of destruction and raw power were overflowing, and the best part was that he didn't need to hold any of it back. Model enraged. Bjorn charged the swarm of monsters, recognizing them as miniature clones of Rakis. In that same instant, the furious clones rushed to meet his attack. He noted their size small being a relative term for creatures standing 2 meters tall, but to him, they were insignificant. With a sharp crack of his fist, Bjorn sent one of Rakis' clones flying, its skull imploding on impact. A system window flashed to life. Rakis' hatred had been activated. At that very moment, Bjorn was already tearing the creatures to shreds with his bare hands, sending sprays of blood, skin, and fur in every direction, while the system window displayed another message warning that his character was taking heavy damage from the Chaos attribute. The protagonist finally understood why a tank was so critical in the Evil Rift. Glancing at his shoulder, which was already charred black, Bjorn realized Rakis' clones were reflecting damage back onto whoever attacked them. The pain was so intense that even he, a barbarian with heavily upgraded pain resistance, felt a numbing sensation. Of course, the protagonist knew that his vampire essence meant he only had to worry about protecting his heart. Thanks to the Source of Darkness skill, his character couldn't die unless his heart was completely obliterated. The protagonist was certain that any renowned swordsman, archer, or priest would be utterly useless here. Turning to Bjorn, Ira warned that the situation was dangerous. He then raised his sword high and urged him not to fight so many at once. Bjorn inwardly scoffed at Ira's words. It was easy for him to say. Gigantification already increased aggro proportionally to his body size, and barbarians were massive to begin with. It was difficult to even comprehend the level of threat he was projecting. As he pushed forward, Bjorn accepted that he was in a constant state of aggro, which at least kept the researchers behind him safe. Tyler plunged his sword into the skull of another Rakis clone, letting out a furious roar. A moment later, his face contorted in agony as beads of sweat streamed down his cheeks. He understood now it was damage reflection. The same amount of pain he dealt was being thrown right back at him. Tyler staggered back and, turning to the priests, shouted, "What are you doing?" before ordering them to heal him. The protagonist snapped, yelling rudely at Tyler to stop, taking pointless damage and get out of the way. With an irritated scowl, Tyler called Bjorn a loser while one of the priests mended his wounds. The protagonist knew he had to be the sole warrior on the front line. As he battled Rakis' clones, notifications began to appear on the system windows. His character's health had dropped below 50%, increasing all his resistances and defenses due to the passive skill of the hero's path. The protagonist knew he had to hold the front line by himself, since he possessed the orc hero's passive skill. This was the entire reason he wanted to obtain that essence. It boosts all defenses when health points dip below 50%, with its maximum effect kicking in at 20%, to use it to its full potential. Bjorn looked forward and declared that no one was to approach the front line. He would handle everything on his own.
After that declaration, the protagonist once again charged into the fray, launching sweeping blows against his opponents. The man with the staff watched Tyler approach and asked him if he'd decided to return. Tyler affirmed, calling him Hernan. Hernan remarked that the vice captain had made a wise
decision, since you could never be sure when monsters might appear from behind. He told Tyler to stay put. Taylor looked ahead with a conflicted expression, answered affirmatively, and admitted it was true. Inwardly, Taylor cursed, his face grim. He thought about how a single attack had caused him such unbearable pain, that he had to retreat like a coward. Taylor considered that while he hadn't been up there for long, he could say for sure that this was not something a normal person could withstand. He then asked himself, who is that guy? Taylor recalled how at first he had dismissed them as simple third-floor explorers, hanging around his sister. He remembered how Bjorn had ignored the order to leave the orc settlement, seeming like just another stubborn barbarian warrior. Now, however, Tyler understood. It didn't matter how high his resistance was as a tank. In contrast, how could that man fight without a moment's hesitation, shouting? Bjorn's back as he confidently ran forward. The researchers shouted in awe, saying they were right when they said barbarians had no equal in bravery. Another voice yelled that with a person like that in their clan, they would be as safe as if they were behind a stone wall. Then, another researcher noted that the vice captain had a keen eye, and that he never would have imagined he could handle this so well. After that, one researcher asked if anyone knew his name. They debated while running that he had to be famous for something, because this barbarian fought as if he didn't know what death was, and it was even terrifying to think what they would do without him. They then turned to Misha, asking her if she would tell them who this guy was. Misha, flustered, said that she didn't know either. A wide smile spread across Hernan's face as he remarked that if the legendary Balkan barbarian hero were with them, he was certain he would look just like him. He realized there was no point in trying to find out his name. Suddenly, Taylor's eyes and mouth went wide in bewildered shock at the sight before him. People were screaming that there was an exit and that they could see the end. With renewed hope, they broke into a sprint toward a large portal that pulsed with a brilliant red glow. Hernan knew that soon, everyone would be talking about him. A message appeared on the system window, informing the party that the effects of the zone called the Evil Rift were fading. On the monitor displaying Bjorn's stats, it showed his level was 3. His strength was 3,301 points, plus an additional 131, and his spirit was 168. Point 3, with an added 62 points. His skills were at 152.4 points. His item level was 782 points, plus an extra 83. His total combat level was 8,463, with one more point added. His absorbed essences now included a rank 7 corpse golem, a rank 5 vampire guardian, and a rank 5 orc. That last essence was new to him. With a tense look on his face, Bjorn pushed forward, thinking that they were almost there and had just a little further to go. He planted his foot down, after which a system notification flashed, informing him that he lacked sufficient soul power. The protagonists realized they had successfully escaped, after which a new message appeared on the system window declaring that gigantification was cancelled. The protagonist immediately began to shrink back to his normal size. He stared blankly at the shredded cloth dangling from his belt when a system notification flashed before his eyes. The effects of the Evil Rift Zone were fading. The researchers erupted in joyous shouts, tears streaming down their faces. "We did it!" they cried. "We're out. We're alive." Their celebration was shattered by horrific screams from above, the pained cries of those who hadn't escaped the portal. Watching them, the main character realized not everyone had made it. A violent surge of magic slammed into the earth, carving a massive, smoking crater into the ground. The orc settlement, he thought, had been completely vaporized in an instant. He realized they had barely escaped the same fate. The gigantification effect vanished the moment they crossed the threshold. A small smile formed on his face. They had miraculously gotten out just in time. "That was a close call," Iris remarked, though his expression quickly soured. "But it's too early to relax." The main character knew he was right. He was well aware that escaping the Evil Rift came with a price. One survivor would be marked as prey, and the odds of it being him or Misha were 1 in 1,000. Is our luck about to run out? He wondered. Just then, Misha called his name, her voice laced with confusion. She was trembling violently, her eyes fixed on something in the distance. I can't move," she stammered. A system window appeared. "Misha Carlin has been chosen as prey. Movement is restricted." The main character stared in utter shock. Is this some kind of sick joke? Out of this entire crowd, it had to be her. Misha forced a nervous smile. Bjorn, she asked shakily, what's going on? She started to speak again, but froze, her eyes locking onto the ravenous, crazed expressions of the researchers and Zeri clan members staring right at her. She even caught her brother's conflicted gaze before he shamefully looked away. The main character knew what being the prey meant to paralysis debuff.
It made her the one and only target for Rakis. In other words, the beast would hunt her to the death. This is terrible, Iris said, approaching Bjorn. I never would have guessed it would be your companion. Iris then extended a hand. We can
help you protect her, if you wish to join our clan. The main character, kneeling beside Misha, didn't even bother to look up. No, he said flatly. For now, I can't work with others. He added. Iris sighed. What a shame, but if I were the prey, I wouldn't have a choice. I suppose our deal is off. Then, I hope to see you back in the city. The main character, already securing Misha to his back with a rope, simply nodded. If we get out of here, a faint smile touched Iris's lips.
Oh, I'm sure you will, he said. I have a good feeling about you. Here, let this help you out a little. He signaled his priests, who immediately began their incantations. A surge of power flowed into Bjorn. Blessing of the Wind has been granted. The character's movement speed has increased significantly. Soul Spring has been granted. The character's soul power will regenerate faster. Bathed in this magical energy, he thought. These are useful buffs, and probably all the help I'm getting. He thanked Iris. Don't mention it, Iris replied with a grin. Just make sure you survive. If you two die, Rakis will just come for us next. Bjorn smirked. Efficient to the very end. In that case, he announced, we're leaving. 23 hours and 45 minutes remained just 15 minutes before the labyrinth sealed itself. A colossal paw smashed into the ground, its bright red, glowing eyes scanning the landscape. The system window flashed. The Lord of Chaos, Rakis, has awakened. The protagonist was already running. He sprinted with all his might, tied to his back. Misha could feel the heat pouring off Bjorn's skin. She couldn't bear to look back, but the roar was getting louder. We're both going to die. With a sad look, Misha finally spoke. Stop! She wasn't stupid. She understood the monster was hunting her, not him. Now she knew why those researchers had looked at her like that. Why even her own family had turned their backs on her. My very existence is a burden to everyone. What are you talking about? He demanded. You've done enough, Misha replied, her voice cracking. You'll get yourself killed. A nervous smile trembled on her face. We're not that close. Are we? I mean, really? She began to ramble. Without you, I would have been dead ages ago. My wish already came true. In response, the main character snorted. Don't make me laugh. Misha's cheeks flushed red as she stared blankly. You don't want to die, he stated. So why are you spouting such nonsense? As he spoke, Bjorn dodged past a horde of creatures swarming them. He glanced over his shoulder at Misha. I get it. You're afraid you'll be abandoned. Her eyes and mouth flew open in shock. You don't understand anything, she screamed. I don't want to be a problem for others. In response, the main character shot back. Is that feeling more important than your life? You can't even answer. If you want to live, then you just have to ask me for help. That's your only chance. Misha stared ahead, stunned, as his words sank in. They were simple, blunt words, just like the Barbarian himself. But she understood exactly what he was trying to say. Since the forest, he had done everything he could to help her survive. In his eyes, she must look absolutely pathetic and whiny. Misha realized that just giving up and saying stupid things was not what a person fighting so hard for her deserved to hear. A genuine smile broke through on her face. If you save me, I'll be there for the rest of my life to help you, the protagonist grunted. Seems to me I've heard you say that before. With a grin, Misha pointed out that this was definitely his thinking face, then tearfully exclaimed that, in that case, she'd give him all her money from this expedition. Now that's more like it. Bjorn thought with a smile. Just then, a system window appeared. It read that the Blessing of the Wind had expired. The protagonist knew the buffs from the Zari clan had worn off. Bjorn scowled. He looked forward and saw it had begun to rain. That void was right behind them. And now there were even more chaos spirits. They're blocking my path, Bjorn thought tensely, staring ahead. I wanted to save this for later, but in the next moment, the protagonist activated a skill, gigantification. His body began to expand instantly. A system window popped up, announcing that the character's body size and aggro level. And all physical attributes were increasing. Now towering in size,
The protagonist crashed through the trees, knowing this skill did more than just boost his stats. More importantly, his strides were now much longer. Bjorn also calculated that with his remaining soul power, the skill would last for about 2 to 3 minutes. He turned to Misha and told her he needed her to keep track of the time. Misha, looking at the clock floating near her face, yelled out that there were 196 seconds left. The main character replied that was good, then noticed she looked bored. He suggested she count down for him. Misha let out a heavy sigh and agreed, then immediately began counting. 190, 189. At the same time, Bjorn, his face a mask of determination, charged forward, gripping a mace that, given his new size, looked more like a toothpick. Seeing the chaos spirits ahead, Bjorn knew he'd have to fight his way through them soon. A message appeared. The system window announced that a chaos spirit had been defeated, and the location was being eroded. As Bjorn crushed chaos spirits with his bare hands, Misha counted down 170, 169. As Bjorn prepared for another strike, Misha called out 165, and he smashed another chaos spirit. He slammed his knee into it. 120, Misha shouted. With a tense look and sweat pouring down his face, Bjorn stared fiercely ahead, while Misha yelled 103. A powerful blast of concentrated magic energy exploded behind Bjorn, sending him flying in his confusion. 19, Misha screamed. The protagonist, wide-eyed, stared ahead in shock, realizing they were already inside the breath attack's kill zone. The ground where they had just been was now a scorched, bright red. Looking around at the corpses of the chaos spirits, Bjorn realized the breath attack had actually cleared out some of them, which meant escaping would be much easier. However, he also knew that this put them right in Rakes' attack range. Suddenly, a massive paw appeared above Bjorn's head, its sharp claws digging into the spot where Bjorn had been just a moment ago. He managed to leap aside as Misha screamed. 77! The protagonist stared ahead, tense and angry, breathing heavily. As Rakes approached, Bjorn recognized the screaming monster. It was the Chaos Lord, Rakes. After that, the protagonist charged forward. Stop! Misha yelled, but he ordered her to quit whining. He ran ahead again, telling her, I won't abandon you, because you'll die. It's not worth it, Misha screamed frantically, pleading with him to save himself. The protagonist turned. He looked to the other side and told her he'd already made a promise. At that moment, Bjorn wondered who would pay him back for the ring. Misha asked again. In surprise, you promised. Then she asked if he was really going to die for a simple promise. The protagonist answered with a question of his own. Who said we're going to die? He asked. Then, with a grin, he declared he was getting out of there alive. Suddenly, a powerful, incinerating blow came from Bjorn's side. He turned in shock, his face completely covered in thick, dark red blood. Misha's horrified gaze was fixed on his severed arm as she screamed. Your arm! The protagonist asked her to tell him the time, but Misha just urged him to leave her behind. Otherwise, you'll die too. Enraged, the protagonist turned to Misha, yelling her full name before ordering her to tell him the time.
With a look of sheer terror, tears in her eyes screamed out the countdown 60 seconds as Rakes hovered above them, its maw wide open. Bjorn knew the deal survived for 1 minute, one-armed. After that, escape would be impossible.
This is going to be tough, he thought, then suddenly spun around and sprinted forward. What are you doing? Misha cried out in disbelief. She watched in horror as he charged straight for Rakes. Reaching one of the monster's colossal paws, he yelled back, Just call out the time, don't argue. 53, Misha screamed, and a moment later, 52. A brilliant flash of magical energy then erupted right where Bjorn had been standing. The beast's breath weapon. His gamble was simple, Rakes wouldn't fire at its own feet. Standing near its paw, Bjorn just had to hope it wouldn't move. Leaping away from another of the monster's lunges, he heard Misha's voice cut through the chaos. 50! A massive paw slammed down right behind him. Its razor-sharp claws scraped past, missing him by mere inches. 44, she yelled. By now! Bjorn was starting to recognize the patterns in its attacks. Facing the behemoth, Bjorn ducked low, another sweeping blow whistling over his head. He'd seen this before he'd memorized its fighting style while watching it battle the Zari clan. 30. As Misha shouted the number, a powerful strike from Rakes sent Bjorn flying backward. He landed hard, forcing himself onto one knee as he glared forward. His lungs burned as he dragged in ragged breaths, his exhausted eyes never leaving the beast. 25? Misha shrieked with desperation. He looked up tensely just as a huge part of Rakes' body blotted out the sky. descending on them, cursing internally. He knew it was too late to get away. The bindings around his torso suddenly tightened with crushing force, making him spit out thick clots of blood as his face twisted in agony. Rakus watched with apparent excitement as Bjorn was violently hurled aside, slamming hard into the ground. Looking up, he saw the monster's claws coming for his face. He knew there was no avoiding this. With a face contorted in furious intensity, Bjorn stared ahead, certain they were about to die. A system alert flashed character's unique power depleted, gigantification cancelled. Abruptly, the main character's body shrank back to its normal size. In that instant, Rakus's claws plunged not into his flesh, but into the earth right beside him. The main character stared, stunned, thinking what incredible timing. Then he cursed, realizing his skull had nearly been shattered. This is it, he thought. This is the end. He then leaped onto the massive paw Rakus had slammed into the ground. The countdown showed 10 seconds. The main character scrambled for a hold on one of Rakus's claws. The timer hit 9, then 8 seconds. To keep from falling, Bjorn sank his teeth into the monster's hide. Rakus thrashed, trying to shake him loose. But the main character clung on, his teeth buried deep in the creature's flesh. 7 seconds remained. When the timer reached 4 seconds, Rakus yanked Bjorn toward its massive jaws. The main character tried to leap away, but the beast snatched him midair, causing him to spit blood. 2 seconds left. Rakus's mouth opened wide, preparing to devour both Bjorn. Too late, he snarled, hurling an insult at the beast. Moments later, a message appeared. The system window announced the labyrinth was closing, and the character was being transported to Raps. A magical portal flared to life in the city square, drawing a large crowd. The people gathering around the portal wondered aloud how much Doug would earn this time. A little girl tugged on her mother's dress, asking when her daddy would be back. But when the portal stabilized, a flood of mangled, bleeding bodies tumbled out. The square was instantly filled with the horrified screams of the onlookers. Some cried out in agony, others in terror at the gruesome sight, staring in disbelief at the blood-soaked explorers. The townspeople cried out, asking what had happened to them. The terrified crowd shouted to call the guild, urging others to drag the wounded aside and set up a temporary shelter right there. One man, his face pale with shock, looked up to the heavens before his gaze fell on Bjorn. Is he dead? He stammered. When Misha's eyes fluttered open, she found herself on the ground. Did I survive? She whispered in disbelief, before calling out to Bjorn. By now, a massive crowd of townspeople was staring down at him. Some looked on in amazement, others in fear, many stared with outright horror, while a few were lost in thought. Seeing the state of his body, they murmured, "He returned like this. What happened to him?" With tears welling in their eyes, they whispered that even for a barbarian, this was too much. Misha shoved her way through the dense crowd, pleading for them to let her pass. "Please," she begged, turning toward Bjorn. The moment she saw his body, she let out a piercing scream of his name. Bjorn lay unconscious, his eyes shut, in a pool of thick, black liquid. His body was a ruin of burns, cuts, and bruises. He was missing an arm, and his face was a mask of pure exhaustion. A voice in the crowd yelled for someone to contact the temple immediately. Misha scrambled to Bjorn's side, placing a trembling hand on his chest, tears streaming down her face. She began to scream over and over. No, no, she begged him, pleading that he couldn't die. She called his name, then pressed her cat-like ear against his chest and heard the faint beating of his heart. She shot up. A wide, trembling smile spread across her face as tears continued to pour down her cheeks. "He's just unconscious," she asked herself in a shaky, relieved voice, looking down at him. She whispered, "You scared me so badly." Sometime after the incident, a few men were talking in a tavern. One of them leaned in and asked his friend if he'd heard the news. "You mean about the overlord of the third floor?" the other replied. The first man nodded. "Even the Zari clan lost more than 30 members," he noted. "Only 30, his friend scoffed. "I figured the guild would announce the full count tomorrow." "I heard the total was in the hundreds." Just then, a man sitting at the bar chimed in, mentioning that the survivors all said the same thing. "They claim one person got them out," his companion asked. "Are you talking about Vice Captain McGraw, the one they call the Iron Lion?" The man shook his head. "No," he said. "From what I gather, it was some explorer from the third floor who helped them." His friend leaned forward in surprise. "Really? Was there someone that strong down there?" "Who are they talking about?" The man told him the explorer's name was Bjorn, son of Yandel, a barbarian who had reached the third floor in only his 3rd month. In another building, 2 men were discussing the matter. One said a magician had told him about this man, He noted that while the barbarian was young and lacked any major accomplishments, it was clear he was walking in the footsteps of a true hero. A hero braver and more magnificent than any other. He'd even been given the nickname Little Bjorn. A flurry of notifications appeared in the system windows. They all announced that the character's fame was rising. Then, a warning message popped up, stating that the chance of special events had increased. A man in a luxurious chamber mused aloud, Little Bulan. Speaking to himself, he remarked that this was becoming quite interesting.
Reading a report in his hands, he wondered just how many explorers they had who could reach the 3rd floor in such a short period. He couldn't recall a single case like it in his entire career. Moreover, this man's achievements went far beyond typical exploration. It was a rate of growth too fast to be explained by mere luck.
The man knew history had seen similar cases, people born under a star of special destiny. These individuals were forever remembered as heroes. But now, looking at the image of Bjorn, the man wondered, which are you? A hero or a demon? Bjorn's mind flashed back to the moment the Chaos Lord, Rakis, had awakened and begun its relentless hunt, slaughtering countless people. An image of Misha appeared in his thoughts. He remembered her desperate cry that she couldn't move, that she'd been chosen as its prey. Then came the frantic escape, the brutal fight against Rakis, and the ever-dwindling time. As their injuries mounted, their fight for survival grew more desperate, lasting until the very moment they were transported to Repsidonia. After the chaotic memories subsided, the protagonist's eyes slowly opened, meeting the bright rays of sun filtering through the flap of a tent. He shut them almost immediately, throwing a hand over his face. He looked around in a daze before pushing himself into a sitting position. He finally processed what had happened, staring in shock at his fully regenerated hand. Misha was asleep beside him, her head resting on his lap. It finally sank in. He was back. He looked down at her and gently stroked her hair, relieved they had made it out together. She didn't stir from his touch, but a peaceful smile spread across her face. 2 days later, the tavern was buzzing with chatter when one man leaned over to his friend and asked, "You hear the latest?" His companion assumed he meant the floor lords materializing on the 3rd floor. "How could I not?" he shot back. "So many people." "Died," he finished with a curse. The first man clarified. "No, I'm talking about that famous barbarian." His friend's eyes lit up. "Oh, him, of course."
"I'm talking about Bjorn Jandal." They slammed their mugs together, laughing loudly as another patron chimed in. "Who would have ever guessed? We'd find someone like that among the explorers on the 3rd floor." As Bjorn's reputation grew, several new notifications appeared on his
interface back in the real world, confirming the massive boost to his character's fame. But just as quickly, the tavern gossip shifted when someone suddenly demanded, "So who was the bastard that summoned Raxus?" Murmurs spread through the crowd. "Have they caught the summoner yet?" It seemed not, and soon the chamise. Patrons moved on to other topics. In that same tavern, Hukaro, Valky, and Rothmiller spotted Misha and Bjorn and walked over to their table, waving a hand. Hukaro grinned. "Hey, it's been a while." Valky simply gave them a wide, happy smile, and Rothmiller added, "It's a huge relief to see you and Misha are safe." Misha propped herself up, planting her hands on the table. "I'm glad you're okay too." "Rothmiller," she said, "I heard you were injured in the witch's forest." He sighed. "Honestly, I'm so ashamed I can barely show my face. If I hadn't gotten hurt, you and Bjorn wouldn't have had to go through all that hell." But interrupting his apology, Bjorn scowled, his arms crossed over his chest. "Cut it out. Let's order first." Rothmiller winced slightly, realizing they hadn't yet. "Right, you must be starving." A moment later, food covered their table, and Bjorn slammed down his mug. The sound got Hukaro's attention. "So, what happened in the labyrinth?" he asked. Hukaro paused mid-bite to answer. "Well, since you know Rothmiller got hurt, this will be quick, right after that incident. I used the Guardian's bracers again to open a gap." Misha cut in, shocked. "You can really use it that often." She speared a piece of broccoli, lifting it, but didn't eat it. Her lips pressed tight. "Just as I suspected," she thought. "He used that combo." Hukaro explained. "With the help of emergency recovery, you can reset the usage count on an item's ability. It's a classic trick." He noted while he was
talking. Misha offered the fork to Bjorn's mouth, urging him to eat. Valky watched them, amazed, as Misha admitted. "I had no idea you could link a skill to an item's usage count like that," Hukaro continued. "In any case, it was only after we put some real distance behind us
that we managed to heal Rothmiller. After that, we tried to find you two." Rothmiller joined in. "But The distance between us was too great. Even my search skill couldn't locate you. We didn't give up, though. We headed into the forest, but on the third day, we ran into Eliza. At her name, Misha shot up from her chair, her face grim. What? And then, she pressed. What happened next? Hukuro gave a wry smile. What do you think happened? We ran for our lives.
We had no other option but to use the portal and ascend to the 4th floor. Rothmiller closed his eyes, relieved. Thankfully, we were the only ones who made it through. Bjorn realized they'd exploited the entry restrictions. He remembered the 4th floor, the Sky Tower, which had a system where portal colors changed periodically. Anyone who entered before the change ascended to a 100-floor tower. Furthermore, once a trial on a floor was completed, it didn't reset, making it completely safe. Still, Hukuro admitted with some disappointment, it was unbearable.
Spending more than 10 days on the 1st floor. Bjorn's jaw tightened in irritation. Unbearable. He thought, is he seriously complaining to me that 10 days was unbearable? He calls that unbearable Misha, and I walked 1,000,000 kilometers. Hukaro then suddenly added, and you're not going to believe this, but we got an essence on the very first trial. Bjorn's scowl deepened. What? Hukaro clarified. It was the essence of a rank 7 mimic monster, Rothmiller admitted. And I absorbed it. A surge of uncontrollable fury shot through Bjorn, and his grip on the mug
Tightened until it began to crack. Cursing internally, he thought, do they really think this is some kind of game? He knew the rank 7 mimic was a rare monster that only dropped an essence if hit with incredible force. And while it wasn't a combat type, it had an active skill called treasure storage, which opened a personal subspace inventory. The key feature was that when someone opened it for the first time, it would be randomly stocked with various items. His voice strained. He asked, what happened next? What was the haul? Rothmiller, Valky, and Hukuro reeled off the list 2,000,000 stones, magic crystals, 3 top-quality potions, and numbered items from the 8,000 and 9,000 series. Bjorn's anger mounted with every word. He couldn't understand their luck. Seeing his expression, a bewildered Hukaro asked, what are you swearing about? Bjorn's jaw was so tight his body trembled. But he forced an apology. Sorry, I'm just surprised. Inside, however, he was screaming. Why are they so damn lucky? They explained that despite having numbered items, they didn't need them and decided to sell. Rothmiller deducted the price of the mimic essence from the total for himself. Bjorn's mind raced. Even with that, their take is over 10,000,000 stones. He wondered how much that was for each of them. He managed to offer congratulations, but he was struggling to contain his raw power and emotion, his hand squeezing tighter. The cutlery in his hand buckled with such force that it bent completely in half. His comrades, seeing this, stared in disbelief. Why'd you do that? One asked. Bjorn explained that the Zork hero's essence was making it impossible to manage his own strength. Misha was stunned, realizing she'd never seen him struggle like this before. Bjorn retorted that she couldn't possibly know everything about him. Blushing slightly and looking away, she asked him to wait a moment, adding that if he was going to put it that way, then maybe she could see everything. Hakuro watched them, utterly baffled by their exchange, and finally broke in. What happened between you two? He demanded. He mentioned that the rumors were flying, but he wanted to hear the real story. Misha was just about to explain, but Bjorn held up a hand to stop her. I'll tell them, he said, thinking to himself that some details were best left unsaid. He gave them a condensed version of events, deliberately omitting key moments like giving Misha the ring, requesting the essence from the clan, and using his new powers to clear a path for the other surviving adventurers. When he finally wrapped up, Dalki, Rothmiller, and Hakuro finally grasped what had truly transpired. Rothmiller warmly congratulated Misha for successfully contracting with a spirit beast, remembering how much he had been agonizing over it. However, he couldn't quite see how Bjorn was responsible for it. Misha just closed her eyes and smiled, declaring that without him she wouldn't have even made it back, alive. Hakuro let out a surprised laugh, noting that the hero had somehow scored the Orc hero's essence from the Jarvi clan. Are you really only getting 2,000,000 stones for the protection detail? He asked. He then added that the 3 of them felt somewhat accountable for what occurred, so they were willing to pitch in 1,000,000. Bjorn, slightly taken aback, wondered if he was dealing with a dwarf or some kind of saint. Dalki suddenly spoke up, proclaiming it was hands down the most incredible tale he'd ever heard, and he lamented not being there to witness it. He slammed his fist down with a decisive sigh. Hakuro, closing his eyes, backed up his friend's statement,
saying that no one could possibly argue with such a monumental feat. In his view, Bjorn had earned the title of Little Buolin. The hero just stared back, confused, having no idea what Hakuro's words about Little Buolin were supposed to mean. Hakuro just grinned, assuming Bjorn hadn't heard the news yet, and announced that it was his new moniker. The nickname drew a comparison to Bulan, a legendary barbarian hero from a bygone era, and now he was being called Little Bulan. Bjorn reflected that he'd earned a middle name far too quickly. Gaining renown in a game was one thing, but this world was real, and with greater fame came a higher probability of special events. The hero knew that if his name suddenly became widely known, he'd attract far too much unwanted attention. But his comrades pulled him from his brooding thoughts, congratulating him on everything that had transpired. Since he'd already snagged a nickname and even absorbed a 5th rank essence, they were sure he was destined to accomplish even greater things down the line. He thanked them for their praise, and Misha, with a wink, asked if they had more pressing matters to attend to. They all agreed and decided to
figure out how to divide the spoils. Suddenly, someone recalled the bounty for reporting the priestess. Eliza. Misha's eyes widened in surprise. Is that for real? They started to tally up what everyone's share should be, noting that the reward for turning in Eliza was a hefty
3 million stones. Soon, after crunching all the numbers, the grand total that Bjorn and Misha were set to receive, after deducting the cost of equipment repairs, and Bjorn's medical treatment came out to 7.65 million stones. Bjorn suddenly flashed a wicked grin, asking Misha if she recalled their initial agreement. We were supposed to split this 50-50, he reminded her. But you swore you'd give every last coin to me. While Daki and Hakuro watched them, utterly lost, Misha's face scrunched up in a tearful frown. Still, she conceded, telling Bjorn to take it all while muttering insults under her breath. A few days later, Misha asked if the hero had wrapped everything up. She commented that conquering the labyrinth was one thing, but on top of that, Bjorn had a mountain of other tasks to handle. Bjorn approached her, explaining that he'd taken care of all the essentials, namely picking up their repaired gear and restocking their supplies. He'd even swung by the auction house. Misha closed her eyes and let out a happy smile, saying that was a massive relief. As Bjorn watched her, he wondered what this was all about. He couldn't figure out why she was sticking so close to him and mused if she truly regretted her lost earnings. He recalled that he had taken every penny, but decided the money was safer in his hands. When you thought about it, 7.65 million stones was practically pocket change, because after preparing the essence and upgrading their weapons and armor, he had to invest heavily in Misha's development. She was now his primary partner. Noticing his
thoughtful stare, Misha got flustered and asked why he was looking at her like that. Soon, they arrived at the station where adventurers were catching transports. Spotting him, one of the knights asked, "Isn't that the famous Little Bulan?" The girl walking with him remarked that Bjorn
just looked like any other barbarian. Ignoring their chatter, he told Misha he was heading home and asked about her plans. She admitted a bit sheepishly that she'd been planning to visit her family for a short while. The hero gave her a puzzled look, and with her head bowed, she confirmed it, explaining she would only be there until tomorrow or the day after. Bjorn understood, but seeing Misha's demeanor, he asked himself why she seemed so afraid to tell him. Of course, some things were nagging at him, but this was a family affair, and the hero was certain he had no right to interfere. He simply wished Misha a safe trip, and she thanked him, though he could tell she was still in a foul mood. Slapping her on the back, he told her not to look so down. Crying out from the shock and pain, she called him an ignorant barbarian. Seeing her sudden shift in attitude, the hero noted that this was a definite improvement. Misha glared at him indignantly, telling him he'd better be back in 2 days and to eat well until then, demanding to know if he understood. Bjorn replied that he got the message loud and clear. Before leaving, Misha reminded him not to live on meat alone, but to eat some vegetables too. In the end, she decided to leave first and jogged ahead, while the hero smirked, thinking to himself, as she looked after him, claiming it was her duty as his benefactor. He climbed into the carriage and had a fleeting thought that she was almost motherly, but he instantly rejected it. No, he mused. She was much more like his ex-girlfriend. As the carriage rolled toward its destination, Bjorn focused on his immediate goal, getting Misha leveled up. When they reached Area 8, he considered his options. With his stats, he could easily join a top-tier team, but taking Misha with him would be impossible. It seemed he was stuck with his current crew for a while longer. The first thing on his list, Bjorn decided, was for Misha to upgrade her contract with the Spirit Beast. She also needed to adjust her essence and, most importantly, get a new weapon. Suddenly, his thoughts were shattered by an announcement. The execution was about to begin. He cursed inwardly, glaring with disgust at the guillotine in the main square. The past few days had been quiet, but today the streets were eerily empty, with fewer people than usual, and not a single beggar in sight. As the blade fell and blood arced through the air, the townspeople began to chatter. Some complained that they'd come to see an evil spirit, but this was nothing special, others agreed, pointing out that the blood was just a normal shade of red. Intrigued by the talk of an evil spirit, Bjorn moved closer. The crowd continued to grumble. "Isn't it disgusting how these creatures mimic people?" someone said. Just then, Bjorn spotted him. Turkin was tied up near the guillotine. Bjorn swore under his breath. He'd been worried about the kid, but now he understood. Turkin never bought a weapon with the money. He never went into the labyrinth, either. Turkin's eyes, wide with terror, stared straight ahead, desperately fixed on Bjorn. Frowning, Bjorn wondered if the boy recognized him. As the guillotine's blade began to drop, Turkin started to weep and scream through the gag covering his mouth. He managed to shout Bjorn's name, but Bjorn simply closed his eyes, frowned, and turned away. That could have been me, he thought. Recalling the moment he gave him the money, he decided then and there to stop trying to help everyone he met. His grim thoughts were interrupted by a voice asking, "Is that really you?" Bjorn turned, confused, and snapped, "Get lost!" But the man simply raised a finger to his lips, signaling for him to be quiet. "There's no need for rudeness," the man said smoothly. "We're in the same boat, after all." Those words stunned Bjorn into silence, with a smug smile and his arms crossed. The man asked, "So, where are you from, America, Thailand, Europe?" Bjorn's brow furrowed as he cursed internally. What the hell is this, he wondered. He'd figured something like this would happen eventually, but he hadn't expected it so soon, as he processed the situation. The man grinned and added, "I'm from the States myself." But for this, Bjorn had a plan. Clenching his jaw, he began breathing heavily. He mentally prepared himself, exclaiming inwardly, "Time to use the Enar strategy." He then furiously ordered the man, "Speak simply, no confusing words." The man looked at him, bewildered for a moment, before bursting into laughter. "Wow, you almost had me," he admitted. "You've only been here for, 3 months?" "That's some incredible acting skill," the protagonist repeated. "Skill? I warned you. No complicated words." The man tried to calm him down. "Hey, you can be yourself with me," he said, exclaiming. "You're here because of the damned game, too." But he messed up, slightly mispronouncing the word game. The protagonist asked again, mentally calling the man an idiot. Smiling, the man continued. "Anyway, I admire you, Bjorn. You've really made a name for yourself in only 3 months. It took me more than 3 years to get established." He kept rambling about what he'd been doing when he spotted someone like him. But the protagonist just wondered to himself, what does this guy want? Listening to him talk, he heard the man say, "You don't have to tell me where you're from. We're all strangers here." Bjorn remained silent. His face was a mask of confused frowning. The man finally decided to explain. Noting they had a kind of gaming alliance that the protagonist could join, he mispronounced the word game again. Bjorn cut him off, stating, "I have one question." Leaning in close, he asked, "Are you an evil spirit?" The man recoiled, breaking into a nervous sweat. "What are you talking about?" he asked, then smiled shakily. "I guess that's fair. It's hard to trust someone speaking in riddles," he conceded. "You got me. I'm an evil spirit." The very next moment, Bjorn acted, clenching his fists. He threw back his head and let out a blood-curdling scream. Every person in the square spun to face him as the protagonist announced, "The chief of my tribe said that if I see an evil spirit, it must be killed." The man stared at him in terror, while the curious villagers began to murmur. They focused on the fact that a barbarian was there, and on what they'd just heard about an evil spirit. This is perfect, Bjorn thought to himself. A barbarian would never tolerate immorality. He then swung his fist and attacked. Sometime later, someone in the garrison remarked, "Bjorn, you really are something else." The knight continued, "First off, I want to thank you. Because of you, my younger brother made it out of the labyrinth alive." Bjorn guessed the knight's brother was from the Zari clan, but the knight corrected him. He explained that his brother was among those who paid the clan for protection. The protagonist let out a dark internal chuckle. There weren't even 10 survivors among that group. Suddenly, he felt a pang of hunger. Crossing his arms, he demanded, "How much longer do I have to sit here? I'm already angry I didn't get to kill that evil spirit." He grumbled, understanding what he meant. The man's mind flashed back to the incident. The crowd had shouted in shock. "What is he doing? Stop him!" Several knights had rushed toward the protagonist and started pulling him away from the man. But he cursed and yelled at them to let him go, insisting, "He's an evil spirit. He was going to harm me." The knights had paused in amazement. Hearing Bjorn's claim about an evil spirit, they looked down at the badly beaten man lying powerless on the ground. The knight smiled grimly. "We're already investigating," he explained. "Just wait a bit longer. We need to explain what will happen if you were right." But the next thing, just then, a knight burst into the room, shouting for the captain and revealing that their suspect possessed an ID card for a spirit hunter. The captain stared in disbelief, demanding he repeat himself, while the protagonist honed in on the knight's words. Shortly after, they relocated to a different room where a severely injured man was laid out on a bed. Another official explained that the man was one of theirs, causing Bjorn to scowl and roar. That man claimed to be a spirit hunter himself. Are you telling me that was a lie? He suspected they were trying to play him for a fool. But the man explained, "It's standard procedure. Anyone who gains fame in a short time or shows exceptional skills, we set up a conditional check." Bjorn cut him off. "Enough, I don't understand your complicated jargon." With a sigh, the captain translated, "In short, my organization suspected you were a spirit." Bjorn's jaw dropped in shock. He threw his arms up in outrage. "Who the hell thinks I'm a spirit? I'll crack this guy's skull open." The knights quickly moved to restrain him while the official, dabbing sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, insisted. "Nobody suspects you. It was merely a precaution," Bjorn demanded he speak plainly, asking if he was being mocked. Finally, the flustered man explained that he simply wanted to
promise this would never happen again. Suddenly, the wounded spirit hunter on the bed began to shudder and cough violently. Soon after, Bjorn stormed out of the garrison. He walked down the street, cursing internally. He never imagined these people could be aware of such details, remembering how the so-called hunter
had listed several countries, trying to pinpoint his origin. The protagonist thought to himself, so not everyone here is an idiot. Thankfully, he'd noticed the deception when the man stumbled over the pronunciation of the word game, deciding to call it grandfather's, syllable, and also mangled the word computer. He now understood that if these hunters were operating at this level, then it was no surprise Turkin ended up on the guillotine. He was in an alien city with no one to count on. He cursed inwardly again. The more he thought, the more twisted this world seemed. But upon returning to his room, he felt relieved that he had managed to evade their trap for now, though he still frowned with frustration. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted when he noticed he had stepped on an envelope. He picked it up in surprise, shook its contents into his hand, and wondered, "Is this a pill?" And there was a letter inside. Sitting on his bed, Bjorn's expression hardened as he read it. The message was for a random researcher, presumed to be a player. The writer warned him that he must never reveal his status as a player to anyone. Furthermore, if captured by the spirit hunters, the writer begged that the player not show them the letter. In summary, he revealed that there was a community guaranteeing complete anonymity, and if Bjorn swallowed the enclosed pill, he could gain entry. He scowled in disbelief as he also read that the letter's author warned that if he didn't want to join, he must destroy the pill, and then sincerely pleaded for him to stay alive. The signature read, "The Bastard King of Rabdonia." Around that time, in the secret Ministry of Public Order, which reported directly to the royal family, a man was on his knees. The person receiving his report asked, "Did you really say it became a bloody mess? I only ordered you to observe." The man, eyes closed, explained, "The issue is, we believed a barbarian with 3 months of experience would be simple to expose," his superior asked. And the result? The man simply stated it would be best for him to witness it firsthand. His superior then pressed a button, and an image formed on an orb's surface, replaying the moment the spirit hunter approached Bjorn. The man watched thoughtfully, stroking his chin and peering at the image. When it concluded, he turned and observed that spirits in such a scenario would typically choose to flee. But this barbarian attacked the agent without a moment's hesitation. The knight understood what he was implying and confirmed that Bjorn was innocent. The warrior grasped the situation. The man approached the window, gazing at the street below. So the main character truly became famous in just 3 months without even being a spirit. It seems fate itself has chosen him to be a hero. He then smiled, remarking that it was wonderful. As the city had long been lacking in talent, Bjorn's fame was spreading. The next morning, he stood before the magic tower. Looking at the building, he concluded that yesterday's letter was genuine. In that case, he had to demonstrate his desire to uncover the truth. He headed to the lab, where Raven noted, "If you received this, it means your reputation has grown." The protagonist gave her a bewildered look. She explained that anyone who becomes well-known gets one of those and warned Bjorn not to worry about it. "It's a shame," she sighed. "If I had received it, I would have analyzed the letter immediately. But by now,
Everything written on it has vanished. The protagonist
Peered at the blank page, asking himself, "Is this some kind of magic?" Raven then asked. "Aren't you curious what exactly the spirits wrote in their letter?" Bjorn questioned her about the spirits, and Raven asked if he hadn't told her. She pointed out that they were the ones who sent the letters. The protagonist conceded he didn't even realize it was from them, remarking that she was a genius. She smirked smugly. Of course, and warned that this was something ordinary people couldn't possibly grasp, noting there was a pill inside. "Is that right?" Raven asked. "Do you have any idea what that is?" He said he didn't. She explained it was crafted by an incredibly talented mage, one with expertise in mind control, dimensional magic, and a deep understanding of alchemy. By consuming the pill, the protagonist could enter a special spirit world. She imagined it, and Bjorn asked again, not
understanding what the spirit world was. Raven explained. You can think of it as another dimension that only your consciousness travels to, while your body remains. She explained the pill's effect, swallow it, and you'd be summoned at midnight on the 15th of every month to a special spirit realm. Apparently, evil spirits used this place to exchange information. Many people had taken the pills to get inside, but by the following day, others would find them, dead in a pool of bloody vomit. The moment he heard about the dead researchers, Bjorn told her to stop, realizing he'd been on the verge of a terrible mistake. He had almost swallowed it himself. Raven confirmed the stories, advising him not to act on curiosity. Bjorn just assumed it was simple poison, wondering what kind of moron had sent it. What do you think mages are? Raven challenged. She assured him the pill contained none of those
common ingredients or alchemical formulas. Then why did they die? He pressed, his tone becoming serious. Raven explained that there were numerous theories. The most plausible one, she said, was that the spirits had a method for identifying outsiders and could rip an intruder's soul right out of their body. So it's a death trap, Bjorn muttered, thinking to himself that some unknown player could now control his fate. Raven then remembered one other thing. She noted a unique quirk in that world. You appear as your soul's true form, so it was impossible to know what anyone looked like back in the city. The protagonist was shocked. But if a mage made it, can't they just use magic to see who took it? She said that was completely impossible. She explained that if a method like that existed, they would have captured all the evil spirits long ago. Bjorn had to concede her point. Raven, then, suggested they start the day's research and asked if they should proceed with the blood collection. As Bjorn got to his feet, it dawned on him that this community offered truly complete anonymity. Plus, he could get information, and maybe even find a way to return home. But he was momentarily pulled from his thoughts as Triventian pointed to a blood-spattered chair. Come on over, she said, adding a warning. Everything is under control. You won't die. Bjorn sat down on the chair without a word. Raven, grinning with excitement, positioned the device above his head as his mind continued to race. He frowned in deep concentration, asking himself if he should really take the risk. Much later, back at his place, he was still thinking about it. He had mulled it over for a very long time, and swallowing the pill seemed like the best path forward. He carefully weighed all the potential risks and rewards before reaching his decision. He reasoned that if the pill were that lethal, the community wouldn't have created it. Nevertheless, he couldn't take it just yet, because while there was anonymity, the one who sent the invitation surely had a way to identify who joined. Bjorn lay on his bed, hands clasped behind his head, and considered the situation. What if, during a certain window of time, he was the only person who received an invitation? If so, he'd be identified the instant he joined. Frowning, he concluded that if he was going to take the pill, it would be smarter to wait 3 to 6 months, since he didn't desperately need the information. 15 days after he returned from the labyrinth, inside the mage tower, a mage in an upper-floor laboratory passed his hands over a crystal ball, activating it. A voice spoke from within. My lord, it addressed him. The man asked the Soul Queen what had happened with the newcomer. She reported that he hadn't appeared. The mage asked if she was certain. He guessed the man wasn't a player after all. The Soul Queen agreed, stating there was a high probability of that. After a short pause, she inquired what to do with the other letters they had delayed. The man wiped a hand over his face and announced that they could no longer put it off for his sake, ordering her to send the letters out in sequence. As you wish, she replied. He thought to himself that he'd placed so much hope on that person, ever since hearing he'd chosen a shield at his ceremony. But once again, it seemed he had the wrong man. A short time later, at the Explorers Guild branch, the man at the front desk informed Bjorn he had been promoted to a 6th rank explorer. The protagonist thanked him and accepted the documents, thinking that by treating the daily quests like homework,
He hadn't even realized how quickly time had passed. However, something more important was on his mind. When he got home, he washed his face, his expression grim and his lips pressed
into a tight line. The stones were flowing away like water, but he didn't regret it. The money was spent on necessities. Sometime later, he took Misha to a shop, where she stared in shock at his chosen weapon. "Isn't that a bit big?" she asked. Bjorn squinted one eye, appraising the gigantic, heavy mace. It was worth 400,000 stones and was already enchanted with acid immunity. His armor and shield had cost 510,000 stones. Finally, after he finished his inspection, he asked what Misha was on about. "They make them bigger than this," he explained, adding mentally, "and I need this thing to protect my hide." After that, he selected pants designed to protect his manhood, which cost 900,000 stones and were enchanted with automatic recovery, shape-shifting, and acid immunity. While showing them to Misha, he explained, "I can't just be walking around naked every time I grow." A little embarrassed, she asked, if the pants were also magical, suggesting it must be hard to find a size that fits him. He deflected by asking how the shopping trip was going for her. He was curious if everything felt right, because the items she picked, though smaller than standard, were clearly larger than her previous weapons. Misha, blushing even more, exclaimed that she wasn't sure yet, admitting they felt a little unusual. Soon, they arrived at the training area, where a pole of tied hay stood as a target. Rushing toward it, Misha swung her new weapon several times, slicing the hay into multiple pieces. "I'm already getting used to them," she announced. She now had the twin lich blades, which were 70% of a standard rapier's size and cost 550,000 stones. Additionally, they had bought the blood of a wild beast for 2 million stones to internally improve their spirit beasts. Watching Misha's performance, the protagonist wondered in amazement. Was this really all thanks to the blood of a wild beast? She could now imbue her weapon with an ice element? She closed her eyes with a proud smile and asked if Bjorn had seen it. She was eager to see his attack, but he pointed out how clumsy her movements were and told her to train harder. Her expression soured, and he figured he only had the third part of the spiritual sorrow left to deal with. Preparing to head to the shaman, he touched his back, grimacing at the unpleasant memory of the second stage. It was hellish. He'd paid 1 million stones for that part of the spiritual will seal, and it only lasted 10 minutes. In comparison, the 12 hours of torment from the first stage felt like a walk in the park. He remembered the shaman smiling in the tent, telling him not to fight the pain and just let it all out. He could only wonder who would have guessed that even his pain resistance wouldn't do a thing. His screams were so loud they made the barbarians walking past shudder in fear. Still, because of that ordeal, he activated the second stage of the immortality imprint, which boosted his stamina and magic resistance immensely. His spirit jumped by 30 points, and his special ability shot up by 60. Once the ritual was done, the shaman admitted that Bjorn was the first person he'd ever seen stay conscious after the seal was finished. He held out a small cup filled with long sticks, offering it to him. Since they had some time, he decided to take a look at Bjorn's fate, telling him to pick one. Bjorn's jaw tightened in confusion. Were they seriously about to tell his fortune? In the end, he pulled out a stick. The shaman studied it thoughtfully, which made Bjorn frown, completely lost. Then, out of nowhere, the shaman asked him for the day and hour he was born. Bjorn just scowled, unable to answer. Did barbarians actually keep track of the exact time they were born? But the shaman just laughed and admitted he was joking, asking how Bjorn could possibly know something like that. Losing his patience, Bjorn demanded to know what the shaman saw. The man declared that Bjorn was fated to face countless events that most people only experience once. And these trials would be both good and bad. The shaman said he was destined to be like the people often hailed as heroes. Thinking back on it now, he considered the idea of fate, but decided it didn't change a thing. He was going to do what he had to do, no matter what. He started thinking about how to prepare for any hardship, but a sudden wink pulled him from his thoughts. A woman approached him, holding a basket overflowing with food, and asked if he was up. She told him to come and eat, and Bjorn made a mental note to get ready for anything. Shortly after, he arrived at the shaman's tent. The man commented that he was the first to return for the third seal so quickly. As Bjorn sat down amidst the lit candles, he was told that a choice lay before him. 3 paths: the spirit of flame, the spirit of iron, and the spirit of the wild. The shaman began a low chant. It felt just like it did in the game, so he chose the spirit of the wild. The shaman picked up a thin needle, called it an excellent choice, and told him to brace himself for the third stage. Bjorn handed over 2 million stones. And once again, his screams
were so piercing they sent birds scattering into the sky. When it was over, he'd activated the third immortality imprint. His physical and fire resistances skyrocketed. His constitution grew by 56 points, and his special ability leaped by 80 points. More than that, Bjorn's body
was now infused with the spirit of the wild. His base threat level had soared, and he could now use the ability Surge of Wildness. Once the procedure ended, he thought about how excruciating and expensive it was. But the effect of the wild spirit was undeniable, specifically the built-in threat increase. In other words, he could draw monsters just by breathing. On top of that, Burst of Wildness tripled his threat level for a short time, giving him a bonus to Constitution in return. Breathing hard, Bjorn realized that grabbing the attention of a whole mob of monsters while simultaneously boosting his own durability was the perfect setup for a tank. And if he combined that with Gigantify, which multiplied his threat level even more, he would be unstoppable. He smirked, amazed that he'd managed to pull this off in just 3 months. Suddenly, the shaman leaned in, saying he was tired and suggesting Bjorn leave. He agreed, but just as he was about to go, the shaman stopped him. "I didn't tell you everything about your fate yesterday," he said, curious. Bjorn waited to hear what else there was. The shaman warned him to always be wary of those filled with resentment, because he would encounter many of them in his life. Before he could continue, Bjorn cut him off, asking him to just say it plainly. The shaman explained that if he could soothe their grievances, he would gain good fortune. But if he failed, he would bring disaster upon himself. Bjorn gritted his teeth in annoyance, frowning as he wondered if the shaman even knew what simpler meant. He finally decided to leave, and the shaman just watched him go in silence. As Bjorn walked from the tent, thinking he had finally conquered the third seal and wondering what was next, Einar suddenly popped out from behind some bushes, quietly getting his attention. He whispered her name in surprise, having no idea what she was doing there. She quickly shushed him, saying no one could see her with him. She motioned for him to come closer, and Bjorn, lowering his voice, asked her to hold on, wanting to know why she was meeting him here. But she cut him off, announcing she'd heard from the elder that he'd earned the name Little Bjorn, and exclaimed how incredible that was. Bjorn just said it was nothing special. Einar pressed him, asking what happened, practically dying of curiosity. He wondered what he should tell her as she stared at him, her eyes wide with anticipation. After he finished his story,